A roar. Hearing the chilling cries of the zombies outside, Lin Xiu's face turned pale as he gripped the fruit knife tightly, his mind racing with thoughts. Gazing at the blood-red sky beyond the window, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Just moments ago, he had rejoiced at being transported back to his university days in a parallel world, ready to make the most of it, only to find himself facing the apocalypse. Bang! 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 The sound of the flimsy wooden door being violently battered struck terror into Lin Xiu's heart. Observing the visible cracks forming, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He scanned the room for anything that could fend off the zombies, even as his hands trembled. His desire to survive surged within him. After all, a newly transported individual who met their end so quickly would be a great embarrassment to the ranks of the Traversers. This room served as the storage space for the university's interest clubs, and he was a member of the anime club. Thus, looking at the array of costumes and props displayed before him, he felt a glimmer of hope. Even if those cosplay items were wooden, they would suffice to combat the zombies. However, as he inspected them, he suddenly noticed that each item bore the inscription "Synthesis available." After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Xiu's anxious heart calmed in an instant. His system had arrived. He swiftly picked up a wooden prop sword and gently tapped it against the fruit knife. Synthesis was, after all, just this simple, wasn't it? His system was straightforward and practical, truly a treasure. In a flash, an option appeared before him. Would you like to consume synthesis coins for synthesis? First time free. Synthesis coins? What might those be? No matter, he decided to synthesize first. In the next instant, the two knives vanished, replaced by a gleaming sword radiating a white light. At that moment, though this sword felt as light as the wooden one, its blade had become incredibly sharp. Just then, a zombie outside the door reached in with a hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiu thrust the sword forward. The sound of blood splattering filled the air, and the cries from outside ceased as the outstretched arm fell still. Simultaneously, a cold notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Normal zombie killed. Synthesis coin 1. System bound. Beginner reward granted. Following this, a personal panel materialized before him. Host: Lin Xiu. Title: None strength. Enormal agility. Enormal stamina. Enormal skills. None synthesis coins. 1. Observing his attributes, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow in surprise. He never expected that an ordinary person would be rated as E in this system. Yet, his agility was could it be due to his constant practice of ancestral skills? Amused by the thought, he set it aside and turned his gaze to a cardboard model of an M4A1 rifle. Gazing at the synthesis available inscription on the M4A1, Lin Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. If that gun could become real, his safety in this zombie-infested apocalypse would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, he currently lacked synthesis coins and was unsure what he could use for synthesis, so he temporarily abandoned this idea. After placing all items marked with synthesis available into his system backpack, Lin Xiu opened the beginner's gift pack. Ding! You have opened the beginner's gift pack and received Mastery of Cold Weapons 1, Synthesis Coins 50. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Xiu immediately tightened his grip on the sword, instantly sensing something different. At that moment, the sword felt as familiar as his own arm, and even his slicing motions had been optimized. Each strike was executed with remarkable efficiency and lethal precision. In this apocalypse, close combat weapons were the most convenient and readily available. Having such a skill was akin to gaining an extra life. Simultaneously, Lin Xiu realized that his synthesis function likely included skill-type items as well. With this thought, he retrieved the M4A1 model again, but unfortunately, the 51 synthesis coins he possessed were still insufficient for synthesis. With that in mind, he stopped examining other items and approached the door. Even though he knew this was a parallel world, the memories of the past half-day filled him with nostalgia. At the very least, his 3 roommates from his dormitory were brothers he had often seen after entering the workforce in his previous life. Thus, his immediate intention was to return to his dormitory. Of course, the most crucial factor was safety. Lin Xiu understood that during class hours, the zombie outbreak would likely lead to catastrophic losses in crowded lecture halls. Each dormitory, however, had only one passage and wasn't densely populated, with a maximum of 6 people per room. Therefore, Heading toward the dormitory was his best option. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiu looked at the already cracked door before him and kicked it open with force. Bang! A dull thud echoed across the playground. But as Lin Xiu beheld the horde of zombies before him, he suddenly recalled that this storage room was adjacent to the football field. In an instant, he bolted forward with lightning speed. Although he had mastery over cold weapons, he would need to maintain his stamina to face such a large number of zombies. As Lin Xiu fled, the zombies on the field surged toward him like sharks drawn to blood. Fortunately, their speed matched that of elderly individuals, alleviating Lin Xiu's tension. Regaining his composure, Lin Xiu looked at the approaching zombies and realized that each one represented a potential synthesis coin. With this thought, a sinister smile spread across his face as he brandished the sword and charged into the horde. With a swift strike, he hardly exerted any force, and the zombie before him was cleaved in two. This discovery only bolstered Lin Xiu's confidence, however. He was not foolish enough to plunge directly into the throng of zombies. Instead, he navigated along the path toward the dormitory, fending off the zombies that charged at him, each one transforming into a synthesis coin. Bursting out of the football field, Lin Xiu's gaze fell upon the dormitory building some 500 meters ahead. Yet, as he focused on the entrance on the first floor, his expression stiffened. He had evidently forgotten that if there were any survivors within the dormitory, they would surely lock it down. However, glancing back at the horde of zombies behind him, he could scarcely afford to hesitate and shouted toward his dorm window, "Howsy? Ergo, old Jiang, open the door for me." As he spoke, he dispatched two more zombies, and suddenly, a head popped out from the railing, exclaiming in astonishment, "Old Lin, you're still alive." Hearing Erg's words, Lin Xiu nearly stumbled, swiftly beheading another zombie and bellowing, "Stop with the nonsense. Hurry up and open the dormitory door." The three individuals peering out from the railing finally snapped to attention at Lin Xiu's command, quickly retreating to shout, "Hold on, we're coming. Good, hurry." With the three of them still safe, Lin Xiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Once again wielding the tang knife with fervor, Lin Xiu exhaled deeply. Although the blade was sufficiently lightweight and he had mastered the art of cold weaponry, he remained an ordinary individual, and the exertion of swinging the weapon 100 times was still considerable. "I wonder if there is anything that can enhance my stamina for synthesis," he pondered. Casting a glance behind him, he was startled to see the horde of pursuing zombies had closed the distance to merely a few dozen meters, prompting him to quicken his pace. At this moment, he was only 100 meters away from the dormitory entrance. Fortunately, there were few zombies at the base of the dormitory, and no obstacles lay ahead. All he needed was to run with all his might. At that very instant, the dormitory door swung open. Leading the charge was the hefty Huzi, brandishing a chair leg and donning a mask. Following closely were Guzi and Lao Jiang, each equipped with a mask and fruit knife, as they burst forth onto the main road outside the dormitory. The zombies outside, startled by the sudden appearance of the trio, turned to lunge at them, only to be met heat by the imposing Lao Jiang. The zombie fell to the ground, and Huzi immediately dashed forward, swinging the chair leg violently at the fallen creature's head. Guzi rushed towards Lin Xiu, intending to pull him away from danger. Witnessing the seamless coordination of the three, Lin Xiu momentarily stood in astonishment, only for Guzi to arrive in front of him, exclaiming, "Damn, Lao Lin, you stirred up a zombie nest. Why are there so many?" The other two, upon hearing Guzi's words, shuddered instinctively and sprinted towards the dormitory entrance, ready to close the door at a moment's notice. Guzi seized Lin Xiu's left hand, fervently dragging him towards safety. The 100-meter distance was traversed in mere seconds, and as Guzi pulled Lin Xiu closer to the dormitory, Huzi and Daqing swiftly shut the door behind them. Bang, bang, bang. Within a mere 3 seconds, the door was met with a cacophony of pounding sounds, sending shivers down the spines of the four. Yet, in this dire situation, the quartet erupted into laughter. "Lao Lin, you truly have a remarkable tenacity," Huzi chuckled as he sat on the ground, glancing at Lin Xiu, who lay gasping for breath. "I thought you were done for. Just moments ago, I was discussing with Lao Jiang whether we could bring ourselves to harm you if you turned into a zombie." Lin Xiu raised his hand to give them the middle finger, but quickly sat up, eyeing the three with suspicion. "Wait a minute. Why are you three unperturbed and even exhilarated?" Huzi, the stoutest among them, chuckled derisively at Lin Xiu. What a joke. We've played zombie games that were far more intense than this. Can this really frighten us? He continued, but Lao Lin, you are indeed impressive. You managed to make it from the playground to the dormitory with just a knife. Quite the feat. I also wonder, could it be that you possess some sort of dorm leader buff? Lin Xiu stared incredulously at the trio of jovial figures before him, momentarily at a loss for words. These three appeared more composed than he. The one who traversed realms, where did that leave him? As the relentless knocking echoed, Lin Xiu opened his mouth but found no words to express himself, opting instead to simply collapse back down, breathing heavily. After a hushed exclamation of a dead fat otaku, is impressive, Lin Xiu once more accessed his system panel. Host, Lin Xiu title, none strength. E ordinary, agility. E ordinary, endurance. E ordinary skill, mastery of cold weapon synthesis coins, 123. Gazing at the multitude of synthesis coins, Lin Xiu turned his attention to the M4A1 model in his system backpack. However, to his dismay, the synthesize button remained unresponsive, shrouded in gray. In light of this, Lin Xiu sat up, casting a glance at the dormitory manager, whose head lay shattered on the floor, before addressing the three individuals present. So, have you all grown accustomed to this? The trio exchanged glances. The jocular banter that had filled the air moments ago was replaced by expressions of somber resignation. The timid one, known as Mouse, remarked helplessly, "What can we do? If I hadn't reacted swiftly, I might have been bitten to death by Wang Hao next door the moment I opened the door." Ergo nodded in agreement, adding, "It's manageable for now. At least the four of us are still here. As long as we stay safe, I truly have little to fear." At that moment, the typically sentimental Lao Jiang choked back a sob, saying, "Class monitor, he used to help me with attendance, and yet, it was I who ended his life." Observing Lao Jiang's expression, Lin Xiu understood his propensity for melancholy. He gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Lao Jiang, take heart. You acted out of necessity. He would not blame you. Instead, he would express gratitude for the release you provided." Indeed, Lao Jiang, this situation was beyond our control. With Lao Lin around, our priority should be to find a way to survive, Lin Xiu added, smiling. In their dormitory, room 203, there were only the four of them, and, as the eldest, Lin Xiu naturally assumed the role of dorm leader. Among the socially withdrawn, he was the most active, often tending to the needs of the others, thus earning their respect. Seeing that Mouse had voiced his thoughts, Lin Xiu slowly rose and inquired, "Have you all cleaned this dormitory building thoroughly?" The trio understood his intent and nodded in unison. Mouse declared, "Everyone has gone to class. Unless something unexpected occurs, the zombies we dealt with previously should encompass the entirety of this building." Ergo continued, "Currently, it seems we're the only four living souls left in this entire structure." Upon receiving this information, Lin Xiu's demeanor remained largely unchanged. After all, the others held little significance in his mind. Consequently, he gestured for everyone to return to their dormitory. Upon entering their room, the four of them settled onto their beds. Gazing at the provisions they had hoarded, a smile crept across Lin Xiu's face. For at least in terms of sustenance, they had no cause for concern. With this thought, Lin Xiu opened the system again, observing the words synthesize emblazoned upon the array of foodstuffs in the room, and he fell into contemplation. Drawing on the synthesis methods previously employed with the Tang Dao, he focused on the Blue Bull functional beverage, suddenly struck by a bold hypothesis. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu seized 2 cans of the drink and made his way to the restroom. Chapter 3. The Physical Potion, Emergence of Extraordinary Abilities? "Hi, Lao Lin. What are you doing with those drinks?" headed to the bathroom. The three present exchanged bewildered glances as they watched Lin Xiu dash towards the restroom with a can of Blue Bull and a bottle of Sprite. Unperturbed by their stares, Lin Xiu shut the bathroom door behind him, gently clinking the 2 beverages together, his gaze drawn to the system prompt that appeared. "Would you like to consume 30 synthesis coins for the combination?" Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that combining these 2 drinks would cost a hefty 30 synthesis coins. Yet, understanding the principle that good things rarely come cheap, he promptly chose to proceed with the synthesis. In an instant, The two bottles disappeared, replaced by a transparent glass jar filled with a vibrant red liquid. Physical potion, excellent. Synthesis cost, 30 synthesis formula. Blue Bull Sprite description, capable of reshaping the body and slightly enhancing various attributes, limited to 1 bottle per person. Staring at the jar marked with green lettering, Lin Xiu paused momentarily before downing its contents. A moment ago, he had been contemplating the possibility of a stamina-boosting potion, and now, though sadly, it was limited to 1 per person. As the last drop slid down his throat, he felt a wave of heat wash over him, accompanied by a sensation of fullness in his abdomen and a peculiar filth clinging to his skin. A grin spread across Lin Xiu's face. It seemed this was indeed a cleansing elixir. However, he remained grounded, aware of the apocalyptic reality surrounding him. Being in the bathroom, he took off his clothes and turned on the shower to rinse himself off. Unbeknownst to him, his muscles were gradually and imperceptibly beginning to swell, becoming remarkably well-defined and aesthetically pleasing. Simultaneously, the fatigue from his earlier exertions dissipated, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated after his shower. When Lin Xiu emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, the 3 companions stood frozen, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. "What the hell? Who are you? Handsome?" exclaimed Housie, his mouth agape. Guzzi chimed in, "Damn it. Brother Lin, this is outrageous. We sit around all day, and you somehow have abs." Even Jiangqing, who had been melancholic moments before, was rendered speechless and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lin, this is truly excessive." Observing their astonished faces, Lin Xiu chuckled lightly, a thought crossing his mind. With a raised eyebrow, he asked, "Are you envious? Call me Daddy, and I might just grant you abs too." The 3 exchanged glances and, in unison, exclaimed, "Daddy." Hearing their unhesitating response, Lin Xiu couldn't help but smirk and roll his eyes. Yet, as he took in their expressions, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The incessant growls of zombies echoed from downstairs. Their current joy was fleeting. While he was protected by the system, the same could not be said for them. Thus, sharing the physical potion with them was a matter of brotherhood. However, he knew he could never reveal the existence of his system. Therefore, he needed to devise a different approach to let them obtain this potion. Interestingly, these 3 were quintessential CHNIB-ing patients, individuals who had a peculiar acceptance of the apocalypse, which hinted at their unique personalities. In that brief moment, Lin Xiu formulated a strategy and, adopting a serious tone, stated, "I say, do you believe I possess extraordinary abilities?" Brother Lin, you're joking, right? Are you hallucinating from being bitten by a zombie? We merely called you that out of habit. You don't need to." Wait. Despite the evident amusement on their faces, Lin Xiu proceeded to synthesize another physical potion right in front of them. This audacious act sent Housie and the others into a frenzy, repeatedly exclaiming, "What the hell? What the hell? Wait, Brother Lin." Seeing them at a loss for words, Lin Xiu burst into laughter and tossed them 3 bottles of the potion. "Drink it all at once, and you'll become like me." The trio stared at the potions in their hands, momentarily speechless. After a prolonged pause, Housie was the first to react, saying, "Zombies are already out. What's one extraordinary ability? I'll take the plunge." With a determined expression, he downed the potion, prompting Lin Xiu to suppress the urge to slap his forehead. The other 2 followed suit, with Guzzi even licking the bottle clean. Once finished, the 3 stared at Lin Xiu, leaving him in a state of annoyance for not having them drink one at a time. He sighed and suggested, "I recommend you all hurry and take a shower." As soon as he finished speaking, Housie's expression changed dramatically, clutching his stomach and exclaiming, "What the hell, Brother Lin? Is there poison in this water?" He bolted towards the bathroom, closely followed by Guzzi and Jiangqing, who also rushed in, clutching their bellies. The sounds of chaos erupted from the bathroom, forcing Lin Xiu to cover his face, unable to fathom the mayhem occurring within. After a full hour, when the trio finally reappeared before Lin Xiu, they had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although they hadn't become muscle-bound like him, their weights had returned to normal, and their physical capabilities had significantly improved. "Ha ha! I never expected I would have today. Calling you Daddy was worth it." Howsy exclaimed, marveling at his newfound physique, only to be met with Lin Xiu's cold rejection when he attempted to embrace him. Your body looks good, but Howsy, your face is still as ugly as ever. Guzzi laughed heartily. What the hell? Can you not speak nonsense? As if you look any better. Lin Xiu nodded in agreement, stating, to be fair, in this dormitory, aside from myself, the best looking is Daqing. You two are neck and neck. At Lin Xiu's words, Howsy and Guzzi shot him a double middle finger. While Daqing suddenly inquired, Brother Lin, how did you acquire your extraordinary abilities? Can we have them too? Caught off guard, Lin Xiu paused, and the other two grew serious as well. However, having prepared an excuse, Lin Xiu simply shrugged and replied, I was bitten by a zombie, but didn't turn into one. That is how it happened. Do you want to give it a try? Horrified by the suggestion, they collectively shook their heads, abandoning the idea. Lin Xiu then turned to Guzzi, saying, all right, I need to step out for a moment to retrieve your precious item. Let me borrow it. Chapter 4. The Master of Decapitation. The cafeteria explosion. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, Guzzi did not hesitate. He dragged a large box from beneath the bed, clicking his tongue in surprise. I hadn't thought this thing could be used like that. The so-called treasure was a customized Iron Man suit that Guzzi, a devoted fan, had acquired at great expense. Gazing at the Iron Man armor stored within the box, Lin Xiu was abruptly taken aback by the 3 words inscribed on it. Can be synthesized. If this equipment could indeed be synthesized through the system, then there would be nothing in this apocalyptic world that could pose a threat to him. However, considering that a single bottle of green physique potion required 30 synthesis coins, the number of coins required to synthesize the Iron Man suit was difficult to ascertain. However, Brother Lin, this thing is so heavy. Will you be able to move around easily? The Iron Man suit was a bespoke item that Guzzi had spent over 100,000 on. The main reason for this extravagant purchase was his awareness that his physique would not fit into it. Thus he opted for a fully metallic design for authenticity. Therefore, despite being merely a shell, it weighed nearly 100 pounds. Lin Xiu tapped the Iron Man helmet, listening to the crisp sound it produced, and shrugged slightly. I don't know. Let us give it a try. With the assistance of the 3, Lin Xiu finally donned the armor. Gripping the tang knife through the armor, he swung it gently and realized that his current physical prowess allowed him to fully control the suit. He smiled at the others, stating, it's not a problem. I could draw my blade without issue, though it might slightly affect my running speed. Hearing this, the 3 breathed a sigh of relief. Daqing frowned slightly and asked, Old Lin, what are you going out for? We have food and drinks here in the dormitory. We could just wait for rescue in this magical city. Lin Xiu certainly wouldn't reveal that his intention was to venture out to kill zombies for synthesis coins. Instead, he chuckled softly. It's only been an hour since the mutation began. There is a good chance there are survivors of the school. I'm going out to look for them and gather some useful items. Daqing nodded. All right, I'll go down with you. Lin Xiu made an okay gesture, and Daqing accompanied him downstairs. Regarding the rescue Daqing mentioned, Lin Xiu truly held no hope. The mutation had occurred mere minutes ago. Even if the government had emergency plans in place, they would be ineffective against such a widespread outbreak. Thankfully, he possessed the synthesis system. Otherwise, once the food in the dormitory ran out, the 4 of them would be doomed. Arriving at the dormitory entrance, the sound of zombies banging on the door had ceased. Most of them had been lured away to the lower levels of the dormitory, and everything had returned to a semblance of calm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiu exchanged glances with Daqing. As Lin Xiu closed the Iron Man mask, Daqing abruptly opened the door. Lin Xiu charged out, and Daqing promptly shut the door behind him. The commotion instantly drew the attention of all the zombies outside the dormitory. Roar! The howls erupted simultaneously, a cacophony of primal, beastly roars echoing throughout the dormitory area. Unfazed by the approaching zombies, Lin Xiu felt empowered in his armor. These zombies represented mere walking synthesis coins to him. As the nearest zombies staggered towards him, Lin Xiu surged forward at a greater speed, wielding his tang knife with precision, effortlessly cleaving them in 2. With each swing of the ordinary tang knife, which had been synthesized, Lin Xiu found that dispatching these zombies was as simple as 1 stroke per foe. The knife's razor-sharp edge sliced through the zombies' bones without hesitation. Every strike resulted in a clean bifurcation. Amidst the throng of zombies, Lin Xiu moved with the ease of someone strolling through their own garden. This fluidity astonished the three onlookers above. Ha! Brother Lin is incredible. Old Lin, the mission to save the world is entrusted to you. Upon hearing the shouts from the second floor, Lin Xiu was at a loss for words at their gaming mentality amidst the apocalypse, merely raising his middle finger at them in response. However, after executing several more strikes with his tang knife, a different system notification caught his attention. Ding! You have executed a decapitation kill on a regular zombie. Synthesis coins 3. You have earned the title, Master of Decapitation. Upon hearing the unexpected change in the system prompt, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and immediately checked the title he had acquired. Master of Decapitation. When you perform a decapitation kill on a zombie, synthesis coins 2. Seeing this description, a smile spread across Lin Xiu's face. He had only just begun to familiarize himself with the synthesis system and had yet to fully grasp its mechanics. Thus, receiving such a reward was akin to a timely blessing. As for the decapitation attacks, for someone already proficient in cold weapons, they were as easy as breathing. Lin Xiu dispatched the nearest zombies with precise strikes, confirming that the system indeed increased his synthesis coins from 1 to 3. He quickly scanned the dormitory area. The situation in the entire school remained uncertain. However, the dormitory area was likely the safest place, and until he comprehended the system's rules, it was prudent to remain there. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Xiu decided against searching other parts of the school for survivors. With the passive effect of his newly acquired title, his synthesis coins had tripled, making it wise to prioritize clearing the zombies from his base. In this apocalyptic world, the safety of his companions was paramount. Rescuing others would be secondary, a mere opportunity to seize. With this determination, Lin Xiu suddenly raised his voice to the individuals on the second floor. I will clear out all the zombies in the dormitory area first. After I'm done, you all come down and move everything from the convenience store to the dorm. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, the three upstairs nodded in agreement. Da Qing, however, added, if we're going to stay in the dormitory for a while, I think it's better to lure the zombies away before killing them. To avoid infection, caution is the best policy. Having been influenced by countless apocalyptic novels, the others immediately praised Da Qing's suggestion. Haha, as expected of Da Qing, you all clear the zombies in the dormitory while I lure them a bit further away. Lin Xiu responded with a light chuckle, feeling reassured by Da Qing's prudence and steadiness. Thus, Lin Xiu continued to wield his knife, decapitating zombies as he charged towards the playground, which would serve as the perfect graveyard for the undead. However, just as Lin Xiu stepped out of the dormitory area and reached the entrance of the cafeteria, a violent explosion suddenly erupted from the back door of the cafeteria. Chapter 5. One man stands against 1,000 boom. The sudden explosion reverberated in Lin Xiu's ears. As he beheld the flames erupting from the back of the cafeteria, he hesitated momentarily before rushing towards it. The zombies lacked the advanced intelligence to instigate such an explosion. It was highly likely that survivors were present in that area. Although Lin Xiu had no intention of becoming a savior, he felt compelled to investigate this unfolding incident. After all, in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, every additional person represented an increase in strength. However, before Lin Xiu could reach the cafeteria's back entrance, he was already met with the sounds of frantic shouting from within. Quick, they've been blown to bits. Hurry, climb up from the first floor window. Rope. There's rope here. Come lend a hand. Oh no, I'm too weak. Save me. I can't climb. Pull me up, please. Upon arriving at the back of the cafeteria, Lin Xiu's gaze was immediately drawn to 3 girls clinging to a rope, scrambling up from a first-floor restroom window towards the second floor. 6 boys stood above, pulling the rope to hoist them up, but judging by their movements and strength, it was evident that more than 6 were present on the second floor. To Lin Xiu's astonishment, these 3 girls were members of their anime club. Yet, amidst the chaos of a zombie-infested world, they had lost their usual composure. Their makeup was smeared from tears, their clothes were stained, and they no longer cared that their skirts had torn, exposing their undergarments. The backyard was a scene of devastation, with sparks flying and remnants of zombies strewn about. The aftermath of the explosion indicating that it was a makeshift bomb crafted from cooking oil used in the cafeteria. Lin Xiu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such resourcefulness in this dire environment. As Lin Xiu stepped into the yard, the onlookers on the second floor noticed him simultaneously. Holy crap, the zombies are coming. Hurry, hurry, damn it. They've got Iron Man. Move. Hearing the sudden cries and wails, Lin Xiu's expression darkened. He had not realized that although he was sprinting in an Iron Man suit, appearing quite impressive, he was followed by a horde of over 100 zombies. Witnessing the panic unfolding before him, Lin Xiu felt compelled to intervene to prevent anyone from falling. He reluctantly lifted his visor and shouted, "Don't panic. I'm human. I'm here to save you. You go up first. I'll hold them off down here." With that, he positioned himself at the doorway of the yard, brandishing his tang knife, swiftly decapitating the nearest zombie. His declaration and the decisive action of dispatching a zombie emanated an aura of invincibility. The onlookers momentarily froze, but soon their spirits were lifted. At that moment, even the three girls climbing the rope regained their composure and recognized Lin Xiu. "Lin Xiu, is it you? Lin Xiu, it's Lin Xiu. That voice can't be mistaken." Lin Xiu waved at them, urging, "It's me, just go up first." "All right." The sight of Lin Xiu drawing the attention of all the girls caused a ripple of discontent among the boys on the second floor. Clearly, as representatives of the new generation, they were oblivious to the gravity of the apocalypse and the threat posed by zombies, remaining entranced by their own bravado. Once the three girls were safely pulled up, a burly man and a tall, lanky fellow among the boys brandished two large cleavers, preparing to descend and fight. "Bro, don't panic, we're coming to help you." At this moment, Lin Xiu stood at the entrance of the yard, grappling with the zombies outside, while simultaneously fending off those that had emerged from the cafeteria, appearing somewhat overwhelmed. Yet, in truth, he maintained a firm grip on the situation, bolstered by his expertise in melee weaponry and the ample energy derived from his stamina-enhancing potions. More importantly, these zombies represented valuable resources to him, each one a potential synthesis coin. Thus, when he noticed the two boys preparing to descend, he quickly called out, "Don't come down. I can handle this alone. You stay up on the second floor." This admonition served both to protect his own interests and to ensure their safety, for the weapons they wielded were hardly effective against the undead. However, the words fell on deaf ears, as they interpreted Lin Xiu's caution as mockery of their abilities. After exchanging glances, the two hurried down the rope, declaring, "Don't worry, we can fight better than you. Who do you think you are? We came to help you." Taken aback by their insolence, Lin Xiu turned his attention to the several girls now peering from the second-floor window, the realization dawning upon him. He chose not to engage further, instead focusing on wielding his tang knife, aiming to eliminate as many zombies as possible before they could claim any heads. Fortunately, the two boys proved to be formidable fighters, their cleavers slicing through zombies with ease, alleviating some of Lin Xiu's burden. Yet at that moment, he suddenly noticed a surge of zombies pouring forth from the cafeteria's back door. These were the students who had been dining on the first floor, now drawn by the commotion. Seeing this, Lin Xiu shouted urgently to the two, "It's bad. All the zombies from the cafeteria are out. You don't have protective gear. Get up there." However, his warning only prompted the lanky one to yell back at the second floor, "Old Wong, you guys need to come down and fight with us." All right. I've been wanting to see what it feels like to slay zombies." As two more tall boys brandishing cleavers jumped down, Lin Xiu quickly understood why they felt emboldened. All six on the second floor were members of the basketball team. The notion of strength in numbers dispelled their fear of the undead, replaced instead by the thrill of violence. Realizing that further attempts to dissuade them were futile, Lin Xiu resigned himself to the fact that if they sought peril, it was no longer his responsibility to intervene. His sole focus became keeping the zombies outside at bay, ensuring they did not breach the yard. Just as this thought crystallized in his mind, a blood-curdling scream erupted from behind him. Chapter 6. Redemption Market. A tragedy unfolds. Old Wong. Damn it. Old Wong. Hurry, help. As the tall, thin figure called out for Old Wong to come down, he leaped from above. However, to everyone's astonishment, Old Wong stumbled and fell upon landing. Before he could assess his injured ankle, a zombie that had already rushed out lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. The girls watching from the upper floor shrieked at the sight, while the tall, dark-skinned boy rushed forward wielding a watermelon knife to intervene. One swiftly decapitated the zombie, while the other attempted to fend off the approaching horde. But as Old Wong broke free from the zombie-esque jaws, his gaze fell upon the bloody flesh that had been torn from his shoulder, plunging everyone into silence. Old Wong's agonizing scream resonated, eclipsing even the growls of the zombies. Yet in the next moment, clarity returned to his mind, and he turned sharply to face the two behind him. Under his piercing gaze, the dark-skinned boy and the tall one instinctively took a step back, while Old Wong struggled to rise against the wall. He brandished his knife at the zombie in front of him and demanded, "Liu Wu Jia, what is the meaning of this?" The two were momentarily taken aback by his words, but in the midst of the overwhelming zombie tide, Liu Yu, the tall one, quickly replied, "Old Wong, why are you panicking? We're all here. Let us deal with the zombies first. There aren't many in the cafeteria, and the three of us can handle it." Lin Xiu, watching from the doorway, couldn't help but smirk coldly. He had never witnessed someone so eager to risk their life for the sake of bravado, not in this lifetime nor the next. He thought it wise for them to consider whether Old Wong might turn into a zombie before they proceeded with their plans. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's remark, the trio momentarily hesitated in their actions. Nevertheless, as they continued to fight off the zombies, Liu Yu and Wu Jie subtly distanced themselves from Old Wong. Lin Xiu, observing this scene, shook his head in disappointment. It was clear that a scenario, so often depicted in novels, was about to unfold before him. However, he remained unperturbed, should any of them dare to approach him. He would wield his tang knife with far greater precision than he used against the zombies. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet, save for the persistent growls of the undead. Even the onlookers on the second-floor windows held their breath, their focus shifting entirely to Old Wong, who had been bitten. Disappointed in the crowd, Lin Xiu was about to walk away when the system chimed in his ear. Ding. Current zombie kill count. 300, redemption market unlocked. Startled by the announcement, Lin Xiu noticed the words can be synthesized, materializing among the amassed zombie corpses. This revelation thrilled him, and seizing the opportunity while all eyes were elsewhere, he activated the system to collect the items into his backpack, gazing at the sudden disappearance of the zombies and the two new items in his inventory. Lin Xiu cast a furtive glance at the others before promptly accessing the item list. Zombie blood. Level. Ordinary description. Blood from zombies containing a virus. Can be used to create a mutagen or synthesized into survival resources for the apocalypse. Zombie flesh. Level. Ordinary description. Flesh from zombies. Can also be synthesized into survival resources or consumed to exchange for other food items. Upon seeing these two items, Lin Xiu's eyes widened in excitement as he recalled the recently unlocked redemption market, his face lighting up with joy. While the market offered only basic food supplies, it was exceedingly practical for him. The only regret was that the items redeemed from this market, such as lightning beer and blue bull, could no longer be used for synthesis. Thus, the search for food in the real world must continue, though the urgency had lessened. More importantly, the system allowed expired food to be exchanged for acceptable provisions at the cost of one synthesis coin. This resource exchange would significantly enhance his chances of survival in the apocalypse, enabling Lin Xiu to accomplish even more. In a world plagued by zombies, the most pressing concern was food. Although he could only see a small school before him, the disconnected networks suggested that the entire world had plunged in a crisis. In such dire circumstances, all production would inevitably cease, rendering the production and storage of food problematic. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Lin Xiu possessed an unlimited granary, a power that could facilitate the rebuilding of order in this apocalypse. However, the current dilemma was that achieving enough synthesis coins solely through his own efforts in dispatching zombies was insufficient, even with the bonus of being a master of decapitation. After slaying 300 zombies, he had only accumulated a little over 700 synthesis coins. As Lin Xiu pondered on ways to enhance his coin acquisition, A sudden scream erupted from behind him. Whirling around, he discovered that among the trio who had cleared the cafeteria, Old Wang had just struck Lu Yu's arm with his knife. Lu Yu's scream, combined with the girl's cries from above, echoed through the air as Old Wang, with bloodshot eyes, shouted at the two, "Ha ha! This knife is tainted with zombie blood. You will turn too." Wu Jie stood frozen, staring at Lu Yu, who was writhing in pain. "Old Wang, have you lost your mind?" "Lost my mind. I am indeed insane." Old Wang yanked the watermelon knife free and pointed it at Wu Jie. "You two worthless dogs are the reason for my predicament." As Wu Jie braced himself with his own knife against the advancing Old Wang, he shouted, "You fell and got bitten. That is not our fault. Besides, you haven't turned yet. Why harm him?" Old Wang, grinning wickedly at the sight of the agonizing Lu Yu, retorted, "If it weren't for you, try to show off in front of those girls. Would I be in this situation? You all deserve to die. D. With that declaration, Old Wang raised his knife once more, disregarding everything as he mercilessly rained blows upon the fallen Lu Yu, who could still manage to scream moments before being brutally slain. Meanwhile, the wound on Old Wang's shoulder began to mutate, his sanity fading as he lifted the knife again, this time aiming it at Lin Xiu at the doorway. "And you?" Chapter 7. The Ridiculous Ones and Temptations of Food. As Lin Xiu observed Old Wang approaching, although he felt no fear, the expression beneath his Iron Man mask darkened. He had recklessly leaped from a height to impress others, landing himself in a dire situation. And now he was inexplicably venting his frustrations on a mere bystander. It was utterly absurd. When Old Wang charged at him, Lin Xiu swiftly swung his Tang Dao, sending the watermelon knife flying, then kicked him hard, sending him sprawling at Wu Jie's feet. Adorned in his Iron Man suit and fortified by the body-enhancing serum he had consumed earlier, Lin Xiu's kick was powerful enough for everyone present to hear the sickening crack of Old Wang's ribs breaking. At that moment, Lin Xiu delivered another stroke, dispatching the last zombie in front of him, before pointing coldly at Old Wang and Wu Jie, stating, "If you seek death, do not blame others. Whether it's you, or this lifeless body on the ground, first understand the reality of this world." Old Wang collapsed on the ground, clutched his ribs in agony, pleading with Wu Jie, "Wu Jie, help me. I don't want to become a zombie. I cannot die." Wu Jie took a step back, escaping Old Wang's desperate grasp. The harrowing spectacle of life and death unfolding before him left the hormonally charged youth in a daze. He stared at Old Wang crawling toward him and at Lu Yu, who lay in a pool of blood, his mind in a state of paralysis. He had thought this was merely a game, a simple exercise in survival amid the apocalypse. With their physical prowess, he believed they would easily navigate this dire scenario. However, he could never have anticipated such a sudden turn of events, leaving him stunned, unable to swing the watermelon knife he clutched in his hand. It was only when he felt the sharp bite of Old Wang sinking into his calf, blood gushing forth, that he snapped back to reality. With a fierce downward stroke of the watermelon knife aimed at Old Wang's back, he unleashed a flurry of blows until he finally halted upon exposing the white of Old Wang's bones, collapsing in despair. Despite being on the brink of death, Old Wang continued to grin, taunting Lin Xiu, "Haha, you're done for too. You've been infected. Await your demise." Lin Xiu absorbed the scene without a flicker of emotion. He merely glanced at the majority of the onlookers on the second floor, who had fainted in terror, shook his head gently, and closed the door behind him as he exited the canteen's backyard. For those who failed to grasp the gravity of their situation, Lin Xiu saw no necessity to rescue them. Perhaps he would return to check on them if he ever required assistance. His next course of action was, of course, to venture elsewhere to gather more zombie flesh for strategic resources. However, before that, he returned to the dormitory to see how the others were faring. With the exchange market at his disposal, he collected any zombie flesh he could find on his way back. Through this gathering, he discovered that he could only recover the bodies of zombies that were intact and had been defeated by his own hand. Zombies crushed by vehicles or smashed on the roadside bore no indication of being collectible. Fortunately, the zombies near the dormitory had mostly fallen to his blade, and thus, his collection effort imbued the entire dormitory area with a refreshing aura. Just as he arrived at the dormitory entrance, The door swung open abruptly. As Lin Xiu was taken aback, the one who opened the door, Rat, exclaimed, "What the hell, Lin Gu? What was that just now? Was that a supernatural ability? Can you really consume zombie bodies?" Without further ado, Rat declared, "Lin Gu, I've never admired anyone in my life, but I swear from this moment on, you are my eternal idol." Observing Rat in Ergo's astonishment, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and turned sharply to the Qing, asking, "What is the situation with these two?" To his surprise, the usually composed Qing also raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Honestly, even Bear Grylls can't compare to your prowess." Lin Xiu's lips twitched as he quickly understood that the three must have witnessed his act of collecting zombie flesh along the way. He removed his helmet with a sigh and explained, "That's my ability. I can convert the energy from these zombie bodies into food we can consume." Having previously shared details about his abilities with them, he was able to justify his actions. To demonstrate further, Lin Xiu immediately exchanged 2 synthesis coins and a portion of zombie flesh for a sandwich from the exchange market. As he held the steaming sandwich in his hand, Rat and Ergo were momentarily dumbfounded. Lin Xiu leisurely raised the sandwich, waving it before their noses, and once the enticing aroma wafted through the air, he remarked, "Originally, I thought this ability was decent, but seeing your disdainful expressions, I fear I may have to eat this all by myself from now on." With that, Lin Xiu took a hearty bite, causing salad dressing to splatter, and his enjoyment prompted all three to swallow hard in unison. Rat immediately slapped Ergo on the back, scolding, "You fool! How dare you speak to Lingo like that? What do you mean, eating zombies? Is this a zombie? Lingo, enough of that. We're brothers. Make one for me too." Ergo retorted, slapping back, "You scoundrel. You were the one who said that. Lingo, it's time for a meal. We're starving over here. Make one for me too." Seeing their antics, Lin Xiu couldn't help but chuckle. "What? Not afraid of eating zombies?" Rat instantly pointed at the sandwich in Lin Xiu's hand, declaring, "Just this? If this is a zombie, I'll eat as many as you have, Lin Gu. Give me a dozen, right? If this is a zombie, I'll devour every last one in the world." Amused by their banter, Lin Xiu cheerfully exchanged 3 more sandwiches from the market, distributing 1 to each of them. 1 each, no extras. And just to reiterate, this is not a zombie. Thanks to the exchange market terminology, Lin Xiu had the courage to consume it. Had it explicitly stated converted into food, he likely wouldn't have dared. The 3 devoured the sandwiches in no time, and at that moment, the Qing interjected, "What was that explosion just now? Did you go check it out?" Lin Xiu shrugged. "I did. A bunch of fools met their end while trying to show off. There were a few survivors, including some girls from our anime club. But I had no desire to rescue anyone." What was initially a casual lament turned into a shared understanding between Rat and Ergo, who exchanged knowing smiles, turning their gaze toward Lin Xiu. Chapter 8. The 4 brothers and their action plan. "Hey, Lin, that's rather unfair," one of them remarked. Lin Xiu observed the 2 miscreants exchanging sarcastic banter and promptly kicked each of them in the rear, exclaiming, "Enough! Don't indulge in such frivolous thoughts. Our own situation remains precarious, and yet you wish to concern yourselves with others? Focus on our own affairs." The kick was gentle, and given that they had consumed stamina-enhancing potions, it bore little consequence. Nevertheless, the 2, Haozi and Erguzi, rubbing their behinds, looked at Lin Xiu with feigned innocence, saying, "Lin, we haven't said anything yet." At that moment, the Qing chuckled. "Who doesn't know in this dormitory, or rather, in our class, that you 2 are seasoned veterans in these matters? The moment you speak, I can easily predict your intentions." Upon hearing this, Erguzi and Haozi dropped their pretense and, wrapping their arms around Lin Xiu, said, "Lin, consider this. Rescuing 2 girls could alleviate the monotony of our apocalyptic existence. And who knows, given our current circumstances, perhaps one of us might find love. Indeed, Lin, with the world ending, if we remain single, it would be a regretful way to depart," they added earnestly. Lin Xiu rolled his eyes, fully aware of their motivations. He turned to the Qing and asked, "What do you think? Should we proceed with the rescue?" The Qing shook his head, saying, "I believe we could help, but under the current circumstances, it seems unnecessary." Lin Xiu smiled and patted the shoulders of the 2. "Did you hear that? This is the correct perspective. You must understand, For every person we save, our resources diminish. Furthermore, can you guarantee that those we rescue will unite with us harmoniously? As seasoned viewers of countless films, Lin Xiu's words resonated with them, and they understood his concerns. At that moment, Qing elaborated, moreover, an essential point is that Lin Xiu's powers reveal our bond as brothers. If we were to bring in outsiders, how would we explain our situation? Given our close quarters, it would be impossible to conceal. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu almost wanted to commend Qing, while Guzi and Haozi instantly abandoned their previous notions. Despite being single, their safety in this apocalypse took precedence over rescuing others. Yet, Qing continued, however, I believe that if we can save some individuals, we should do so. We ought to select those who will follow orders and possess useful skills, so that when challenges arise, we have capable individuals to assist. The final decision rests with you. I merely offer my counsel. Lin Xiu chuckled, patting Qing's shoulder. You would make an excellent strategist. I relish the thrill of confronting zombies head-on. Haozi chimed in. Then I shall take on the role of logistics officer. I excel at managing supplies. Guzi immediately mocked. You? After devouring a sandwich, you've grown overconfident? Have you forgotten how many pounds you've lost? As the two began to bicker, Lin Xiu interjected, Enough. Have you completed the cleanup in the dormitory? Where have you disposed of the zombies? Haozi rubbed his backside and replied, We simply tossed them out the windows of the dormitory. Although we have the landlady's key, we haven't checked every room yet. We've only cleared the hall. Lin Xiu stroked his chin, contemplating, Very well, for now, let us leave it at that. You formulate a plan in the dormitory while I continue to eliminate zombies. Nightfall is imminent, and with only a few hours since the mutation began, I will search the school for any survivors. The trio nodded, and even the typically quarrelsome Haozi and Guzi solemnly agreed. Qing added with a light smile, That's manageable. While the power is still on, let us draft a plan on a laptop. The dormitory has a printer. We can finalize it in black and white. Hearing this, Lin Xiu joined in the laughter, while Haozi suddenly grinned mischievously. Damn, doesn't it feel like we're on the verge of world domination? With Lin as the formidable power wielder, perhaps we could even become leaders ourselves. Yeah, you as a leader? A dog's head would have more worth than you, retorted Guzi. Doghead? You're the one who resembles it. You're worth less than a pile of excrement, replied Haozi. If I had internet, I would use my keyboard to smash your doghead. As the two resumed their banter, Lin Xiu delivered another swift kick to each of them. All right, have you finished cleaning the dormitory? Where did you dispose of those zombies? Haozi, still rubbing his backside, replied, We threw them out the window of the dormitory. However, even with the landlady's keys, we haven't checked every room. We only clear the hallway. Lin Xiu contemplated. All right, let us keep it like this for now. You devise the plan in the dormitory while I head out to continue exterminating zombies. Night is approaching rapidly, and I want to see if there are any survivors before the mutations intensify. The group nodded in agreement, with Lin Xiu preparing to leave, while the others cautioned him to be careful. They understood their limitations. They could handle the sporadic zombies in the dormitory, but facing them like Lin Xiu did would be a different story. Moreover, as a power wielder, Lin Xiu had nothing to fear from these minor threats. Thus, they willingly assumed the role of Lin Xiu support. Exiting the dormitory building, Lin Xiu glanced at the sky. Although the clouds were still blood red, it did not mean nighttime would be absent. The time was around 6 o'clock, and 5 hours had passed since the outbreak. Even Lin Xiu himself was unaware of how swiftly time had flown. Taking a deep breath, he scanned the area outside the dormitory before deciding to approach the domed structure. Inspecting his blood-stained sword, Lin Xiu grabbed a pillowcase that was drying nearby and wiped off the blood before sheathing it, striding forward. Let's hope this time there aren't any fools like those in the cafeteria. Chapter 9. The Zombie Slayer. Advanced zombies this time. Lin Xiu chose the school gymnasium as his destination. Compared to the academic buildings, he believed that the gymnasium held a greater probability of survivors. After all, the individuals within the gymnasium were predominantly students with robust physical fitness. Even in the event of a zombie mutation, those with slightly higher psychological resilience could easily dispatch these zombies and find a safe refuge. Furthermore, The gymnasium was equipped with various segregated activity rooms, changing rooms, and restrooms, providing ample space for concealment, making it relatively uncomplicated to evade the undead. Moreover, should there be no survivors within the gymnasium, the library adjacent to it could be explored simultaneously, thus saving time and effort. The university Lin Xiu attended was a prestigious institution in the magical city, with a bustling population exceeding 30,000. Consequently, as he made his way, numerous zombies surged towards him, yet Lin Xiu regarded these feeble threats with indifference. Effortlessly, he dispatched them with a swift strike to the neck, swiftly collecting their heads before they even touched the ground, depositing them into his system's storage. With each passing moment, his movements grew increasingly adept and rapid, and astonishingly. After a relentless 15 minutes of combat, his synthesis coins exceeded 1,000. At that moment, Lin Xiu noticed that the previously grayed-out option for synthesizing the M4A1 rifle had now illuminated. This revelation filled him with exhilaration. After all, the M4A1 rifle was a fully equipped weapon within the game, and its realization would dramatically elevate his combat capabilities. However, his excitement was tempered by the sudden realization that he was utterly unaware of the prerequisites for synthesis. What if the rifle were to amalgamate with something else and transform into a mere knife or a stick? That would indeed be a grievous loss. Thus, he restrained his impulse to synthesize immediately, recognizing that he could now focus on accumulating synthesis coins and deciphering the synthesis patterns. The distance from the dormitory area to the gymnasium was a mere few hundred meters. However, for Lin Xiu, it took him a full half hour. During this time, his gains were substantial, and to his delight, upon dispatching yet another zombie, the system emitted a notification. Ding! You have slain over 500 zombies in a single day, earning the title Zombie Slayer. Another title. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, and in that instant, he felt a surge of power coursing through his body. The title of Decapitation Master had conferred an additional 2 to his synthesis coins, and he eagerly accessed the details of the Zombie Slayer title. Zombie Slayer. Your damage inflicted upon zombies is amplified. When facing zombies, all your attributes receive a twofold enhancement. Lin Xiu couldn't help but exclaim softly. This title was exceptionally potent. It was no wonder he felt his reflexes sharpen once more. In his excitement, he promptly opened his status panel. Host, Lin Xiu title, Decapitation Master. Zombie Slayer Strength, D, Excellent. Agility, D, Excellent. Stamina, D, Excellent. Skill, Mastery of Cold Weapons Synthesis Coins, 1058. After glancing at the unaltered title of Decapitation Master, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, upon observing his attributes, he was momentarily taken aback, despite the asterisk indicating that these were temporary attributes. The leap from E to D was a clear testament to his transformation. As he gazed upon the last zombie before him, Lin Xiu sheathed his Tang Dao and approached with clenched fists. With a punch, he struck. Boom! To his astonishment, his punch did not send the zombie flying several meters, but obliterated it entirely. The enhancement of his attributes, coupled with the title's amplification of damage against zombies, granted him an effect reminiscent of a fantasy novel where one could pulverize foes with a single blow. This unexpected outcome left him immensely satisfied. While all were dead, the sheer impact of his attack would likely instill fear even in the hearts of onlookers. Nodding in approval, Lin Xiu proceeded into the gymnasium. With this title in his possession, he felt confident in facing even the most formidable of zombies. However, upon reaching the entrance of the gymnasium, he clearly overestimated the situation within. Gazing through the entrance, he beheld a scene drenched in blood, with countless zombies meandering about. Through the glass doors, he could already see a zombie swaying unsteadily, beckoning its companions towards him. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiu furrowed his brow and hastened his entrance into the gymnasium, quickly grabbing a chair leg from the ground and wedging it against the glass door handle. This action would prevent the zombies from exiting, thereby providing a sliver of survival chance for those outside, while ensuring Lin Xiu's continued accumulation of synthesis coins. A cursory glance around the expansive gymnasium revealed that the number of zombies present would undoubtedly exceed 500, possibly even surpassing 1,000. If he could eliminate this horde, it could yield thousands, if not tens of thousands, of synthesis coins. At that point, not only would he be able to synthesize an M4A1 rifle, but he might even conjure a tank. With determination, Lin Xiu stepped into the gymnasium, his Tang Dao drawn, and, as he navigated the space, he swiftly severed the heads of dozens of zombies. However, just as he advanced a few dozen steps into the corridor, he suddenly felt a gust of wind from his right. With the tributes bolstering his reflexes, Lin Xiu instinctively swung his knife towards the source. Clang! Hiss! The Tang Dao struck the metallic railing beside him, and a shadow suddenly soared above his head. This unexpected turn of events sent a chill down Lin Xiu's spine, and as he regained his composure, he locked his gaze upon the descending shadow, tightening his grip on the Tang Dao. What loomed before him was a zombie no taller than 1 meter. More accurately, it was a zombie crouching on the ground. Its face was grotesquely decayed, with bone visible where flesh once was, and within its eye sockets, pulsating flesh could be observed. The mere sight was nearly enough to induce Lin Xiu to retch. And to make matters worse, the preceding strike revealed this zombie's alarming agility. Yet, upon checking its status through the system, Lin Xiu, who had previously been unperturbed, suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Chapter 10. The Voice of Silence. The listener approaches listener level. Excellent strength. D. Excellent agility. C. Elite stamina. D. Excellent ability. Can discern the location of targets through sound. Possesses remarkable speed and exceptional leaping ability. Equipped with sharp claws, far surpassing ordinary zombies. Weakness. Loud noises can disrupt its judgment, potentially incapacitating it. Of course, if one is faster than it, that can also be a solution. Although Lin Xiu could see the data panel of this zombie, his expression was far from pleasant. Just the three-dimensional attributes were enough to send shivers down his spine, and the more alarming fact was that this zombie's agility had reached the elite level of C-. More importantly, Lin Xiu realized that the apocalypse was evolving into a scenario he dreaded the most: evolution. While humanity had yet to discover any superhumans, the presence of evolved zombies was undoubtedly bad news for him. In a world where he possessed a system, the apocalypse seemed manageable. However, facing these evolved zombies, even self-preservation would become a challenge. As he observed the ordinary zombies closing in on him, alongside the listener crouched on the ground, seemingly attuned to his movements, Lin Xiu had no choice but to set these thoughts aside and focus on the immediate threat. Fortunately, his system was sufficiently powerful, revealing the weaknesses of this zombie. Given his own D-level agility, a direct confrontation was out of the question. Thus, he opted to create disturbances through sound. In this gymnasium, the only sources of significant noise were the whistle in the equipment room and the brass bell resting in the corner of the hall. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiu shook his Tang Dao, producing a soft chime. As the listener turned its ear towards him, he swung the blade fiercely. With the aid of the zombie slayer, title, the Tang Dao, which normally decapitated with ease, now wielded the destructive force akin to a heavy sword. The zombies charging forward had their upper bodies shattered as if struck by a giant hammer. Fortunately, the benefits of his decapitation master, title, had not diminished. However, at the moment he struck, the listener had evidently pinpointed Lin Xiu's location and leapt from its crouched position. To Lin Xiu's astonishment, this diminutive creature soared to the height of the ceiling in a single bound and, in an instant, flipped into a head-down dive aimed at him. Keeping his gaze fixed on it, Lin Xiu would not allow it to descend unchallenged. As the listener plummeted, he swiftly reversed his Tang Dao, delivering a powerful slash aimed at the descending foe. The invincible Tang Dao, enhanced by the zombie slayer, title, would ensure the doom of even an evolved zombie. Yet, despite its elite agility, the listener managed a remarkable evasion. Just as Lin Xiu's blade was about to cleave its head, the listener seemed to sense the wind's whisper, narrowly tilting its head to dodge at the last moment. In a fluid motion, it struck the side of the Tang Dao with its sharp claws, leveraging the force to twist its body, landing directly on the blade before leaping into the throng of zombies. All these actions transpired in the blink of an eye. leaving Lin Xiu in awe of the listener's prowess. The situation, however, was grim. Its evasive maneuvers and aggressive tactics indicated a stark contrast to the mindless zombies surrounding them. It was evident that the listener possessed considerable intelligence. As it mingled with the ordinary zombies, Lin Xiu refrained from charging in recklessly or remaining stationary. Instead, he dashed swiftly down the aisle towards the center of the gymnasium. The sound of his Iron Man armor clanging against the ground seemed to irk the listener, provoking an enraged roar from within the horde. In that moment, Lin Xiu realized he had grown accustomed to the weight of his armor, a fact he had initially overlooked. Nevertheless, he pressed on, understanding that confronting the listener head-on was not wise, given his D-level strength. His immediate priority was to reach the central area of the gymnasium and locate the large competition bell. As Lin Xiu's distance from the listener increased, chaos erupted among the ordinary zombies. The listener, realizing its prey was escaping, unfurled its deadly claws and charged straight towards him through the horde. With a single swipe, it cleaved through the zombies in its path, its sharpness rivaling that of Lin Xiu's Tang Dao. Yet, Lin Xiu was not to be outdone. He wielded his blade with finesse, dispatching the zombies blocking his path until he finally reached the center of the gym. However, upon witnessing the throngs of zombies densely packed within the gymnasium, his breath caught in his throat. His initial estimate had been that there were no more than 500 people inside, yet he now faced a staggering crowd of over 1,000. Realization struck him. Today was Friday, and there was a competition taking place. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. There was no time for regret as he turned to face the rapidly approaching listener. He had to stick to his plan. Although the number of zombies was overwhelming, he was familiar with the layout. Observing the zombies in the hall, he bolted towards the left corner. As he fought his way through again, the listener had already positioned itself closely behind him. Just as Lin Xiu was about to reach the corner, a fierce roar erupted from behind. The listener sprang upward, preparing to dive headfirst towards Lin Xiu, its 10 fingers splayed wide, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow upon descent. Yet at that moment, Lin Xiu's eyes caught sight of the bell suspended from a rack in the corner. The listener descended, a mere meter above Lin Xiu's head, its arms beginning to slide forward. Should this continue, his demise was inevitable. In a flash of instinct, Lin Xiu executed a rolling maneuver, narrowly avoiding the listener's claws that grazed his back. He landed firmly before the bell, reversing his grip on the Tang Dao, a fierce smirk creeping onto his lips. "Huh, let me show you my power." With that, he forcefully struck the bell with the hilt of his blade. Clang. Chapter 11. Substantial Rewards. Resuming the rescue the instant Lin Xiu struck the bell, an eerie shriek, akin to a spectral wail, reverberated throughout the gymnasium. The sound listener, bereft of its earlier ferocity, could only clutch its ears and writhe on the ground, emitting agonized cries. Observing this, Lin Xiu beamed with delight. He swiftly decapitated the surrounding zombies before striking the bell once more with a light tap. Clang. Aayua. The sound listener's screams intensified, reassuring Lin Xiu. However, as a transmigrator, Lin Xiu knew better than to become complacent. He couldn't be certain if the sound listener would develop a resistance to the noise. Therefore, after another strike on the bell, Lin Xiu sprinted towards the sound listener, his Tang blade arcing towards its head. Thwack! The sound of steel cleaving flesh echoed as the sound listener's head, along with its blade-riddled hands, were severed from its body in a single stroke. In that moment, Lin Xiu was stunned, overcome with elation. Ding! You have slain a sound listener, elite, gaining 500 synthesis coins. Ding! For rapidly eliminating a special zombie, you have earned the title, Blitz Elite. Ding! Your title count exceeds 3, unlocking the title panel. Ding! For the first slaying of a special zombie, the sound listener, you have earned a choice reward, agility level increase or sensory attribute, auditory enhancement. A cascade of rewards overwhelmed Lin Xiu. He had anticipated a generous bounty of synthesis coins for dispatching a special zombie, but he never expected the system to present him with 4 notifications, 2 of which were related to titles. He first opened the title panel, which simply listed his acquired titles, along with detailed descriptions of their effects and acquisition methods. For instance, the newly acquired title, Blitz Elite, displayed the following. Blitz Elite. Effect 1. When facing special zombies, your attributes will receive a comprehensive boost. Effect 2. Your attribute that corresponds to the special zombie's strongest attribute will receive an additional enhancement. Effect 3. When facing ordinary zombies, all attribute enhancements are limited to 10, with no corresponding attribute boost. Unlock condition. Eliminate a special zombie with 3-dimensional attributes no lower than your own within 5 minutes. Lin Xiu was taken aback by the sheer potency of this title. In essence, if he were to encounter a strength-type special zombie, he would not only receive a general attribute boost, but also a further enhancement to his strength attribute. While this might not make him stronger than the special zombie, it would prevent it from overpowering him. This was a life-saving title. Moreover, the title panel featured a progress bar, promising additional rewards upon reaching a certain number of titles. Smiling gleefully at the system panel, Lin Xiu was in high spirits. Even the zombies clawing at his Iron Man armor seemed endearing. Since the ordinary zombies couldn't harm him within the suit, Lin Xiu examined his final reward. The system's final reward was also quite appealing, but unfortunately, it was a choice between 2 options. Both attributes were derived from the sound listener. He wondered if similar rewards would be offered for slaying other zombies. Lin Xiu hesitated. Agility was his highest attribute, and he considered it to be the most valuable in the apocalypse, ensuring he could outrun and evade zombies. However, if this reward was unique, missing out on auditory enhancement might mean losing the opportunity forever. After a few moments of deliberation, Lin Xiu decisively chose agility. While auditory enhancement was tempting, agility was vital for evading danger. He lacked the sound listener's echolocation abilities, making agility the more practical choice. As soon as he made his decision, the system notification appeared. Ding. Agility attribute level 1. Current agility attribute. Lin Xiu didn't feel any immediate difference, but when he opened his eyes, he was infuriated. Damn it, my corpse. You mutts. He unleashed a furious punch, obliterating the zombie in front of him into a bloody mist. Simultaneously, he wielded his tang blade, guarding the sound listener's corpse. He was heartbroken at the sight of the sound listener's corpse, with chunks of flesh devoured by zombies. He immediately retrieved the entire corpse, including the head and hands, into his system inventory. If the flesh of ordinary zombies could be exchanged for supplies, then the corpse of a special zombie might hold even greater value. Seeing the sound listener's corpse in his system inventory transform into sound listener's corpse, incomplete, Lin Xiu wished he could decapitate every zombie present. You were the first to bite. And you, the second. You, the third. Damn it, I'll teach you to bite. In a fit of rage, Lin Xiu disregarded the synthesis coin rewards and mercilessly hacked the zombies that had consumed the sound listener's corpse, reducing them to minced meat. After slaughtering dozens of zombies, he caught his breath and noticed the chipped tang blade. He was speechless. Was this the legendary case of easy come, easy go? Had he exhausted his good fortune after receiving such generous rewards? Realizing this, Lin Xiu ceased his vengeful actions. He first retrieved all the recoverable zombie corpses around him, then resumed his blade-wielding patrol. After all, his purpose in the gymnasium was to rescue survivors, not to engage in meaningless slaughter. With that in mind, Lin Xiu went to the highest level of seating in the gymnasium. He looked around the inside of the gymnasium to make sure there was no place to hide living people. And then he closed the 3 large doors connecting the gymnasium to the outside. Standing above the last doorway in the spectator seats, he shouted to the entire gymnasium, "Are there any survivors in the gymnasium? If not, I'm leaving." After shouting 3 times and only hearing his own voice, Lin Xiu cleared the doorway with his blade, closed the door, and left the hall, preparing to check the locker rooms and equipment rooms behind the gymnasium. However, just as he closed the door, a loud crash suddenly echoed from the corridor near the equipment room. Chapter 12. Within the equipment room, Lin Xiu encountered Master Meng Xian. A sudden clang startled Lin Xiu, instantly heightening his alertness. With one hand, he drew his Tang Dao, while the other retrieved a small bell he had previously discovered in a corner. This cursed place was far too eerie. He had no desire to confront another sound-sensitive individual. Following the sound, Lin Xiu despite lacking the auditory discernment of a sound listener, had no difficulty grasping the general direction of the noise. He could ascertain that the source was indeed the equipment room, and the sound of something falling was likely that of a heavy dumbbell hitting the ground. Zombies would not move such objects. Could there be someone in the equipment room? With this thought, Lin Xiu placed the bell within the chest plate of his Iron Man armor, gripping his Tang Dao, and cautiously approached the equipment room. Most of the zombies congregated within the gymnasium. The number outside in the corridor had significantly diminished, particularly after he had secured all the main doors. Lin Xiu had cleared the corridor of zombies in a mere 3 minutes. It was only then that he slowly approached the equipment room. The entrance was fortified with a security door, and the bloodstains on it indicated signs of scratching from zombies, further convincing Lin Xiu that survivors might be inside. Just as he was about to knock, he heard a voice from within. "Senior sister, let us go out. Staying here will only lead to our demise." Upon realizing the speaker was a girl, Lin Xiu's interest waned by half, especially since she referred to another as senior sister, which diminished his curiosity even further. It wasn't he that he held a disdain for women. Rather, the events at the cafeteria had instilled in him a sense of resignation regarding the girls in this world. In this era, it seemed that only sheltered young ladies survived, yet to endure in the apocalypse, one must possess at least some survival skills. Clearly, these young ladies lacked such skills, opting instead to feign propriety and complain, which irked him greatly. Furthermore, the presence of a beautiful girl often ignited jealousy among the males, fostering discord and potentially jeopardizing the harmony of the entire group, an outcome that could lead to their ultimate demise. This was a lesson well documented in countless apocalyptic novels and films. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, he was not about to commit such a juvenile error. Nevertheless, since he was already present, he had no intention of leaving. The individuals inside were unaware of his presence at the door, which might reveal their true thoughts. Thus, it was better to listen to their conversation. At the very least, he could use their words to determine their treatment once rescued, though eavesdropping was not a practice he particularly enjoyed. After the first girl finished speaking, another voice replied, "No. Xiaoling, calm down. In our current situation, the more anxious we are, the more likely we are to encounter trouble. You heard the commotion and the bell outside." Lin Xiu nodded, noting that the senior sister remained relatively composed. However, Xiaoling soon interjected again. "Are we not in trouble already? The coach has been bitten, and our senior brother has turned into a zombie. It's just the 2 of us hiding in this gym filled with zombies. Who will come and save us?" Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, for the 2 girls, this seemed a dead end. Relying on the chance of others rescuing them was tantamount to courting death. Thus, he found some merit in Xiaoling's words. At that moment, Xiaoling continued, "We have 2 blades between the 2 of us. If we venture out, there is still a chance. The straight-line distance to the dormitory is merely 500 meters. Even with zombies all around, we can still fight our way through." The room fell into a brief silence, as it seemed the senior sister was contemplating the feasibility of this suggestion. Lin Xiu, too, found himself hesitating. Should he knock and enter now, or quietly depart? After all, he had already dealt with all the zombies along the way. Even if new ones appeared, there would be but a few, thus sparing him the hassle of rescuing anyone. Just as he prepared to withdraw, the senior sister's voice rang out. "All right, let's take a chance. I will count to 3, and you open the door. I'll charge ahead while you cover me." "All right. 1, 2, 3. With that, escape was no longer an option for Lin Xiu. He quickly retreated a few steps and, using the metallic suit of Iron Man, created sounds that mimicked his approach to the door. Upon hearing the noise, the 2 girls halted their counting, and the senior sister urgently commanded, "Wait." There is a sound. At that moment, Lin Xiu ceased his pretense and knocked on the security door, inquiring, "Is anyone there? If so, come out quickly and follow me." After a brief silence, the senior sister's voice emerged. "Who are you? Are you part of a rescue team?" Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, noting her high level of vigilance, and replied, "I am a fellow student. You can call me Lin Xiu. I'm currently searching for survivors at the school, so I came to check. If you wish to accompany me, open the door. If not, I shall leave." Wait. Xiaoling suddenly interjected. "What about the zombies outside? Are you alone?" "Just me. I've cleared the zombies. If you want to come out, do so quickly. Night is approaching. Hearing Lin Xiu's urgent tone, the security door quickly cracked open, revealing only a pair of eyes. Observing Xiao Ling peering cautiously through the door, Lin Xiu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Well, have you seen enough? I told you. There are no zombies. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ling did not respond but instead asked, Are you human or some kind of creature? Her scrutinizing gaze felt akin to that of someone observing a gorilla at the zoo, which amused Lin Xiu. He promptly raised a middle finger at her, retorting, What do you think I resemble? Will you come out or not? If not, I'll seek help elsewhere. Xiao Ling, upon seeing Lin Xiu remove his Iron Man mask, couldn't help but roll her eyes. She then flashed a middle finger back at him before fully opening the security door and addressing the senior sister hidden behind it. Senior sister, he-s human, the area outside has been cleared. Only then did Lin Xiu notice that both individuals in the room wielded Tang Daos, each sharpened and ready. His gaze fell upon the senior sister, clad in white athletic wear, with her ponytail and bangs giving her a familiar appearance. He felt as though he recognized her from somewhere. At that moment, the senior sister stepped out from behind the door and nodded to Lin Xiu, saying, Hello, I am Shi Mengxian. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, realization dawning upon him. Oh, Shi Mengxian, it's you? Chapter 13, The School Bell in the Forefront. Harvest in the aftermath, it was only when the enchanting Shi Mengxian introduced herself that Lin Xiu comprehended why the two individuals before him dared to rush towards the dormitory in such dire circumstances. Shi Mengxian was the universally acknowledged belle of Lin Xiu's university, yet her allure did not deeply affect him. What truly captivated him was that she was not merely a pretty face. She held the esteemed position of senior in the university's martial arts association and had represented the school in numerous competitions, garnering several accolades. Her image adorned the entrance of the gymnasium, making it impossible for anyone to overlook her. The girl named Xiao Ling, who referred to Shi Mengxian as her senior, was evidently trained in martial arts herself. With their tang knives in hand, the two of them possessed a genuine chance of survival. However, Lin Xiu's excitement surged even more when he observed what lay behind Shi Mengxian. The equipment room, exclusively designated for the Martial Arts Association, was filled with various training apparatuses, and among them, he spotted countless weapons radiating the words can be synthesized. Xiao Ling, mistaking Lin Xiu's astonishment for infatuation, poked his Iron Man armor with her tang knife, indignantly exclaiming, Hey, you shouldn't be daydreaming here. Besides, it's rather disrespectful to only fawn over my senior in front of me. Awakened from his reverie by Xiao Ling's remark, Lin Xiu was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching involuntarily. Yet, he suddenly adopted a mock-serious demeanor and scrutinized the two of them. Shi Mengxian possessed a classic oval face and almond-shaped eyes, exuding an aura of innocence and charm. Her bangs gently framed her face, enhancing her irresistible appeal. Moreover, her long-standing dedication to martial arts had sculpted her physique into a tall, slender form, accentuated by the athletic tank top and fitted shirt that showcased her toned waistline, radiating beauty. In contrast, while Xiao Ling was also fair-featured, her height was a notable shortcoming. At such a young age, her wealth was astonishing, having acquired a personal airport, which was indeed perplexing. Hence, after Xiao Ling's comment, Lin Xiu feigned a thorough examination before breaking into laughter. With your petite stature, I wouldn't oppose. Have the chance to be infatuated with you even if I wanted to. You. Xiao Ling was incensed, ready to retaliate. Yet, Shi Mengxian blushed slightly and interjected, All right, Xiao Ling, let's leave this place first. We can chat once we are in a safer location. Turning to Lin Xiu, Shi Mengxian bowed slightly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for clearing out the zombies, but we wish to return to our dormitory. If it's not on your way, I believe it will be prudent for us to part ways. Pondering how to procure weapons from the equipment room, Lin Xiu chuckled at her words. That sounds splendid. I was planning to head to the library. With your skills, I presume you won't require my assistance. You may proceed first. Xiao Ling was taken aback by Lin Xiu and Appo's response. She had not anticipated him to be so different from the ostentatious men outside. Any normal male would have said, That's wonderful. I'll accompany you back to the dormitory and escort them all the way. Shi Mengxian, however, was not surprised. She paused for a moment, sighing, If you're looking for survivors, there's no need to go to the library. Lin Xiu, discerning the expression on Min Xian's face, seemed to have guessed the answer, but still inquired, "Are there no survivors left in the library?" "Indeed, we fled from the library to the gymnasium, only to find that it too had succumbed to chaos. That is why we sought refuge in the equipment room." Lin Xiu shrugged in resignation. The only places to hide in the library were the restrooms, which were merely flimsy wooden doors incapable of withstanding any impact. Given Min Xian's assertion, it seemed unnecessary for him to venture there. "All right then, that simplifies things for me. I'll continue searching the gymnasium. You two can go ahead," he affirmed. Min Xian was momentarily stunned, then furrowed her brow, asking, "Aren't you coming with us? It's perilous to remain here alone." Clearly, she felt it was rather inconsiderate to leave him behind after he had rescued them. However, Lin Xiu's thoughts diverged entirely from theirs. His Tang knife had already sustained damage. He urgently needed to synthesize a new one. Otherwise, should he encounter other formidable zombies outside the gymnasium, he would be left defenseless. Upon hearing Min Xian's concern, he lightly tapped his Iron Man suit and reassured her, "Fear not. I have this armor. I shall be fine. You should leave now while the zombies I just dispatched have yet to respawn." Seeing Lin Xiu's determination, Min Xian ceased her insistence, and Xiaoling, bewildered by Lin Xiu's logic, waved her hand and departed. Once the two turned the corner and vanished from sight, Lin Xiu hastily donned his helmet and entered the equipment room. As expected of the Martial Arts Association, the room brimmed with an array of weapons, all marked with the words "can be synthesized." Without concern for compatibility, Lin Xiu swept his hand and collected every weapon into his system's backpack. Then, he raised the damaged Tang knife, his gaze lingering on the words "can be disassembled," and decisively chose to disassemble it. "Ding! You have disassembled the damaged Tang knife, ordinary," and received nothing. Lin Xiu's face darkened. It appeared that the rewards from disassembling equipment were random. However, he dismissed it, recognizing it was merely a commonplace item. He retrieved another Tang knife from his backpack, this time focusing on the items left for him by the listener. This time, he aimed to synthesize a superior Tang knife, necessitating high-quality materials. The best synthesis items he possessed were likely those bequeathed by the listener: blood, corpses, skulls, and claws. Notably, the claws stood out, shimmering with a blue hue indicative of elite-level equipment. This was remarkable. He promptly extracted the pair of skeletal hands, scrutinizing the blades upon them, and eagerly examined their attributes. Upon comprehending the capabilities of these claws, he was instantly engulfed in ecstatic delight. Chapter 14. Frenzied Synthesis. Tang Dao. Listening wind, claws of the listener. Level. Elite description. The most lethal part of the listener, unparalleled in sharpness, capable of exchanging for high-level resources and synthesizing advanced weapons. Special 1. When synthesizing melee weapons, it grants a 10 increase in sharpness. Special 2. When synthesizing one-handed weapons, it enhances the holder's agility by 10. The smile on Lin Xiu's face could hardly be concealed, especially as he gazed upon the Tang Dao in his hand, which served as both a melee and one-handed weapon, maximizing the potential of this item. Yet, Lin Xiu was not content. Seizing such a substantial gain, he meticulously examined all items from the listener. Listener's blood. Level. Excellent description. The superior blood of a high-level zombie, capable of being synthesized into far more advanced military supplies than ordinary ones. Listener's corpse. Incomplete. Level. Excellent description. The body of a high-level zombie, usable for exchanging high-level resources and synthesizing superior items. Listener's head. Level. Excellent description. The head of a high-level zombie, a special item for exchanging strategic resources, and can also be used to synthesize certain specific items. After reviewing these 4 items, Lin Xiu realized that the most remarkable reward was not the series of system notifications, but the listener itself. The flesh and blood of a high-level zombie differed significantly from that of a common one, not only allowing for the exchange of advanced resources, but also for synthesis. Particularly, the last item, the head, could even be exchanged for special strategic materials. However, upon checking the exchange shop, Lin Xiu found no new items listed. indicating that further conditions were necessary to trigger the appearance of special items. Yet, at that moment, Lin Xiu lacked the patience for such delays and made a bold decision. He retrieved all the listener corpses, laid them upon the ground, and then focused on the Tang Dao, simultaneously pressing the synthesis button for the 5 items. This time, he was determined to expend all materials on a single Tang Dao, eager to discover whether the synthesis system operated purely on qualitative combinations akin to a game, or if it also relied on quantitative accumulation. Ding! Do you wish to consume 1,000 synthesis coins for the synthesis? Upon seeing this prompt, Lin Xiu's brow furrowed. 1,000 synthesis coins represented the majority of his wealth. Yet, it also confirmed that this synthesis would yield something extraordinary. Silently reciting the synthesis command, the 5 items before him vanished in an instant, and a uniquely shaped Tang Dao materialized before his eyes. The blade was long and narrow, with one side shimmering with cold light, while the other featured a serrated design. Upon closer inspection, the gear-like center appeared to have holes. The handle had also transformed, its color now an intense black, intricately carved with a skull pattern resembling that of the listener. Strangely, the end of the handle was adorned with a blue coating, reminiscent of flowing seawater. As the weapon fell into Lin Xiu's grasp, the system's notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations! You have synthesized the Tang Dao Listening Wind Elite. Tang Dao Listening Wind Level. Elite Synthesis Cost. 1,000 Synthesis Formula. Tang Dao Listener S Corpse Ability 1. The listening wind absorbs surrounding noise while wielded, rendering the user capable of silent attacks. Ability 2. Upon absorbing sufficient noise, it can be detonated, creating a sound wave impact directly in front of the blade's tip. Ability 3. Damage dealt to the listener is increased by 50, and upon sustaining damage, it can repair or evolve by consuming the listener and oppos as flesh. Special 1. The weapon's sharpness is increased by 20. Special 2. The holder's agility is enhanced by 20. Description: this weapon is forged from the flesh of the listener. Thus, the listener will prioritize the wielder as its target. Use it with caution. Note: this weapon cannot be synthesized again. It is a unique item. Lin Xiu stared at the extensive description of the listening wind, his scalp tingling in disbelief at the extraordinary outcome of his audacious choice. Not only had he acquired an elite-level weapon, but with the myriad skills bestowed upon this blade, he found himself virtually invincible against excellent-level zombies. In a post-apocalyptic world where zombies could evolve, every increment in strength translated to an increase in survival assurance. This also validated the notion that the system required not just qualitative elements, but also the accumulation of quantity, perhaps even some underlying logic. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Xiu couldn't help but speculate. If he were to slay another special zombie next time and synthesize yet another blade from its remains, would he not create a weapon akin to the listening wind? He brandished the listening wind vigorously, and indeed, as described, no sound accompanied his swings. Moreover, whether due to his enhanced attributes or the blade's inherent qualities, it felt remarkably lighter than his previous Tang Dao. Yet, curiously, despite the sensation of lightness, the weapon retained substantial weight, as evidenced by its ability to embed half its length into the ground when dropped. However, just as Lin Xiu reveled in the admiration of his new weapon, the sound of hurried footsteps and curses suddenly erupted from the corridor. Lu Yang, damn it! You're such a fool. Open the door, you bastard. Wang, you're no saint either. Just a few of us, and you want me to open the door? We're all going to die together. What do you mean just a few? You lost the bet fair and square, and now you want to play dead? If you have the guts, don't run. To hell with you. If I'm going down, I'm dragging you along with me. Xiao and Jun, you're no better. Can you all shut up? Let's find a place to hide first. Hurry. I remember there's a supply room ahead, but I'm not sure if the door is open. Move quickly. If it's locked, I'm dragging you down with me, Wang. Hearing the frantic footsteps and shouts from the corridor, Lin Xiu realized there was no time to close the supply room door. Therefore, he decided to stand his ground, sheathing the listening wind and returning it to the system, quietly positioning himself in a corner. Just as he settled into his stance, a figure burst through the supply room door. Chapter 15. Sudden intrusion, human nature in dispute. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Faster. Panting heavily, one of the athletes exclaimed, "Damn it, who can outrun you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the second figure burst into the equipment room, closely followed by a third and fourth, until a total of 6 individuals had entered, with the first finally shutting the door behind them. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of zombies pounding on the door echoed outside, allowing the 6 newcomers a moment of respite. 3 men and 3 women. Observing their positions, it was evident that they were 3 couples. However, the 3 women wore unfriendly expressions, likely due to the fact that the first to enter were all men. The first man to enter quickly noticed the tension and turned to the nearest woman, Qian. "I'm sorry, I was just smack." She swatted away his hand as he reached for her face, a cold smile on her lips. Wei Zhong. Thank goodness I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet. If you would leave me behind now, who knows how you'd treat me if I were. Wei Zhong's expression changed instantaneously, not from guilt over abandoning Zhang Jiai, but from the realization that their relationship had not yet been solidified. This made him feel quite embarrassed in front of the 2 rivals he had always disdained. However, the other 2 individuals seemed to have no time to mock him, as they too had begun to realize their own partner's discontent. "Oui, just now I savor explanations, Lu Yang. I've figured you out. You're not a good person. You didn't even stop when I fell. You just kept running." Lu Yang's face flushed crimson, ready to retort, but Wu Hui continued. "Don't give me that. It was an emergency excuse. I was right next to you. The zombies were so far away, and you didn't even make an effort to pull me along. I was completely paralyzed with fear." "Oui, it's really not what you think." Lu Yang tried to defend himself, but Wu Hui saw through his facade and snapped. "Paralyzed? If I believed you, then I'd be the real fool. You hesitated for a full 3 seconds. What did that look you gave me mean? Were you planning to abandon me?" In an instant, both couples were embroiled in their disputes. Meanwhile, the last couple surveyed the now sparsely furnished equipment room, finding Lin Xiu in a corner. Unbeknownst to them, within the Iron Man suit, Lin Xiu was concealed. Jiai, just now." Xiaolinjun was about to explain, but Zhang Jiai waved her hand dismissively. "What happened was perfectly normal. Besides, we don't know each other. Whether you help or not is understandable." Zhang Jiai's effortless forgiveness took Xiaolinjun by surprise, prompting him to laugh heartily. "Still, I should clarify. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to leave you all behind. Quite embarrassing." Xiaolinjun's and Zhang Jiai's conversation amused Lin Xiu, yet he found himself at a loss for how to explain his presence there, so he remained silent. Zhang Jiai, however, curiously scanned the Iron Man suit. "Isn't this the equipment room? Why are all the tools missing, replaced by this Iron Man model?" Moreover, her gaze lingered on the suit, particularly the bloodstains marring its surface. Despite Lin Xiu's mastery of cold weapons, avoiding bloodshed while slaughtering zombies was, to say the least, an unattainable dream. Thus, the blood on the armor had caught Zhang Jiai's attention. Xiaolinjun, equally perplexed, reached out and tapped the armor. Clang, clang, clang. Is it hollow? Or is it solid iron? Zhang Jiai raised an eyebrow and quickly called out to the quarreling 4, "Stop arguing. We have a way out." At her words, all 4 turned their attention to her, then to the Iron Man suit simultaneously. Zhang Jiai gently nudged Lin Xiu and continued, "This is a solid Iron Man model. If one of us can fit inside and move, we can escape together. You 3 are all athletes. Who can do it?" Upon hearing this, the 3 boys exchanged glances, and almost immediately, Xiaolinjun placed his hands on the helmet, preparing to don it. What a stroke of luck. Even if he couldn't manage it, he had to try. Wearing the suit would allow him to ignore the zombies and go wherever he pleased. As for rescuing them, that depended on his mood. However, just as Xiaolinjun was about to remove the helmet, he noticed the others recoiling in terror, frantically backing away, while he found himself unable to lift the helmet off. At that moment, Lin Xiu could no longer hold back. He addressed Xiaolinjun. "How long are you planning to hold on before letting go?" As he spoke, Lin Xiu effortlessly lifted Xiaolinjun, who was nearly his height, and pushed him backward. "Zombies! It's zombies!" The group huddled in the corner, but Zhang Jiai, after stepping back a few paces, furrowed her brow and asked, "Why haven't you spoken this whole time?" Lin Xiu looked at Zhang Jiai and chuckled, retorting, "What should I say? That you've invaded my space and I want to kick you out?" Hearing this, everyone sighed in relief, realizing Lin Xiu was not a zombie. Yet, in the next instant, they were filled with indignation at his words. Wei Zhong, who had been itching for a way to vent his frustration after being slapped, pointed angrily at Lin Xiu's head. Your space? This is the equipment room, a communal area. Besides, I'm on the track team. If we're discussing ownership, this is mine. Having witnessed everyone's actions, Lin Xiu had no favorable opinion of Wei Zhong. He simply chuckled and asked, your space? Do you even know what the world is like right now? Wei Zhong scoffed, I don't care what the world is like. If you want to talk ownership, then let us talk. Let us talk. Lin Xiu smirked again, but in a flash, he lunged toward Wei Zhong. With enhanced agility, he delivered a punch that sent Wei Zhong staggering. Now that I'm hitting you, what will you do? Chapter 16, Bringing People Home. Apocalyptic identity in response to Lin Xiu's brazen behavior. Wei Zhong, who could only collapse on the ground clutching his stomach, was left powerless. Observing Lin Xiu's actions, everyone present instinctively took a step back. Although his punches lacked attribute enhancements, his natural physique allowed him to deliver a blow to Wei Zhong's abdomen that would leave him in pain for some time. Lin Xiu's gaze swept across the crowd, his expression unperturbed. In just a day, he had witnessed several such human dramas unfold from the cafeteria to the gymnasium, and it was fortunate that he had lived 2 lives. Having experienced the trials and tribulations of life as a seasoned worker in his previous existence, he had grown accustomed to the majority of human nature's complexities. Otherwise, he might have found himself embroiled in today's events, subject to inexplicable emotional turmoil. Thus, whether these individuals abandoned their companions out of panic or deliberately forsook them was inconsequential to him. One thing was certain: they did not meet the criteria for his assistance. Cowardice, timidity, and a propensity to shirk responsibility were traits of cannon fodder in an apocalypse, and he had no intention of wasting his resources on them. With that thought, Lin Xiu turned his attention back to Wei Zhong, effortlessly lifting him and casting him aside. He then approached the entrance and declared, it seems you are oblivious to the reality of your current circumstances, and you lack an understanding of what it means to possess conviction in this world. With that, Lin Xiu flung open the door to the equipment room, eliciting startled cries from those inside. What are you doing? No. Are you trying to get us killed? The frantic shouts of the girls and the angry roars of the boys were of no concern to Lin Xiu. Instead, the horde of zombies rushing towards the open door silenced their protests in an instant. With a swift motion, Lin Xiu drew his Tang Dao, listening to the wind, from its sheath, hidden from the crowd's view. In that moment, all they saw was the black blade slicing through the air, and the zombies congesting at the doorway were all beheaded in an instant. The scene fell into an eerie silence as Lin Xiu sheathed his weapon and turned to Wei Zhong, stating, this is what conviction looks like. I had intended to see if there were any worthy of saving here, but clearly, none of you qualify. Mid-sentence, Lin Xiu's gaze shifted to Zhang Jiai, who had remained composed throughout the chaos. She was now slowly approaching him, saying, I want to come with you. Lin Xiu regarded her, surprised to find she showed no fear. Remembering her earlier actions, he inquired, do you possess any special talents? Zhang Jiai paused briefly before responding. Can singing count? Lin Xiu smiled. Excellent. I enjoy listening to others sing. If you are willing, you may accompany me. At least that would make my journey worthwhile. Zhang Jiai hesitated, glancing at the others in the room as if coming to a realization. She then nodded and positioned herself behind Lin Xiu. Witnessing this, the other individuals' minds began to race with possibilities, preparing to follow Lin Xiu out, only to be met with his warning. If any of you dare to follow, my blade will not hesitate to strike you down. Trust me, in this world, killing is no crime. At these words, the 5 individuals froze in place, while Lin Xiu, armed with his sword, closed the equipment room door. With a flourish of listening to the wind, the oncoming zombies never stood a chance, falling lifelessly before him. Glancing back at Zhang Jiai, Lin Xiu said coolly, stay close to me. If something goes awry, I will not take responsibility. Understood. Having already traversed the bloodshed outside the gymnasium, Lin Xiu was well acquainted with the path. This time, with listening to the wind in hand, his progress was seamless. In merely 3 minutes, he had dispatched hundreds of zombies and reached the exit of the gymnasium, securely shutting the door that way Zhang and the others had opened. As he closed the door, Zhang Jiai, who had remained silent until now, suddenly asked, "Did you so readily agree to save me because you wanted to embarrass those people?" Lin Xiu turned to her, removing his helmet and raising an eyebrow. "Oh, you noticed that?" Zhang Jiai smiled, a rare sight. "Before I reveal my identity, your prompt agreement seemed to stem from that reason alone. However," Lin Xiu chuckled lightly, "if I had no intention of saving you, revealing your identity would not change my decision. Have you not recognized what this world has become?" Zhang Jiai responded earnestly. "I'm not referring to an identity from the old world. I mean an identity in this apocalypse." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. "Intrigo? You still possess an identity in this apocalypse? How fortunate for me. Should I treat you well upon my return?" Having gained much from the day, Lin Xiu could not help but jest as darkness enveloped the sky. To his surprise, Zhang Jiai took his words seriously, nodding earnestly. "You saved my life. Your request is not unreasonable. As long as you do not mind, I will do my best." "What?" Lin Xiu was taken aback, looking at her as if she were a rare specimen. The typical reaction he saw from a girl when making a suggestive comment was shyness or a playful disdain. Yet, Zhang Jiai responded with unwavering seriousness, which left him both astonished by her understanding of the world and questioning her sanity. Nevertheless, Zhang Jiai seemed to comprehend Lin Xiu's incredulity, promptly clarifying, "I am perfectly normal, and the identity I mentioned is equally legitimate. Once the signal in this gymnasium vanished and you drew that sword, I was able to ascertain one thing." Lin Xiu stopped in his tracks, furrowing his brow. "What is it?" Pointing to Lin Xiu's sword, she replied slowly, "I am like you, albeit not as powerful. If I am not mistaken, you are an ability user, correct?" Chapter 17, Perceptive Abilities, Night of the Undead. Zhang Jiai and Appo's sudden declaration caught Lin Xiu completely off guard. After taking 2 steps back, Lin Xiu scrutinized Zhang Jiai for a full half-minute before ultimately abandoning the thought of drawing his weapon. To be frank, his mind was in a state of confusion. Only today had he just slain an auditory zombie, and while he was still pondering whether the existence of supernatural beings could be real, he unexpectedly found himself rescuing one. Furthermore, from what Zhang Jiai indicated, it seemed she had discerned his abilities through the very knife he held. Did this imply that she belonged to the category of perceptive abilities? With this thought in mind, Lin Xiu finally set his weapon aside and spoke slowly. "How did you ascertain that I am an ability user? Moreover, what is your ability? You must disclose everything, when and how you acquired it, before I consider taking you further." He was acutely aware that he was not an ability user himself. His powers stemmed merely from the system that granted him the ability to synthesize items. Thus, he remained skeptical regarding Zhang Jiai and Appo's claims. Upon seeing Lin Xiu lower his weapon, Zhang Jiai let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly explained, "During the outbreak of the zombies, I experienced a severe headache, after which I developed my abilities. I can't quite explain it myself." Lin Xiu's lips twitched slightly. Although her story seemed fabricated, he couldn't identify any inconsistencies, so he reluctantly accepted it. "As for recognizing you, it was because I detected a peculiar signal in the gymnasium. Shortly after perceiving it, it vanished, only to reappear as the knife in your hand." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu's brows furrowed, confirming that Zhang Jiai was not lying about this detail. The special signal she sensed was likely that of the auditory zombie, and the reason it transformed into his knife was probably because it had been synthesized from that very creature. With this realization, Lin Xiu felt a slight sense of reassurance towards Zhang Jiai, though he remained guarded. He continued to inquire, "So, is your ability limited to sensing special zombies?" "Special zombies?" Zhang Jiai frowned slightly before realization dawned upon her. "You mean the signal I sense corresponds to the special zombies? Then your knife." Observing her expression, Lin Xiu suddenly smirked coldly and replied, "Indeed, my ability allows me to consume these special zombies, transforming them into my strength." At this point, Lin Xiu moved closer to Zhang Ji and added ominously, "However, I am yet to discover whether consuming you would grant me the ability to sense them as well. Bang! Zhang Jiai was forced against the wall by Lin Xiu's sudden and eerie grin. The chilling tone, combined with the eerie streetlight beneath the blood-red moon, sent a shiver down her spine. Struggling to swallow, the previously composed Zhang Jiai was now visibly shaken, acutely aware that while she could potentially evade ordinary zombies, facing Lin Xiu, a living person, left her with no choice but to submit. Yet, Lin Xiu was a man who understood boundaries. Observing Zhang Jiai's trembling legs, he realized his intimidation had taken effect. From that moment on, even if he brought her back to the dormitory, her focus would be on surviving rather than causing any trouble. With this thought, Lin Xiu reverted to his earlier smile, gently lifting Zhang Jiai's chin and assuring her, "But rest assured, I have no interest in cannibalism. You, in this state, represent a normal girl. So there's no need for pretense while you're with me. Understood?" Zhang Jiai was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiu's rapid change in demeanor, but he had already donned his helmet and was observing the approaching zombies under the distant streetlight. "All right, we must move. It seems the zombies are more active at night. I had cleared this area before, yet so many have appeared again." With a knife of silence in hand, Lin Xiu seemed to suddenly recall something and turned to Zhang Jiai, asking, "By the way, based on your perception, how many special zombies are still in this school? Where are they located?" Zhang Jiai frowned slightly, as if deep in thought. After Lin Xiu swiftly dispatched the horde of zombies before them, she finally responded, "Yes. There are still 4, but I only have a rough idea of their locations. I cannot perceive them precisely." Lin Xiu sheathed his knife, guiding her forward as he probed further. "Why is that?" "Because if I focus too intently, they will detect my presence, so I can only sense a general direction." Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, surprised that her ability had such a drawback. However, being able to discern a rough direction was still advantageous. At the very least, it meant he would not have to search aimlessly for such zombies in the future, and with Zhang Jiai by his side, he could avoid encountering them. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Xiu charged towards the next wave of zombies. Yet, Zhang Jiai, assuming Lin Xiu was dissatisfied with her abilities, hurriedly clarified, "But the school grounds are quite small. Although I can only sense roughly, the direction shouldn't be too far off." Having mastered the Tang Dao's auditory techniques, Lin Xiu, with his proficiency in close combat weapons, quickly dispatched the group of zombies encircling them in a mere moment. Standing still, he gestured to Zhang Jiai while asking, "Where are those 4 located?" "In a library, faculty dormitory, teaching building, and laboratory," she replied. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow at this information, but chose not to elaborate further. That night, the zombies appeared particularly active, within just a few short minutes. He had eliminated nearly 100. Although his synthesis currency had returned to 1,000, the presence of an unarmed Zhang Jiai made him uneasy. Consequently, after dispatching the zombies before them, Lin Xiu refrained from asking any further questions and turned to Zhang Jiai. Addressing the influx of zombies surging from unknown origins, "You need to stay close to me from now on. For some reason, these zombies are multiplying, and with nightfall upon us, we should return to the dormitory first." Zhang Jiai, observing the relentless tide of zombies approaching, said nothing and nodded lightly, following closely behind Lin Xiu. As Lin Xiu hastened his pace, he wasted no time and swiftly dispatched 2 more zombies before the knife of silence emitted a sudden chime. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Xiu's expression brightened with realization. He aimed the knife's tip at the advancing zombies and pressed the blue button on the handle with force. Ding! Chapter 18. The Metahuman Squad. An awkward bath upon returning to the dormitory. Lin Xiu remained haunted by the auditory blast of Tingyin. An invisible sonic wave erupted from the blade's tip, instantly obliterating every zombie in its path into a mist of blood. What terror accompanied the simultaneous self-destruction of hundreds of zombies? One could discern it from the blood-soaked state of the duo and the expressions in Housy's and the other's eyes. In the wake of that sonic blast, the entire area was drenched in what seemed like a rain of blood. Lin Xiu, shielded within his Iron Man suit, fared relatively well. However, Zhang Jiai, being a girl, was transformed into a crimson figure, overwhelmed by the sanguine downpour and subsequently losing consciousness. This was a source of vexation for Lin Xiu. Though the sonic blast of Ting Yin was directed at the blade's tip, it affected all directions except the rear. Zhang Jiai, after being drenched in the bloody rain, became momentarily disoriented and inadvertently wandered into the weapon's range, causing her to faint. It was fortunate that Lin Xiu reacted swiftly and adjusted Ting Yin's trajectory, preventing her from becoming another cloud of blood. Lao Lin, are you all right? Brother Lin, don't scare us. The four dorm mates, witnessing Lin Xiu's entry and subsequent leaning against the wall, were thrown into a panic. Fortunately, Lin Xiu recovered from the earlier scene and promptly instructed, "Quick, give me a dormitory and some hot water. I need to revive her." Seeing Lin Xiu remove his helmet and appear unscathed, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Noticing a woman in his arms, they discreetly refrained from asking questions and hurried upstairs to prepare. Daqing immediately directed, "Haozi, fetch the keys to the room next door. Guzi, boil some water while there's still power. I'll head to the infirmary on the 3rd floor to grab some medicine." The trio efficiently executed their tasks, while Lin Xiu, taking a deep breath, carried Zhang Jiai towards the 2nd floor. Currently, Zhang Jiai was the sole individual he had rescued and the only known metahuman. She held significant importance for their group. Arguably, Zhang Jiai was the only true metahuman within their ranks. Regrettably, Lin Xiu couldn't glean any insights into becoming a metahuman from her, since zombies could evolve and metahumans existed among the survivors. It indicated that the acquisition of these abilities was not a mere coincidence. This principle held true, just as not everyone could possess a system like his. Upon reaching the dormitory on the 2nd floor, Lin Xiu, amidst the knowing glances of Haozi and Guzi, carried Zhang Jiai into the bathroom and turned on the faucet. Haozi sneaked into the room with a mischievous grin, brandishing a bag of clothes. "These are some outfits left over from our anime club's last event. You can use them to change your clothes. Brother Lin, the bed is already made. You don't need to return to our room tonight. We understand." Lin Xiu rolled his eyes and retorted, "Stop talking nonsense and get out." "All right then." However, Haozi abruptly poked his head back in and said, "We might have seen the campus bell heading towards the girls' dormitory. Brother Lin, do you have any thoughts on that?" Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you saying Shi Mingxian and the others returned to the girls' dormitory?" Haozi was taken aback and nodded. "Yeah, wait, how did you know? Did you rescue them?" Lin Xiu confirmed with a nod. "No way. Brother Lin, I'm joining you on the rescue mission tomorrow." "Me too." Guzi, eavesdropping from an unknown location, chimed in with a shout. Lin Xiu, observing the still blood-soaked Zhang Jiai, had no desire to engage in further conversation with the two simpletons and scolded, "If you don't leave, I'll make sure you become survivors tomorrow. Got it?" Yikes. Upon hearing this, the two inhaled sharply and fled without hesitation, slamming the door shut behind them. Listening to the sound of the closing door, Lin Xiu exhaled deeply. He gently placed Zhang Jiai against the bathroom wall, and with a thought, stowed the Iron Man's suit into his system inventory. Emerging from the armor, he instantly felt a sense of relief. After retrieving the suit and rinsing off the blood, he turned his attention to Zhang Jiai. Lin Xiu was uncertain of the precise extent of Ting Yin's sonic blast damage, but judging from the zombie's transformation into clouds of blood, its power was undoubtedly formidable. Consequently, he didn't expect Zhang Jiai to regain consciousness, and he would be grateful if she woke up by the next day. In the face of the current situation, it was impossible for Lin Xiu to remain unaffected. He began by using a towel to cleanse Zhang Jiai's face with a shower head. Gazing upon her delicate features in his arms, it was impossible to remain unmoved. "I thought you were going to serve me well tonight. Now I'm going to be sexually frustrated while giving you a bath." Despite his helplessness, Lin Xiu couldn't help but smile as he noticed the maid outfit Haozi had brought outside the bathroom. He chuckled and berated the dog thing for being so thoughtful. Therefore, when he looked at Zhang Jiai in his arms again, Lin Xiu no longer had so many scruples. As a man who had lived 2 lifetimes, he still possessed his own rationality under these circumstances. After a swift wash, Lin Xiu dressed Zhang Jiai in the maid outfit and placed her on the bed before leaving. However, as soon as he opened the door, he was startled to see Guzi and Haozi crouched outside. "Oh ho, not bad. You two are capable." Urguzi and Hauzi feigned an attempt to flee, but they were no match for Lin Xiu's strength and agility. He grabbed them both and dragged them to his dormitory. Ouch! Brother Lin, I was wrong. Lin Xiu tossed the two rascals onto the ground and turned to Da Qing, exasperated. Da Qing, why didn't you stop these two from doing this? Da Qing shrugged and explained they were betting on whether something would happen between you two. The steak was your sandwich, so I had to let them go. Lin Xiu rolled his eyes and scolded the two. Betting with my things? I declare that you two will not be able to eat sandwiches for 3 days. No way. The two simultaneously let out a wail, but Lin Xiu ignored them. He cleared his throat, his expression suddenly changing, and sat down on the chair. All right, my relationship with her is not what you think, and what I'm about to say is very important, so listen carefully. Everyone immediately sat up straight, but Lin Xiu's first sentence left them stunned. The girl next door, named Zhang Jiai, is also a metahuman. What? Chapter 19. Audio perception rules and hierarchical system. Lin Xiu's words were undeniably explosive, instantly igniting tension among the three individuals in the room. Observing their expressions, Lin Xiu understood their thoughts but could only respond helplessly. Her ability is perception, allowing her to sense advanced zombies and abilities. Yet she herself is unaware of how she acquired this power. Upon hearing this, the trio, as expected, displayed disappointment. In this apocalyptic world, who wouldn't desire extraordinary abilities? Among the three in the dormitory, even Da Qing envied Lin Xiu's freedom of movement. However, their momentary silence quickly transformed as they grasped the significance of several points in Lin Xiu's statement. Zhang Jiai's power involved sensing other ability users and advanced zombies, which implied that only Lin Xiu and she possessed abilities within the school. But what exactly constituted an advanced zombie, and how could one assess its strength? Da Qing promptly inquired, what is an advanced zombie? Have you encountered one, or merely sensed it? Lin Xiu shook his head, producing his weapon. I encountered one, but I dispatched it, and afterward, my tang knife transformed into this. Upon seeing the tang knife, the eyes of the others lit up, with Hauzi and Ergo rushing to inspect it closely. Wow, it's stunning. The blade, the spine, and that gleaming black color. Lingo, may I take a look? Ergo gazed at Lin Xiu with admiration, causing him to feel a bit uncomfortable. He quickly replied, sure, but don't touch the blue part of the hilt. Why not? Because that is how Zhang Jiai fainted. At this, Ergo's hand instinctively recoiled, yet the next moment he gripped the hilt. However, he soon found himself at a loss, realizing he could not lift the knife. Hey, Lingo, let go. Lin Xiu looked bewildered at Ergo, his hand clearly open. How could he let go further? Hauzi rolled his eyes and sarcastically remarked, you're just pretending. Why not claim this knife weighs 10,000 pounds and can shatter the void? Ergo, equally confused, grew frustrated and challenged Hauzi. Come on then, if you're so impressive, try lifting it. If you can, I'll call you Dad. This challenge invigorated Hauzi, while Lin Xiu suddenly sensed something amiss. As expected, he held the knife effortlessly, while Hauzi struggled, his face reddening in exertion. Wow, Lin Gu, this knife can't be lifted by anyone but you, right? Lin Xiu regarded his weapon with a puzzled expression before turning to Da Qing. Da Qing, why don't you give it a try? If he trusted anyone in the dormitory, it was undoubtedly Da Qing. Da Qing, observing Hauzi and Ergo, suspected they were merely pretending. He approached Lin Xiu and grasped the knife with one hand, attempting to lift it. To his astonishment, he found he could not. Even when using both hands, he too was left panting and red-faced, unable to raise it. How about that? I told you can't lift this knife. At this moment, all four were baffled, including Lin Xiu, as the knife had not indicated that it could only be wielded by him. Realizing this, Lin Xiu frowned and swiftly stowed away the audio perception knife, producing a different tang knife for the three to try. Hauzi gently exerted pressure and successfully lifted the ordinary tang knife, nodding at Lin Xiu in acknowledgement. Lin Xiu then retrieved another knife, this time synthesized using ordinary zombie blood. Ergo picked it up as well, and Lin Xiu sighed in relief, stating, fortunately, it seems this knife has some unique property that allows only me to use it. But the other weapons I've synthesized can be wielded by you all. The others nodded, already accustomed to Lin Xiu's abilities. However, Lin Xiu's continuous production of items from his possession drew their attention. Ergo remarked, "But Lin Ge, don't you have another ability?" Lin Xiu paused, momentarily perplexed, before asking, "Another one? What do you mean? Where are you pulling all these items from? You must have some type of spatial ability." Lin Xiu suddenly recalled mentioning before that he could collect zombies, a fact he had overlooked. "Didn't I tell you earlier? I can collect zombies. Isn't that quite obvious?" To deter further inquiries, he decided to divert the conversation. As expected, following his statement, Hazi chimed in, "Let us be real." With that simple mind of his, he never comprehend the logic behind it. It's best to keep it straightforward for him to understand. "Hey, you dead rat. What gives you the right to be smug?" Seeing the two about to bicker again, Lin Xiu swiftly intervened, raising his hand. "Let us focus on the matter at hand. Tomorrow, I want to be going out. First, we need to clear the zombies from the dormitory. Once that's done, we can discuss further. As for Housie and Ergo's suggestion of rescuing people, let us hold off for now." At this moment, Qing suddenly asked, "What about the people in the cafeteria? Should we rescue them or not?" All eyes turned to Lin Xiu upon hearing this. He hesitated. He had previously stated that they would not conduct rescues. For in this apocalypse, resources were scarce, and it was unrealistic to save so many. However, with Qing bringing it up again, Lin Xiu sensed he might have an idea. Thus he inquired, "Do you have something in mind? Share it, and we can analyze it together." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement crossed Qing's face as he pointed to his computer. "Today, while they were tidying the dormitory, I summarized some principles based on novels and books I've read, and according to your words, I suddenly realized something." Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "The numbers. Our group is too small. Regardless of whether the awakening of abilities is coincidental, it cannot be a prevalent occurrence, right?" The others nodded in agreement. "Therefore, if we manage to rescue enough survivors and establish a hierarchy, could we not, under your leadership, utilize all the ability users to our advantage?" With those words, Lin Xiu's gaze towards Qing shifted dramatically. Chapter 20. Hierarchical Plans, an Atmosphere of Doom. Old Qing, your perspective is rather grim. Upon hearing this remark from Qing, Huazi leaned back in a tactical manner, momentarily stunned, before managing to utter a response. However, Lin Xiu, after a brief contemplation, narrowed his eyes and said, "So, you already have a proposal?" For Lin Xiu, Qing's suggestions represented the only rational approach to survival in a world engulfed in chaos, striving for freedom, democracy. Inequality in such dire circumstances was the folly of fools. With a system at his disposal and the addition of a superhuman, Lin Xiu's objective was clear: to transform the school into a sanctuary for survivors, as long as he could ensure the safety of himself and his companions. The longevity and population of the base were matters he would not concern himself with. Noticing the serious expression shared between Lin Xiu and Qing, Huazi and Guzi suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and ceased their banter. Huazi glanced at Lin Xiu and said, "If we are to proceed, there are two critical issues we must address." Lin Xiu and Qing turned to him and asked in unison, "What issues?" "Weapons and food." Guzi nodded in agreement, adding, "We have Lin Xiu for food, so starvation won't be an issue, but we absolutely need weapons. If we are to establish a hierarchy, those we rescue will inevitably become problematic without the necessary force to ensure our own safety." Qing acknowledged this point, stating, "Indeed, in a world of desolation, food and weapons are paramount for dominance. With merely sustenance and Lin Xiu's singular combat capability, we risk becoming mere delicacies in the eyes of others." Lin Xiu furrowed his brow and tapped his fingers thoughtfully, asking, "What about cold weapons?" The trio collectively shook their heads, with Guzi insisting, "That won't suffice. Cold weapons are easily obtainable. We must acquire real firearms." At this juncture, Qing turned to Lin Xiu and inquired, "Lin Xiu, you can synthesize food and knives. Logically, you should be able to handle firearms as well, correct?" Lin Xiu, brimming with confidence, affirmed, "Firearms are indeed feasible, but I require experimentation and raw materials." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope illuminated their faces. If they could produce firearms, most of their apocalyptic troubles could be alleviated. Qing promptly asked, What materials do you need? And how will you conduct your experiments? Lin Xiu pondered briefly before responding. My synthesis requires a specific template for real firearms. I will need a model of the weapon to proceed. The group nodded in understanding, but Guz's eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed, I know where to find weapon models. All eyes turned toward him as he elaborated. Our school has a military club filled with enthusiasts. Their storage room contains an array of weapon models, including machine guns and missiles. Hearing this, Lin Xiu sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with intensity, and asked, Where's their storage room? Guzzi scratched his head, admitting, I don't know the specifics. But I do know that all club equipment is located in the rooms on the second floor of the gymnasium. Lin Xiu nodded. He had just recently visited the gym, and returning would pose no challenge, allowing him to also collect synthesis coins. Having resolved this issue, Lin Xiu turned to Da Qing and said, Let's discuss the matter at hand. Regarding recent developments, if we follow your plan, I will rescue a few individuals from the cafeteria tomorrow. How do you intend to accommodate them? Da Qing retrieved a sheet of paper from the printer and said, We will implement militarized management, ensuring food and water distribution based on labor, starting with basic tasks like cleaning. This will not only distract them, but also facilitate better management of the situation. Lin Xiu nodded, but then shook his head, stating, That's still insufficient. We need a rescue team. A rescue team? The others looked puzzled, and Lin Xiu elaborated, Survival in a post-apocalyptic world requires hope. We can allow some of them to join the rescue team. This will instill hope in them and may even trigger the emergence of their latent abilities. Of course, I also need some assistance, which is another reason. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's rationale, the group understood, but when they noticed the eager expressions on Guzzi and Huazi's faces, Lin Xiu immediately interjected, You two should not entertain the thought of joining. The reason for selecting them for the rescue team is that, in the event of danger, I would bear no psychological burden should I abandon them. However, if you accompany me, I would have no choice but to protect you. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, and though they felt a pang of melancholy, they also felt a sense of comfort. Da Qing patted the shoulders of the two and said, Lin Xiu is right. Right now, our presence would indeed be a burden. It would be wiser to stay behind, enjoy good food, and plan thoroughly. Once we ascertain that an outing could yield abilities, we can join then. Lin Xiu smiled and reassured them, Rest assured, if I discover a method, I would not forget you. Just ensure that your awakened abilities do not bring me shame. Upon hearing this, the trio burst into laughter. But Guzzi and Huazi suddenly became serious, pledging, Don't worry, Lin Gu. The three of us are training daily to ensure we 1T slow you down. Lin Xiu chuckled and said, Very well. Let us have dinner first, rest, and prepare to tackle tomorrow as challenges with vigor. With that, he exchanged for a meal from the synthesis shop, astonishing everyone once more. Wow, Lin Gu, I adore you. There are even hamburgers and soda. This fried chicken leg is incredible. This is hardly the apocalypse. It feels more indulgent than usual. Having starved all day, they swiftly devoured the food. And just as they settled back in their chairs, the entire dormitory plunged into darkness. The four of them exchanged glances, noting the illuminated notebook on the table, and understood. The school had finally experienced a power outage. At that moment, the atmosphere of the apocalyptic world fully revealed itself. A world devoid of electricity signified a regression of society. And as if to underscore the harshness of this reality, blood-red clouds parted to unveil a crimson moon hanging in the sky. Under the eerie red glow, the entire world appeared stained in blood, and the sudden cries echoing through the campus only intensified the horror of this desolation. Casting a glance at his three companions who had already succumbed to slumber, Lin Xiu finally closed his eyes, awaiting the dawn of a new day. Upon Zhang Jiayi's reawakening, she discovered herself lying in her bed, now clean and refreshed. However, the sight of her maid attire and the vacant space above her caused her face to flush crimson. Oh, I didn't notice you being so bashful yesterday, Lin Xiu remarked, as Zhang Jiayi sat up, her gaze fixed on the steaming bowl of congee in Lin Xiu's hand. Did you change me? She stammered. Lin Xiu merely shrugged. Of course. Who else would have? Then, you. The rest of the sentence remained unspoken, prompting Lin Xiu to chuckle. I didn't do anything else. You promised to serve me, but you were snoring like a log. Zhang Jiai breathed a sigh of relief, but Lin Xiu quickly added, but I must admit, you have a rather impressive figure. His words caused her body to stiffen once more, her eyes now glaring at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu chuckled. What? You said it yourself yesterday. Why can't I even look? I thought you were joking, Zhang Jiai retorted. But Lin Xiu wasn't buying it. He placed the kanji down and cornered her against the wall, teasing, Really? I didn't get the impression you were joking at all. Zhang Jiai bit her lip, remaining silent, while Lin Xiu stepped back, handing her the kanji. All right, girls shouldn't make those kinds of jokes with guys. You'll always be the one who suffers. Eat up, it's still warm. Zhang Jiai stared at the steaming kanji, sniffing it before taking a spoonful. She continued to glance at Lin Xiu as she ate, causing him to chuckle helplessly. You don't seem like a good person, she observed. Lin Xiu's lips twitched, tempted to dump the kanji immediately. However, considering he needed her help later, he simply shrugged. I'm not a good person. I'm giving you food because I need you to work later. If you die, it'll be a great loss for me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiai seemed satisfied and began devouring the kanji. After all, she hadn't had a drop to drink since yesterday afternoon. Another bowl, she requested. Hey, do you think this is a buffet? Another bowl, really? Zhang Jiai stared intently at Lin Xiu. I can guess what you want me to do. If I don't eat my fill, I'll just be a well-fed ghost if I don't make it back. Lin Xiu observed Zhang Jiai, still unable to decipher the eccentric woman's thought process. She was timid, yet dared to demand to leave the equipment room with him yesterday. She was bold, yet became mentally unstable after being covered in blood. She was conservative, yet readily agreed to crude jokes yesterday. She was open-minded, yet became shy when he changed her clothes. And now, despite knowing each other for less than a day, she had transitioned from aloof to familiar, even nonchalantly talking about becoming a well-fed ghost. She would probably be the first to run if there was any danger. Therefore, Lin Xiu didn't refuse Zhang Jiai's request. He left, exchanged another bowl of kanji outside, and returned to hand it to her. I need to eliminate all the special zombies in the school. You and Oppos, LL follow me and report their locations. Zhang Jiai glanced at him, remaining silent as she continued to eat. Lin Xiu stood up to leave. Stay here after you finish eating. I'll come get you before we leave. After a moment's consideration, Lin Xiu placed a sandwich on the table. Eat and drink well, then work hard for me. I won't let you die. At least not before you get a chance to serve me properly. Zhang Jiai paused, then grabbed the pillow from the bed and threw it at him. But Lin Xiu had already closed the door, laughing as he left the room. You pervert. Lin Xiu greeted Erguzi and the others before setting off towards the girls' dormitory. He made sure to carry a backpack to avoid suspicion when producing items out of thin air. Although the boys' and girls' dormitories were in the same area, they were separated by a man-made stream, a convenience store, and a water room. Many students had cursed the architect for such a layout, and Lin Xiu was no exception. Lin Xiu had cleared the boys' dormitory area yesterday, and Erguzi and his companions had emptied the convenience store, but the zombies in the girls' dormitory remained unaffected. Therefore, Lin Xiu couldn't be sure if Shi Mengxian and Xiao Ling had safely returned to their dormitory. Crossing the arched bridge over the stream, the old woman who guarded the bridge had turned into a staggering zombie. Upon seeing Lin Xiu, it lunged towards him. With a swift motion, the black blade of the katana flashed, decapitating the zombie, which stumbled and collapsed. Seeing the situation in the girls' dormitory, Lin Xiu felt relieved. The zombies there had clearly been cleared, and the numerous blade marks on their bodies indicated that Shi Mengxian and Xiao Ling were responsible. However, they had apparently been in a hurry, leaving the area not entirely clear. As a result, many zombies still roamed the area when Lin Xiu arrived. Having been enhanced by multiple attributes, Lin Xiu no longer wore the bulky Iron Man armor. With his current strength, ordinary zombies couldn't harm him, even in a group. And against special zombies, the armor would only hinder his agility. Cutting through the zombies, Lin Xiu followed the trail of corpses to Shi Mengxian's dormitory building. However, seeing the endless stream of zombies, he decided to clear them out before calling out to Shi Mengxian. After all, his next task was to find a method for synthesizing weapons, which consumed a significant amount of synthesis coins. Although the synthesis system was powerful, the synthesis coins wouldn't be refunded even if the synthesis failed. With that in mind, Lin Xiu's blade moved faster and faster, his synthesis coins steadily increasing to 1,500. Once he was certain there were no more zombies nearby, Lin Xiu approached the locked dormitory building, knocking on the door and shouting, "Is there anyone alive in this building? Make a sound if you're alive, or I'm leaving." After shouting 3 times, Lin Xiu looked up at the windows, but no one responded. Just as he was about to leave, the entire dormitory building suddenly erupted in noise. Chapter 22. The Path of Survival. Making choices, Lin Xiu gazed at the heads popping up one after another from the windowsill, his lips twitching slightly. He never anticipated that the survival rate in the girls' dormitory would surpass that of the boys. What kind of absurdity was this? The boys' dormitory comprised 5 buildings, and despite clearing a multitude of zombies below yesterday, there had been no sign of life. Yet now, a single shout from him in the girls' dormitory resulted in over 20 heads appearing. As he found himself in an awkward predicament, the dormitory door swung open, revealing none other than Xiao Ling from yesterday. "You're still alive?" Lin Xiu chuckled despite his irritation at her surprised expression. "What is wrong? Upset? If so, I'll take my leave." Just as he prepared to turn away, Xiao Ling stood frozen, taken aback by his sudden departure. Fortunately, Shi Mengxian stepped forward, giving Xiao Ling a swift tap on the head and addressing Lin Xiu. "Wait, Fong Ling has a unique way of speaking. I apologize for her." Seeing Shi Mengxian's demeanor, Lin Xiu halted and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Before Shi Mengxian could respond, Xiao Ling's stomach growled audibly, causing both of them to flush with embarrassment. Lin Xiu shot Xiao Ling a glare, saying, "I didn't ask you. Why are you answering?" "Hey!" As Xiao Ling was about to retort, Shi Mengxian shot her a fierce look, silencing her. Lin Xiu, unfazed, pretended to rummage through his backpack, handing Xiao Ling 2 sandwiches. Surprised, Shi Mengxian accepted the sandwiches and promptly passed one to Xiao Ling, hurriedly thanking Lin Xiu. However, he waved her off. "No need to rush with your gratitude. I have matters to discuss." "You say, as long as I can help, I will certainly assist." Lin Xiu smiled, reaching into his backpack to retrieve over 20 sandwiches, handing them to Shi Mengxian. "Can you gather all the girls here? Distribute this food to them first, and then we can talk." At the moment Shi Mengxian opened the backpack, many girls had already appeared in the lobby. In truth, this group of girls had been hiding in the hallway, observing Lin Xiu. After all, his ability to navigate here alone and eliminate all the zombies was a testament to his strength. It was worth noting that even Shi Mengxian had barely managed to clear her way back to the dormitory. So upon seeing the food, these desperate and hungry girls shed their reservations, expressing their gratitude to Lin Xiu before quietly devouring their sandwiches in the lobby. At that time, Lin Xiu turned to Shi Mengxian again, asking, "Are these all the survivors from the girls' dormitory, or just from this building?" With a sigh, Shi Mengxian replied, "They are all here. After I returned yesterday, I took advantage of the daylight to relocate them, including myself and Xiao Ling. There are only 24 of us." Hearing this, Lin Xiu felt a sense of relief. If only a single building had so many survivors, he would indeed be at a loss. Though the number was not excessive, it was still considerable. He stated directly, "I will be straightforward. I have come to inquire if you wish to join my group for survival." Everyone present was taken aback, and Shi Mengxian paused her eating to ask slowly, "What do you mean?" Lin Xiu replied earnestly, "This is an apocalypse. You have seen the zombies outside. My team possesses the strength to eliminate them and ample supplies for your sustenance. However, we feel our numbers are insufficient to control the entire school. Hence, we require other survivors to join us." Shi Mengxian furrowed her brow slightly, questioning, "Are you suggesting that you intend to cleanse the entire school of zombies and establish dominion here?" Although her phrasing raised concerns for Lin Xiu, he nodded calmly, stating, "I aim to eradicate the zombies throughout the school and transform this place into a survivor base. Your interpretation of establishing dominion is not far from the truth." At this juncture, Xiao Ling halted her actions, staring intently at Lin Xiu. "What if we choose not to join you?" All eyes in the room were fixed on Lin Xiu, as many had witnessed his prowess in combat. Lin Xiu smiled gently. "If you choose not to join, nothing will happen to you. I will still eliminate the zombies and make the school a safe zone." Upon hearing this, the group collectively sighed in relief. Yet Lin Xiu continued, "However, our food will only be provided to members of our group. Henceforth, you will need to fend for yourselves." The girls glanced down at the steaming sandwiches in their hands, momentarily lost in thought, while Lin Xiu remained silent, observing their expressions. Shi Mengxian understood the implication of Lin Xiu's words. It was a veiled threat. A group of girls, even the strongest among them, could barely survive, let alone endure the long days ahead without assistance. Taking a deep breath, Shi Mengxian recalled scenes from apocalyptic films and novels, feeling despondent. The girls realized that, in this dire world, their options were limited and the outcomes were often grim. Ultimately, Shi Mengxian spoke up, "If we decide to follow you, what will be required of us?" Lin Xiu replied with a smile, "According to our current plan, the girls will not engage in dangerous rescue missions. Rather, they will handle logistics, cleaning, and laundry. Resources will be distributed according to effort, establishing a fair system." Shi Mingxuan's expression brightened. Perhaps it wasn't as dire as she had imagined. However, she refrained from making decisions for the others, saying slowly, "I can only speak for myself. You should inquire about their wishes directly." With that, Shi Mengxian stepped aside, and Lin Xiu looked at the group of over 20 girls, smiling. "You have all heard my proposal. We are not villains. As long as you comply with the arrangements, everything will proceed smoothly. Now, please make your choice." Chapter 23. The rescue team and distribution of medications. Lin Xiu's tone was unremarkable, yet for the more than 20 individuals present, it represented a choice between life and death. Moreover, Lin Xiu had made everything exceedingly clear. Following him would ensure they had no worries about food or clothing. Given their capabilities, merely wandering amidst the zombies posed a dire threat, rendering Lin Xiu's proposal utterly irresistible. With a faint smile, Lin Xiu addressed the assembly. "If you wish to accompany me, kindly raise your hand." The 20-odd individuals exchanged glances, and one audacious girl, eyeing Lin Xiu's bloody Tang Dao, inquired, "Will you coerce us into undertaking tasks we do not wish to perform?" Lin Xiu shook his head, replying, "In our plan, each person will have designated responsibilities. Beyond that, you will not be compelled to engage in any tasks, barring those you voluntarily request." Observing the skepticism in their expressions, Lin Xiu chuckled softly. "If you do not trust me, that is perfectly fine. At worst, you may leave when the time comes. Now, please make your decision." For Lin Xiu, the presence or absence of these 20 girls bore little significance. They held no advantage for him. His true aim had always been to enlist the aid of Shi Mengxian and Xiao Ling, 2 girls with notable martial skills. He aspired to establish a rescue team to eradicate the zombies infesting the school. Undertaking this endeavor alone would be impractical both in terms of speed and safety. Thus, he was earnestly in need of Shi Mengxian and Xiao Ling as allies, while the others were merely supplementary. Uncertain if the girls had perceived Lin Xiu's indifference towards them, they ultimately chose between their gnawing hunger and the allure of sandwiches. As the first girl raised her hand, a second and third soon followed. Within a minute, unsurprisingly, all 22 individuals present had indeed raised their hands. Lin Xiu nodded, then turned to Shi Mengxian, asking, "What about the 2 of you? Will you join me, or go alone?" Shi Mengxian glanced at Xiao Ling, surveyed the other girls, and finally directed her gaze back at Lin Xiu, saying, "Since they have chosen to join you, it appears we have no alternative but to follow suit." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu felt a wave of relief wash over him and addressed the group. "Without further ado, we shall set off at once." For Lin Xiu, the remaining special zombies and the firearms stored in the gymnasium were his most pressing concerns. He was eager to depart with Shi Mengxian and Xiao Ling. However, he refrained from rushing, considering the necessary preparations. Accompanied by more than 20 individuals, they departed the girls' dormitory in a grand procession. Daching, accompanied by the excited Heir Haizi and Heir Guzi, promptly produced the prepared forms for registration. This registration was a meticulous plan crafted by Daching. Since labor would be allocated based on skills, it was imperative to tailor tasks to each person's strengths. Consequently, the registration included not only basic information such as name and age, but also a key section for skills and specialties. Most importantly, they needed to check for any signs of injuries inflicted by zombies on the survivors. However, The body search was naturally entrusted to Shi Mengxian and Xiao Ling, as there was no cause for concern. As long as they were not foolish, they would not conceal anything in such matters. Once the registration was completed, and Air Haizi and Air Guzi eagerly arranged accommodations for the girls. Da Qing and Lin Xiu led Shi Mengxian and Xiao Ling to Zhang Jiayi's room. The atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar, leaving Shi Mengxian and Xiao Ling puzzled. Lin Xiu, unperturbed, introduced the two parties to one another. This is Shi Mengxian and Xiao Ling. They will be joining us in our rescue efforts. And this is Zhang Jiayi, who will accompany us moving forward. And I urge you to protect her as best as you can. Noticing the confusion on Shi Mengxian and Xiao Ling's faces, Lin Xiu chuckled. What do you two know about this apocalypse? Or do you merely recognize the existence of zombies outside? Shi Mengxian paused, retorting, Isn't that the case? Lin Xiu glanced at Zhang Jiayi, then smiled. Would you not wish to understand why we are bringing her along for the rescue? Shi Mengxian shook her head, stating, Not particularly. You have your reasons, yet I will only assist in completing tasks if my own safety is assured. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing that the quality of individuals in his rescue team seemed quite high. Were it not for his awareness that Shi Mengxian was the campus belle, he might have mistaken her for a seasoned mercenary, solely focused on the task at hand, without questioning the motives. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiayi appeared to be someone unafraid of death, willing to accompany him even in the face of advanced zombies. As for Xiao Ling, her understanding seemed somewhat limited. However, based on prior observations, she struck him as a bit naive. At that moment, Zhang Jiayi interjected, Hey, what do you mean by asking why I'm being included? Am I a burden? Lin Xiu rolled his eyes at Zhang Jiayi, gesturing for her to remain silent, and then turned to Shi Mengxian, saying, I believe it is essential to clarify this. Zhang Jiayi is the first ability user I discovered in this apocalypse, possessing the ability to sense advanced zombies in the vicinity. Upon hearing this, even the composed Shi Mengxian's gaze sharpened, shifting towards Zhang Jiayi, while Xiao Ling's mouth fell agape. Lin Xiu then nodded at Da Qing. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, retrieved 3 bottles of energy drinks. Shi Mengxian wore an expression of confusion, but soon, the group witnessed Lin Xiu gently shake the 6 bottles in his hand, transforming them into 3 glass jars filled with a crimson liquid. This, Shi Mengxian appeared to grasp something, prompting Lin Xiu to elaborate. This is my ability. I can concoct various potions to enhance physical capabilities. These 3 bottles are prepared for you, intended to augment your physical prowess. Zhang Jiayi's eyes widened as she reached for a glass jar, poised to drink, only for Lin Xiu to interject. Hold on. I suggest you take turns drinking, preferably while bathing. Lin Xiu then turned back to Shi Mengxian and Xiao Ling, stating, If you harbor doubts regarding my words, perhaps you should test the effects first. After you consume it, we can discuss further tasks. With that, Lin Xiu and Da Qing rose to leave the room, leaving the 3 young women exchanging glances in bewilderment. Chapter 24. Personnel integration and re-embarkation. As Zhang Jiayi reopened the door, Lin Xiu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Shi Mengxian and Feng Ling, who had changed their attire. Evidently, among the 3, only Zhang Jiayi had taken his words to heart, while the other 2 had been compelled to change. How does it feel? Lin Xiu regarded Shi Mengxian with a knowing smile, as if her little secret had been exposed. Shi Mengxian's face flushed slightly before she nodded. Indeed, I do feel a slight enhancement in my physical attributes. Lin Xiu smiled, then handed the clothing in his hand to Zhang Jiayi, who was dressed in a maid outfit. Change your clothes. We're setting off now. At this moment, the newly joined females have been assigned their accommodations. The dormitory had 5 floors in total. The top floor was locked by Lin Xiu, who claimed it was for food storage. The 3rd and 4th floors were designated as the female living quarters, while the 1st and 2nd floors were for the males. Such an allocation was extremely sensible for the current headcount, and everyone was content. All that remained was for Hao Zi and Ergo Zi to assist them in moving their belongings from their former dormitories. However, just as Zhang Jiayi emerged after changing her clothes, Ergo Zi and Hao Zi rushed over with joyous expressions, mysteriously stating, Brother Lin, guess what treasures we've unearthed? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, gazing at their concealed hands behind their backs. What is it? Bring it out swiftly. We're about to depart. Upon seeing the fully armed rescue team, Housie instantly understood and revealed his hands. We discovered these while arranging for the female dormitories to be cleaned earlier. Each of the 4 occupants in this dormitory had a walkie-talkie, an old-fashioned wearable type. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu promptly received the walkie-talkies. After switching them all on, he discovered that all 4 were functioning correctly and powered by ordinary batteries, a true doomsday artifact. With this in mind, Lin Xiu took 3 of them, equipping one for himself and giving the other 2 to Shi Mengxian and Zhang Jia respectively, while explaining, keep one at home for emergency support. These 2 are for you. If I charge ahead, Shi Mengxian will be in charge of the rear, and Zhang Jia, he needs to guide me. So she must have one. The group nodded in agreement, finding the allocation reasonable. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu waved his hand, and the 4 departed from the dormitory area. After the changes overnight, the outskirts of the dormitory area that Lin Xiu had previously cleared were once again teeming with zombies. Upon spotting the 4 figures on the road, the zombies outside the dormitory's iron gate surged towards it in an instant. Fortunately, these common zombies were not intelligent enough to open the gate, which was merely secured with a latch. Seeing this, Lin Xiu turned to the 3 behind him. I'll head out first. Come out as you see fit, and prioritize your safety. Shi Mengxian, unsure of Lin Xiu's confidence, promptly said, Are you certain? You're not Iron Man now. Lin Xiu smiled without a word. Instead, Zhang Jia spoke up. Rest assured, even advanced zombies are no match for him. These zombies are nothing to worry about. Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling looked at Zhang Jia in surprise, while Lin Xiu had already unlatched the door and dashed out. Just as Shi Mengxian was about to rush forward to assist, she suddenly saw Lin Xiu wield his tang sword, and the dozens of zombies blocking the gate were beheaded in one fell swoop. Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling were dumbfounded, and in the next instant, all the zombie corpses vanished. It was only then that the 2 suddenly recalled what Lin Xiu had said when he found them yesterday. They now understood why there were only bloodstains on the road back, but no zombie corpses. Lin Xiu did not conceal the system space, as he had already used his ability to mask it. Now that the ability had been revealed, there was no need to hide what everyone knew. Otherwise, it would only arouse suspicion. However, Zhang Jia was unaware of Lin Xiu's ability and said to Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling, his sword must be able to absorb these zombies, making it even stronger. But Shi Mengxian's gaze was focused on Lin Xiu's movements as he exerted his strength to wield the sword. Upon closer inspection, she suddenly realized that Lin Xiu's martial arts foundation was no less than hers. He is indeed strong. I practiced martial arts since childhood, but his movements are more agile. Fong Ling, standing beside her, widened her eyes and looked at Lin Xiu, who had already sheathed his sword, before turning to Shi Mengxian. No way, senior sister. Is he really that formidable? He seems average to me. His sword is not bad, though. At that moment, Lin Xiu, who was in the distance, suddenly looked at Fong Ling and said, Next time you speak ill of me, 1 meal will be deducted for each word. And at least turn off the communicator before you do so, okay? Upon hearing this, Fong Ling suddenly looked at Shi Mengxian's waist, noticing the communicator with the green light on, and was on the verge of tears. Shi Mengxian rolled her eyes at Fong Ling, and just as she was about to speak, Lin Xiu laughed. Your moves are for competitions. Although agile, they lack ruthlessness. Traditional martial arts competitions emphasize performance. But what I learned is the art of killing. Shi Mengxian was silent for 2 seconds, seemingly contemplating how to refute him, but ultimately accepted the reality. But then, Shi Mengxian switched her train of thought, looking at Lin Xiu and asking, Can I learn from you? Upon hearing this, Fong Ling's eyes darted around, and she immediately raised her hand. Me too, me too. Lin Xiu glanced at her sideways. Didn't you think I was just so? Fong Ling was greatly embarrassed, but Lin Xiu then said, We'll talk about that later. There are still many things to do today. We need to deal with at least one special zombie. Having said that, Lin Xiu looked at Zhang Jia. Is the one in the library still there? Zhang Jia nodded, still in that direction. But I'm not sure if it's in the library. I don't dare to sense it carefully right now. Wait, halfway through her sentence, Zhang Jiayi's expression suddenly changed, and her entire body suddenly lost strength, about to fall. Fortunately, Shi Ming Xian, who was close by, grabbed her, while Lin Xiu drew his tang sword, asking with a serious expression, "What happened? Did you sense something?" Zhang Jiayi, supported by Shi Ming Xian, clutched her aching head and anxiously said, "Quick, go to the library. This zombie seems to be upgrading again. In my perception, its signal is getting stronger." As if to confirm Zhang Jiayi's words, the zombies charging towards them all stopped at that moment, then looked towards the library. Immediately afterward, a violent roar suddenly erupted from the library. Roar. Chapter 25. The new title. Behemoth. Upon hearing the sudden roar, Lin Xiu's expression changed dramatically. His ability to slay the listener was entirely due to his knowledge of its weaknesses and the advantageous environment. Yet, even in his Iron Man suit, he felt somewhat at a loss. It was only after acquiring the title and the Tang Dao listener that he gained the confidence to seek out other unique zombies. However, according to Zhang Jiayi's description, the library zombie was evidently on the verge of evolving into a form far more advanced than the listener. This revelation was utterly unexpected for him. He had yet to grasp how to manifest his abilities, and yet these zombies were capable of evolution. Nonetheless, rather than causing hesitation, this information only solidified Lin Xiu's resolve to eliminate them. With a swift motion, he reversed the Tang Dao in his hand and charged into the horde, cutting down zombies while simultaneously inquiring through the intercom. Has this zombie completed its evolution? Has it changed position? Shi Mingxian entrusted Zhang Jiayi to Fong Ling and began to eliminate any remaining threats herself. Zhang Jiayi shook her head gently, signaling to Fong Ling that she was unharmed before replying. "No, it seems to be in the process of evolving. My signal fluctuates, but I believe we can interrupt it." Upon hearing Zhang Jiayi's words, Lin Xiu abruptly pulled the listener across his body, launching a flurry of strikes while creating a gap to say, "Good. Then let us act swiftly. Can you run now?" Protected by the three women behind her, Zhang Jiayi took a deep breath as she observed Lin Xiu wielding his blade. "Yes. The potion you provided works well. I can reach the library without issue." "Excellent. Everyone, stay close and follow my lead. We will carve our way through." With that, Lin Xiu's listener emitted a light sound, and his expression brightened as he called out to the group, "Everyone, come to me." As Zhang Jiayi heard the soft chime of the Tang Dao listener, her face suddenly changed, recalling the events of the previous night, and she hurried towards Lin Xiu. The other two women followed suit, closing the distance to him. Facing the oncoming tide of zombies, Lin Xiu suddenly leveled the listener, its tip directed forward, and unleashed an explosive sound wave. Clang! Like the clear sound of silver bells ringing, an invisible sound wave surged forth. As it passed, all the zombies rushing towards Lin Xiu and his companions were inexplicably obliterated into a mist of blood. On that road, hundreds of zombies were reduced to mere vapor in an instant. This Shi Mingxian and Fong Ling were left speechless, while Zhang Jiayi exhaled in relief. After all, Lin Xiu had now fully mastered the use of sound explosion, ensuring not a single drop of blood fell upon them. Just then, Lin Xiu's ears were graced with the system's melodious notification. "Ding! Within 3 minutes, you have slain 100 zombies, earning the title Berserker. Berserker, Effect 1. Slaying over 100 zombies in a short span will elevate all your attributes by 50, unlocking additional effects. Effect 2. If kills occur within 5 seconds of each other, each kill will enhance one attribute, cumulatively until the effect concludes. Effect 3. After exceeding 200 kills, each zombie slain will grant a small recovery to your stamina. Effect 4. After surpassing 500 kills, each instance of damage dealt to a zombie will activate further effects." Seeing the effects of this title, Lin Xiu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The existence of this title meant that as long as he continued to slay, he would grow stronger, transforming into a veritable perpetual motion machine. The circumstances were perfectly aligned for such a title to shine in this very moment. Realizing this, Lin Xiu promptly addressed the three women, Shi Mingxian and Fong Ling. "Protect Zhang Jiayi. I shall unleash my fury." Before the three women could react, Lin Xiu had already surged forward, the listener raised high. Now activated with the effects of the Berserker title, both his strength and agility swelled, closing distances of 10 meters in mere breaths. Lin Xiu understood clearly that given the number of zombies lining the roadside, whether they could reach the library before the evolution completed was uncertain. However, he could amass the effects of his Berserker title before then. By the time the zombie did complete its evolution, he would be equipped with the effects of both Zombie Slayer and Swift Attack Elite, making a confrontation feasible. Ding! You are under the effects of Berserker. You have slain a common zombie. Agility increased by 0. 1. Noticing the system's notification, Lin Xiu frowned. A 0. 1 increase was merely a marginal gain. Calculating, even if he were to slay 1,000 zombies, each increase would only double that single attribute. Nevertheless, with a mindset of any improvement being better than none and a determination to eradicate the library zombie, Lin Xiu commenced a relentless slaughter of the zombies emerging from both sides of the road. None could withstand his onslaught under the current enhancements. Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling witnessed Lin Xiu obliterate a zombie into a mist of blood. This display of power made them acutely aware of the fortune in joining Lin Xiu's ranks, while simultaneously igniting aspirations for their own abilities. Zhang Jia, however, wore a concerned expression. Her senses indicated that the signal from the evolving zombie was stabilizing. Lin Xiu, the zombie is close to completing its evolution. Upon hearing Zhang Jia, Lin Xiu's expression shifted. He glanced toward the library in trance 100 meters ahead and shouted to the group, "Everyone, gather around me," with their path paved by slaughter. The listener's explosive sound skill was once again primed, and Lin Xiu had accumulated over 300 kills under the Berserker effects. If he utilized this sound explosion now to clear the remaining zombies, it would undoubtedly activate the full potential of the Berserker title. In such a scenario, confronting the evolved zombie would be a prudent course of action. As Lin Xiu raised the listener, the three women comprehended his intentions and converged towards him. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Jia's expression shifted dramatically as she shouted at Lin Xiu, "Not good. It has noticed us. It is coming out. Be careful." Before her words faded, the roar they had heard outside the dormitory echoed once more from within the library, this time deafening. Roar! In the next instant, the library's grand doors were violently shattered by a colossal creature, and Lin Xiu, disregarding everything else, aimed the sound explosion at this behemoth. Chapter 26. The Devourer Approaches. A test of endurance when the towering figure of the 2-meter-tall, brawny zombie shattered the library's entrance. Lin Xiu decisively adjusted the tip of his sword, directing the sonic blast straight at it. Ding! The familiar sound echoed, yet this time the impact was far less potent than before. The special zombie, charging ahead, initially aimed to collide directly with Lin Xiu, but was forced to halt in the face of the sonic explosion. However, the explosive skill that would shatter ordinary zombies merely left countless tiny scratches across the creature's body. To Lin Xiu's astonishment, despite some of these marks being as long as a foot, the wounds began to heal almost immediately after the sonic attack ceased. Fortunately, the ordinary zombies nearby were obliterated, transforming into a rain of blood, ensuring Lin Xiu's Berserker effect remained intact. Realizing the challenge posed by this formidable opponent, Lin Xiu's attention shifted to the towering special zombie. Observing it closely, this zombie was distinct from others not only in height, but also in the absence of any signs of decay. Were it not for its blood-red eye sockets, Lin Xiu might have mistaken it for a living human. Opening the system panel, Lin Xiu's gaze fell upon the newly revealed data about this creature. Devourer level: Elite Strength, C. Elite Agility, D. Excellent Endurance, C. Elite Abilities, thick-skinned and robust, lacking special attack methods, but capable of rapidly healing wounds and evolving by devouring other zombies. Weakness: Agility is its flaw. Avoid letting it near ordinary zombies. Utilize evasive tactics to ensure its demise and despair. Upon reviewing the data panel, Lin Xiu finally comprehended why this zombie had evolved so swiftly. It was a devourer, slow in speed, but capable of consuming ordinary zombies for repair and evolution. Maintain distance. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's warning, the group was taken aback. surprised by the notion of zombies evolving through consumption. Zhang Jiai, pointing toward the library, exclaimed, "Look inside the library. No wonder it evolved so quickly. It has devoured all the zombies in there." Indeed, as Lin Xiu surveyed the library, he found it eerily devoid of life, likely having eliminated the last remnants of the undead with his earlier sonic blast. While Lin Xiu communicated with his companions, the devourer, unwilling to be a passive target, roared in anger and fixed its gaze on Lin Xiu. Seeing this, Lin Xiu swung his tang knife amidst the throng of ordinary zombies, simultaneously accumulating kills for his berserker effect, and urged his companions, "You three, hurry into the library and find a place to hide." Shi Mengxian glanced at Lin Xiu, understanding without needing to voice it that staying behind would only hinder him. They recognized that Lin Xiu's combat skills and strength had surpassed their expectations. Remaining would only be a burden. Thus, the trio decisively dashed into the library, drawing away some of the zombies to alleviate Lin Xiu's pressure. Roar! Just as the three retreated, the devourer unleashed another roar and charged at Lin Xiu. However, as Lin Xiu's kill count rose, his agility had already surpassed the D level. Thus, when the devourer lunged, Lin Xiu had already repositioned himself to continue slaying zombies. The devourer cast a glance at Lin Xiu, but did not pursue. Instead, it seized a nearby ordinary zombie, twisted its arm, and devoured it. The crunching sounds of its gnashing teeth made Lin Xiu feel a wave of nausea. After consuming one arm, the devourer, still unsatisfied, devoured the other as well. While dispatching ordinary zombies, Lin Xiu observed the devourer, intrigued by how such a creature had consumed so many zombies within the library. At that moment, Zhang Jiai's voice crackled through the intercom. "Lin Xiu, quickly, stop it from feeding. It is about to complete its evolution." Hearing this, Lin Xiu's curiosity evaporated. He swiftly cleared the area before charging directly at the devourer. Along the way, he swung his weapon again, and after slaying several more zombies, he finally surpassed 500 kills, triggering all associated effects. At that moment, the devourer seemed to notice Lin Xiu's approach, discarding the zombie in its grasp and raising its muscular right arm, intending to crush Lin Xiu with a single blow. Such a primitive attack barely warranted Lin Xiu's attention. With a swift slide, he aimed his weapon at the creature's ankle. The piercing sound faded almost immediately, absorbed by the weapon. Yet Lin Xiu realized that this once reliable weapon had limited effect on the tough-skinned devourer. Observing the wound on the creature's ankle healing before his eyes, he began to grasp the essence of the tactical evasion suggested by the system. It seemed that this strike had only slightly increased his attributes, raising them from 0-1 upon inflicting damage on the devourer. Presently, observing the unflappable devourer, Lin Xiu opened his attribute panel while continuing to eliminate surrounding zombies. Host, Lin Xiu title, Execution Master, Zombie Slayer, Swift Attack Elite. Berserker Strength, C, Elite, Agility, C, Elite, Endurance, C, Elite, Skill, Mastery of Cold Weapons Synthesis Currency. 3426. Gazing at his attribute panel, Lin Xiu was astonished. Under various enhancements, his attributes now rivaled those of the devourer. Except for slightly lower strength, his agility surpassed that of the devourer. A cold smile crept upon Lin Xiu's lips. Endurance? Let me show you what despair truly means. With that, Lin Xiu charged toward the devourer, but this time his focus shifted to the horde of zombies surrounding it. If it was a test of endurance, he would deny the creature any opportunity to heal itself. Thus, Lin Xiu altered his offensive strategy. Whenever the devourer attempted to consume a zombie, Lin Xiu would strike, first severing the zombie from its grasp before absorbing it into the system, all while inflicting 2 wounds upon the devourer. This tactic clearly impeded the creature's healing speed, even showing signs of halting altogether. The scales of victory had begun to tilt in Lin Xiu's favor. Chapter 27. Undead Eradication. Squad Peril. As Lin Xiu relentlessly wielded listening voice, the ordinary undead in the vicinity dwindled, and the devourer appeared to meet its end. Observing the devourer's wounds, which remained unhealed even with coagulation, Lin Xiu knew that his hunt was nearing its conclusion. The Berserker's kill count had surpassed 600, and its attributes had cumulatively doubled through countless attacks on the Devourer. Despite a tinge of reluctance to relinquish such power, Lin Xiu recognized the necessity for a swift resolution. As Zhang Jia had twice conveyed the overwhelming number of undead within the library. With listening voice poised horizontally, Lin Xiu launched his final assault on the Devourer from a distance of 5 meters. Confronting the now vulnerable Devourer, a single strike would assuredly sever its neck, ensuring its demise regardless of its undead nature. A mere 5 meters separated them, an inconsequential distance for Lin Xiu at this juncture. With a sudden surge, Lin Xiu leaped forward, his blade arcing downward, aiming directly for the Devourer's neck. Yet, just as Lin Xiu believed victory was at hand, he witnessed the Devourer's wounds healing at an astonishing pace. The deep gash on its neck had miraculously closed moments before listening voice descended. A ruse. In that instant, Lin Xiu realized that the seemingly cumbersome Devourer had executed a cunning stratagem. Clang! Roar! As listening voice struck its neck, producing a crisp metallic sound, the Devourer emitted a furious roar, raising its fist to deliver a crushing blow upon Lin Xiu. Despite Lin Xiu's superior agility, evasion proved impossible. In a desperate maneuver, he activated Listening Voice's sonic blast ability. Clang! A faint reverberation echoed as the sonic waves emanating from the blade propelled Lin Xiu backward, while the Devourer staggered in retreat. Regaining his footing after a roll upon landing, Lin Xiu advanced once more, undeterred. The perilous moment had amplified the potency of the sonic blast, which riddled the Devourer's body with countless perforations, including 2-finger-width holes in its neck. Whether the Devourer possessed regenerative capabilities prior to this remained uncertain, but it now teetered on the brink of annihilation. Its ruptured throat rendered it incapable of vocalization or even devouring other undead. The ingested flesh and blood seeped out through the apertures in its throat, revealing its pulsating Adam's apple amidst the crimson torrent. Upon realizing its inability to consume, the Devourer fixed its bloodshot gaze upon Lin Xiu and charged once more. However, Lin Xiu, forewarned, evaded its attack with ease. As they converged, Lin Xiu's blade sliced through the Devourer's neck before it could even raise its fist. Reduced to its final throes, the once formidable Devourer succumbed effortlessly to Listening Voice's strike. Its head cleaved from its body. Thud! The Devourer's corpse crashed to the ground, prompting the surrounding undead to abandon their role as the devoured and descend upon the fallen creature. Oblivious to Lin Xiu's presence, they swarmed the Devourer's remains. Heeding the lessons learned from the previous encounter with the Sound Listener, Lin Xiu promptly retrieved the corpse, preventing any untoward occurrences. The undead paused in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the sudden disappearance of their sustenance. With their intended meal vanished, they redirected their attention to Lin Xiu, the living being before them. Lin Xiu pressed onward, listening to the system notifications as he charged into the library, wielding Listening Voice to alleviate the pressure on his comrades. Ding! You have slain a Devourer Elite, acquiring 1,000 synthesis coins. Ding! First time slaying of a special undead, the Devourer, granting a choice of rewards, strength and endurance level increase, attribute, recovery enhancement. Lin Xiu sighed upon reviewing the system rewards, realizing that this triumph did not yield as much as the Sound Listener encounter. He had not acquired a title, and his total number of titles had not yet reached 5, preventing him from claiming the special rewards on the title panel. However, the system's reward options immediately caught his attention, for this enhancement pertained to restorative abilities. After scrutinizing the description of recovery enhancement, Lin Xiu promptly selected it. He even regretted not choosing auditory enhancement during the previous Sound Listener amplification, for he now realized that all attribute enhancements could be further augmented. For instance, the current recovery enhancement, acquired from slaying the C-rank Devourer, was designated as D-rank. This D-rank enhancement already doubled his regenerative capabilities, and synthesizing corresponding elixirs would amplify it to 4-fold, then 8-fold. Eventually, it could potentially grant him the same instantaneous healing prowess as the Devourer. More significantly, the recovery enhancement not only bolstered his resilience, but also conferred a passive effect that prevented him from transforming into an undead. This was the primary reason for his unwavering selection. Lin Xiu, the Devourer's signal has vanished. Where are you? We cannot hold out much longer. Zhang Jiai's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, interrupting Lin Xiu's elation. Her urgent plea and the sheer number of undead within the library compelled Lin Xiu to acknowledge the dire straits of his comrades. With a swift strike, Lin Xiu felled the undead before him and inquired via the walkie-talkie, "I have eliminated it." "Where are you?" "In the second-floor restroom." "Hurry." For some reason, the number of undead keeps increasing. Lin Xiu glanced at the undead within the library and then at the nearly cleared undead outside, his brow furrowing in suspicion. He had been diligently slaying undead outside the library, and even with their combined forces, there should be no more than 500 or 600 undead within. How could their numbers be escalating? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Lin Xiu, his expression shifting abruptly as he hastened toward the second floor. Chapter 28, Crisis Averted. Bold decision as Lin Xiu cleaved his way to the second floor. A mere glance revealed the gravity of the situation. Though only the second story, the sheer number of zombies dwarfed that of the first, a teeming mass unlike anything he had ever witnessed, surpassing even the library's most crowded hours. His gaze, however, was drawn to the corridor, where more of the undead shuffled into view. With a muttered curse, he activated his communicator and charged towards the hallway. "Hold your ground. The zombies on the second floor are pouring in from the outer corridor. I'm going to seal it off." "Understood. Make haste." The library stood just outside the teaching building's rear entrance, a mere 100-meter walk away. An external corridor offered direct access to the library's second floor. It was from this route that the relentless tide of zombies surged. Lin Xiu's concern, however, transcended the mere number of common zombies, which he could dispatch with ease. The issue was the special zombies, whose lack of geographical constraints he had already witnessed with the Devourer. The question was whether their activity had alerted the special zombie in the teaching building. Moreover, according to Zhang Jiai's intel, the remaining 2 special zombies resided in the teaching and laboratory buildings, the latter being adjacent to the former. If he provoked the one in the teaching building, the one in the laboratory might join the fray. While he could handle a single special zombie with relative ease, facing 2 would necessitate immediate retreat. With swift efficiency, Lin Xiu dispatched the zombies in the corridor and returned to the library. After securing the entrance, he began to clear the second floor's interior. The cessation of the zombie influx eased the pressure on Shi Mengxian and Feng Ling, though still guarding the restroom entrance. The reduced frequency of attacks allowed them to slow their pace. At that moment, the ting-een vibrated, indicating the sonar burst was ready. Lin Xiu activated his communicator. "Take cover. I'm about to clear the area." The women understood instantly. They retreated into the restroom as Lin Xiu held the ting-een aloft and unleashed the sonar burst. Ding! The deafening sound reverberated through the library, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. Simultaneously, the sickening sound of exploding zombies mingled with the shattering of bookshelves and the rustling of pages. In an instant, the library's pristine walls were stained crimson. The 3 women cautiously emerged from the restroom, relieved. Zhang Jiai covered her nose, repulsed by the stench of blood, while Shi Mengxian frowned slightly. Feng Ling, after a moment of nausea, addressed Lin Xiu. "Big brother, could you perhaps control that a bit? They're exploding everywhere." Lin Xiu glanced at her. "I didn't see you being so particular when you were hacking them apart." Silenced, Feng Ling fell silent. Shi Mengxian approached. "Enough. Lin Xiu is doing this for us. Let's not bicker." She turned to Lin Xiu, gesturing towards the zombies pouring in on the first floor. "What do we do now? Retreat or press on?" Lin Xiu, never ceasing his assault, paused briefly at her words. Then, with a resolute expression, he declared, "You 3 return the way you came. I'll seize this opportunity to eliminate the remaining 2 special zombies. We'll clean up the school quickly, then decide our next move." He had yet to examine the Devourer's remains or allow the Berserker effect to fade. With his attributes at sea level, now was the time to eliminate the remaining special zombies. Unbeknownst to him, his decision startled the women. "What? No, you have to come back with us." Zhang Jiai exclaimed, her voice laced with concern. Lin Xiu halted his blade, turning to her. Oh, are you actually worried about me? Zhang Jiai hesitated, then retorted, don't flatter yourself. You're the only one here who can fight. What happens to our safety if you leave? Lin Xiu gestured with his chin towards the window. Take a look outside before you speak. They peered out to find the road to the dormitory devoid of zombies. The earlier battles had drawn them all to the library. With the devourer gone and Lin Xiu inside, the road was now the safest route. Shi Mengxian, open the window and help them jump. You've taken the potion. If you can't even jump from the second floor, don't bother following me in the future. Lin Xiu's blade danced, but the dwindling number of zombies was insufficient. If he lingered, the berserker effect might dissipate. He adopted a stern tone. His words seemed to stun the three women, unsure why he had become so cold. Shi Mengxian, unwilling to be seen as incompetent, opened the window and leapt without a word. The library side offered a safe exit. The zombies inside couldn't pursue them. Fang Ling followed suit, but Lin Xiu frowned at Zhang Jiai, who remained rooted to the spot. Noticing his gaze, Zhang Jiai slowly approached the window. As she prepared to jump, she turned back abruptly. If you come back safe, I'll grant you that request tonight. Chapter 29, Heroic Level. Zombie ambush. As Lin Xiu watched Zhang Jiai leap down, he momentarily froze, nearly forgetting to continue his assault, thus interrupting the effect of berserker. He was perplexed as to why Zhang Jiai would suddenly speak to him in such a manner. Could it be that his charisma was so compelling? Grasping a zombie, he wiped the blood from the mirror and severed its head. After glancing at his reflection, he nodded in satisfaction. Though his visage was stained with blood, he found it rather handsome. However, after indulging in a moment of vanity, he noticed the three figures had fled, and his expression returned to its usual sternness. With only a few dozen zombies remaining before him, he realized he must proceed to the teaching building. Otherwise, the effect of berserker would soon dissipate. Thus, he retreated slowly toward the external corridor, methodically dispatching the zombies that followed. Just as he opened the door to the corridor and decapitated the last zombie in the hall, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! You have accumulated over 3,000 kills. Your title has changed from Zombie Slayer to Zombie Nemesis. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, and as he dashed toward the teaching building, he examined the effects of his newly acquired title while swinging his blade. Zombie Nemesis. Effect 1. You deal increased damage to zombies. All your attributes gain a threefold enhancement when facing zombies. Effect 2. After consecutively slaying multiple zombies, your gaze will cause them to tremble, impairing their movements. Effect 3. Zombies will inflict 10 less damage upon you due to their fear. Feeling a surge of exhilaration from this new title, Lin Xiu was thrilled to find that not only had his damage output against zombies increased from double to triple, but he also gained 2 additional effects. The reduction in damage taken was an invaluable ability that pleased him greatly, while the second effect filled him with excitement. After swiftly dispatching another zombie, his eyes fell upon an approaching foe. Since the beginning, Lin Xiu had slain over 1,000 zombies. Yet just a glance caused the several dozen before him to freeze, as if ensnared by a spell. Haha, excellent. Lin Xiu laughed heartily, raising his blade to sever the heads of the immobilized zombies. Seizing this opportunity, he opened his attributes panel to check his current enhancements. Host, Lin Xiu title, Master of Decapitation, Zombie Nemesis, Swift Attack Elite. Berserker Strength, C, Elite, Agility. B, Hero, Stamina. C, Elite, Attribute. Recovery Enhancement, D Skill, Mastery of Cold Weapons Synth Coins. 5432 upon seeing his attributes. Lin Xiu was taken aback. The fact that his synth coins had surpassed 5,000 was noteworthy. But more astonishing was that all 3 of his attributes had reached the pinnacle of the elite level. His agility had even transcended to the hero level. More importantly, his recovery enhancement had also leveled up. Wielding his Tang Dao, Lin Xiu could now swing it with such speed that the blade left countless visible afterimages. In less than a second, he decapitated the 10 or so zombies before him. With a triumphant smile, he reveled in the power of his weapon. Although this transformation was not permanent, the enhancement of his attributes yielded an intoxicating effect. Holding the Tang Dao horizontally, Lin Xiu prepared to sprint, his senses attuned to the sounds around him. In the next instant, he surged forward like a powerful racing car, slicing through the approaching zombies with his raised blade. As he came to a halt, the first zombie and Oppo's head fell to the ground just moments after he stopped. Lin Xiu gazed back in disbelief, unable to fathom the extent of his hero-level agility. The fastest human speed for 100 meters, epitomized by Usain Bolt's 9:58 seconds, paled in comparison to his own 3 seconds. Breathless with exhilaration, Lin Xiu felt a newfound desire for extraordinary abilities. Yet he knew that such things could not be rushed. With a fleeting moment of contemplation, he steadied his resolve and continued to dispatch the advancing zombies. As he approached the back door of the teaching building, Lin Xiu tightened his grip on the Tang Dao, aware that the only way to permanently enhance his attributes was by slaying special zombies. However, just as he was about to charge into the building, a sound of rushing air pierced the air before him. With his hero-level agility, Lin Xiu instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding an attack, while refreshing the effect of Berserker. As he glanced back at his previous position, he was alarmed to see a fist-sized indentation left behind. Before he could ponder further, another barrage of rushing sounds erupted from ahead, this time even more intense. Swish, 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 swish. As dozens of sounds filled the air, Lin Xiu was forced to evade while a surge of anger ignited within him. After dispatching another zombie, he rolled again, seizing a living zombie and dragging it with him into the teaching building through the back door. Yet even at this moment, he still had not caught sight of the zombie that had attacked him. The back door of the teaching building was shrouded in shadow, making it difficult to see amidst the dim emergency lighting. All he could discern were the zombies gathering in the corridor. As he swung his Tang Dao, frustration brewed within him. He had yet to glimpse the shadow of the attacking zombie. Playing hide and seek with me? I'll eradicate every zombie here. Let's see how you hide. As if responding to his musings, 2 more rushing sounds emerged from behind him just as he finished speaking. In a narrow corridor, the clarity of the sounds compelled Lin Xiu to turn immediately. After dodging this latest attack, Lin Xiu finally beheld the visage of the zombie before him. Chapter 30. The Eerie Assailant. 23 meters assailant, level. Excellent strength. D. Excellent agility. B. Heroic stamina. D. Excellent abilities. An extraordinarily grotesque agility that ensures it always maintains a safe distance from its prey. And from its fingerless palms, it can launch hardened bullets that, upon impact, will inevitably lead to infection. Weakness. Its heightened agility renders it utterly incapable of contending with humans in terms of strength and stamina, making it an exceedingly fragile zombie. Merely approaching it guarantees victory. Lin Xiu scrutinized the system panel's description, his brow furrowing. Although this zombie's overall rating was merely excellent, its aberrant agility had already surpassed that of the frenzied one, which had accumulated layers beyond 1,000. It was but a step away from reaching the epic tier. No wonder he had previously moved so swiftly yet failed to spot it. Observing the assailant watching him from a distance, Lin Xiu continued to dispatch the zombies in the corridor as he advanced towards it. The assailant bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary zombie. And to Lin Xiu at that moment, aside from its pair of obsidian eyes, there was no discernible way to distinguish it. Furthermore, as he drew nearer to the assailant, it mirrored the system's description. With each step he took, it retreated in kind. Not only that, but the assailant seemed to toy with Lin Xiu, refraining from attacking and instead emitting a sinister laugh akin to that from a horror film. Listening to the soft chime produced by his sound weapon, Lin Xiu smirked coldly at the assailant. This was a narrow corridor within the educational building, barely wide enough for 4 individuals to walk side by side, preventing his sound weapon from fully unleashing its potential. In such a confined space, should he initiate a sonic explosion, this fragile assailant would undoubtedly meet its demise. However, he remained unhurried, continuing to cleave through the zombies, gradually forcing the assailant backward. Aware of the assailant's extreme speed, he recognized that their current distance was too great. Should he utilize the sonic explosion now, it could very well escape the corridor due to its swiftness. By slowly cornering it towards the dead end of the corridor, He knew that even with its remarkable speed, it would be rendered to mere fragments. With each strike, zombies fell one after another, and in order to lower the assailant's guard, he even refrained from his habitual body reclamation. The assailant remained blissfully ignorant, seemingly attempting to discern Lin Xiu's method of attack, even pushing ordinary zombies toward him. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed. At this moment, with his three-dimensional attributes fully enhanced, he meticulously gauged the distance. He noted that the assailant consistently maintained a distance of exactly 23 meters, neither more nor less. Lin Xiu was uncertain of the significance of this number, but having been outmaneuvered by the Devourer before, he cautiously continued to push the assailant back. At a distance of 23 meters, with his agility elevated to be dash, he could close the gap in less than a second. Although the assailant, with its agility, was swifter than him, this distance undeniably fell within the perilous range for long-range attackers. With another step forward, Lin Xiu wielded his sound weapon, having already dispatched dozens of zombies in the corridor, successfully driving the assailant to the far end. Within this confined space, the assailant would have to either break through the classroom doors or leap out of the window to evade his sonic explosion. Yet, regardless of the choice, any obstruction, even a mere delay of 1/10 of a second, would result in severe injury. Thus, observing the assailant still fixated on him with its sinister grin, Lin Xiu raised his sound weapon, its tip pointed directly at the assailant. At that moment, he peculiarly noticed that the assailant's eyes narrowed, seemingly scrutinizing Lin Xiu's movements with gravity. But the next moment, it understood, for Lin Xiu's sound weapon had unleashed the long-anticipated sonic explosion. Ding! The invisible sound wave surged forward, and almost simultaneously, the zombies before Lin Xiu erupted into a mist of blood. At that instant, the assailant comprehended the implications of Lin Xiu's prior actions, its mocking laughter instantaneously morphing into a scream of terror as its entire body hastily retreated, crashing against the classroom door. Bang! The simultaneous sounds of a scream and splintering would echoed. Yet Lin Xiu clearly observed that the assailant's body bore signs of damage. A smile crept across Lin Xiu's face as he listened to the assailant's cries from within the classroom, charging towards the door with his tang knife in hand. As his gaze fell upon the assailant's arm at the classroom entrance, Lin Xiu finally discerned the most significant difference between it and ordinary zombies. This arm had evidently been damaged during the collision with the door, further impacted by a sonic attack, resulting in a severed limb. However, the sonic explosion seemed to lack the grotesque enhancement that it had on ordinary zombies, leaving only numerous gashes akin to those made by a knife. The most distinguishing feature of this arm was its palm, which, devoid of fingers, was remarkably large. Where 5 fingers should have been, 5 gaping black holes were present, suggesting that the bullets, which had previously attacked him, were launched from here. After securing the arm within the system's storage, Lin Xiu listened to the sounds of destruction from within the room, a smile gracing his face. Entering the classroom, he found the assailant repeatedly battering against the steel railings of the window, causing his grin to widen further. "Fool, save your energy. That's stainless steel. There's no escaping." As if hearing Lin Xiu's taunt, the assailant turned in terror, their gazes locking. Lin Xiu could easily discern the anger simmering within its eyes. "Oh, you're quite furious. Consider this severed arm a token of interest for your earlier ambush. Now, I shall claim your life." Though uncertain whether the assailant comprehended his words, Lin Xiu felt a surge of satisfaction in avenging his earlier ambush. However, it was unclear if the assailant understood his message. Its anger gradually dissipated, replaced by intense focus. As it raised its remaining left arm, Lin Xiu instinctively recognized its intent. Yet, within this multimedia classroom measuring merely 25 meters in length, he was confident that the assailant's bullets could not match the swiftness of his blade. At that moment, the assailant stood in the corner of the classroom, positioned diagonally from Lin Xiu at the entrance, curiously advancing rather than retreating, thereby narrowing the distance slightly. As the assailant halted, an alarm bell rang in Lin Xiu's mind. For that distance was precisely 23 meters, and at that instant, the assailant launched its attack. Chapter 31, Additional Support. Brutal slaughter. Lin Xiu was uncertain of the extent of harm that this assailant, at a distance of 23 meters, could inflict upon him. Nevertheless, trusting his instincts, he swiftly bent down and sidestepped just as the assailant fired. In the next instant, a tremendous noise erupted from the very spot he had vacated, revealing a gaping hole, a foot wide in the wall. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Xiu had not even noticed the bullet's trajectory. 23 meters, so it was. A chill ran down Lin Xiu's spine. Despite the system's explanations, he had not anticipated that this assailant possessed the perverse ability to eliminate the bullet's trajectory within such proximity. Fortunately, he had managed to sever one of its arms beforehand. Had it retained both, Lin Xiu could not guarantee his ability to evade its attacks. However, through this initial encounter, he had discerned the assailant's primary tactic, understanding that as long as he did not confront the gun's barrel head-on during its assault, he would be safe. After the first shot missed, the assailant unleashed a barrage of fire, akin to a rabid dog, compelling Lin Xiu to evade rather than advance. Bang! 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 Each time Lin Xiu shifted his position, a crater would appear behind where he had stood. His seemingly erratic movements, however, were consistently tracked by the assailant, instilling a sense of dread that prevented him from counterattacking. The assailant and Oppo's frenzied screeches echoed as Lin Xiu found himself in a desperate game of evasion. This realization struck Lin Xiu with force. Attempting to corner and eliminate these unique zombies was an exceedingly foolish endeavor. At this juncture, his only stroke of luck lay in the fact that the zombies trailing from the classroom entrance would not allow him to miss the opportunity to sever the assailant's berserker effect. Yet, fortune and misfortune often walk hand in hand. Just as he lamented his inability to dispatch the assailant, his walkie-talkie crackled to life with Zhang Jiayi's urgent voice. "Lin Xiu, are you in the teaching building? Run, quick!" Lin Xiu activated the communicator and swiftly replied, "I'm in the teaching building. What is happening?" "I don't know, but I can sense that the zombies in the laboratory seem to be heading towards your building. They're closing in on you." Lin Xiu's eyes widened in alarm as he glanced at the assailant before him, realizing that the reason for its frenzied retaliation was the arrival of reinforcements. "Huh, I wouldn't have guessed you were so clever." Lin Xiu sneered, while the assailant's shrieks morphed back into its earlier mocking laughter, now laced with derision. Yet here he was, a man armed with a system, unable to subdue a single zombie despite having the advantage. He felt as though death would be preferable. As he moved again, Lin Xiu brandished a tang knife he had scavenged from the gymnasium, an ideal tool for creating distractions. In the next instant, as the assailant lunged to attack, Lin Xiu hurled the knife with all his might. Given his current strength, if the blade struck true, it would not only pierce, but also disrupt the assailant's relentless assault. At a distance of 23 meters, he needed just a second to end its life. The assailant, though cunning, was not as astute as a human. Realizing the knife was intended to distract it, it disregarded the projectile and continued its aggressive advance towards Lin Xiu. However, it gravely underestimated Lin Xiu, who was nearly as agile. Unbeknownst to the assailant, Lin Xiu had attained sea-level strength. Consequently, when a knife penetrated its thigh, forcing it to stumble back, the creature finally grasped the gravity of its predicament. The mocking laughter transformed into a cry of alarm as Lin Xiu, wearing a fierce grin, lunged forward. With a powerful downward strike of his weapon, he aimed to cleave the creature in two. In a desperate maneuver, the assailant disregarded the fatal blow and charged towards the door. With a thrust, Lin Xiu's blade severed the assailant's right leg, causing it to lose its balance and crash into the corridor wall after barreling through the door. Having called for reinforcements, all the creature desired now was to flee. Yet with one arm and one leg incapacitated, it could not hope to match Lin Xiu's speed. As Lin Xiu reclaimed the assailant's severed leg, he dashed towards the front door to intercept it. Positioned at the end of the corridor, the classroom's rear exit had allowed the assailant to escape. If Lin Xiu stood at the front door, he would effectively trap it. Just as Lin Xiu reached the front door, he was astounded to find the assailant charging headlong towards him. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiu unleashed a powerful kick, slamming it against the wall. A roar echoed through the air as the assailant, aware of its impending demise, thrust its palm toward Lin Xiu in a last-ditch effort. Yet Lin Xiu would not grant it the chance. Following his kick, he pivoted and swung his knife, severing the creature's arm before it could raise a defense. Ah! Another cry of terror resonated as Lin Xiu executed another strike, lopping off its remaining leg. Only then did he inquire through the communicator, "How long until the other zombies arrive?" Zhang Jiayi's startled voice crackled through. "Are you insane? They move slowly, but based on the energy signals, they're stronger than the one in the library." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu felt an invigorating rush. Leaning closer to the fallen assailant, he chuckled. "Did you hear that? This one in the classroom is already subdued by me, so rest assured. When the others arrive, who will slay whom remains to be seen." Wow, Brother Lin is incredible. Killing zombies feels like child in Oppos. Let's play now, huh? Is it really that easy to subdue a zombie? Brother Lin, I hereby declare you the foremost survivor of the apocalypse. Before Zhang Jiai could respond, the duo of Huozi and Ergu began to jest. To their banter, Lin Xiu merely smiled and replied, "If my tastes are so peculiar, you two might as well refrain from eating my food in the future." Brother Lin, we were wrong. We shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Brother Lin, it was Ergu who said it. Take it out on him. As Lin Xiu prepared to respond, a sudden metallic clatter from the side of the teaching building snapped him to attention. The zombies were coming. He would address the banter later. With that thought, he swung his weapon, and the assailant's body was cleaved in two. Chapter 32. For rewards, utter frenzy. Ding. You have slain a stalker, elite, gaining 500 synthesis coins. Ding. Having flawlessly annihilated the stalker without taking any damage, you have earned the title, Lurking Assassin. Ding. Your number of titles has reached 5, granting you a title pack reward. Ding. For the first kill of a special zombie, the stalker, you receive a choice of rewards. Agility level increase, 6 cents enhancement. Another series of 4 rewards. This time, Lin Xiu was thoroughly exhilarated. He didn't have time to open the title pack reward for now, but the title and 6 cents enhancement filled him with exceptional excitement. Lurking Assassin, Effect 1. When attacking from an enemy into Oppos, S blind spot, all your damage is doubled. Effect 2. When remaining stationary in a dark environment for over a minute, all your actions become completely silent. Effect 3. When attacking enemies with lower strength and endurance levels from a blind spot, there's a 5 chance to instantly kill them. Special 1. If, while under the effects of Effect 2, you're detected by an enemy before dealing damage, the damage you receive will be doubled. Upon seeing the 4 effects of this title, Lin Xiu nearly forgot to stack the Berserker effect with his Tang Blade. This title was unique because it wasn't limited to use against zombies and came with a detrimental effect. Effects 1 and 3 allowed him to target any enemy, and the strength and endurance restrictions meant he could even harm ability users. Effect 2 almost guaranteed the activation of Effects 1 and 3. The 6 cents enhancement granted him a sense of impending danger and the ability to assess the strength of enemies before engaging them. The sounds outside grew louder, indicating that the zombie had moved from the side to the front entrance. Lin Xiu, eager to test the Lurking Assassin title, fought his way to the second floor of the teaching building. Looking down from a window, Lin Xiu spotted the zombie and opened the system panel. Producer level, Elite Strength, C, Elite Agility, C, Elite Endurance, C, Elite Ability. Her bulging abdomen contains numerous juvenile zombies, which she releases to attack while she commands from a safe distance. Weakness. The producer has no glaring weaknesses, but killing all her offspring will enrage her, making her easier to kill. Lin Xiu's expression changed upon seeing the pregnant female zombie below. The word producer was enough to spark many thoughts. The system's description confirmed his suspicions. Lin Xiu decided to test the Lurking Assassin title. He hadn't seen the producer's offspring, but judging from her stats, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Her stats were higher than the Devourer's, and she could reproduce, which was why Zhang Jiai had warned him from the dormitory area. Watching the producer slowly approach the teaching building's entrance, Lin Xiu cleared the surrounding zombies and positioned himself on the windowsill. As the producer stepped below him, Lin Xiu leaped. Every movement, from the jump to the landing, was within the producer's blind spot, ensuring double damage. If he could decapitate her, even without surpassing her strength and endurance. He could eliminate her in one strike. However, things didn't go as planned. Just as he was about to strike the producer's head, she raised her head and intercepted Lin Xiu's tang blade with her sharp nails. Clang! The failed attack and the inability to trigger the lurking assassin effect left Lin Xiu surprised. He retreated 3 meters to observe her again. Her sharper, shorter nails, the hair moving without wind, and her head twisted unnaturally, all indicated something strange and repulsive. When Lin Xiu focused on the producer's hair, he nearly vomited. Despite his tolerance for rotting flesh, he couldn't stomach the sight of her hair being composed of strands intertwined with meter-long corpse worms. The producer seemed to be scrutinizing him as well, her neck twisted almost to the point of breaking. As their gaze lingered, the producer frowned and suddenly sniffed the air. Then, she pointed at Lin Xiu and let out a piercing shriek. Roar! Yeah! With the shriek, Lin Xiu noticed that the surrounding zombies had stopped moving, causing him to pause. The producer then spread her hands and plunged them into her abdomen, performing a cesarean section right in front of Lin Xiu. Resisting his revulsion, Lin Xiu stacked the berserker, passive while watching the bloody masses fall. These crimson masses, resembling human infants, were far from harmless. A quick scan with the system revealed the truth and explained why the producer had glared at him and attacked. Chapter 33. Juvenile Onslaught, Temporary Ability, Producer Offspring Rank, Excellent Strength, Agility, Endurance. Abilities. These offspring, gestated through the producer's consumption, excel in swarm tactics and can mature into common zombies. Upon ingesting fresh blood, they possess a minuscule chance of evolving into specialized zombies. Weakness. Though diminutive in stature at only 1 meter, these offspring are formidable and their vulnerabilities are challenging to discern, necessitating adaptability. Upon beholding this stat panel, Lin Xiu instantly comprehended the anomaly of the producer and the surrounding common zombies. The reason the assailant could summon the producer was not due to any inherent connection, but because the assailant was, in fact, the producer's progeny. The producer's capacity to command its offspring further elucidated why the zombies had momentarily frozen. These common zombies were also its progeny. Connecting this to the sudden proliferation of zombies in the school at night, Lin Xiu instantly grasped the entirety of the situation. Initially, he had been perplexed as to why there were so few survivors in a school of over 30,000, even considering the zombification of humans. Moreover, in the mere 2 days since the onset of the apocalypse, specialized zombies had emerged within the school. Now, he understood that the numerous survivors had been used by the first producer as sustenance for its offspring. The school's abundance of specialized zombies were all its progeny, and even the multitude of common zombies were its offspring. This was evident in their synchronized advance upon his command. A surge of indignation welled up within Lin Xiu's chest. As a human, he deemed being devoured by zombies in the apocalypse a grim but natural occurrence, something he could comprehend and even accept. However, he could not tolerate zombies treating humans as mere livestock. This producer, with its numerous offspring, must have consumed countless humans. Thus, Lin Xiu, consumed by fury, launched an immediate assault, his agility, now at B rank, propelling him towards the producer. The sudden onslaught elicited a shriek from the producer, its claws slashing forward. Lin Xiu parried with listening spring, then turned to cleave the burgeoning flesh orb. Thwack! The orb, less than half a meter in diameter and still developing, was abruptly bisected by Lin Xiu's blade. Its body convulsed like a severed earthworm before collapsing. Witnessing this, the producer emitted a piercing scream, halting its movements and swiftly retreating. As it retreated, its rent belly spilled its offspring. Simultaneously, the surrounding common zombies surged towards him in a frenzy. Undaunted, Lin Xiu wielded listening spring with swift precision, felling common zombies and accumulating layers of berserker. His berserker stacks had surpassed 1,000 in a single day, and his tridimensional attributes were on the verge of reaching heroic rank. Once they attained heroic rank, the producer's infinite procreation would be inconsequential to Lin Xiu, merely a source of synthetic currency. The sanguine flesh masses landed, gradually unfolding from half-meter orbs as Lin Xiu decimated the zombies. Liquid-like flesh writhed, morphing into limbs and solidifying into meter-long forms. Lin Xiu glanced sideways. As the orbs took shape, their skin rapidly aged, resembling that of the common zombies. However, unlike the rotting corpses, their skin wrinkled like that of the elderly. Their speed far surpassed that of the common zombies. Upon checking his stat panel, Lin Xiu discovered that their agility rivaled his own. Although strength and endurance were only D-ranked, their agility had reached B-rank. His countenance shifting, Lin Xiu focused on the cackling producer in the distance, finally understanding. The producer's offspring inherited its attributes, and the producer could control their development before maturity. During the previous skirmish, the producer had recognized his exceptional agility and prioritized that attribute in the offspring's incubation. Intriguing. Let's see who is faster. Listening spring hummed in his grasp. Lin Xiu arched an eyebrow, retreated to create distance from the offspring, and unleashed sonic boom. Clang! An invisible sonic wave erupted, instantly reducing the zombies before him to blood mist. However, the offspring had anticipated the attack and flanked him. Lin Xiu smirked undeterred. The sonic boom had boosted his berserker stacks to over 1,500. His tridimensional attributes had reached heroic rank, filling him with newfound confidence. To his surprise, the system delivered another notification. Ding. All attributes have advanced to heroic rank. Temporary ability acquired. Sensory amplification. As the notification concluded, Lin Xiu's mind cleared, as if he had awakened from a restful slumber. His gaze, previously struggling to track the offspring, now clearly perceived the 6 moving figures. Every frequency of the surrounding sounds became distinct, even the distant thumping of the producer's abdomen. 5 offspring lunged, their combined assault from all directions appearing riddled with openings to Lin Xiu. Stepping forward with his left foot, he snared the first offspring's neck. Simultaneously, listening spring shielded him from the 2 rightmost claws, while the captured offspring was hurled into the 2 on the left. Clang! Thud! The sounds of metal and flesh colliding echoed as Lin Xiu repelled the 5 offspring. Crushing the neck of the captured offspring, Lin Xiu aimed listening spring at the producer and chillingly declared, "Soon, you will be gone." Chapter 34. Energy Sensation. New Survivors Host. Lin Xiu Titles. Master of Decapitation. Zombie Slayer. Swift Attack Elite. Berserker. Stealth Killer Strength. B. Hero. Agility. B. Hero. Stamina. B. Hero. Attributes. Enhanced Recovery. D. Abilities. Heightened Senses. B. Skills. Mastery of Cold Weapons Synthesis Coins. 6820 with a glance at his attributes panel. Lin Xiu once again brandished his listening device. The 2 juvenile zombies, having been repelled to his left, had yet to recover from Lin Xiu's heavy strike when they suddenly detected his presence amidst a fierce gust of wind. Their sharp claws, disregarding direction, began to flail wildly in desperation as they sensed their imminent demise. However, with merely D-grade strength, how could they contend with Lin Xiu? A single swing of his blade, and the 2 juveniles became headless corpses, not even managing a scream. A distant roar erupted from the producer, filled with fury. It had never anticipated that an ordinary human could slay its 3 offspring in such a brief span of time. This cry not only expressed wrath, but also served as a signal for its remaining 2 juveniles to retreat. Yet, facing Lin Xiu, who had fully ascended to the hero level, escape was futile. With only B-level agility, they were as sluggish as a tortoise against Lin Xiu, who was but a step away from epic-level speed. After collecting the corpses, Lin Xiu stomped his right foot down fiercely, the hero-grade strength shattering the floor beneath him as he surged upward like a cannonball. The 2 juveniles, witnessing Lin Xiu's swiftness, emitted terrified shrieks. But in the blink of an eye, they too became headless corpses amidst a flash of white light. Before their heads even hit the ground, Lin Xiu had already stored them in the system space, his listening device almost seamlessly appearing before the producer. The enraged and terrified producer suddenly elongated its claws, frantically swiping at Lin Xiu. Yet, with heightened senses, Lin Xiu navigated this storm of attacks with ease, though the noticeably strengthened strikes prompted him to examine the producer's attributes. It turned out that upon the death of all its newly spawned offspring, the producer entered a frenzy mode, making it easier to kill, yet simultaneously enhancing its attributes across the board. Nevertheless, even with these enhancements, it was still no match for Lin Xiu, who had already mastered all its data and saw no need to prolong the encounter. With a tremor of his listening device, Lin Xiu's strike forced the producer to stagger backward, and in that instant, his blade had already sliced through its neck. With a squelch, the blade severed the producer's neck, causing fresh blood to spurt forth, which took Lin Xiu by surprise. You can rest easy now. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly realized he could not store the producer's body in the system space. This revelation momentarily stunned him, but he quickly became alert, gazing at the corpse. The sole limitation of the system space was that it could not store living beings. Thus, the only explanation was that the producer was, indeed, not dead. Sure enough, just as Lin Xiu was about to depart, the producer's head, bizarrely supported by its disheveled hair, began to flee frantically. Witnessing this, Lin Xiu dared not let it escape. After collecting the remaining parts, he swiftly brought his listening device down upon its head. Clang! The device crashed heavily onto the floor, shattering the ground, and at that moment, the producer's head split in two. Finally, it ceased moving, and as a milky white orb fell, the system prompt echoed in Lin Xiu's mind. Ding! You have killed the producer, Elite, and gained synthesis coins 500. Ding! First kill of the special zombie producer. Reward selection. All attribute level increase. Attribute enhancement. Energy sensation. This kill yielded rewards less bountiful than anticipated, yet the selection reward was remarkably superior. The enhancement of all attributes was commendable. It was the energy sensation that astonished Lin Xiu. This ability granted him the power to mark individuals, objects, or even spaces, enabling him to perceive their every movement within a certain range. This skill was akin to remote surveillance, though Lin Xiu could currently activate only 2 marks with upgrades. Both the distance and the number of marks would increase. Having decisively chosen this attribute enhancement, Lin Xiu continued his assault while simultaneously activating his radio. Jia, are there still advanced zombies at the school? Upon hearing Lin Xiu's voice, the radio buzzed to life. Lingo, are you alright? I'm fine. How about you all? All good, just waiting for you to come back for dinner. Lin Xiu couldn't help but roll his eyes at this response, choosing to ignore the banter. What about Jia? Oh, how affectionate, Lin Gu. Where's Jia? Lin Xiu's face darkened, and he replied with a chuckle. Guzi, your meal is gone. It's already gone. I sensed it. The school is safe now. From the moment Lin Xiu spoke, Zhang Jiayi's tense expression relaxed. However, upon noticing Lin Xiu's address, she suddenly found herself unsure of how to respond. As she observed Guzi teasing Lin Xiu, she seized the opportunity to answer his query. Upon hearing Zhang Jiayi's confirmation, Lin Xiu exhaled in relief. Phew, that's good. I'll prepare to return. However, just then, with his heightened senses still active, Lin Xiu suddenly looked up, his gaze locking onto a chair plummeting from above. Bang! The chair crashed heavily to the ground, startling everyone on the radio, while Lin Xiu spotted several figures on the 6th floor of the teaching building, waving frantically at him. Big brother, over here, save us. Lingo, what happened? Lin Xiu's brow furrowed as he observed the figures above, addressing the radio. Nothing much. I found survivors in a classroom on the 6th floor. I'll go check it out. The group understood, but Lin Xiu abruptly cut off communication, shouting upward, wait. I'm coming up now. With that, Lin Xiu charged directly toward the 6th floor. Yet in that fleeting moment of looking down, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Chapter 35. The Sword of Death. No one survives, Brother Chong. This person fights ferociously. We have witnessed everything from start to finish, and I fear we cannot overcome him. Indeed, Brother Chong, look at his speed. It is evident he is no ordinary human. Moreover, that zombie is likely the one that had previously attempted to break in. The young man known as Brother Chong, bare-chested, let out a cold laugh and said, What are you afraid of? We can flank him, no matter how strong he is. Can he truly evade a sneak attack? I will open the door and let him in, and you can strike from behind. Brother Chong, I really don't think that's a good idea. Wang Jun, how did I not notice before that you possess such a timid nature? If you're unwilling, then let Meng Chu take your place, but do not follow me after this. With that, Zhang Chong disregarded Wang Jun's distressed expression and slapped the girl beside him, scolding. Have you grown accustomed to being undressed? Didn't you hear when I told you to put your clothes on before others arrive? The girl, having been struck, glanced at him expressionlessly before slowly standing up to put on her tattered clothing, joining another girl as they huddled in the corner. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the room. Lin Xiu, observing the security door before him, swiftly dispatched the last zombie, yet the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. With his heightened senses, he could clearly hear the conversations within. They're here. They're here. A male voice announced from inside, and with a click, the security door swung open to reveal a buzz-cut man alongside a slightly overweight companion. Upon sighting Lin Xiu, the buzz-cut man's face immediately registered astonishment. Big brother, you arrived so quickly? What about the zombies outside? As he spoke, he turned a glance outside. Lin Xiu waved the bloody blade in his hand and sheathed it. The man, seeing this, promptly stepped aside, inviting Lin Xiu in. Big brother, I am Zhang Chong, and this is Meng Chu. We have been trapped here for an entire day, and finally, we see a living person. Lin Xiu recognized Zhang Chong's voice, but chose not to respond, instead directing his gaze toward the two girls in the corner. Their eyes were vacant, their hair disheveled, their clothes in tatters, with traces of tears on their faces, and bruises adorning their exposed legs. Lin Xiu's grip on the knife involuntarily tightened as he suppressed his fury and inquired, "What happened to them?" Zhang Chong glanced at the girls, shrugging helplessly. They were terrified. They witnessed a zombie devouring a person right before them and were left in shock. I brought them in. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes, coldly regarding Zhang Chong. If you save them, why do they appear this way? Zhang Chong's expression stiffened momentarily before he replied. We stumbled our way here. They merely suffered some injuries, which is fortunate enough. Big brother, are you alone, or has the school organized a rescue? Rescue? Lin Xiu scoffed. In such dire circumstances, do you truly believe you will have a better life if rescued? Zhang Chong's expression turned icy as he took a step back, distancing himself from Lin Xiu. You understand the situation better than I do. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Unfazed by this feeble threat, Lin Xiu chuckled lightly. Is that so? Then I am curious to know what will happen if I do interfere. What will happen? Zhang Chong smirked. You will die. As soon as he finished speaking, the overweight man lunged forward to embrace Lin Xiu, while the door behind them slammed shut. Wang Jun swung a metal rod forcefully toward Lin Xiu. However, Lin Xiu, having already discerned the trio's intentions, was far from being deceived by such a pathetic ruse. Even without the effects of the berserker, his agility remained superior to that of ordinary individuals. As the overweight man charged, Lin Xiu swiftly drew his blade. Gripping the man's neck with his left hand, he swung his knife with his right, spilling blood in a swift arc. In a seamless motion, he reversed his grip on the blade, and, as he turned his body, he severed the man's head from his shoulders. Zhang Chong stared dumbfounded as he collapsed to the ground, speechless. The two girls, witnessing the demise of the two men, suddenly found a spark of life in their eyes. Do you think this blade in my hand is meant solely for zombies? Lin Xiu's gaze bore into Zhang Chong, his murderous aura silencing him instantly. You are correct about one thing. I am more aware of the current state of affairs than you, thus, you must die. No. With a swift motion, blood erupted into the air, splattering against the ceiling as Lin Xiu flicked the blood from his blade before sheathing it once more. Ding! You have eliminated a survivor group and acquired the title, Cold-Blooded. The sudden system notification caused Lin Xiu to momentarily pause, yet he did not rush to check it. Instead, he focused on the two girls in the corner. Noticing their expressions shift, Lin Xiu stepped over the bodies, speaking in as gentle a tone as he could muster. Our school has a survivor base located in the dormitory area. Would you like to come back with me? The two girls remained silent, and Lin Xiu's brow furrowed in confusion before he fell silent himself. At that moment, their gazes remained fixated on the fallen bodies. Time seemed to freeze, And as the blood ceased to flow from the lifeless forms, staining Lin Xiu's feet, the girls finally moved. Almost simultaneously, both girls sprang up. But their target was not Lin Xiu. They charged toward the fallen corpses. One girl picked up a discarded iron rod, frantically battering the lifeless body, while the other seized whatever object she could find to strike the corpse. Screams, cries, and howls filled the air, a cacophony that rang painfully in Lin Xiu's ears. Slowly turning away, he patiently awaited the conclusion of their outburst. Once they had exhausted themselves, he gently asked, "Will you return with me?" The two girls, still huddled together, finally turned their gazes toward Lin Xiu, offering him a strained smile. Just when Lin Xiu believed they would agree, they exchanged glances, shared a kiss, and slowly stood before him. "You." Before he could finish his sentence, they both leaned in to kiss his cheek, leaving him momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, he found them standing by the window, hand in hand, smiling at him. Lin Xiu stood rooted in place, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes. Outside, two dull thuds struck heavily against his heart. Chapter 36. Inventory of Supplies. Enormous gains slowly approaching the corner of the room. He picked up two student ID cards lying there, the photographs revealing the two girls from earlier. Compared to their disheveled appearance just moments ago, they now appeared more youthful and joyful in the images, from the heart symbols emblazoned on each of their IDs, and the lingering trace of a wet kiss before their leap. Lin Xiu could easily surmise their connection. Jiang Lilu Lin Xiu murmured their names, moving to the window to gaze at the two corpses below, feeling a slight heaviness in his chest. However, upon noticing the encroaching zombies outside, he promptly collected all items in the broadcasting room and hurried downstairs. After dispatching the scattered zombies and retrieving the girls' bodies into the system space, he gradually made his way toward the dormitory area. "Lingu, how many survivors do you have over there? Why did you suddenly hang up?" Listening to the intercom, Lin Xiu connected the communication and, after taking a deep breath, slowly uttered 5 words: "No survivors." The person on the other end of the intercom was momentarily taken aback. The 6 of them exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring surprise. Zhang Jiayi and Shi Mengxian, however, distinctly sensed an unusual emotion in Lin Xiu's tone. Just as Daze was about to speak again, Zhang Jiayi shot him a sharp glare and softly said, "All right, let us discuss it when we return." After severing the communication, Lin Xiu inhaled deeply, observing the now zombie-free campus, and managed a faint smile. He glanced at the 2 student IDs in his hand, placed them into the system space, and ceased to dwell on those matters. Today's expedition had yielded abundant rewards, having successfully taken down 3 special zombies, and he had yet to examine their spoils. Thus, taking advantage of his walking time, Lin Xiu began his review. First, he encountered a title that failed to pique his interest. Cold-blooded Effect 1. When you commence killing, emotional thinking will be suppressed, allowing your logic to become more meticulous and enhancing your 5 senses, with only a single effect. And the enhancement of his senses paled in comparison to the all-attribute boost acquired upon reaching the hero level. It was a title of little significance. However, upon discovering the spoils from this encounter, he stood frozen in place, engulfed in euphoric joy. The devourer, the assailant, the producer, these 3 zombies as materials, Lin Xiu had initially thought would be as useful as the listener, with their attack components being the only valuable aspect. Yet, to his surprise, each of these zombies brought him unexpected delights. First was the devourer. Devourer's flesh and blood level, elite description, the flesh and blood of a high-level zombie, capable of being exchanged for high-level resources and synthesized into superior items. Special 1. When synthesizing wearable armor, this item will enhance the user's strength and endurance by 10. Special 2. When synthesizing equipment-type armor, this item will elevate the armor's defensive attributes by 30. Special 3. When synthesizing restorative potions, the effects and duration of the potion will be increased by 50. Special 4. Synthesized equipment has a chance to gain a linking ability, merging armor and weapons, converting damage into restorative power for the user. The Devourer's attacks relied on its fists, Thus, the special effects did not stem from its punches, but rather its own flesh. The Devourer possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities, and its flesh boasted 4 formidable special abilities. Most astonishingly, Lin Xiu was witnessing materials capable of synthesizing potions for the first time. Yet, his greatest astonishment arose from the assailant. Assailant's arm, level, elite description. The assailant's most lethal killing tool, usable for synthesizing specific weapons. Special 1. When used to synthesize firearms, the weapon's power is enhanced by 10. Special 2. For ballistic shooting weapons, there is a certain probability of triggering a direct hit effect. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiu nearly leaped for joy, for this item directly resolved his most urgent need, firearms. He felt as if he were about to produce a long-saved M4A1 model right then and there. However, the most significant surprise awaited him in the remains of the producer. Its flesh and arms bore no special effects, but when Lin Xiu examined its details, he nearly jumped with excitement. Producer's head, level, elite description, the head of a high-level zombie, a special item for exchanging strategic resources, also usable for synthesizing specific items. Special 1. When you're gravely injured, you may choose to consume this item to gain a chance for complete healing. Healing from grave injuries. This was a treasure that could save a life in critical moments. After viewing the details of the producer's offspring, Lin Xiu burst into laughter. Producer's offspring, level, excellent description. The energy within these offspring possesses untapped growth potential, making them prime material for synthesizing enhancement potions. Enhancement potions. He had finally found materials to synthesize enhancement potions. At last, he could elevate his 3-dimensional attributes. In that moment, Lin Xiu even regretted not waiting a bit longer to slay the producer. Had he allowed it to spawn a few more, his attributes might have skyrocketed to the hero level. As the effect of rage subsided and all attribute enhancements faded, returning him to his previous state of a mere D-grade ordinary person, Lin Xiu felt a pang of reluctance. Added to that was the sudden loss of the temporary enhancement to his senses, which left him momentarily disoriented. Yet, as his gaze continued to linger over the system panel, he found himself once again frozen in awe, fixated on a pearl he had previously overlooked. Energy Crystal Core, level, none description. A unique item that may only be nurtured by special zombies, a crystallization of energy. Special 1. When used directly, the user will gain a certain ability from the fallen zombie, or it may be synthesized to determine its special ability before use. Special 2. Upon synthesis, any item will undergo a special enhancement, with a minimum of 1 special effect added. Special 3. This item can also augment any skills and enhancements displayed on the system panel, with effect determined by the level of the skill or enhancement. Lin Xiu could hardly believe that in the throes of his elation, this milky white orb was, in fact, the greatest reward of his day's endeavors. With it, Lin Xiu now had the opportunity to become an ability user. More importantly, he had already discerned the method to attain this power through the Energy Crystal Core. Chapter 37. Synthesis Form. Heroic Weapon. After a brief moment of elation, Lin Xiu immediately set his gaze upon the last reward. The title package. On the title panel, there existed a progress bar exclusively for titles. This bar indicated that every time he accumulated 5 titles, he would receive a package. Moreover, and perhaps more significantly, the number of these packages was limitless, and their contents would improve as the number of titles increased. Ding! You have opened Title Package 1 and obtained Synthesis Form. Synthesis Form, level, elite description. This item will display the synthesis formulas for items when viewing the items in your system backpack, with a level cap of elite. Upon seeing this item, Lin Xiu almost burst into laughter. His most awkward predicament at present was that he had amassed a plethora of items, but remained oblivious to what could be synthesized from them. This was why he had prepared over 7,000 synthesis coins, intending to experiment with synthesizing the M4A1 rifle in his possession. Now, it seemed that fate had smiled upon him. Although he could only view the synthesis formulas pertinent to his own items and the level was capped at elite, this undoubtedly alleviated a considerable burden. At this moment, He could hardly contain his excitement as he retrieved the M4A1 rifle model he had stored for so long. At this instant, the system text above the M4A1 rifle had changed. In addition to the words "can synthesize," several lines of small text had appeared below. Lin Xiu was astonished to discover that such a humble rifle model could possess numerous synthesis options and required a plethora of components. M4A1 model zombie, flesh, any metal, 1,000 synthesis coins? This was a standard synthesis formula marked in white, and Lin Xiu possessed all the required materials, causing it to highlight. However, he was taken aback to find that synthesizing this powerful weapon required a staggering 1,000 synthesis coins, even at the basic level. As he continued to examine the extensive list of formulas, he was astonished to discover that the ordinary M4A1 model could also be synthesized into a golden legendary weapon. However, the synthesis cost soared to an astonishing 100,000 coins. Yet, amidst this lengthy list of formulas, Lin Xiu suddenly spotted a heroic-level synthesis formula. Remarkably, aside from the synthesis coins, he possessed all the necessary materials. M4A1 model, large amount of metal head of the devourer flesh, of the assailant arm, of the assailant head, of the producer energy crystal core, 10,000 synthesis coins. Upon viewing this formula, Lin Xiu felt a shiver run down his spine, for it seemed to encompass nearly all of his recent acquisitions. While the producer's head, which had the potential to save a life, was concerning, in light of the current circumstances, it was not deemed overly crucial. However, the energy crystal core, which would grant him extraordinary abilities, was indeed a significant asset included in this formula. This situation left Lin Xiu quite perplexed. Based on the synthesis of the Tang Dao, listening, it appeared that the stronger the synthesized item, the more materials were required. If a weapon that utilized the entirety of the listener's body could be so formidable, then how powerful would the M4A1 rifle be when fused with such an array of potent components? Nevertheless, faced with the allure of possessing extraordinary powers, he found it difficult to relinquish this opportunity, especially since his synthesis coins were insufficient. Naturally, one aims to synthesize the best possible items. This is a universal aspiration. Yet, the present conditions left him feeling somewhat despondent. With this train of thought, Lin Xiu's previously joyous demeanor suddenly shifted to one of unease. Particularly now, as he stood outside the gymnasium, he was reminded of the survivors he had encountered within. However, this mission also entailed transporting firearm models from outside the gymnasium, compelling him to step inside. Roar! Thud! Upon entering the gymnasium, Lin Xiu immediately discovered the corridors within teeming with zombies. After swiftly dispatching several undead, he returned to the entrance of the inner arena. Observing the door that had been smashed to pieces, he realized it had evidently been broken from the inside, indicating that the zombies within had forced their way through. Though the reason behind their actions remained a mystery, Lin Xiu, now feeling particularly irritable, grasped his weapon and began to unleash his frustrations. Having already dealt with all the special zombies in the school, his next task was to clear out all the remaining undead within the institution. In light of this, he recognized that this endeavor was indeed his primary objective, thus prompting him to attack with even greater fervor. Time swiftly passed, and after Zhang Jiai had called him twice over the walkie-talkie, Lin Xiu finally paused to survey the now empty gymnasium. Lin Xiu, are you back now? Hearing Zhang Jiai and Appo's voice again, Lin Xiu, having vented a considerable amount of his frustration, momentarily froze. It was impossible for him to claim he held no feelings for Zhang Jiai. In his past life as a corporate worker, he had reached nearly 30 years of age, remaining a solitary figure. Therefore, he naturally harbored some fondness for Zhang Jiai, an endearing yet peculiar girl who cared for him for reasons unknown. Moreover, as a system traveler in a post-apocalyptic world intent on saving others, his ambitions extended beyond merely Zhang Jiai. However, his conscience still prevailed, preventing him from engaging in any morally reprehensible acts, even without having faced the tribulations of the apocalypse. While he could rationalize such actions in the context of the end of days, he would still feel indignation when confronted with them. No, I've just finished clearing out the zombies in the gymnasium. You all can eat first. I need to wait a bit. With 1,000 zombies dispatched, the passive effect of the decapitation master had brought his synthesis coins close to 10,000 as he made his way along the corridor towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's response, which was more than a simple acknowledgement, Zhang Jiai breathed a sigh of relief. At least it indicated that Lin Xiu was no longer as burdened as before. Yet, the current situation left her in a quandary, leading her to hesitate in how to proceed. Noticing that the communication had yet to be terminated, Lin Xiu perceived something and halted his steps, inquiring, "Is there something else?" Zhang Jiai was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiu's unexpectedly gentle inquiry before she blurted out, "Lin Xiu, we discussed earlier that we need people. If possible, the survivors inside the gymnasium." Hearing this, Lin Xiu smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I've arrived at this location. If feasible, I will rescue them." Upon hearing his words, Zhang Jiai exhaled in relief. "Good, then I will wait for your return." "All right." After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiu gazed at the equipment room before him, flipping his weapon with determination and striking forward. Chapter 38. Re-entering the gym. Encountering newcomers with a swift motion, the Tang Dao sliced through the inferior security door effortlessly. Upon witnessing the door cleaved in two, Lin Xiu was met with a piercing scream from within the room. Yet, as he stepped inside, both parties froze in astonishment. The reason for Lin Xiu's shock was that, instead of the anticipated 5 individuals, only 2 young women remained. The bewilderment of the 2 girls stemmed from Lin Xiu's appearance. Clad in an Iron Man suit, they were taken aback and unsure of how to respond. Lin Xiu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why are there only the 2 of you? What happened to the 3 men?" Upon hearing his familiar voice, the 2 women exchanged incredulous glances before pointing at Lin Xiu. A hint of surprise gracing their features as they exclaimed, "It's you." "Indeed, but where are the other 3? Lin Xiu asked impatiently, his irritation growing with their dramatic reactions. Sensing his annoyance, the 2 women fell silent. Zhao Qianqian looked at Lin Xiu and said, They left." "Left?" Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. "Where did they go?" The 2 women shook their heads, and Wu Hui scoffed. "They thought we were a burden while we were asleep last night. They just opened the door and ran off." Lin Xiu's brow furrowed further. He had sensed the discord among the 5 when he departed, but he never anticipated that the 3 men would possess such audacity. They fled in the dead of night? Lin Xiu chuckled softly, realizing that while the gym may have been free of zombies, the campus streets were teeming with them. Even he had opted to return to the dormitory swiftly due to the overwhelming presence of the undead. Given the tranquility of the dormitory last night, it was evident that the 3 men had likely met their demise at the hands of zombies. Zhao Qianqian nodded pitifully, her eyes pleading as she looked at Lin Xiu, while Wu Hui remarked disdainfully, "They're probably in terrible shape now. Men truly are worthless." Lin Xiu's expression tightened, and he contemplated leaving right then and there. However, Zhao Qianqian, startled by Wu Hui's comment, quickly covered her mouth and smiled at Lin Xiu. "Senior, please don't pay her any mind. Since you are here, you must have a way to help us escape, right? Can you take us to safety?" Upon hearing Zhao Qianqian and oppose, Espli, Wu Hui, who had been furious moments ago, suddenly calmed down, realizing the gravity of their predicament. With the door breached and zombies approaching, their survival was uncertain, and her earlier words had likely offended this man. Unable to restrain herself, she repeatedly apologized to Lin Xiu. "I'm sorry, I was just angry. Senior, please help us leave this place." Lin Xiu regarded the 2 women, sighed softly, and decided not to hold a grudge over a mere comment. He nodded and said, "You may follow me, but once we return to the base, you must adhere to my instructions. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unforgiving." Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged glances and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Just then, their stomachs rumbled in unison, a sound that caused them to blush slightly. In the next moment, 2 bags of bread and bottled water were tossed before them. "Stack those iron racks against the door to barricade it. I'll make a quick trip to the 2nd floor and return immediately. Do not make any noise to attract the zombies, understood?" Lin Xiu instructed as the 2 girls devoured the food hungrily. He then repositioned the iron racks to block the entrance before rushing upstairs. Initially, his objective was to collect all the weapon models from a military club. But with the acquisition of the synthesis form, his goals had shifted. Instead of seeking out the military club's room directly, he opted to cut open the doors of each room, gathering all items marked with the label synthesizable into his system backpack. Since anything below elite level could be easily identified using the form, the task became straightforward, alleviating any concerns he had. As he cleared the remnants of zombies on the second floor, while smashing doors and collecting items, Lin Xiu felt an unexpected thrill in this bandit-like behavior. Ah, our school has a security team? He mused, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the door labeled security team. With his newfound synthesis form, he was in dire need of self-defense weapons, as he anticipated that the school would eventually become a survivor's base requiring ample armament. However, just as he sliced through the wooden door and stepped inside, he suddenly heard a series of whistling sounds ahead. Reacting instinctively due to his heightened agility and mastery of cold weapons, Lin Xiu swung his listening blade forward. Clang, 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 as he deflected 3 arrows. He surveyed the room and discovered 5 individuals staring back at him intently. To his immediate left, a man brandished a cleaver, poised to strike. Fortunately, everyone reacted swiftly. Lin Xiu severed the arrows, and the man beside him halted his assault. Otherwise, it was uncertain who would have been struck. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, surprised, and surveyed the 4 men and 1 woman in the room, a grin breaking across his face. Well, it appears there are still some survivors here. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's remark, the 5 lowered their weapons, the archers awkwardly rising to face him. Among them, a girl holding a crossbow approached Lin Xiu hesitantly, saying, "We're sorry. We didn't expect anyone to break in. We thought it was a zombie." Lin Xiu's brow furrowed as he blurted out, "A zombie? The listener?" The 5 exchanged glances, and the girl frowned. The listener? Is it the short zombie that attacks by sound? Realizing he had spoken too quickly, Lin Xiu nodded without hesitation. Yes, that's the one. At that moment, a boy beside Lin Xiu, wielding a watermelon knife, peeked outside and immediately asked, "Have you seen it? Where is it now?" "Where?" Lin Xiu smirked, glancing at the listening blade in his hand. "It has already perished at my hands." Chapter 39. An Invitation to Survive. A surprising synthesis. The assembly was visibly taken aback by Lin Xiu's declaration, their gazes converging on his blade. A moment later, someone scoffed. "Spare us the hyperbole, brother. We witnessed its metamorphosis. No one could have survived that onslaught. It was far too swift." Lin Xiu, unperturbed, regarded the speaker, latching onto a crucial detail within his words. They had observed the very genesis of the sound listener. This revelation was of paramount importance to Lin Xiu. He raised his left hand, gesturing for silence, and abruptly retreated from the chamber. Just as the occupants prepared to follow, he reappeared, now bearing a backpack procured from the exchange emporium. He tossed the contents onto the floor and announced, "I've brought sustenance. It's rare to find others still alive. Let's converse as we partake." A collective gasp arose as the bread and bottled water scattered across the floor. After a moment of stunned silence, they surged forward, driven by the gnawing pangs of hunger. By their reckoning, they had been deprived of sustenance for at least 3 days. Once the 5 had satiated their immediate hunger, Lin Xiu crouched down, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "Tell me, how did this sound listener emerge?" Though his demeanor was amiable, his heart pounded with anticipation. He surmised that this information might hold the key to the genesis of supernatural abilities. While the abrupt emergence of Zhang Jiayi's power remained a mystery, understanding the origins of these unique zombies might offer some insight. Gratitude and obligation tempered their wariness. These individuals, strangers to Lin Xiu, felt compelled to reciprocate his generosity. One of the men, who had attempted to shoot him with a crossbow, spoke. "Brother, are you truly unaware? Had we not fled with haste, we would either be scattered fragments or transformed into those creatures." "Elaborate," Lin Xiu urged. "It was during the competition. We were observing from the stands when suddenly one of our comrades collapsed. Then several others nearby also fell. I was utterly bewildered." His countenance darkened as he recalled the scene. "When I surveyed the area, I found nearly everyone prostrate, save for a few scattered individuals. And guess what happened?" Lin Xiu played along. "What? They turned into zombies?" The man shook his head vehemently. No, had they simply become zombies, I would have retreated to the dormitories. We wouldn't have starved for 3 days. A flicker of terror crossed his face. The first to fall let out a piercing shriek, startling me. Then, those around him spewed forth torrents of blood. Imagine, at least 20 individuals vomiting blood. A crimson cascade gushing from their mouths. Lin Xiu's brow furrowed. Though he hadn't witnessed such a spectacle, he could imagine its gruesome nature. Then, the one who had been drenched in blood began to decompose as if splashed with acid. His bones seemed to evaporate, and he collapsed into a heap. Lin Xiu's eyebrows arched. This description mirrored the appearance of a sound listener. He transformed into a sound listener? The man nodded. That clawed monstrosity. It roared to the heavens. Then with a swipe of its claws, it cleaved dozens of zombies into pieces. Panic erupted, and those who had fallen transformed into zombies and began devouring the living. Lin Xiu noticed the man's hands trembling slightly, a testament to the trauma he had endured. Everyone fled, and the sound listener pursued the sounds. It grew faster with each kill. I ran too, but I was far away, one of the first to escape. Then came the man beside me. But we found zombies blocking the entrance, so we sought refuge here. Lin Xiu nodded slowly, a tinge of disappointment in his heart. Though he had heard a first-hand account of a sound listener and Oppo's emergence, it offered little practical gain. He decided to move on, stating, I and Oppo's am establishing sanctuary. If you're willing to abide by the rules, I can bring you there. If not, I'll leave the provisions and we'll part ways. What do you say? Lin Xiu scanned the group, his words leaving them stunned and silent. The prospect of salvation was enticing, yet the phrase abide by the rules instilled a sense of apprehension. They were caught in a quandary. Seeing their hesitation, Lin Xiu smiled gently. Discuss it amongst yourselves. I'll scout ahead for more supplies. When I return, inform me of your decision. With that, he turned and departed, leaving the 5 to huddle in the corner, their eyes darting between the backpack and the splintered door. Whispering amongst themselves, Lin Xiu paid them no heed. Their decision held little consequence for him. Instead, his gaze fell upon the military club's room, a smile spreading across his face. Mindful of the previous incident, Lin Xiu refrained from simply cleaving the door. He rapped gently, and when he found it locked, he called out, Is anyone inside? If not, I'm coming in. He pressed his ear to the door, and hearing no response, he unleashed the sound listener, shattering the barrier. As Guzi had described, the room was filled with a vast array of weaponry. Most were firearms, including heavy ordnance like Stinger missiles and Gatling guns. More importantly, Lin Xiu discovered several handgun synthesis formulas, all highlighted in a vibrant glow. This indicated that with his current resources, he could transform them into authentic firearms. Grabbing a pistol, Lin Xiu grinned from ear to ear. None of the synthesis formulas required any exotic materials. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu held the pistol aloft and silently commanded the system. Synthesize. Chapter 40. With real guns in hand. Thoughts diverge. Glock 19. Type. Ordinary synthesis price. 500 synthesis formula. Glock 19 model, a small amount of metal zombie flesh description. An ordinary Glock 19 pistol. Yet its performance in all aspects has been optimized. Holding this genuine Glock 19 in his hands, it would be a lie to claim he felt no excitement. A normal man would have no reason not to love firearms, and, at this moment, he felt an irresistible urge to pull the trigger and fire a couple of rounds. As this thought emerged, it became utterly uncontrollable, especially given that this Glock 19 was equipped with a silencer, rendering him unconcerned about the 5 individuals in the distance overhearing him. Thus, after glancing at the exchange shop where he could acquire a magazine for merely 10 synthesis coins, Lin Xiu readily made the payment to attach a magazine to his pistol. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the synthesizable items in the room into his system backpack before taking aim at the wall. However, he currently possessed neither shooting experience nor proficiency. His only knowledge of firearms was from military training during his university days. Consequently, he felt somewhat anxious, gripping the Glock 19 tightly. Although it was merely a pistol, he was uncertain of the effects of the system's modifications. Yet he knew that if he did not stabilize the firearm, the recoil would undoubtedly cause him discomfort. He disengaged the safety, took a deep breath, aimed at the corner of the wall, and, after a few seconds of anticipation, decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet erupted from the chamber, striking the wall with force and creating a sizable hole. Lin Xiu stared wide-eyed at his hands, realizing post-firing that the recoil of this weapon was astonishingly negligible. This revelation filled him with euphoria. If this was the case, even without any shooting experience, the gun would not pose any challenges for him. As for shooting accuracy, if he struggled to hit a target at 100 meters, surely he could strike something just 4 or 5 meters away. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiu promptly stowed the Glock 19 back in his system backpack and returned to the previous room. Upon Lin Xiu's arrival, the 5 individuals present stood up. Lin Xiu glanced at the zombie that had been struck in the forehead by an arrow at the door and inquired, "So, what have you all been thinking?" The only female among the 5 nodded, stating, "We will accompany you, but we would like to know in advance what we will be doing there." Lin Xiu surmised their concerns were likely about potential restrictive rules, so he clarified, resources are distributed according to labor, starting with basic tasks like cleaning. Work for a day earns you a day's worth of food, while other tasks are entirely voluntary. Hearing this, the group let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xiu did not elaborate further, scanning the room and noticing there was nothing of value aside from the weapons they possessed. He then made his way downstairs. After exchanging glances and nodding, the others followed Lin Xiu down to the first floor. They called for the 2 girls on the first floor, and the group proceeded toward the dormitory building in a grand procession. However, as they approached the entrance of the internal hall, the aforementioned female cautioned Lin Xiu, "Be careful." Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow at her before smiling. "Don and Amp, Oppos, T-Worry, I and Amp, Oppos, V, already cleared the zombies here." The group exchanged glances, but upon witnessing Lin Xiu confidently pass through the entrance without any zombies following, they curiously peered into the interior of the hall. To their astonishment, the gymnasium, which should have been teeming with zombies, was now devoid of any moving undead. Even a few corpses present lay motionless on the ground. More bizarrely, the number of zombie bodies here was alarmingly scarce, hardly even a fraction of what they had encountered upon their escape. Had they all fled outside? The group pondered this as they readied their weapons and cautiously advanced toward the gymnasium's exit. However, they soon observed Lin Xiu, effortlessly wielding his blade to sever a zombie's head. Yet, in the next instant, to their horror, before the head could even touch the ground, Lin Xiu waved his hand, and the entire corpse vanished. The group stood agape, and Lin Xiu happened to turn and catch sight of their shocked expressions. After a brief pause, he mused aloud, "Did you all see that?" No. Some nodded while others shook their heads, prompting Lin Xiu to chuckle. To instill a sense of caution and deter them from causing trouble upon returning to the dormitory, he brandished his blade, declaring, "It's not a secret. To put it plainly, I am an ability user, and what you just witnessed was merely my power at work." At this revelation, the onlooker's eyes widened, fixated on Lin Xiu. The boy who had previously mentioned the emergence of the sound user stepped forward, a hint of excitement in his demeanor, and asked, "Abilities? Is it really abilities?" Lin Xiu shrugged. "Given that you witnessed how the sound user appeared, I believe you should easily comprehend my possession of abilities, right?" The boy nodded vigorously, his face alight with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Got it. So, brother, how did you acquire your powers? Can you share that with me?" Lin Xiu regarded his expression with a bemused smile, causing the girl standing behind him to sense something amiss. "Qian Sheng, what are you getting all worked up about?" she scolded, pulling the overly enthusiastic boy back. She turned to Lin Xiu, apologizing, "I'm sorry, senior. He's not quite right in the head." Lin Xiu waved his hand, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Qian Sheng, realizing his previous folly, awkwardly lowered his head and fell silent. Yet at this moment, a sense of clarity dawned upon the group. No wonder this seemingly ordinary boy had the audacity to venture alone in the school. It turned out he was an ability user, a character one would expect to find in a novel. With this understanding, the 5 individuals who had previously been on the second floor finally grasped why they had been able to sever the arrows with Lin Xiu's swift strikes, despite their seemingly fatal predicament. As these thoughts coalesced, a shared sentiment arose among them. Although they were unsure if they could acquire abilities themselves, at the very least, they no longer needed to worry about food and safety. Moreover, as long as they remained in Lin Xiu's base for an extended period, Wu-Ti opportunities to learn about acquiring powers inevitably arise. Observing Lin Xiu, who was currently dispatching zombies ahead, each person entertained their thoughts, while Lin Xiu remained oblivious to the fact that a show of power had inadvertently produced a contrary effect. Chapter 41. A triumphant return and emotional dilemmas. He has returned. At this moment, Lin Xiu arrived back at the dormitory area, where aside from a few of his comrades and Zhang Jiai, all the individuals rescued from the girls' dormitory had gathered on the first floor to welcome his return. Lin Xiu smiled and acknowledged the crowd, then turned to the 7 individuals behind him and said, "These are the survivors I brought back this time. I hope everyone will get along well. Howsy, please register them. Let us have a nice dinner together tonight." Upon hearing Lin Xiu and Appo's words, smiles spread across the faces of those present, and they dispersed. Howsy and Guzi went to register the 7 newcomers, while Lin Xiu exchanged greetings with Shi Mengxian before leading Zhang Jiai upstairs. Listening to the cheers around him, Lin Xiu wore a smile, while Zhang Jiai's cheeks flushed crimson. However, as if remembering something, she quickly regained her composure. Once they closed the door and sat on the bed, Lin Xiu looked at her with a grin, causing her heart to race. She hurriedly pushed him away and exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? With so many people outside, if you pull me in here, others will definitely misunderstand." Lin Xiu laughed heartily, recalling what she had said before leaving earlier that day, and couldn't help but ask, "What's this? You said something earlier. Are you trying to back out?" Zhang Jiai's face turned red again, and after a moment of hesitation, she replied, "But you don't need to rush. It's still early." Lin Xiu wrapped an arm around her waist and chuckled. "What's wrong? I am an ability user. My stamina is enduring. Is there a problem with that?" His words left Zhang Jiai momentarily speechless, and Lin Xiu leaned closer. In a panic, she could only close her eyes. Yet, she felt a heavy breath in front of her face before Lin Xiu collapsed onto the bed behind her. After a brief moment of shock, Zhang Jiai glanced back, only to find Lin Xiu staring at the ceiling, a troubled expression on his face. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly understood the peculiar behavior and words he had exhibited during their communication. "Lin Xiu," she asked softly, "what happened to the survivors in the teaching building?" At that moment, it seemed she could see the vulnerabilities of this formidable man. Despite his ability to slay powerful zombies amidst thousands, he must have been harboring some deep-seated concerns. Thus, she set aside her earlier shyness and slowly lay her head on his chest, saying, "Can you tell me about it?" Feeling the warmth radiating from his chest, Lin Xiu met Zhang Jiai's gaze and suddenly burst into laughter. She looked puzzled and furrowed her brow, asking, "What are you laughing at all of a sudden?" Lin Xiu shook his head, recalling his previous life as an office worker. Having pursued women for over a decade, yet remaining a bachelor, he never imagined that in this apocalyptic world, within just 2 days, someone would voluntarily seek solace in his embrace. In that moment, he pondered whether it was his newfound charm in this dire situation, or if people were simply in desperate need of companionship to soothe their souls. Regardless, it was a fortunate development for him. At the very least, he now had someone to confide in about matters he could not share with Guzi. Thus, responding to Zhang Jiai's mildly reproachful inquiry, Lin Xiu pulled her closer, turned to face her, and said with a smile, "I was laughing because it feels like, although the apocalypse has just begun, I've already been here for a month, and I feel as if I've known you for years." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiai's face flushed once more, but she rolled her eyes and retorted, "Have you said this to any other girls?" Lin Xiu burst into laughter and swore, "I swear to heaven, I have never said this to a woman in my entire life. You are the first." "I don't believe you," Zhang Jiai replied. "How about being my girlfriend?" Lin Xiu suggested, sensing her slight pause. Yet, she did not respond immediately, but instead looked at him earnestly and asked, "Lin Xiu, what really happened in the teaching building? Does it relate to this?" Zhang Jiai did not answer, but continued to gaze intently at him. Left with no choice, Lin Xiu recounted everything that had transpired in the teaching building. As Zhang Jiai looked at the 2 student IDs Lin Xiu produced, her eyes glistened with tears. Lin Xiu, with a gentle smile, embraced her, but she pushed him away again, asking seriously, Were you serious about what you said earlier? Lin Xiu, feeling exasperated, replied, Why would I lie to you about this? No, I meant about that previous statement. Zhang Jiai's face turned crimson, and Lin Xiu nodded earnestly. Of course. However, just as Lin Xiu thought she might agree, Zhang Jiai said seriously, But if I become your girlfriend, what about Shi Mengxian and the others? At this, Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned, unable to process her words. Sure. Shi Mengxian? What does that have to do with you being my girlfriend? After a pause, it seemed a realization dawned upon him. But Zhang Jiai pinched his ear and said, What are you thinking? Don and Amp, Oppos, to get it twisted. Lin Xiu chuckled helplessly at her words, thinking that any man would surely misinterpret that. Zhang Jiai continued, You may not notice, but I can see it clearly. Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling both have feelings for you. If you and I make it official, it would put them in an awkward position. Hearing this, Lin Xiu's eyes widened. You say Shi Mengxian likes me? I can entertain that thought for now, but Fong Ling? She practically retorts with 10 responses for every single word I say. She likes me? Surely you jest. Just then, a loud knock sounded from outside the door. An Guzi's voice boomed. Lin Gu, take care of yourself. Dinner is ready. If you're busy, I'll eat both portions for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu felt an overwhelming urge to kick Guzi out, shouting, Get lost. All right. Just as Lin Xiu was about to rise, Zhang Jiai climbed onto him, saying earnestly, I still don't know how I feel, but I think it's too early to discuss what you mentioned, given the current unstable situation of the survivor zone. Lin Xiu sighed and shook his head in resignation. Fine, I'll ask them personally when I get the chance, but if it's as you say, wouldn't the outcome remain the same? Not necessarily. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. How is it different? She replied, We'll compete fairly. Whoever wins will have the other. Lin Xiu chuckled at the thought of being pursued after a lifetime of solitude. However, in the next moment, Zhang Jiai suddenly leaned in and kissed him deeply before teasingly saying, But I still intend to keep my promise to you tonight. Chapter 42. Tomorrow's plan in the quiet of the spring night. Old Lin. Here is a schematic of the school that I have transcribed, with the areas yet to be cleared marked upon it. Brother Lin, this is the inventory list of materials we have gathered thus far, along with the primary issues we are facing. Moreover, here's a compilation of individuals among us who possess unique skills or hobbies. Please take a look. Lin Xiu. These are several candidates I have observed who may be suitable for joining the rescue team. Please review them. After dinner, within Lin Xiu's former dormitory, everyone busily scribbled notes and sketches, preparing summaries to submit to him. Lin Xiu furrowed his brow, examining each of their forms and concerns before taking a deep breath. The problems were not overly significant, albeit somewhat trivial and bothersome. Sensing his exhalation, everyone turned their attention toward him. After all, the functioning of the entire dormitory area relied heavily upon his efforts, and his significance was self-evident. Jiang Qing observed Lin Xiu and Amp, Oppos, frown and could not help but voice, If that is the case, let us set everything aside and focus on clearing the school of the zombies first. What do you think? Lin Xiu nodded in agreement. Yet Shi Mengxian interjected, Are we not going to rescue people? There may still be survivors given the limited time. The group paused and turned to Lin Xiu, with a furrowed brow, suddenly recalled the few individuals in the cafeteria. The reason for not immediately rescuing them was twofold. Firstly, they had left a rather poor impression, rendering Lin Xiu reluctant to assist. Secondly, they were within the cafeteria, where food was plentiful. Thus, delaying their rescue for a few days posed little issue. However, he had not anticipated that the elimination of the special zombies would progress so swiftly, resolving the school's greatest crisis in a mere 2 days. Therefore, it was prudent to expedite the gathering of those in the cafeteria, lest they become embroiled in conflict while indulging in their meals. Perceiving the expressions of the group, Lin Xiu nodded. Shi Mengxian is correct. I will bring the cafeteria individuals over tomorrow. Additionally, there is one other matter. With that, he slowly retrieved his handgun from behind him, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. What on earth is this? Guzi was about to exclaim, but was swiftly silenced by Da Qing, who gestured toward the door. Upon understanding, Guzi nodded vigorously before turning to Lin Xiu, whispering, Brother Lin, is this for real? Lin Xiu affirmed, demonstrating the magazine before the group, observing their excited reactions. I have a crucial task for you all, he stated, the gravity of his tone causing their expressions to shift to seriousness as they focused intently on him. None of you are outsiders here. You are aware of my abilities. Should we require a substantial number of firearms, I will need materials. The group nodded in understanding, with Air Guzzi adding, Brother Lin, just say the word. Over the past few days, Guzzi and I have uncovered an abundance of useful items while organizing the dormitory. Lin Xiu shook his head. What I require is simple, scrap metal and firearm models. If the quantity is sufficient, I can synthesize real firearms. However, that is not the crux of the matter. What is the issue then? Lin Xiu inquired of Air Guzzi. What are your impressions of the 7 individuals who arrived today? Air Guzzi frowned at the question, then shook his head. I only registered them and departed, so I do not recall much. However, there was a girl named Sun Jiao, who seemed to be their leader. Lin Xiu nodded. This is precisely the concern. For our large group to maintain stability, we cannot allow any other factions to exist alongside us, especially since they possess weapons such as bows and crossbows. Bows and crossbows. Guzzi suddenly stood up, exclaiming, I explicitly stated that we should report any weapons, yet nobody informed me. The revelation caused the group and Oppo's brows to furrow in unison, prompting Da Qing to assert, I will confront them and demand a hand over their weapons. Lin Xiu quickly intervened, handing Da Qing the Glock 19 along with 2 additional magazines. Da Qing, you are more level-headed than the others. You will temporarily wield this firearm. You know what needs to be done. Da Qing and Oppo's hand trembled as he accepted the gun, but he nodded firmly in response to Lin Xiu's trust in you. I have another, Lin Xiu replied with a smile, confident that with his current synthesis currency and materials, creating another handgun posed no challenge. After clarifying this point, he continued, now is not the time to foster internal conflict. We shall address everything once the school is stabilized. Furthermore, the materials you gather must remain discreet. Apart from you, no one else should know I can synthesize items. Lin Xiu's gaze fell upon Shi Mengxian and Fang Ling. Upon catching Lin Xiu's eye, Shi Mengxian and Oppo's expression flickered with a hint of disappointment. Yet she nodded. I will not speak of it, nor do I have any reason to. Fang Ling glared at Lin Xiu. Who do you look down upon? Do you think everyone is like you, alone in a room during the day? Before she could finish, Shi Mengxian pinched her ear, and with a glance of menace, Fang Ling shuddered and promptly fell silent. Lin Xiu chuckled faintly, glancing at Zhang Jiai before addressing the group. Additionally, tomorrow I will dedicate myself to clearing the school. Guzzi and Huzi will accompany us. We are left with only ordinary zombies, making it an opportune time to hone your skills. After we rescue those in the cafeteria, you may return. Da Qing suddenly turned to Lin Xiu, who reassured him, you need not accompany us. I'm concerned for your safety without someone from our group at home, which is why I entrusted the gun to you. Upon hearing this, Da Qing smiled and withdrew his gaze. After casting one last glance at Zhang Jiai, Lin Xiu stood and addressed everyone. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Rest well. We depart at dawn. Everyone nodded in agreement, and once Shi Mengxian and Fang Ling had left, Lin Xiu took Zhang Jiai's hand, departing the dormitory amidst their playful laughter. The power was out, and by the time the meeting concluded, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Zhang Jiai lit a candle, and they settled once more by the window. Just as Lin Xiu prepared to speak, Zhang Jiai pressed her hand to his lips. Do not say anything. Let me take the lead, even though I'm not very adept at it. Lin Xiu gazed at Zhang Jiai, her face illuminated by the candlelight, exuding a newfound allure, her eyes glistening with a dreamy haze. How could a man who had spent 2 lifetimes in solitude possibly resist? With a swift motion, they extinguished the candle, and before Zhang Jiai could react, he lunged towards her. Chapter 43. Squad Departure. Unexpected rewards, as if human industry had ceased. Lin Xiu was awakened by birdsong outside his dormitory window. He opened his eyes to find Zhang Jiai still slumbering beside him. A smile played on his lips as he leaned in to kiss her forehead. Zhang Jiai stirred, her cheeks flushing crimson at the sight of Lin Xiu and Oppo's grin. She burrowed deeper under the covers, hiding her face. Chuckling, Lin Xiu rose and said, "Stay here and rest today." He then conjured steaming hot congee and a marinated egg from the exchange shop. Peeling back the covers, he gently pinched her cheek and said, "Remember to eat this while it's hot, okay? Go on, get out of here. You're so annoying." Lin Xiu grinned as he left. He found everyone already eating as he stepped out of the dormitory, though they were consuming the emergency rations he had provided. "What appos is going on? Lin, did you have trouble getting up so early?" quipped Erguzi as Lin Xiu approached. Lin Xiu exchanged glances with Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling before producing his kanji. "I did have some trouble, so they're in appos. That's none for you." Erguzi eyed the steaming kanji, then glanced at his own bread. He immediately stood up and fawned. "Lin, that's not what I meant. It's because you're so capable that you can get up this early, right? As an evolved human, such a small matter is nothing." The others chuckled. Shi Mengxian accepted the kanji without a word, while Fong Ling simply scoffed. Lin Xiu recalled Zhang Jiai's words from the previous day and tugged Erguzi's ear. "Can and appos. Do you see there are girls here? Watch what you say." Howsy guffawed, snatching the kanji from Lin Xiu and appos' hand and deliberately waving it in front of Erguzi. He inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Ah, it smells amazing. Too bad someone can amp. Appos, do you have any?" "Lin, I was wrong. Seeing that everyone was eating, Lin Xiu poured half a bowl of kanji for Erguzi and said, "Eat your fill." Just half a bowl?" "Yes. You and appos. V already eaten several pieces of bread. You'll be fine." "Ha ha." Erguzi glumly ate his breakfast with the others, but Lin Xiu sensed that something was amiss. Perhaps it was because of Zhang Jiai's words, but he felt that Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling were behaving strangely. He feared that approaching them would only exacerbate the situation, so he silently distributed the blades and led them out. The absence of Zhang Jiai lightened the mood. While she had been useful as a radar, her presence seemed to complicate matters. Lin Xiu believed that designating her as support was the best course of action, especially now that their relationship had deepened. The five of them, including Hauzi and Erguzi, were now combat-capable thanks to the physique enhancer. As this was a training exercise, Lin Xiu took up the rear after they left the dormitory area. He synthesized another Glock 19 and announced, "These zombies are all ordinary. You should be able to handle them with the blades I gave you. You and appos, LL clear the path to the cafeteria." He brandished the Glock 19. "I and appos, LL cover you from behind. But anyone who makes me intervene will forfeit a meal." "Any objections?" Shi Mengxian remained silent. Fong Ling rolled her eyes, and Erguzi grinned. "Understood. But if I reach the cafeteria without your help, do I get extra rations?" Lin Xiu rolled his eyes but nodded. "Yes, if you can make it. You'll get extra rations." "Hee hee. Howsy, don't hold me back." "What? I'm holding you back?" Lin Xiu, seeing them about to argue, interjected, "All right, zombies are coming. Move out." They looked ahead and saw zombies lurching toward them. Although Lin Xiu had taken them out the previous day, the library and cafeteria were in opposite directions. Many zombies remained in the cafeteria area. Huzzy and Erguzi had been eager to fight zombies. They felt that staying at home was unmanly and that true men should be out slaying zombies with Lin Xiu. They charged forward without even looking at Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling. The zombies were closing in from all sides, and the two would be surrounded if they continued in that manner. "Hey, slow down," Lin Xiu shouted, drawing his blade and moving to intercept. Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling closed ranks, forming a square formation. Fortunately, Erguzi and Hauzi were not as reckless as Lin Xiu had feared. They stopped after cutting down 2 zombies each. Lin Xiu also halted, momentarily stunned. He had received synthetic coins when Erguzi and Hauzi felled the zombies. While the amount was small, it signified a new avenue for earning synthetic coins. "Ha, Lin, this blade is amazing." "Lin, I and appos am definitely getting extra rations." The others turned to Lin Xiu, who was elated. "All right, keep slaying. You got it." Lin Xiu quickly deduced that the weapons were the key to earning synthetic coins. Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling had used their own blades the previous day, which explained why they had not received any income. He looked at Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling. The 4 of them formed a square, with Lin Xiu in the center, able to support them all. As expected, The system notified him that he had received a synthetic coin when Meng Xian beheaded a zombie. What? A headshot doubles the synthetic coin reward? Lin Xiu's face lit up. But then he remembered that if they could earn him synthetic coins by killing zombies, he should be able to store the zombies in the system space. He focused on a fallen zombie and willed it into his system space. Chapter 44: The Outsiders. Fainting from hunger in the cafeteria, as Lin Xiu watched the zombie vanish from his sight, and the items in his system backpack increased by 1. He burst into laughter and remarked to his companions, "When dispatching zombies, aim for the head. A single strike guarantees their demise." Erguzi and Haozi nodded in agreement. Although they lacked Lin Xiu and Appo's proficiency with melee weapons, the tang knives in their hands were remarkably light, making the task manageable. Thus, Lin Xiu positioned himself at the center of the group, delighting in the rise of his synthesis coins. To expedite their progress, he occasionally fired his Glock 19, indulging in the thrill of the moment. The distance from the dormitory area to the cafeteria was not far, and it was less convoluted than the route to the gymnasium. However, Lin Xiu cooed into Amp, Appo's shake the feeling that the number of zombies was alarmingly excessive. At that moment, Meng Xian seized a lull in the carnage to address Lin Xiu. "Lin Xiu, something feels off. The number of zombies is increasing." Lin Xiu nodded, having noticed the same. Fearing the worst, he promptly grabbed the walkie-talkie and inquired, "Please check immediately if any new special zombies have appeared in the school." "Old Lin, is there a problem?" De Qing asked urgently, clearly anxious. Lin Xiu reassured him. "It's nothing serious. I've just noticed a few anomalies and wanted to confirm." Just then, Zhang Jia responded, "I've scanned the area, and there are indeed no signals from any special zombies this time. Just a strong reading." "Understood." After ending the communication, Meng Xian and the others overheard. And Haozi and Erguzi quickly asked, "Lingo, what should we do now? Our position is rather precarious. We're almost at the cafeteria. There's no way we can retreat." Lin Xiu had no intention of retreating. Not only were they closer to the cafeteria, but he would not permit a withdrawal. The alarming increase in ordinary zombies, despite the absence of special ones, was evidently a significant concern. As someone preparing to establish a survival base here, it was imperative for him to address this issue without delay. He drew his listening device and instructed the group, "Stay close to me. I will lead the way. Let us reach the cafeteria as soon as possible." The group nodded and promptly restructured their formation, allowing Lin Xiu to take the lead while the remaining 4 followed closely behind. Though it was their first collaboration, they worked together remarkably well. However, Lin Xiu and Appo's approach to the zombies was far from gentle. With his listening device in hand, he swept through the area before him, clearing it of any zombies. Additionally, he utilized his left hand, which was free, to eliminate several more zombies while wielding his knife. "Let's move. Time is of the essence." Unbeknownst to Lin Xiu, similar words were being uttered at the school gate. This was Modi University. Once the area was cleared and the gate secured, they would be safe. A man clad in a white t-shirt and sporting a buzz cut stood atop a truck, calling into a walkie-talkie while gesturing for the vans behind him to accelerate through the gate. The surging horde of zombies seemed to go unnoticed, freely entering the campus. Only a handful were crushed under the wheels of the vehicles. Strangely, the zombies appeared to disregard the convoy of vans, surging into the school instead. Once all the vehicles were inside, a young man in a white shirt leaped down from the last truck. To everyone's astonishment, upon landing, the zombies not only refrained from attacking him, but instead parted like the Red Sea, creating a path for him. The young man on the truck chuckled, "Old two, your abilities are becoming increasingly enviable. This is quite the cushy setup." The man in the shirt smiled and approached the gate, pushing it closed with force. Once the gate was securely shut, he adjusted his glasses and remarked, "I'd love to trade with you. Otherwise, I'm stuck doing all the heavy lifting with these spindly arms and legs." The others erupted in laughter as the man in the tank top pulled the shirt-clad individual back onto the truck, signaling for the journey to commence. However, at that moment, the young man's walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Big brother, we're unfamiliar with this area. How do we proceed?" The young man frowned slightly. Although he was a native of Modu, he had never visited this school and could only point toward a distant building, saying, "Head over there. It looks like a cafeteria. We should check for food and settle everyone in." Unbeknownst to Lin Xiu and his group, the sudden increase in zombies they sensed was due to the open gate, allowing a large wave of zombies to be ushered in. For them, the immediate situation was the source of their greatest concern. Upon reaching the second floor of the cafeteria, the group encountered 8 individuals collapsed within the staff dormitory. They exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of how to respond. Guzzi, gripping his knife, checked one person into amp. Oppos, nose for breath, and then proceeded to do the same for another. After confirming that all 8 were still alive, he scratched his head and exclaimed, "What's going on? They're alive, yet unconscious? No wounds, no bites?" Lin Xiu surveyed the group, opened the system panel for a scan, and chuckled in exasperation. No need to speculate. They've simply fainted from hunger. Fainted from hunger? The others were momentarily dumbfounded. Fainting from hunger in the cafeteria? Now that was a talent. Lin Xiu pointed at the blown-open door of the staff dormitory and chuckled. "We fought our way up here, and the hall on the second floor is wide open, but they were too scared to step outside." Guzzi blinked, rolling his eyes. "This is utterly ridiculous. There were only a few zombies outside. How could it compare to the horde we just cut through? They are 8 people, 5 of whom are grown men. Scared?" Lin Xiu looked at Guzzi bemused. Not everyone shares your eagerness to showcase their prowess in the face of an apocalypse. With a resigned sigh, he retrieved some bread and bottled water from the exchange shop and addressed the group. "All right, enough complaining. Let us wake them up one by one, have a meal, and then we can take them away." Guzzi and Hausi exchanged glances, sharing a knowing grin. While slaying zombies may not be their forte, they were well-versed in delivering slaps to wake someone up. Especially considering how cowardly this group had been, they would apply just a bit more force. Smack, smack, smack. Chapter 45. 2 extraordinary individuals. A startling number within the confines of the staff dormitory in the cafeteria, the air was punctuated by the sharp sound of slaps. Yet, those who awoke paid little heed to their reddened faces, instead expressing gratitude towards Guzzi and Hausi, who had provided them with bottled water and bread. In contrast, Sherman Xian and Fong Ling, responsible for 3 girls, adopted a gentler approach, merely pinching the acupoint between the girls and Oppos, noses to rouse them. "Lin Xiu, I thought you had abandoned us." The first girl to awaken spoke words that left everyone present momentarily stunned, observing the admiring expressions on Guzzi and Hausi's faces. Lin Xiu felt a headache coming on. This statement, regardless of interpretation, seemed to accuse him of being a callous deserter. However, before he could defend himself, Fong Ling chimed in with a teasing tone. "Oh, I didn't expect our leader Lin to have quite the romantic past." Faced with Fong Ling and Oppos' mocking gaze, Lin Xiu twitched his mouth in response and handed a bottle of water to the girl who had spoken. "Xiang Na, your words are quite absurd, you know?" The 3 girls were members of the anime club, and while Lin Xiu recognized them, so did Guzzi and Hausi, albeit at a superficial level. Given their slight acquaintance, Lin Xiu spoke more courteously and even found the energy to joke. However, upon taking a sip of water, Xiang Na suddenly turned to Lin Xiu, tears streaming down her face. "The 3 bravest among us have perished. The rest of us are too frightened to step outside. The only 2 who dare to venture out have not returned. I thought we were doomed." At Xiang Na's lament, the few boys who had been awakened paused their eating, lowering their heads in silence. Lin Xiu cast a faint glance at the boys, but chose to remain silent. Fear is a natural human response, especially since he had previously forced them to witness a horrific scene of mutual slaughter. Thus, he was somewhat understanding of their current timidity. However, as a beauty from the anime club, Xiang Na appeared delicate, and her tearful state only heightened Lin Xiu and Oppos' unease. Particularly since he had an aversion to seeing women cry. He could shake the feeling that he had done something wrong. At that moment, Guzzi and Hausi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and even Fong Ling and Sherman Xian turned their gazes toward him, eager to know what was afoot. Lin Xiu, noticing the 4 curious expressions, shrugged helplessly and said, "Let us focus on saving people first. We can discuss this later. I'll go check outside." Yet, before he could finish, the intercom he shared with Sherman Xian suddenly crackled to life, and Zhang Jiai and Appo's voice burst forth, Lin Xiu? This is bad. I've discovered. Wait. Lin Xiu interrupted, switching the speaker to his earpiece and signaling to the four inside the room before exiting. Sherman Xian understood Lin Xiu's intent and promptly turned off the communication, continuing to awaken the others. Lin Xiu made his way to a secluded corner of the cafeteria, quietly inquiring, "What is going on at causing such urgency? I sense two extraordinary individuals have arrived at the school. They are headed in your direction." Zhang Jiai's voice trembled with urgency. Lin Xiu's expression shifted as he asked, "Can you gauge their strength?" "I cannot, but their signal strength is comparable to that of the zombie in the gymnasium, slightly stronger. Yet one individual is quite peculiar." "Peculiar?" Lin Xiu inquired. "His signal fluctuates between strong and weak, and at times even vanishes completely. This may relate to his abilities." Lin Xiu furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend this phenomenon, and asked, "Do you know why?" "No, you're the only one I know to be an extraordinary individual, yet cannot detect his signal. So I speculate his ability may be similar to yours." Hearing this, Lin Xiu offered a wry smile. He considered himself no extraordinary individual. He was merely a facade, lacking any real abilities. However, with Zhang Jiai having broached the topic, he refrained from further inquiries. Just as he was about to terminate the communication, Zhang Jiai exclaimed, "They have arrived at the cafeteria." With a sharp intake of breath, Lin Xiu heard the sound of tires screeching outside the cafeteria. Tang Dao materialized in his hand, and after listening intently for 2 seconds, he addressed Zhang Jiai. "Jiai, they are here. I will hang up now and assess the situation. Be careful." "Understood." As Lin Xiu ended the call, Sherman Xian, who had also heard the screeching tires, rushed out of the staff dormitory to meet him. Lin Xiu gestured for silence and pointed toward the entrance of the second floor of the cafeteria, cautiously making his way out with his weapon in hand. Understanding his signal, Sherman Xian did the same to the others in the dormitory before following Lin Xiu toward the entrance of the second floor. Adjacent to the entrance were floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing them to observe the situation below while remaining concealed by the curtains. A delivery truck and 4 vans had parked outside, and from the obscured view atop the delivery truck, it appeared there were no fewer than 10 individuals aboard. Upon seeing this number, Lin Xiu's heart sank. At that moment, Sherman Xian joined Lin Xiu, leaning close to observe the scene below. Upon recognizing the number of people, her brow furrowed deeply, mirroring Lin Xiu and Appo's concern. "What is this?" Sherman Xian whispered in Lin Xiu and Appo's ear. Lin Xiu, engrossed in the gravity of the situation, replied in a hushed tone, "These are newcomers from outside the school, and 2 of them possess extraordinary abilities." Upon hearing this, Sherman Xian and Appo's frown deepened. Having witnessed Lin Xiu in battle, she understood the implications of extraordinary beings, realizing that if a conflict erupted, casualties could ensue. However, Sherman Xian soon detected something amiss. Although all vehicles were stationed at the cafeteria entrance, there were no zombies lurking or attacking around them. It was as though the undead were oblivious to their presence. Why can't the zombies see them? Sherman Xian pondered. Her brow furrowed. If their abilities were potent enough to deter the zombies, wouldn't they be entirely at a disadvantage? Lin Xiu recalled Zhang Jiai's earlier words and began to relax slightly, explaining to Sherman Xian, "It's likely that one of the 2 extraordinary individuals possesses the ability to render themselves invisible to the zombies. However, they have yet to exit their vehicles, which puzzles me." Yet, as though to contradict his assertion, just as Lin Xiu finished speaking, a figure emerged from the delivery truck. To his surprise, only one person stepped down, and upon landing, their gaze was directed straight toward the second floor. The sudden upward glance compelled Lin Xiu and Sherman Xian, observing from the second floor, to recoil swiftly. Their proximity caused them to huddle together, with Sherman Xian seemingly nestled in Lin Xiu and Appo's embrace. The delicate fragrance emanating from her momentarily disoriented Lin Xiu. But he swiftly regained composure, attentively listening to the commotion below. The young man in the shirt furrowed his brow as he surveyed the second floor of the cafeteria, halting his advance. Standing behind the truck, the man in the vest noticed the shirt-clad youth's immobility and inquired, "Qing Lin, what's amiss?" The man referred to as Qing Lin shook his head, replying, "I and Oppos. Am uncertain, but ever since I entered this school, I and Oppos. Sense someone watching me." The feeling has intensified now. The vest-clad man frowned, his gaze mirroring his companion's as he scrutinized the second floor. "Someone's up there?" "Possibly," Qing Lin responded. After a pause, the vest-clad man stated, "Then refrain from venturing out. Allow the brothers to stretch their legs." Qing Lin hesitated before nodding in agreement, saying, "Very well. Inform them that I'm relinquishing control. Maintaining this pretense is rather taxing." The vest-clad man chuckled, activating the walkie-talkie. "Brothers, are you all listening? Today we and Oppos, LL be engaging in some exercise. The cafeteria is the target. Take as much as you can. The more you acquire, the better your supper will be." His words elicited cheers from within the vehicles. Qing Lin continued, "However, there may be individuals present who possess abilities akin to our own. Advise everyone to remain composed and avoid recklessness." The vest-clad man nodded, reiterating into the walkie-talkie, "Brothers, did you all hear that?" "We did," a chorus of voices responded. The vest-clad man grinned, leaping from the truck and bellowing, "Everyone move out." The shouts emanating from below caused Lin Xiu and Shi Mengxian to furrow their brows further. Prioritizing safety, they promptly switched positions to observe the scene below. Upon discovering that everyone had disembarked and that the surrounding zombies were commencing their assault, the duo and Oppos, as composure stabilized somewhat. Simultaneously, in the staff dormitory, Guzzi and his companions were roused by the commotion and cautiously emerged. "What Oppos is happening?" Guzzi inquired. The trio joined Lin Xiu, peering through the French window at the scene below. Almost instantaneously, they froze in place. "Holy crap! What an Oppos is going on? Why are there so many people?" Guzzi exclaimed in a hushed tone. The others remained somber, even Hausi refraining from speech. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiu addressed the group. "First, stabilize the individuals in the dormitory and ascertain whether they're willing to join us. If not, the 5 of us will evacuate from here via the backyard." Lin Xiu's reasoning was clear. Despite possessing a firearm, he was outnumbered. While he could potentially deter them, he couldn't completely subdue them. Moreover, he was uncertain whether the adversaries also possessed firearms. Furthermore, the sheer number of opponents was compounded by the presence of 2 individuals with supernatural abilities. On their side, apart from Lin Xiu, who potentially possessed combat prowess, the others would be mere fodder in a confrontation. Killing was not akin to slaying zombies. His proficiency with cold weapons allowed him to discern the other's familiarity with blades, indicative of prolonged use. Consequently, his initial instinct was to temporarily retreat. Furthermore, disregarding the expenditure of synthetic coins, Lin Xiu promptly synthesized another handgun, handing it to Hausi, who stood beside him. "Take this gun as a precaution. All of you, go now. I'll remain here." Witnessing the sudden appearance of 2 additional firearms bolstered the group's confidence. They had always regarded Lin Xiu as an individual with supernatural abilities, and were reassured by his presence. Thus, upon Lin Xiu's instruction, everyone except him returned to the cramped staff dormitory, proceeding with their designated tasks. Meanwhile, the dozens of individuals below had stormed into the cafeteria. Lin Xiu meticulously counted them, arriving at an accurate figure of 26. However, this did not represent the entirety of their contingent. Observing the 2 individuals bringing up the rear, Lin Xiu and Oppos, S. gaze sharpened. Clearly, these were the individuals Zhang Jiai had referred to as having supernatural abilities. At that moment, the shirt-clad man from before once again glanced upward, causing Lin Xiu to immediately conceal himself. Leaving the French window, Lin Xiu seated himself at a table in the center of the cafeteria, contemplating his next course of action. He harbored no desire for conflict, yet he felt a profound aversion to these intruders. After all, he had not yet fully secured control of the school grounds. The presence of outsiders implied the fragmentation of his territory, potentially disrupting or hindering his plans. Therefore, only 2 options presented themselves: either temporarily retreat, awaiting the moment when he became a true superhuman before seeking them out and incorporating them into his ranks. Or launch a forceful offensive, compelling them to leave the school. Evidently, the second option was not feasible under the current circumstances. However, even if he were to temporarily retreat, they had already entered the cafeteria, precluding the possibility of escape via the backyard. Thus, the sole viable plan was to remain here and stabilize the situation. However, his current strength was insufficient to confront the individuals with supernatural abilities, even with a firearm. Furthermore, even with an agility attribute of C, he could effortlessly evade bullets within a 10-meter radius. Wait, attributes. Realizing something, Lin Xiu was startled, suddenly recalling something he had overlooked. Opening his system backpack, he noticed the most inconspicuous item among the spoils from yesterday, and a smile crept across his face. Producers' offspring grade, excellent description. The energy within these producers' offspring possesses untapped growth potential, making them ideal for synthesizing enhancement potions. Enhancement potions. This was precisely what he had been seeking. While he remained uncertain about the extent to which a single bottle of enhancement potion could augment his attributes, or whether there were any limitations, it was of paramount importance at this moment. As fortune would have it, several formulas on Lin Xiu and Oppo's synthesis list were highlighted above this item. Comprehending the implications, he swiftly extracted several bottles of beverages from his backpack, as indicated by the synthesis formula, and promptly confirmed the synthesis. Blue Bull, Labi, and Milk, 3 types of beverages, vanished and reappeared before Lin Xiu. However, upon reappearance, all 3 beverages had transformed into a glass tube the size of a syringe. The colors of the 3 beverages, red, yellow, and blue, corresponded to his 3 attributes. Upon reading their descriptions, Lin Xiu wasted no time, seizing them and injecting them one by one. Chapter 47. The Superpower Panel. The first confrontation, enhancement potion, strength level, elite synthesis cost, 100 synthesis formula, producer offspring blue cow effect description, increases strength attribute by 1 level. Note, each enhancement potion synthesized using the same formula can only be consumed once. 3 potions represent strength, agility, and endurance, with each capable of enhancing a single minor level. Although these conditions are somewhat stringent, Lin Xiu noticed an intriguing detail in the notes, specifically the mention of the same synthesis formula. Upon reading these words, Lin Xiu instantly grasped their meaning. Though this enhancement potion could only be consumed once, if he used different materials to synthesize another potion, he could partake again. After all roads lead to Rome. Multiple synthesis formulas for the same item apply here as well. Upon consuming the 3 enhancement potions, Lin Xiu felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, akin to the mystical energy described in fantasy novels. Host, Lin Xiu title, Master of Decapitation, Zombie Slayer. Swift Assault Elite, Berserker, Stealth Assassin, Cold-Blooded Strength. E. Normal, Agility. D. Excellent Endurance. E. Normal, Attributes, Recovery Enhancement. D. Mass Sensation. D. Skills, Mastery of Cold Weapons Synthesis Coins. 6826. Noticing that the 3-dimensional attributes on his panel had indeed risen by a minor level, Lin Xiu barely had the time to check on the situation in the dormitory before a violent banging echoed from the second-floor door. Concealing his Glock 19 at his waist and placing his listening device on the table, Lin Xiu sat confidently in his position, exuding the spirit of a chivalrous warrior. To appear less awkward, he even exchanged for a steaming cup of tea to hold in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The roller shutter door of the second-floor cafeteria was struck with tremendous force, prompting the 4 individuals in the dormitory to lean out curiously. However, under Lin Xiu and Amp, Oppo's signaling gaze, they all retreated back into their rooms to await his instructions. Whether it was due to the door's lack of sturdiness or their exceptional technique, the banging continued for several seconds before the shutter door automatically rolled upwards, revealing the crowd outside. It won't take me 30 seconds to open this kind of door. Back in my day, just as the man at the door was about to continue boasting, everyone outside fell eerily silent. Their gazes were drawn to Lin Xiu, who sat quietly drinking tea in the hall. Although this was not a fantastical realm, Lin Xiu and Oppos, as peculiar demeanor still rendered them all skeptical. After all, their leaders were both superhumans, and they had encountered several bizarre zombies in recent days. Considering this, no one dared to step into the cafeteria. Instead, after a few whispered exchanges, several individuals rushed downstairs in search of their superior. Lin Xiu observed the unfolding scene with an outward calmness, yet his heart raced within him. However, he understood that he could not show an ounce of fear, nor could he afford to display any friendliness towards them. Should he falter, it was highly likely that his comrades behind him would suffer the consequences. More importantly, Lin Xiu had yet to see a single woman among this group, heightening his concern for the safety of the females behind him. This was a post-apocalyptic world, and from their aggressive actions against zombies, he could tell that this group was far from benign. In mere seconds, distinct footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the cafeteria, prompting the crowd at the entrance to part ways. As expected, the two individuals who appeared before Lin Xiu were indeed the same men he had observed earlier. One had a buzz cut and wore a tank top, while the other, with a sideswept fringe and a dress shirt, appeared to be a rugged fellow and a scholar respectively. However, from their previous actions, Lin Xiu recognized that both were formidable individuals. To Lin Xiu's surprise, as he considered experimenting to discern their attributes, the system indeed provided their panels. Shu Chongbin rating: D-level superhuman strength. Agility, E-endurance. Ability, Iron Hand description. Xia Qinglin rating: D-level superhuman strength, E-agility, E-endurance, E-ability, mental shield description. Gazing at the array of question marks on his panel, Lin Xiu inwardly cursed the system while also piecing together various insights. During his previous encounters with special zombies, he had already detected flaws within the system. While it could furnish him with considerable information, it often omitted critical details that emerged during actual combat. This time, being able to glimpse the panels of these two individuals, Lin Xiu surmised that it might be due to their superhuman status. As for why some attributes were displayed while others were not, it appeared likely that only attributes lower than his own were shown. While Lin Xiu pondered, he did not notice that the man in the dress shirt had frozen in place upon their first eye contact. In that fleeting moment, he experienced an intensified sensation of being observed, one far more potent than before. As a possessive of the mental shielding ability, Xie Qinglin was exceptionally attuned to sensations of sight and thought, having successfully led his team past numerous formidable zombies in the city. Yet this time, just a single glance left him sweating profusely. It was utterly astonishing. Just as he prepared to alert his elder brother beside him, Xie Qinglin's gaze sharpened, abruptly focusing on the Tang Dao Chinese saber, named listening sound before Lin Xiu. His mental shielding provided a faint perceptive effect. While this ability was weak, it still enabled him to identify certain unique individuals or zombies. However, with Lin Xiu, he could not ascertain whether he was a superhuman. Nevertheless, the energy emanating from the knife on the table was enough to warrant his attention. Brother, Xie Qinglin tugged at Shu Chongbin, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face as he whispered, "This person is very strong. I cannot discern his depth." Upon hearing this, Shu Chongbin raised an eyebrow and regarded Lin Xiu with a grave expression. Yet, as someone who had made a name for himself in the city, he possessed a certain level of courage. Moreover, Lin Xiu appeared to be merely a young man of 21 or 22, and in terms of experience, he had the upper hand. Therefore, after a moment's hesitation, the two approached Lin Xiu while smiling, saying, "Young brother, we didn't in Oppos. T realized there was someone here. Are you waiting for someone?" Chapter 48, Bluster. A game to play, Shu Chongbin sat across from Lin Xiu with a smile, while Xie Qinglin took a seat as well. However, when the brothers behind them tried to join, Shu Chongbin abruptly raised his hand to stop them. Lin Xiu, aware of the potential chaos that could ensue from a confrontation between two extraordinary beings, noted that both men were equally cognizant of the implications. Yet, having lived two lives, he discerned a hint of trepidation in Shu Chongbin's cordial demeanor. Trepidation? Lin Xiu pondered, and as his gaze fell upon Xie Qinglin, he noticed that the latter's eyes frequently drifted towards his blade, and understanding dawned upon him. It was this very knife that had led Zhang Jiai to ascertain his identity as an extraordinary being. It seemed these two had similarly deduced his capabilities. Consequently, the apprehensions stemming from their numerical superiority began to make sense. This suited Lin Xiu perfectly. Thus, when he observed Xie Qinglin's gaze fixate once more on his blade, he seized it without hesitation. The sudden movement put both men on high alert. Yet Lin Xiu merely chuckled and raised the knife, saying, "What is this? It seems my esteemed brother has taken quite a liking to my blade." Upon hearing his words, their vigilance dissipated, and Xie Qinglin awkwardly shook his head, exclaiming, "Haha, my brother jested. I merely found this knife to be extraordinarily unique, hence my lingering gaze." Lin Xiu examined the knife once more, then smiled. However, noticing the brothers behind them who had already placed their hands on their weapons, he abandoned the notion of direct confrontation and returned the knife to his waist. Gradually bending down, he conjured 2 cups of fragrant tea and offered them to the duo. They accepted, inhaling the delicate aroma and initially exclaiming praise for the fine tea. Yet they did not sip it. Xu Chongbin set down his cup and inquired, "So, my brother, what are you doing all alone here?" Xie Qinglin turned to him, awaiting his response. Lin Xiu smiled, took a sip of tea, and replied, "I am not alone." The 2 men became alert once more, searching around. Yet they found no sign of anyone else, not even a whisper, prompting them to look back at Lin Xiu. In truth, Lin Xiu was also feeling quite uncomfortable at this moment. Thus, when they turned their attention to him again, he drained his cup and declared, "Since we are all extraordinary beings, I shall not beat around the bush." The moment those words left his mouth, the expressions of the 2 men shifted dramatically. Without revealing his powers, Lin Xiu had openly stated a truth that left them astonished, further affirming his formidable nature. "My brother, speak, and we shall listen," they urged. Lin Xiu nodded and placed his hand on the knife at his waist, asserting, "This school is our territory." Their faces darkened. Yet Lin Xiu did not afford them the opportunity to interject, continuing, "However, since we did not issue a warning, your intrusion is understandable. As for the food in the cafeteria, it is of no use to us. Feel free to take it." Xu Chongbin and Xie Qinglin furrowed their brows, and a cold smirk appeared on their faces. Had Lin Xiu simply ordered them to leave, they might have considered acquiescing. Yet his current statement reassured them. Food being useless? In a time when sustenance was a pressing concern, someone was claiming they had no need for it? Such a declaration could only be made by a fool or a madman. Thus, after Lin Xiu's statement, they quickly concluded that he was merely posturing, attempting to intimidate them. In reality, he probably wished for their departure to avoid being threatened. Though uncertain of how many allies Lin Xiu referred to, they were sure he did not possess more than they did. With that thought, a hint of ruthlessness crossed their faces, and Xu Chongbin sneered, "Is that so? What if we choose not to leave? What then?" With that, he gestured grandly, summoning the waiting brothers outside. Lin Xiu and Appo's eyes narrowed. At that moment, he seemed oblivious to any misstep in his words, yet he remained unflustered by the sudden aggression of the 2 men. After all, he had revealed his hand, and their initial apprehension signified their lack of formidable strength. Furthermore, with the system panel and Appo's introduction, he noted that their attributes were only slightly superior to his in terms of Xu Chongbin and Appo's strength and endurance. His agility remained a significant advantage, and more crucially, they appeared unarmed while he possessed 2 firearms. Thus, as the group advanced, Lin Xiu lightly chuckled and shook his head, asking, "Are you certain you wish to engage?" Seeing Lin Xiu and Appo's demeanor, Xu Chongbin furrowed his brow. Yet in the next instant he slammed his palm onto the table, shouting, "You think you can intimidate me? I, Xu Chongbin, have navigated this world for decades. You, a mere child, think to frighten me?" With that, he rose abruptly and commanded his followers, "Go fetch the others. I shall deal with this child." The crowd surged in, and Lin Xiu's eyes flashed with a glint of ferocity. He then coldly stated into the walkie-talkie, "Invaders, show no mercy." "Oof." Xu Chongbin roared, slamming his fist onto the wooden table, which shattered into splinters, causing Lin Xiu to frown. "Show no mercy? I shall witness how you intend to do so." With a thunderous shout, Shu Changbin's fist suddenly transformed to a dark hue. Lin Xiu then understood the meaning of the term Iron Hand on his system panel. Xie Lin retreated, revealing he was not a combatant, which eased Lin Xiu's concerns. After all, unlike zombies, humans possessed intelligence. Even if their attributes were inferior, he would not underestimate them. Thus, recognizing the situation as one-on-one, Lin Xiu drew his blade, responding with a cold smile. "Very well, since you seek your demise, I shall oblige." Before his words could fully settle, Shu Chongbin charged at him. In his mind, Lin Xiu was merely a child. No matter how potent his abilities, he assumed the boy and oppose, as combat skills were lacking. Little did he know, Lin Xiu was eager for close combat. With a powerful strike from Shu Chongbin and oppose, dark fist aimed at him, Lin Xiu's heightened agility allowed him to lean slightly aside while simultaneously slicing at the man's wrist. The sudden clash resonated sharply, sending pain through Lin Xiu's palm. He anticipated that Shu Chongbin's hand would be formidable, given his Iron Hand ability, but he never expected it could withstand even his blade. Today I shall entertain you," Shu Chongbin declared, preparing for another attack, but Lin Xiu retreated, a cold smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Play? I have no intention of playing with you." With that, under Shu Chongbin's astonished gaze, Lin Xiu drew a Glock 19, aiming it squarely at his head. Chapter 49. 3 shots to death. Setting the tiger free as Lin Xiu suddenly brandished his weapon, all present ceased their actions. Shu Chongbin, observing the gun in Lin Xiu's hand, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Nevertheless, he dared not move. With his left hand gripping the gun and his right hand raising to gauge the situation, he noted that Tingyin remained unscathed. After marveling at the system's prowess, Lin Xiu smirked coldly at Shu Chongbin, saying, "What an oppose." "That's wrong. Wherein and oppose? Do you eager play with me? Why have you ceased your dance?" In response to Lin Xiu and oppose, mockery, Shu Chongbin and oppose, face bore no signs of discontent. Instead, he slowly raised both hands, feigning a smile, and said, "Brother, this is all a misunderstanding." As a man seasoned by the trials of life, faced with the specter of death, he cared little for pride. Even though he was uncertain whether Lin Xiu's gun was real, having survived the jaws of zombies, he would never gamble on it. Thus, he swiftly conceded, nearly kneeling in submission. Lin Xiu sneered, yet he found himself in a dilemma. If he simply shot Shu Chongbin, the others would undoubtedly erupt in chaos. He could not rely on a mere firearm to intimidate these battle-hardened survivors. Should conflict arise, despite his weapons, he could not possibly overpower the 20-odd individuals present, especially as more were congregating at the doorway below. However, if he let Shu Chongbin go, not only would it undermine his own authority, but it might also embolden Shu to strike when least expected. Truth be told, Lin Xiu harbored a deep aversion to taking lives. Had they not sought to kill him first, he would not have acted. From the outset, Shu Changbin had not shown any murderous intent. Even when Lin Xiu had aimed a knife at him, he had merely intended to throw a punch. Yet, Lin Xiu understood that in this apocalyptic world, mercy was a grave mistake. The current stalemate required a decisive breakthrough, one that would ensure the safety of both leaders while simultaneously demonstrating the authenticity of his firearm and his ruthlessness. Interestingly, just as Lin Xiu pondered his options, a sudden commotion erupted behind him. A subordinate, attempting to ambush him from behind, inadvertently stepped into a puddle, creating a noise. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xiu swiftly turned, redirecting his gun and coldly declaring, "Seeking death." Bang, bang, bang. At a mere 5 or 6 meters apart, Lin Xiu's 3 shots found their mark, striking the intruder's chest, abdomen, and forehead. Raising his gun once more, he coldly addressed Shu Changbin. "I have no desire to waste bullets, but should your men choose to remain, I would not hesitate to use these." With that, Lin Xiu exchanged 2 magazines from the exchange shop right before the eyes of the gathered crowd, causing a palpable tension to settle over them. Gritting his teeth, Shu Chongbin glanced at the fallen brother in a pool of blood and bellowed, "Everyone out. Big brother, out." The eyes of the onlookers burned with fury towards Lin Xiu, Yet they had no choice but to move toward the exit. At that moment, the door to the staff dormitory swung open, and Air Guzi, along with Shi Mengxian and others, burst forth. Xu Chongbin and Xie Qinglin, upon seeing the pistol in the hands of the newcomer, felt their pupils constrict in fear as they glanced at Lin Xiu. Thank goodness for their decisive actions. Otherwise, a confrontation would have left them at a severe disadvantage. 2 guns. How could a mere student possess 2 firearms? Xu Chongbin and Xie Qinglin furrowed their brows, regretting not heeding Lin Xiu's earlier warning to leave. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu, spotting Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling emerging, suddenly shouted, "Men handle matters. What are women doing here? Return." Fong Ling, perplexed by Lin Xiu and Appo's outburst, struggled to comprehend why he would yell at her when she and her companions had come to assist him. Just as she prepared to retort, Shi Mengxian yanked her back with a fierce glare, compelling her to retreat to the dormitory. Haozi and Air Guzi, upon witnessing the lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and followed suit. Lin Xiu turned to Air Guzi, frowning as he inquired, "Where's your gun?" Air Guzi hesitated, realizing that Lin Xiu had only provided them with 2 guns, one with Da Qing and one with Haozi. He was about to question Lin Xiu's memory when the realization dawned upon him, and he awkwardly scratched his head, admitting, "I didn't take it." Upon hearing this, Xu Chongbin and Xie Qinglin held their breath, astonished. A group of students possessed 3 firearms. Had they raided an armory? No, Xu Chongbin quickly deduced, observing their nonchalant demeanor. They likely had far more than just 3 guns. As he prepared to negotiate for peace, he never anticipated that Lin Xiu would produce a Glock 19 from behind and hand it to Air Guzi, saying, "For now, use this. Keep an eye on them. Anyone who dares to move, shoot." The fleeting excitement on Air Guzi's face was replaced by an Oscar-worthy performance as he accepted the gun, deliberately inspected the magazine, and reloaded, surveying the surroundings like a sharpshooter. Having received military training in college and being a video game enthusiast, Air Guzi handled the weapon with surprising finesse, intimidating the opposing group into silence. At this moment, Xu Chongbin could no longer sit idly by. His bravado had vanished, and he offered a placating smile, saying, "Brother, you see, our intrusion was indeed our fault. Before this matter escalates uncontrollably, how about we leave now?" Lin Xiu clearly held the upper hand, and Xu Chongbin was willing to concede. However, Lin Xiu was not inclined to make things easy for them. Leave? Now they wish to depart? A cold smile crept across Lin Xiu's lips, causing Xu Chongbin's grin to falter. Yet, upon glancing at the corpse behind Lin Xiu, he suppressed his thoughts and said, "Then, brother, what do you propose? If you clear a path, I will gladly take it." Lin Xiu regarded Xu Chongbin. He genuinely wished to recruit this man, but given the current conflict, cooperation seemed impossible. Taking a life was not his desire, and releasing a tiger back into the wild was foolishness. However, if he chose not to act, allowing the zombies to eliminate them would bring him considerable relief. After contemplating for several moments, Lin Xiu slowly replied, "You may leave, but to ensure your survival, you must leave everything behind. Your belongings, your vehicles, everything. Then you may depart unburdened." What? Chapter 50, The Gambit of Loyalty. Seizing the advantage, Lin Xiu's declaration detonated amidst the crowd, igniting immediate dissent among the underlings. "That's preposterous. Bro, let's engage him. Indeed, there are over 40 of us, and they possess only 3 firearms. They couldn't and oppose. Possibly have enough ammunition to suppress us all, right? We, the Tianqing gang, have weathered even the apocalypse. Are we to cower before a few paltry guns?" Silence. Hearing the clamor of his underlings and observing the chilling smile intensifying on Lin Xiu's face, Xu Chongbin finally erupted, silencing his followers. Gazing at Lin Xiu, Xu Chongbin inhaled deeply, stating, "Brother, to be candid, we arrived with naught but our blades. Might we retain something for self-defense?" Xu Chongbin reasoned that with Xie Qinglin present, retaining their blades for protection would ensure their survival and allow them to rebuild, provided they avoided encounters with formidable zombies. With everything in disarray and only dilapidated vehicles available, his underlings, while lacking in other skills, were adept at commandeering vehicles and bypassing locks. However, Xu Chongbin had resolved that upon their departure, he would raid a police station to acquire firearms. Once armed, he would return to avenge this affront. Meeting Xu Chongbin's gaze, Lin Xiu, having already formulated his plan, nonchalantly acquiesced. Very well, depart now. Xu Chongbin nodded and gestured to his underlings. Bro, are we to simply... Silence. Xu Chongbin bellowed once more. If you still acknowledge me as your leader, then retreat now. I have brought this upon you, and I shall make amends. The underlings fell silent, and after heavy sighs, they reluctantly departed the second floor. However, Lin Xiu, fixated on Xu Chongbin, resolved to eliminate him. As the underlings trickled out, including Xie Lin, who departed at Xu Chongbin's silent command, Xu Chongbin himself remained behind. Brother, I apologize for the offense caused today. However, might I be permitted to take my comrade with me? Xu Chongbin gestured towards the corpse behind Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu frowned slightly, acknowledging Xu Chongbin's adeptness at manipulating loyalty, a trait that had clearly endeared him to his underlings. This request, however, was reasonable, and Lin Xiu stepped aside, granting him passage. As Xu Chongbin hoisted the bloodied corpse onto his back, Lin Xiu's gaze remained cold, while Guzi and Haozi exchanged apprehensive glances. Once Xu Chongbin had vanished from the second floor, Lin Xiu declared, "Do not be swayed by sentimentality. It is merely a charade." A charade? Guzi and Haozi turned to Lin Xiu in unison. I publicly slew their comrade before their leader, yet he dared not utter a word, and instead ordered their retreat, abandoning their vehicles. How do you think this will affect his standing? Guzi raised an eyebrow. Undoubtedly, it will diminish his reputation, and may even incite discontent. Lin Xiu nodded. Therefore, his deliberate act of being the last to leave, carrying the deceased comrade on his back, how do you think his underlings will perceive him? I see. The two were not fools, and having imbibed a surfeit of web novels and anime, they readily grasped the deception, instantly comprehending. Damn, Guzi exclaimed. So, this leader is rather cunning. Are we not letting a tiger return to mountains? Why not simply shoot him? Lin Xiu rolled his eyes, and as he began to move, he retorted, 3 guns against nearly 40 individuals. Are you marksmen of divine caliber? I, for one, lack the confidence to eliminate them all, let alone contend with 2 individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. Hearing this, Guzi and Haozi were enlightened and sighed in unison. Upon reaching the second-floor staircase, they observed the disarray left behind by the departing gang. Guzi, without prompting, slipped the Glock 19 into his bag. Lin Xiu glared at him, but did not intervene. Continuing, however, I have no intention of allowing them to escape unscathed. I believe you both are capable drivers. The two nodded, and Lin Xiu instructed, Excellent. Drive back to the dormitory immediately and retrieve Zhang Jiai. Retrieve her? Do not question, simply make haste. Guzi shrugged, observed the absence of zombies below, and promptly dashed down, starting a van and departing. Lin Xiu then activated the walkie-talkie, stating, Jiai, Guzi is on his way to retrieve you. I require your assistance with a task. Understood. Zhang Jiai responded without further ado, ending the call. Upon hearing the walkie-talkie, Shi Mengxian and Feng Ling emerged. Lin Xiu smiled faintly, remarking, Finally they are dealt with. They have departed? Indeed. What are your intentions now? Hearing this, Lin Xiu and Oppos' lips curled into a smile, pleased with Shi Mengxian's response. In terms of both appearance and intellect, Shi Mengxian invariably surpassed Feng Ling, who was prone to anger. I have no intention of allowing them to escape alive. Releasing a tiger back into the wild is not something I would condone. You intend to ambush them? Shi Mengxian inquired, raising an eyebrow, but then mused, even with several individuals, an ambush is unlikely to succeed. It is indeed unlikely, Lin Xiu concurred, shaking his head. Moreover, the surroundings are replete with structures, rendering street fighting arduous, and venturing beyond the school would only amplify my peril. Then why summon Jiai? Just as Shi Mengxian was about to inquire further, Guzi and Oppos' van returned to the cafeteria. Lin Xiu smiled. Simply await the spectacle. While there are no zombies present and vehicles are available, instruct Halsey to transport the remaining individuals. Of course, only those who adhere to the rules will be accepted. Is this acceptable? Sure, Meng Xian nodded with a smile, and Lin Xiu patted Halsey on the shoulder, shouting towards Zhang Jiai, who was about to disembark, "Remain inside. We are departing immediately." As she watched Lin Xiu depart, Sure Meng Xian and Appo's gaze remained fixed upon him. Although Lin Xiu had not spoken, nor had she inquired, she understood the significance of his abrupt interjection in the preceding circumstances. The unexpected urgency in his expression, the earnest tone in his voice, and the concern in his eyes had instantly revealed his thoughts. Women are invariably perceptive in such matters, especially when a woman holds a man in esteem. This perception is further heightened. Radiant, handsome, composed, formidable, and imbued with concern and decisiveness amidst adversity. Sure Meng Xian felt a momentary lapse, as a voice within her cried out, "If only this man were mine." Chapter 51, Gifted? Watching from afar, Erguzi drove the van, glancing at the two entwined figures in the rearview mirror, unable to suppress his irritation. "Do you two have no sense of public decency? I'm the driver here, and you're feeding me dog food?" Lin Xiu laughed heartily. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy? There are plenty of girls in the dormitory. Why don't you go after one?" "Cut it out. The girls in the dorm. Sigh, if only Sure Meng Xian were with me." "Then go pursue her," Erguzi replied, turning to him with a cold smirk. "Do you think you have a chance? Do you even know yourself?" Lin Xiu was taken aback, feeling Zhang Jiai and Appo's hand pressing firmly against his waist, momentarily dazed. "Wait, how is this related to me?" Erguzi rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Seriously, Sure Meng Xian has seen you eat breakfast at least a dozen times. Don't you realize that? Do you believe I 1T crash the car into a wall and take you down with me?" Lin Xiu could only manage a wry smile. He genuinely hadn't considered that. In fact, he was perplexed as to why he, a lifelong singleton, had suddenly become so sought after. Fortunately, Erguzi clearly wished to change the subject, as he began to ram into the zombies lining the roadside while asking, "Why are we taking the detour to the school gate? What are you planning with Zhang Jiai?" Lin Xiu chuckled, addressing Zhang Jiai. "I recall you mentioning that if you used your sensing ability seriously, all the special zombies within a 2.5-kilometer radius would detect your presence and come over, right?" Zhang Jiai nodded. "That's true, but there are limitations. If I use deep sensing, it only lasts a few seconds, and then my ability will vanish for at least 5 minutes before I can sense again." "Perfect." Lin Xiu grinned. "My plan is simple. Even with guns, it will be challenging to deal with nearly 40 of them cleanly. So we'll let the zombies take care of them." Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily stunned before realization dawned. Erguzi exclaimed, "So, you want me to reach the school gate early to let her activate her sensing ability and attract the special zombies to deal with them?" "Exactly. The outcome will either be their complete demise with the zombies surviving, or they will be barely hanging on while the zombies perish. Either way, we stand to gain." This plan was not only straightforward and practical, but also devoid of danger. The school gate was their necessary exit route, so by having Zhang Jiai sense here, all the zombies she attracted would converge upon this spot. When they eventually encountered the zombies, Xu Chongbin and his group would inevitably engage in combat. The battle could only conclude in two scenarios. Either the zombies would perish, resulting in significant casualties for them, or they would die, allowing Lin Xiu to deal with the approaching zombies and profit from it, possibly acquiring valuable synthesis materials. In either case, it was a lucrative endeavor. Lin Xiu then turned to Zhang Jiai, inquiring, "So how about it? Can you do it? If not, I have a backup plan." Zhang Jiai shook her head. "I'm fine." With that, she closed her eyes and began her sensing. Erguzi halted the vehicle. They had now arrived near the school gate, with zombies starting to gather around them. Fortunately, the vans had been reinforced by this group, with a protective railing welded around them and iron bars added to the windows. Thus, Erguzi and Lin Xiu awaited Zhang Jiai's response in silence. At that moment, Lin Xiu recalled his earlier examination of Xu Chongbin and the others' panels and couldn't help but check Zhang Jiai's as well. Zhang Jiai rating: C-Class Esper Strength, E Agility, E Stamina, E Ability, mental sensing description, can perceive all abnormal mental fluctuations within a radius of 2.5 kilometers. After full use, it will be inactive for 5 minutes. Derivation. None upon seeing this panel, Lin Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Having previously seen Xie Qinglin's attributes, he now noted the stark differences with Zhang Jiai and Amp, Oppo's, S panel. Not only did their three-dimensional attributes match perfectly, both possessing mental abilities, but Zhang Jiai and Amp, Oppo's, S rating stood at C class. The mere presence of an additional empty attribute slot was enough to astonish Lin Xiu. From comparing their data panels, it became evident that the system and Oppo's S rating of espers was not based on their three-dimensional attributes, but rather directly assessed the type of ability they possessed. This explained why, despite both having all E ratings, Zhang Jiai was rated C class while Xie Qinglin was only D class. Moreover, it elucidated why Zhang Jiai's panel featured an additional derived attribute. Clearly, based on typical reasoning, the two characters indicated that her mental sensing ability extended far beyond its current capacity and was likely to undergo mutations in the future. With this thought, Lin Xiu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Viewed from this perspective, Zhang Jiai certainly qualified as a prodigious esper. A C-class rating indicated elite status, while he had yet to awaken any abilities, and here she was starting from an elite level. This realization filled Lin Xiu with joy, yet a sense of awkwardness lingered. At that moment, Zhang Jiai opened her eyes, addressing Erguzi. "Hurry up and drive. The two behind are coming." Upon hearing this, Erguzi immediately started the vehicle, departing from the school gate, while Lin Xiu asked, "So, did you sense the special zombies?" Zhang Jiai nodded, though her expression was far from cheerful. "I sense them, and there are 3, but their signal strength is greater than what we encountered before. This group is likely doomed, but..." Lin Xiu understood Zhang Jiai's concern, chuckling as he ruffled her hair. "Don't worry, it's just 3 special zombies. There's nothing to fear." Erguzi dry heaved, interrupting the tender moment between the two, earning Lin Xiu's exasperated glare. "Please, Lin Gu, I'm begging you, don't do this. 20 years of singlehood is unbearable." Lin Xiu kicked the back of the driver's seat and pulled out his listening device, causing Erguzi to shudder. "Come on, Lin Gu, that is a bit much." Lin Xiu rolled his eyes in annoyance. "It and Oppo's. That's not too much at all. Quickly, park the car at the stairway. We're going upstairs to watch from a distance." With that, he tossed a knife to Erguzi, stepping out of the vehicle first. Chapter 52. The Sinister Assault. The Black Skull. As Lin Xiu gazed down at the group of 40 individuals marching toward the school gate, he was once again reminded of a previous scene. The 40 individuals moved in tight formation, with the outermost members wielding machetes and striking at the air. Yet, regardless of the commotion they created, the surrounding zombies seemed oblivious to their presence, shambling along in their own world. Erguzi and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief, while Zhang Jiai suddenly understood, exclaiming, "No wonder during the earlier scan, one person's signal fluctuated unpredictably. This must be the reason." At that moment, Xie Qinglin abruptly looked up, seemingly spotting Lin Xiu once more, prompting the 3 to immediately crouch down. Lin Xiu inquired, "What is it? Have you discovered something?" Zhang Jiai nodded, stating, "If I'm not mistaken, this person's ability must be to shield my detection, or perhaps to obscure everyone's perception." Lin Xiu recalled Xie Qinglin's panel from before and furrowed his brow, saying, "Indeed, his ability is mental shielding. The fact that this group of zombies cannot see them already indicates a significant issue." Upon hearing this, Erguzi raised an eyebrow and remarked, "So, if we let them go, they could leave safely? Would the attracted zombies even notice them?" Zhang Jiai, intrigued, turned to Lin Xiu, pondering whether her actions would indeed invite trouble if the special zombies were unable to see them. However, Lin Xiu was exceedingly confident in this regard, setting aside other factors. Even Zhang Jiai and Amp, Oppo's SC level ability rating would be insufficient to evade a special zombie and Amp, Oppo's S perception. If a D-level mental shielding could somehow escape detection by special zombies, then surely its rating on the system panel would be at least AB. Lin Xiu shook his head, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, If he were that powerful, he wouldn't have brought such a large group to the school. He could easily find refuge in any shopping mall. The two pondered his words and soon found themselves at ease. At that moment, Zhang Jiai felt the 5-minute window of her sensing ability had elapsed. After a brief moment of concentration, she turned to Lin Xiu with a serious expression, declaring, "A zombie is approaching, and 2 more are moving at a slower pace." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu, an air Guzi and Amp, Oppo's, eyes lit up. Just then, a roar akin to a lion and Amp, Oppo's, echoed from outside the school. Roar! The three immediately stood up to peer out the window. They were situated on the 6th floor of a commercial building near the school gate, affording them a clear view of the scene unfolding 100 meters away. Xu Chongbin and his group had just exited the school and reached the road at the school gate when a sudden roar momentarily stunned them. At the same time, Xu Chongbin turned sharply to Xie Qinglin, who had been issuing warnings about special zombies, realizing that their journey had been remarkably smooth thus far. However, upon seeing Xie Qinglin and Amp, Oppo's ashen face, he understood that they were indeed in grave peril. What is happening? Xu Chongbin asked anxiously, but Xie Qinglin offered no response. Instead, he shouted to the brother who had just closed the school gate, "Quick! Open the gate. We need to retreat. Hurry!" Upon hearing Xie Qinglin's words, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The brother who had just locked the gate rushed to push it open, but it was too late. Just as Xie Qinglin spoke, a black object the size of a basketball, enveloped in dark mist, hurtled into the crowd. The unfortunate individuals struck by the object had no time to react, their bodies emitting a sizzling sound. The cries of agony erupted, but for those who were hit, their screams barely lasted 2 seconds before their forms were largely disintegrated, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Panic ensued as everyone scattered. It seemed that Xie Qinglin's mental shielding had failed at that moment, and the surrounding zombies quickly took notice of the assembled crowd, surging toward them in a frenzy. Shortly thereafter, the black, misty sphere emitted another sound, causing a cloud of dark smoke to rapidly expand. Those caught unawares inhaled the black mist and fell within mere seconds. It was only at that moment that everyone realized the black spherical object was, in fact, a skull. Xu Chongbin's eyes widened as he glanced at the fallen comrades before him, immediately discarding the corpse he had been carrying and shouting, "Stay calm. Focus on the ordinary zombies. Everyone else, open the gate. We need to retreat." With that, Xu Chongbin stepped forward, his arms gradually enveloped in darkness until black stripes manifested across his face. He crushed the skull beneath his foot and glared furiously at the direction from which the head had come. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, those who had inhaled the black mist began to rise once more. However, this time, they had completely transformed into zombies. As a leader who had navigated the apocalypse with a band of followers, Xu Chongbin did not waste time scrutinizing whether they had truly become zombies. Instead, he responded with colossal fists. Each blow he delivered shattered the skull of a zombie, prompting Lin Xiu to reassess his strength once again. Just as he dispatched his former subordinates, another skull hurtled toward him from the original direction. Xu Chongbin and Oppo's eyes widened, and the black stripes across his face sealed his mouth and nose as he charged forward, delivering a punch to the incoming skull. With a resounding bang, the skull exploded, and the black smoke evaporated in an instant. Yet, Xu Chongbin and Oppo's retracted fist was now emitting dark smoke, seemingly corroded by the encounter. At that moment, from the direction he had been vigilantly observing, a figure emerged, revealing its entire form. Upon seeing this figure, both Xu Chongbin and Lin Xiu were momentarily taken aback. The special zombie was not human. It was a dog. Its coat was pitch black, and its eyes emitted the same black mist as the flying skull. It measured nearly 2 meters in length, and when standing on all fours, it towered over a meter tall. Simply standing there was enough to instill fear in everyone present. To make matters worse, its abdomen appeared swollen, resembling a pregnancy, with a transparent red glow pulsating as if magma flowed within. At that moment, upon witnessing Xu Chongbin's black stripes, the creature let out a thunderous roar, as if provoked, and opened its enormous mouth wide. In the next instant, with the writhing of its abdomen, a black sphere was expelled toward Xu Changbian, charging forth with unrelenting speed. Chapter 53, Remote Attack. A shocking explosion, spitter, level. Hero strength, C. Elite, agility. B. Hero, stamina, C. Elite, ability. Its enormous maw can rend any prey, leaving behind the skull of its consumed victims to serve as toxic projectiles. Weakness. Its abdomen serves as the storage for ammunition and is its most vulnerable spot. The spitter, with a limited supply of ammunition, will retreat if it exhausts its rounds without eliminating its adversaries. As Lin Xiu perused the spitter and amp, Oppo's profile, he turned to Zhang Jiai, who met his gaze and inquired, "What is wrong?" Lin Xiu's lips twitched as he replied, "You claim this creature is only slightly stronger than the previous zombies?" Zhang Jiai pouted slightly, responding, "For my sensing abilities, it indeed appears to be just marginally stronger than the zombies we encountered at school." Lin Xiu shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. His sole hope rested on the spitter eliminating Xu Changbian and the others before running out of ammunition and hastily retreating. This long-range attacking zombie was beyond his current capabilities. He was acutely aware, having observed from above, that the initial projectile's range exceeded 500 meters. Despite possessing a firearm, he knew he needed to be within 100 meters to accurately strike a target. Moreover, the absurd deficiencies in the system's panel description had long vexed him, as it failed to provide detailed information. From his observations, it was evident that the spitter and Oppo's projectiles were not only highly corrosive, but the black smoke emitted could also transform anyone who inhaled it into a zombie. This singular fact elevated the threat level of this zombie significantly, especially considering its high agility as a ranged attacker. Lin Xiu had not anticipated that this zombie would be of the hero level, nor could Xu Changbian and Xie Qinglin fathom it either. However, Xie Qinglin's mental shielding granted him a unique perception. Although not as formidable as Zhang Jiai's abilities, he could sense the strength of the spitter in close proximity. This was akin to the supplementary abilities within Lin Xiu and Oppo's attribute enhancements, albeit Lin Xiu and Oppo's sensing was considerably weaker. At this moment, while Lin Xiu and his companions observed from above, Xu Changbian was embroiled in a fierce battle with the spitter. Unexpectedly, his approach to combat was not what Lin Xiu had anticipated. Realizing that confronting the corrosive projectiles with his fists was unwise, Xu Changbian mirrored the spitter and Oppo's actions, seizing a stone from the ground to hurl at it as it launched its projectiles. Though Xu Changbian and Oppo's agility was inferior to Lin Xiu and Oppo's, his current performance suggested that his strength and stamina attributes were at least at the C level. Observing him effortlessly lift a motorcycle with one hand, Lin Xiu speculated that his strength might very well reach hero level. However, as the saying goes, two fists cannot contend with four hands. No matter how formidable he was still overwhelmed by the multitude of ordinary zombies surrounding him. It was apparent that after activating his abilities, the ordinary zombies posed no threat through their scratches or bites. Yet the sheer number of them severely restricted his movements, and during the 10th clash, before he could throw the stone in his hand, he was struck by a projectile from a spitter. To his surprise, Lin Xiu did not hear the expected sound of flesh meeting flesh. Instead, a sharp metallic clang resonated. Xu Changbian was propelled backward by the impact, yet the onlookers showed no concern. He quickly regained his footing, effortlessly dispatching several zombies with his fists before continuing to hurl stones at the spitter. In that moment, Lin Xiu realized how astute his decision to use firearms instead of engaging in close combat had been. "Xia, quickly shield us from these zombies. They are obstructing our view," Xu Changbian shouted, throwing another stone. Xie Qinglin shook his head in resignation and replied, "I can't. It's right there. I cannot control it." Upon hearing Xie Qinglin's words, Xu Changbian smashed a few more zombies, seemingly resolved, and commanded, "Then you distract it. I will charge in and take it down." Without allowing Xie Qinglin a chance to respond, he seized the motorcycle, tearing away the corpse seated upon it, and revved the engine. From the sixth floor, Lin Xiu became alert, his gaze shifting towards Xie Lin with newfound interest. If Xie Lin could not only shield against ordinary zombies, but also disrupt the actions of special ones, then his ability was indeed quite formidable. However, at that moment, Zhang Ji suddenly grasped Lin Xiu's arm, her expression tinged with anxiety. Another zombie is approaching. Lin Xiu nodded, observing the mixture of fear and guilt on her face. He embraced her tightly, reassuringly stating, "This is the apocalypse. For those who harbor hostility towards us, death is their only fate. You acted correctly. There is no need for such remorse." Gradually, Zhang Jia wrapped her arms around Lin Xiu, her furrowed brow smoothing. He smiled gently, stroking her hair as he continued. "If you find it hard to bear, think of it this way. This plan was mine. I should bear the burden of all that has transpired." Zhang Jia lifted her gaze to meet his, softly shaking her head. "No, it was my choice. No, it was our decision. You needed me to do this." Seeing the determination in her eyes, Lin Xiu felt a shiver run through him, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed, I need you. From this moment forth, I will need you every single day." In this poignant moment, even Guzi instinctively retreated to a corner of the room, observing the unfolding scene below. Yet the battle below did not permit the two a moment's reprieve. Just as they were on the verge of sharing a kiss, a sudden explosion abruptly shattered their intimacy. Boom! Big brother! Big brother! Uncertain of what had transpired, when Lin Xiu cast his eyes back to the battlefield, a fiery explosion erupted on the road. Xu Chongbin, who had charged towards the spitter on the motorcycle, vanished from sight, the explosion originating from the very motorcycle he had mounted. Chapter 54. Scorpion of the Cracked Earth. The hero listens to sound. Lin Xiu glanced at the explosion of flames, then turned his gaze to Zhang Jia in his arms. Understanding his intent, she paused briefly before shaking her head. "He is not dead. He is still alive." Lin Xiu furrowed his brow, perplexed by the circumstances, particularly since Xu Chongbin had survived an explosion that had obliterated his motorcycle. This resilience was truly astonishing. However, his attention soon shifted to the battlefield below, as a troubling thought struck him. The motorcycle and Oppo's explosion could not have been a mere coincidence. Just as this realization dawned on him, an eerie shriek erupted from the smoke, reminiscent of the unsettling sound made by an arthropod. It sent shivers down the spines of all present. Moments later, two figures sprang forth from the haze, leaving everyone momentarily paralyzed in shock. The first figure to emerge was none other than the dark-clad Xu Chongbin, still stained with blood, his previously darkened skin now considerably paler. "Big brother! Big brother!" the onlookers cried, but in the next instant, Xu Chongbin shouted at his comrades near the school gate, "Run!" In disbelief, they hesitated, but were quickly struck by terror as two enormous pincers materialized from the smoke. The ground trembled beneath them, and when the smoke cleared, a colossal scorpion, measuring an astounding 5 meters in length, loomed before them. Everyone stood frozen in place, even Guzi and Zhang Jia, who were safely observing from the sixth floor, found themselves in a state of shock. Yet Lin Xiu remained composed. As a man armed with a system, he felt no panic. Instead, he quickly scanned the attributes of the formidable scorpion. Cracked Earth Scorpion level. Hero strength. B. Hero agility. C. Hero endurance. B. Hero abilities. The Cracked Earth Scorpion possesses a unique ability to burrow underground for ambush attacks, moving significantly faster beneath the surface. Its pincers and poisonous tail are its primary means of attack. Weakness. While adept at ambush, the Scorpion and Oppo's intellect is lacking. Once provoked, it tends to forget its stealth and engages in direct combat, which is not its forte. Another hero-level zombie, Lin Xiu mused, feeling a surge of anxiety. It was not just him. Even Guzi beside him felt uncertain, suggesting, "Shall we retreat? This place is too perilous." Lin Xiu regarded Guzi, his brow furrowed. After a few moments of contemplation, he shook his head. "Now is not the time to leave. If we abandon this moment, and they fail to deal with these two zombies, they will inevitably breach the campus, and we will have to confront them ourselves." Upon hearing this, The two men fell silent, while Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow at Zhang Jiai, inquiring, "Has the last one arrived?" "It has. However, its position should be beneath the wall." "We cannot see it," she replied, gesturing toward the wall, which was but a mere 100 meters from the day's crowd. The group of henchmen at the school gate remained transfixed by the sight of the enormous scorpion. Lin Xiu and Appo's expression tightened. If he led everyone away now, the outcome would unfold exactly as he feared. Once these zombies dispatched this group, they would enter the campus, forcing him to confront them directly, resulting in dire consequences. Instead, utilizing this crowd as a shield to eliminate the zombies was the wisest course of action. At the very least, he still had two supernatural allies willing to fight alongside him, and with their combined strength and weaponry, their odds of victory remained favorable. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiu halted, preparing to assess the final zombie and Appo's attributes before devising a plan. At that moment, Shu Chongbin, having been flung back, let out a fierce roar and charged once more at the cracked earth scorpion. This time, Lin Xiu noticed that Shu Chongbin and Appo's arms had transformed into razor-sharp blades, glinting with a deadly shimmer, seemingly sharper than his auditory abilities. The spitter, having ceased its assault due to the emergence of the cracked earth scorpion, provided Shu Chongbin some respite. After a brief moment of inaction, Xie Lin appeared to recognize the dire situation and joined the fray. "Cover me," he shouted as he crouched down, prompting all the henchmen to understand the importance of the two supernatural beings. They were not foolish. They knew that the death of these individuals would spell their own doom. Thus, the group of men, accustomed to brawling, brandished their weapons and engaged the oncoming zombies. For a fleeting moment, the tide of battle seemed to shift in their favor. Meanwhile, as Xie Lin crouched, the battle between Shu Chongbin and the cracked earth scorpion had commenced. With his arms transformed into blades, Shu Chongbin faced the scorpion's massive pincers, surprisingly matching its ferocity. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he found himself gaining the upper hand against the less agile creature. Yet, despite the scorpion and Appo's assessment of having a deficient intellect, it still possessed a lethal tail. A single strike from its half-meter-thick stinger could obliterate its target, unlike any ordinary scorpion and Appo's venom. Strangely, however, as Lin Xiu observed, since Xie Lin had begun to engage, the dynamics of the battle shifted favorably for Shu Chongbin. Several times, what should have been a direct hit from the stinger veered off course as it approached Shu Chongbin. If it was merely a fluke, it might have been dismissed. But after the scorpion failed to land a strike repeatedly, Lin Xiu quickly grasped Xie Lin and Appo's role in this fight. Yet, while the two men worked in tandem, the zombies exhibited their own coordination. Just as Xie Lin and Shu Chongbin gained the upper hand, a resounding roar erupted from among the henchmen. Lin Xiu and Appo's pupils dilated as he caught sight of the diminutive listener making its way through the crowd. At that moment, the listener, previously wreaking havoc, abruptly paused, as if it had detected a target, and lifted its gaze to fixate on Lin Xiu. "Not good. Run." Chapter 55, Key Target. A sudden awakening in the room. Lin Xiu suddenly roared, startling both Zhang Jiai and Guzi. However, Lin Xiu had already rushed to open the door and dashed downstairs, compelling the two to follow suit. "Damn it! How could it be a listener?" Lin Xiu cursed, revealing the Tang Dao listener in his hand, his eyes filled with a hint of helplessness. At the moment the listener in the crowd looked up, he suddenly realized a grave issue. He possessed the Tang Dao listener. Without delay, he opened the weapon's interface, his gaze fixating on the final description, and he swung his sword fiercely at the approaching zombies. Description: this weapon is formed from the flesh and blood of a listener, which means the listener will prioritize the wielder of this weapon as its primary target. Please use with caution. The listener will prioritize the wielder of this blade. In other words, as long as he was within the listener and Appo's auditory range, he had already become its target. This explained why the listener, which had been rampaging through the crowd, abruptly halted its actions to fixate on him when he looked its way. In that instant, he was forcibly drawn into the battlefield. Yet, even Lin Xiu did not anticipate that this ownership did not merely refer to holding the weapon, but rather that possessing the blade itself meant he was already considered its wielder. Glancing back at the two, who were filled with confusion and fear, Lin Xiu descended the stairs while urging, "You two need to leave immediately and wait for me in the dormitory. Jiai, use your abilities to monitor the surroundings for any special zombies besides these three and inform me right away." Seeing Lin Xiu and Appo's anxious demeanor, Zhang Jiai implored, "Lin Xiu, what happened? Don and Appo's scare me." "Yeah, Lin Gu, you just frightened me." Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiu hastily exchanged for a Glock 19 and handed it to Zhang Jiai, saying, "Take this gun, just in case. I can end Appo's protect you when you go back. I need to stay and ensure my own safety." Zhang Jiai accepted the Glock 19, but her eyes suddenly reddened and she burst into tears. "Lin Xiu, what is happening? Please Don and Appo's scare me." Faced with her sudden distress, Lin Xiu inhaled deeply, all while fending off the zombies blocking his path. "Do you see this knife in my hand? It is forged from the listener, the very zombie we witnessed leap into the crowd. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the two momentarily froze, but they quickly adjusted, knowing that Lin Xiu could indeed synthesize such items. However, Lin Xiu continued, "The problem lies here. Once I acquired this knife, I became tainted by the listener and Appo's aura. From that moment on, every listener in this world will target me as their primary kill." "What will you do?" Zhang Jiai and Appo's expression was filled with urgency, and Guzi and Appo's face also reflected concern. Lin Xiu glanced at their expressions and quickly reassured them, "These are not issues. With this knife, my damage against the listener is significantly enhanced, and I know its weaknesses. The critical problem is that with you here, you could be accidentally harmed by it. Do you understand?" Lin Xiu gazed at them, fearing they might not comprehend. Upon exiting the building, he immediately approached the van, opened the door, and gestured for them to get in while saying, "Moreover, this also exposes our location. The other two zombies will discover us, making it even more dangerous. Therefore, I need you to leave and not restrict me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiai and Guzi were momentarily stunned, but Guzi quickly grasped the urgency of the situation, gritted his teeth, and took the driver and Appo's seat. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu spent nearly 1,000 synthesis coins, frantically tossing ammunition into the back seat. "What about you?" Zhang Jiai, now seated in the passenger seat, had tear streaks on her face, leaving Lin Xiu at a loss for words. "Don't worry about me. When have you seen me in trouble? I have my secret weapons, but with you here, you could get caught in the crossfire. Do you understand?" With that, Lin Xiu tossed the remaining ammunition and promptly closed the car door, directing his attention to Guzi. "The bullets in the back are for you. When you return, don't be stingy with them. Gather people from the dormitory and clear out the ordinary zombies as you head toward the school gate." Guzi looked at Lin Xiu, nodded firmly, and with a determined expression, slammed on the gas, leaving no time for Zhang Jiai to respond. Phew! Watching them depart, Lin Xiu exhaled deeply. He then swept his listener to clear the surrounding zombies. At that moment, he had no intention of joining the battle, given his current attributes. Confronting an elite-level listener would likely end in a bloodbath. Thus, his immediate goal was to eliminate ordinary zombies to accumulate stacks of Berserker. Once the stacks of Berserker increased, combined with the effects of Zombie Slayer and Elite Assault, he would not fear even an elite listener. With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer, wielding his listener fiercely and commencing his slaughter of the zombies in the commercial district. As Lin Xiu began to stack his Berserker levels, those at the school gate found themselves entirely on the defensive. An ordinary lackey without powers stood no chance against the formidable elite listener that Lin Xiu was observing. In mere moments, the remaining 20-some brothers lost 6 of their own, witnessing 6 being cleaved into 5 pieces in an instant. Even those who were not attacked trembled in fear. Xie Lin, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately shouted at his comrades after taking a look. "I and Appo's. LL distracted. You all charge in." However, Before he could engage, Xu Changbin in the distance was already sent flying, without Xie Qinglin's interference. How could the injured Xu Changbin contend with a fully powered rupturer? In just 5 seconds, he was injured once more. Yet at that moment, as he lay on the ground, Xu Changbin looked at the 3 special zombies surrounding him and suddenly burst into laughter. Indamp, Oppos, him. That damn kid. Ha ha ha. I never thought after decades in society, I and Amp, Oppos, DB outsmarted to death by a little brat. Upon hearing this, even Xie Qinglin in the distance trembled slightly. Only after Xu Changbin's reminder did he realize how coincidental it was. Everything was a scheme. Chapter 56, Desperate Struggle. The gunfire of salvation in the depths of despair. The two revealed a fierce tenacity. Although they had realized this was a trap, it was precisely at this moment that they summoned all their strength. The more adverse the circumstances, the more they were compelled to resist. This was the fundamental reason they had survived until now in this apocalypse. Xu Changbin suddenly leaped up, the blades in his hands transforming back as he shouted to the crowd behind him, "Who among you has food to throw to me?" Yet, none of the subordinates responded, for they were currently preoccupied with the auditory attacker, unable to spare a moment and Oppos' distraction. It was Xie Qinglin who, with his eyes closed, rummaged through his pockets and retrieved a nearly flattened piece of bread from his back pocket, tossing it over. Xu Changbin caught the bread, tore open the packaging, and without even chewing, swallowed it whole before charging once more towards the earth splitter. As he sprinted, the blade in his hand manifested anew, but this time, a deepening darkness enveloped it. If one looked closely, they would notice that the black streaks that had faded from his face were now re-emerging. Squeak! The limbs of the earth splitter writhed, producing a strange screech of dissatisfaction at Xu Changbin and Oppos' renewed provocation. Clang! In the next instant, the massive pincers collided with Xu Changbin's dual blades, which surprisingly held firm against the creature's might. The ground beneath him trembled violently, cracks forming beneath his feet. "Give it to me, D." Xu Changbin bellowed, forcefully lifting his hands, managing to send the earth splitter's pincers flying. Remarkably, the previously impenetrable black claws bore a white gash from the impact. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This strike did not injure the earth splitter, but it certainly humiliated it. Its proud carapace had been marred by human hands. However, Xu Changbin cared little for such nuances. With his strength renewed by sustenance, he was at his peak. If he did not seize this opportunity to turn the tide, death would surely await them. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blades and pincers unfolded, stabilizing the situation. Meanwhile, the spitter in the distance seemed to merely observe, its intentions unclear. However, among the crowd of auditory attackers, the tide was decidedly against them. Despite Xie Qinglin and Oppos' interference, 10 minutes had passed without inflicting any harm on the auditory attackers, and the subordinates had dwindled to fewer than 10. Though the auditory attacker faced interference, it was an agile zombie, and its elongated blades granted it a significant advantage against the shorter knives of the remaining subordinates. In this moment, they seemed to discern the attack patterns of the auditory attacker. Everyone slowed their movements, some even holding their breath. Yet, they had grossly underestimated the capabilities of an elite auditory attacker. Even with the distant sounds of Xu Changbin and the earth splitter clashing, it could still hear the heartbeats of all individuals within a 10-meter radius. Had it not been for Xie Qinglin's strained interference, it might have already eliminated everyone present. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Xie Qinglin could no longer suppress the auditory attacker and coughed loudly. In that instant, both the subordinates holding back ordinary zombies outside and those facing the auditory attacker turned pale in horror. Upon the release of its suppression and hearing Xie Qinglin and Oppos' cough, the auditory attacker roared and charged towards the source of sound. Xie Qinglin, seeing the auditory attacker rushing towards him, instinctively covered his mouth, but the coughing persisted. As the auditory attacker and Oppos' blade drew near to slice through his body, a glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes, when suddenly a gunshot rang out. Bang! Clang! The distant gunfire erupted bullets striking against the auditory attacker's blade, producing a resonant sound, causing the creature to emit a piercing screech. Immediately after, the gunfire continued in rapid succession. Bang, 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 bang. A total of 12 shots rang out without pause, as Lin Xiu had removed the suppressor from his Glock 19 to influence the auditory attacker. Though his aim was somewhat lacking, only the first shot found its mark. Each subsequent shot forced the creature to retreat a step. As the last of the magazine was emptied, Lin Xiu swiftly retracted the spent magazine into the system space, immediately summoning a new one to reload and fire again. At that moment, Xu Chongbin and Xie Qinglin had both reacted, their eyes locked on Lin Xiu 100 meters away. "It's you," Xu Chongbin roared, brandishing his dual blades at Lin Xiu, who shouted back at Xie Qinglin. "How much longer do you plan to sit there?" With that, he sprinted towards the school gate while continuing to fire at the auditory attacker. Meanwhile, he drew out a tang knife meant for auditory attacks. The auditory attacker, already reacting to Lin Xiu, let out a furious shriek upon noticing the knife in his hand. It disregarded the gunfire and charged directly at Lin Xiu. Witnessing this, Xie Qinglin urged the remaining subordinates to enter the school and shouted at Lin Xiu, "I need a break. 5 minutes. Cough, cough. 5 minutes." Lin Xiu cursed, but his Glock 19 did not falter. He had acquired 5 Glock 19 model from the gym, and this was the 4th he had synthesized. Bang, bang, bang. As the auditory attacker drew nearer, Lin Xiu and Oppo's aim improved, with more than half of the 12 round from this magazine striking the creature. However, the hero-level auditory attacker possessed an agility that was almost unfathomable. It could effortlessly split the bullets aimed at it in two. Yet, the ongoing gunfire provided enough pressure to keep it at bay, standing 5 meters away. Intriguingly, thanks to the existence of the system space, Lin Xiu could summon a new magazine from within the gun itself after emptying one, achieving a remarkable 0.1 second reload time. Moreover, with each shot fired, even if the bullets were sliced by the auditory attacker, the effects of his berserker ability would stack anew. Thus, at this moment, Lin Xiu remained unhurried in his assault. His synthetic coins totaled over 3,000. He could leverage this advantage to elevate his attributes to the hero level once more, at which point he could effortlessly quell the auditory attacker. Chapter 57. Heroic Attributes. The display of sound, due to Lin Xiu's intervention and the distant splashing of the spitter. The previously one-sided situation transformed into a fierce contest of equals. In this moment, neither Xu Chongbin nor Xie Qinglin questioned whether Lin Xiu had summoned these zombies. After all, when faced with a chance for survival, no one desires demise. Lin Xiu, adhering to his own rhythm, pulled the trigger repeatedly while simultaneously accessing his attribute panel. Host, Lin Xiu title, Decapitator Master, Zombie Slayer, Swift Attack Elite, Berserker, Stealth Assassin, Cold-Blooded Strength, C Elite, Agility, B Hero, Stamina, C Elite, Attributes, Recovery Enhancement C, Sixth Sense, C, Matter Energy Sensation, D, Skills, Mastery of Cold Weapons Synthesis Coins, 3122 with the enhancement from his title of Swift Attack Elite. Lin Xiu and Oppo's agility ascended to the heroic rank. Moreover, his strength and agility were on the cusp of reaching the full heroic level. At that moment, apart from his agility, which slightly lagged behind the B-ranked listener, his other 2 attributes surpassed it. However, to ensure his safety, Lin Xiu did not cease pulling the trigger. In fact, spurred by the proximity to the next level, he quickened his firing rate. Ding! All attributes have advanced to heroic level, gaining temporary ability, expansion of senses. As the system and Oppo's notification chimed, Lin Xiu sheathed his Glock 19 with infinite bullets, much to Xie Qinglin and Oppo's astonishment. Just as the gunfire ceased, the listener, having endured enough, let out a fierce howl and lunged toward Lin Xiu. For the listener, whose agility was nearly at B and on the verge of achieving epic level, a 5-meter distance was but a fleeting moment. Yet Lin Xiu, equally agile at B, reacted with extraordinary speed thanks to the expansion of his senses. In fact, Xie Qinglin, positioned far away, could scarcely discern the movement. The listener and Oppo's claws collided with Lin Xiu and Oppo's weapon in an instant. Clang! A crisp sound of collision resonated, momentarily surprising Lin Xiu. It was well known that the listener and Oppo's primary characteristic was its ability to absorb all surrounding sounds. Typically, when wielding it, even the slightest cough would go unheard. Yet in combat with the listener, its power appeared ineffective. However, as Lin Xiu pondered this anomaly, the listener, upon their direct confrontation, suddenly screeched and ceased its attack, opting instead to cover its ears. Witnessing this, Lin Xiu understood that his weapon was not ineffective. Rather, it had a targeted effect against the listener. A smile crept across Lin Xiu and Oppo's lips as he began to strike fiercely at the listener. Clang! 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 Each collision produced a sound that was not loud, yet remarkably clear. This peculiar frequency tormented the listener, who had previously wreaked havoc among the crowd. Should it endure Lin Xiu and Oppo's strike, the corresponding sound would resonate. Yet if it chose to evade, the sharp blade could still slice through its skin. This spectacle left Xie Qinglin in a state of stupor. Initially, he sensed Lin Xiu's potential strength, but he had never anticipated that Lin Xiu could so fiercely contend with the listener. In terms of both power and speed, Lin Xiu was not inferior. Indeed, utilizing his Tang Dao, he had driven the listener into a disadvantageous position. That blade, Xie Qinglin's gaze fell upon the weapon. Acutely aware that the energy it now emitted was significantly more potent than when it had been used in the cafeteria. Conversely, despite recognizing Lin Xiu and Oppo's prowess, he failed to detect any response from Lin Xiu that indicated he was an ability user. Frowning, Xie Qinglin fell into contemplation, with the situation stabilizing. He finally grasped the sequence of events. After encountering Lin Xiu, his group had been forced to retreat, only to be halted at the school gate by 3 unique zombies. He could not believe such coincidence could exist without Lin Xiu's involvement. Moreover, he still felt a lingering sensation of being watched, suggesting the presence of other ability users within the school, perhaps even other perceivers like himself, but with far greater power. Regret washed over Xie Qinglin. He wished he had intervened when Xu Chongbin had been angered in the cafeteria to spare his group from such peril. Yet, upon reflection, a sense of relief washed over him. Lin Xiu and Oppo's appearance indicated that the current predicament was not one he had desired. Although Xie Qinglin was uncertain of how Lin Xiu had attracted the zombies, it was evident that the situation had exceeded all expectations. Are your 5 minutes only concluded once I slay it? Just as Xie Qinglin mulled over this, Lin Xiu and Oppo's booming voice snapped him back to reality. Though Lin Xiu wished to eliminate the listener to astound them, he realized that the listener was remarkably clever. While his weapon could subdue it, its defense was deftly calculated. When he struck non-lethal areas, the listener did not resist. However, upon targeting its neck or heart, it would bravely endure the impending sound wave and Oppo's tremors. Thus, despite appearing to hold the upper hand, both combatants found themselves at an impasse. Hearing Lin Xiu and Oppo's words, Xie Qinglin felt compelled to act. He glanced toward Xu Chongbin, who was still engaged in battle with the splitter, then promptly seated himself, refocusing his efforts on assisting Lin Xiu, rather than aiding the disadvantaged. It was wiser to eliminate the weaker party to liberate more combat power to expand their victory. As Xie Qinglin began to create distractions, Lin Xiu immediately sensed a shift in the listener and Oppo's demeanor. Not only did its agility diminish sharply, but with a decisive strike, Lin Xiu severed the listener and Oppo's wrist. The listener howled in agony as its wrist flew through the air, but before Lin Xiu could retract his weapon, it suddenly vanished. Lin Xiu was momentarily taken aback, yet the Tang Dao resonated with a luminous blue aura. The severed hand, under this ethereal glow, was vaporized, ultimately merging back into the listener. Observing the struggling listener retreating and feeling a sudden tremor in his weapon, Lin Xiu and Oppo's face broke into a bloodthirsty grin. After the listener and Oppo's arm was severed, The battle was essentially concluded. Witnessing the listener's flesh being consumed by the blade intensified Lin Xiu's offensive. His katana, imbued with a sense of promotion, emitted a sharp sound as it cut through the air. Remarkably, in the ensuing confrontation, the listener's claws, initially a match for the blade, shattered after 3 strikes. The listener emitted a despairing wail as its severed flesh and blood flowed towards the katana. Even without Xie Lin and Amp, Oppo's, as suppression, Lin Xiu was confident that the listener could not endure much longer. However, just as Lin Xiu prepared to deliver the final blow, his sixth sense triggered an alarm. He swiftly retreated, anticipating a counterattack, but a shout from Xu Chongbin warned him of danger. Lin Xiu observed that the spitter, who had been on the periphery, suddenly unleashed a barrage of dark projectiles. Despite the threat, Lin Xiu remained composed, his enhanced attributes enabling him to evade the blast zone with ease. After beheading the listener, he propelled himself out of the school. The spitter and Oppo's projectiles narrowly missed him, but the others at the school entrance were not so fortunate. The black orbs detonated among them, and the survivors were engulfed in a cloud of darkness. Only Xie Lin, who had sought refuge in the guardhouse, was spared. The listener's corpse dissolved, its essence flowing towards Lin Xiu and Amp, Oppo's katana, forming a trail of blood in the air. As the bloodline merged with the blade, a notification echoed in Lin Xiu and Amp, Oppo's mind. Ding! You have slain the listener, hero grade, gaining 5,000 synthesis coins. Ding! Katana, listener has advanced. Please check the item panel. The reward of 5,000 synthesis coins brought a fleeting moment of joy, which was soon tempered by the realization that this was the sole reward for the kill. The special attribute bonuses seemed to be exclusive to the initial encounter with each type of zombie, while synthesis coins were the standard reward for eliminating unique zombies. As Lin Xiu pondered this, the spitter roared and launched another volley of dark projectiles. This attack solidified Lin Xiu's target selection. He cleared the surrounding zombies with a swing of his blade, and then used the flat of the katana to deflect the projectiles. With his enhanced strength and agility, Lin Xiu redirected a projectile towards the earth splitter. The projectile struck the earth splitter into Oppo's head, disrupting its attack on Xu Chongbin. The corrosive effect of the dark smoke caused the earth splitter into Amp, Oppo's head to bubble, allowing Xu Chongbin to retreat to Lin Xiu and Amp, Oppo's side. After exchanging a look, Xu Chongbin admitted, "Iompe, Opus, spent." Lin Xiu was taken aback. He had counted on the cooperation of the 2 ability users, but one was hiding in the guardhouse, and the other was already claiming exhaustion. Hearing this, Lin Xiu prepared to leave. Despite his enhanced attributes, he was hesitant to confront 2 hero-grade zombies alone. Seeing Lin Xiu's reaction, Xu Chongbin panicked. With their comrades dead, he and Xie Lin were the only survivors. If Lin Xiu left, they would be doomed. After crushing an approaching zombie, Xu Chongbin declared, "I can fight if you have something for me to eat." He was revealing his weakness, as ability users often had debilitating side effects. Xu Chongbin and Amp, Oppo's vulnerability was that he needed to consume food to fuel his abilities. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "You need to eat to use your ability?" Xu Chongbin nodded, explaining, "The more I eat, the stronger I become." Lin Xiu realized why Xu Chongbin and Amp, Oppo's ability, despite its potential, was rated D grade. In a world where food was scarce, his reliance on it was a major drawback. Lin Xiu cleared the zombies in front of him and tossed a loaf of bread to Xu Chongbin, asking, "Is this enough?" Xu Chongbin was surprised, as he hadn't seen where Lin Xiu had retrieved the bread. Lin Xiu disregarded this, as he intended to deal with both of them after the zombies were eliminated. Interpreting Xu Chongbin and Amp, Oppo's gaze as disdain, Lin Xiu threw 2 boxes of bread at his feet, exclaiming here, "Not enough. Try finishing these." Chapter 59, Sustenance Through Gluttony. Ominous warning as they conversed, the spitter in the distance readied another projectile, launching it toward them. Simultaneously, the earth splitter, still smarting for the earlier blow, charged in their direction. Lin Xiu and Oppo's expression hardened. Ceasing to observe Xu Chongbin and Oppo's repast, he darted away, covering 100 meters in a flash. Shu Changbin, equally swift, tore open the bread bag and devoured another loaf whole. Grabbing a case of bread in each hand, he fled to the side. Boom! The spitter's black smoke bomb was visually imposing, yet its actual impact was negligible. In contrast, the seemingly lumbering earth splitter reached their former location and, with a subtle thrust of its tail's stinger, utterly demolished the road. Lin Xiu glanced at the distant spitter, then turned to Shu Changbin, declaring, "This one's yours." "Understood." Shu Changbin replied without hesitation. He smashed open a bread case, and, beholding the steaming loaves within, his face betrayed a flicker of astonishment as he recalled Lin Xiu and Appo's words in the cafeteria, a complex expression crossing his features. It seemed he truly had no need for the cafeteria supplies back then. With an inward sigh, Shu Changbin had no time for sentimentality. He immediately upturned the bread case and funneled the contents into his mouth. It was unclear what anatomical marvel allowed him to swallow fist-sized loaves without obstruction, but they vanished into his gullet. At that moment, the earth splitter, realizing its attack had missed, emitted a screech, adjusted its trajectory, and lunged at Shu Changbin with its massive pincers. Shu Changbin, having just consumed an entire case of bread, was now brimming with energy. The black stripes on his face had spread, enveloping his entire visage in darkness. Clang! A metallic crash resounded as an enormous fist collided with the massive pincers. The previously diminutive Shu Changbin staggered the earth splitter backward with the force of his blow, leaving the creature momentarily stunned. It couldn't Appo's comprehend how the human it had previously dominated now possessed such immense strength. Ha ha! Exhilarating! Shu Changbin roared, his transformed fists swinging wildly. Observing Shu Changbin and Appo's actions, Lin Xiu opened his attribute panel, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't Appo's anticipated that consuming a single case of bread would elevate Shu Changbin and Appo's strength to a B heroic level. He recalled that he had to slay zombies for a full 10 minutes and eliminate a heroic level listener before accumulating nearly 2,000 stacks of Berserker to achieve an all-around B state. Moreover, it seemed his attributes were now capped, unable to surpass B and reach a grade. Yet Shu Changbin had achieved this rating simply by eating a case of bread. Were it not for the fact that his agility remained unchanged and his stamina plummeted to E, Lin Xiu would have denounced the system's grading criteria. Without stamina and agility, Shu Changbin and Appo's strength, however formidable, was merely that of a brute, posing no threat to him. Strength influenced attack and defense. Agility governed attack speed and reaction, while stamina was paramount for endurance and vitality. Lacking stamina and agility, even if one possessed the power to kill with a single blow, the outcome would be equally grim if that was all one could muster. Casting another glance at Shu Changbin, who was trading blows with the earth splitter, Lin Xiu refocused his attention on the distant spitter, evading one black smoke bomb after another, and dispatching several zombies along the way to maintain the duration of Berserker. Lin Xiu finally reached the spitter after nearly a minute. Roar! Enraged that this human had evaded its attacks and reached its position, the spitter, without offering Lin Xiu any respite, roared and swung its foreclaws at him. The spitter was perched on the third-floor balcony of a commercial building, with no other zombies nearby. Therefore, to prolong the Berserker effect, Lin Xiu opted to confront it head-on. Clang! The Tachi Onakiri collided with the spitter and Appo's claws. The spitter, with its mere C strength, was clearly outmatched against Lin Xiu and Appo's SB strength. Deflecting the spitter and Appo's claws with Onakiri, Lin Xiu swiftly rotated his wrist, sending the blade arcing upward toward its head. However, in that instant, his sixth sense issued another, more dire warning than when he had beheaded the listener. The sudden premonition compelled Lin Xiu to retract his blade and leap backward. His combat intuition, honed by cold weapon mastery, guiding him to evade the spitter's direct line of attack, dodging to the side and rear. In the very next moment, a stream of black fire erupted from the spitter's maw. Sizzle! The black flames, accompanied by thick smoke, emitted a fiery roar and a corrosive sizzle as they shot forward. The flames lasted only 2 seconds, but when Lin Xiu looked back at his previous position, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This seemingly innocuous flame had, in a mere 2 seconds, incinerated everything within a 2-meter radius. Metal railings and concrete floors alike had vanished, leaving only a void in their place. "You son of a dog system," Lin Xiu cursed inwardly, incensed that the system and Oppo's interface had failed to mention such a lethal technique, instead dwelling on the inconsequential black smoke bombs. Had it not been for his sixth sense, he would have been reduced to ashes. However, Lin Xiu had no time for recriminations. The spitter, realizing it had missed its target, turned to face him once more. Gazing at the spitter, its maw still stained with black flames, Lin Xiu retreated without hesitation, drawing a Glock 19 from his inventory and firing a volley of shots. Bang! 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 Perhaps Lin Xiu and Oppo's movements were too swift, or perhaps the spitter hadn't Oppo's anticipated the gun and Oppo's potential for harm, but it was struck without any defense. Unfortunately, Lin Xiu and Oppo's marksmanship was poor. Despite the close range, only one of the 3 bullets found its mark. Roar! The spitter roared in fury as blood spurted from its wound. Immediately after, Lin Xiu, having retreated beyond the spitter's flame radius, experienced another surge of dread. This time, the warning from his sixth sense was even more intense than before. Chapter 60. A desperate escape and the reunion of both parties confronted with a sudden ominous sign. Lin Xiu exhibited no hesitation, sprinting once more towards the side. Yet, the creature known as the spitter seemed to possess a remarkable intellect. Having learned from Lin Xiu and Oppo's previous retreat, it fixated its gaze upon him. The spitter was a highly agile zombie, its agility ranking matching Lin Xiu's at B. In this encounter, Lin Xiu realized that his advantage in agility was rendered ineffective. Moreover, as he dodged left and right, the sense of impending danger intensified. The Glock 19 in his hand unleashed a barrage of bullets, but the spitter, having learned from prior experiences, adeptly evaded each shot, resulting in only a glancing hit. To make matters worse, Lin Xiu discovered that the distance between him and the spitter was closing, approaching within a mere 3 meters, dangerously close to the creature and Oppo's flame-spewing range, which heightened his sixth sense of peril. In that moment, the Tang Dao in his grasp emitted a faint hum, indicating that it had gathered power during his movements. With the firearm and Oppo's ammunition depleted, he decided against further shooting and stowed it away. Both beings, at the pinnacle of agility, rendered the bullets ineffective. Rather than allowing the spitter to dodge, Lin Xiu resolved to confront it directly, relying on close combat with his Tang Dao. Just then, the spitter and Oppo's mouth gaped wide, black flames surging forth toward Lin Xiu. In that instant, his sixth sense transformed into a foreboding certainty of death. Realizing there was no retreat, a fierce determination flickered across Lin Xiu and Oppo's face as he raised his blade, pointing the tip at the spitter. The sonic explosion, with its extensive range and rapid speed, promised that if it struck the spitter's throat first, he could potentially avert disaster. However, his speed faltered slightly, and the flames reached a 2.5-meter radius just as he lifted his weapon. Just when Lin Xiu braced for his demise, he observed, to his surprise, that the flames only threatened within a 2-meter range, leaving him safe 3 meters away. Yet, the ominous feeling in his heart did not dissipate. Just as he prepared to retreat, the sense of imminent danger surged once more. Before Lin Xiu could respond, a thunderous explosion erupted from within the flames, unleashing countless skulls engulfed in black fire, hurtling toward him like a meteor shower. These flaming skulls were beyond Lin Xiu and Oppo's capacity to withstand, and their overwhelming numbers swiftly sealed all avenues of escape. Yet, he did not relent. Although he could not physically touch them, the sonic explosion skill required no contact. "Give me strength. Block it," Lin Xiu shouted, activating the sonic explosion ability. However, he quickly realized that this time, The ability did not resonate with the usual prolonged sound, but rather emitted a dull hum. The sound resembled a thunderous echo following a heavy blow to the head, inducing discomfort. Yet, Lin Xiu noted that aside from the blue glow illuminating his Tang Dao, there was no discernible effect. In the next moment, just as the myriad fireballs were about to collide with him, he was astonished to find that they were inexplicably halted mid-air. They seemed to crash against an invisible barrier, subsequently dropping to the ground, melting through the floor, and descending to the layer below. This left Lin Xiu wide-eyed. He was not alone in this astonishment, as even the spitter across from him appeared momentarily confounded, uncertain of the phenomenon. However, as the sense of danger subsided, Lin Xiu and Appo's gaze fell upon the now withered abdomen of the spitter, realizing that it had exhausted its resources. Understanding this, a wicked smile crept across Lin Xiu and Appo's face. Seizing the moment while the effect of Berserker still lingered, he charged at the spitter, his blade flashing as a spray of blood erupted. With a swift strike, he severed much of the spitter and Appo's forelimb and in a blur, stored it within the system and Appo's space. As the spitter let out a furious roar, witnessing its own arm vanish, it spun around and fled. Running away when you can't fight back? Lin Xiu scoffed, drawing the Glock 19 and opening fire. Bang! 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 The wounded spitter and Appo's speed noticeably decreased, and Lin Xiu and Appo's marksmanship improved. Although the bullets could not inflict serious harm, they could refresh the Berserker effect, granting Lin Xiu a moment to catch his breath. Recalling the peculiarities of the Tang Dao, he opened its attribute panel. Tang Dao, listening level, hero synthesis price, 1000 synthesis formula. Tang Dao corpse of listener ability 1. Listening absorbs surrounding noise during swings, allowing the user to enter a silent attack state. Ability 2. Upon absorbing sufficient noise, listening can detonate it, producing a sonic shockwave in front of the blade. Ability 3. Damage to the listener is increased by 50, and when damaged, it can repair or evolve by consuming the listener as flesh and blood. Ability 4. Listening can release absorbed noise in advance, forming a temporary sonic barrier to repel ballistic physical attacks. Special 1. The sharpness of this weapon increases by 30. Special 2. The holder and Appo's agility increases by 30. Description: this weapon is forged from the flesh of a listener, making the listener prioritize the weapon and Appo's wielder as a target. Use with caution. Note: this weapon cannot be synthesized again. It is a unique equipment. Seeing the highlighted ability 4, Lin Xiu finally understood that the unexpected manifestation of the sonic explosion was not due to a flaw in listening, but rather an inadvertent activation of the sonic barrier during a moment of crisis. With this realization, Lin Xiu felt reassured and resumed his pursuit of the spitter, squeezing the trigger once more. After exhausting the last magazine, Lin Xiu, wielding listening, pursued the spitter closely and delivered a swift strike to its tail. Upon impact, he quickly stored the tail within the system and Appo's space and halted his advance. The spitter, seemingly aware of its inability to flee, chose not to retreat, but instead sought to regroup with the distant Earthbreaker. Just as Lin Xiu paused, the Earthbreaker's tail spike came crashing down towards him. Chapter 61. Level Restrictions. The Strong slay a beast on the broad highway. A colossal scorpion bore a black hound that had lost its forelimbs and tail upon its back. Before these two beings stood two motionless humans. Bang! 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 Xu Chongbin dared not move, silently facing the two zombies before him. Lin Xiu remained equally still, occasionally firing a bullet from his Glock 19 to eliminate the approaching undead. The level of the frenzied one had exceeded 2,000, yet Lin Xiu despondently discovered that his attribute enhancement was stubbornly stuck at the B level, unable to advance further. As he reloaded his weapon, Xu Chongbin could not help but inquire, "How do we proceed now?" Lin Xiu glanced at him and asked, "Can you still fight?" From his system panel, it was evident that Xu Chongbin and Appo's strength attribute had once again plummeted to a C grade. Clearly, even after consuming a box of bread, his sustained combat time remained negligible. Lin Xiu was further convinced that the system and Oppo's D-grade assessment of him was indeed accurate. Shu Chongbin paused for a moment before opening the remaining box of bread, declaring, "Of course." He then poured the entire box in his mouth. Lin Xiu twitched his lips, finding this manner of consumption difficult to comprehend. However, observing the surge in Shu Chongbin and Oppo's strength level, he refrained from mocking and instead said, "Have Xie Qinglin suppress the spitter while I deal with it. Then we will jointly tackle the Earthbreaker." At this, Shu Chongbin was taken aback, for during their previous conversations in the cafeteria, he had not disclosed his name to Lin Xiu. In fact, he was still unaware of Lin Xiu and Oppo's name at that moment. Yet here was Lin Xiu not only mentioning Xie Qinglin, but also assigning names to the two zombies. Shu Chongbin and Oppo's eyes narrowed as memories of their encounters replayed in his mind. The unrestrained handgun, the casually discarded bread, the peculiar Tang Dao that consumed zombies, and this newfound ability to know others' names. In that instant, Shu Chongbin became convinced that the names Earthbreaker and Spitter were not merely concocted by Lin Xiu, but were likely their true designations. After all, according to normal logic, the Spitter could have referred to him as the Big Black Dog or Hellhound, while the Earthbreaker could simply be identified as a large scorpion. There was no need for such convoluted names. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiu, his offhand remark had sparked a whirlwind of thoughts in Shu Chongbin's seasoned mind. Thus, upon noticing Shu Chongbin and Oppo's silence, Lin Xiu, after dispatching 2 more zombies with his Glock 19, frowned and asked, "What? Is there a problem?" Shu Chongbin quickly snapped back to reality and replied, "I'm fine, but Xie Qinglin." Their gazes shifted to the security room of the school, where their comrades had all succumbed to the Spitter and Oppo's assault, now frantically battering the door. Lin Xiu furrowed his brow and questioned, "He cannot use his abilities if he cannot see us?" Shu Chongbin nodded. He must be within line of sight to utilize his powers. TSK. Lin Xiu clicked his tongue, casually tossing another box of bread, saying, "You handle this. I'll get him out and find a safe spot." Shu Chongbin observed Lin Xiu toss another box of bread, his eyes narrowing in realization, though he did not immediately consume it, indicating he still had his limits. Without further ado, Lin Xiu, wielding his Glock 19 in one hand and the Tang Dao in the other, surged forward with remarkable speed. As Lin Xiu moved, the Spitter and Earthbreaker both emitted ferocious roars. The Earthbreaker seized a nearby, wandering zombie with its massive pincers and hurled it toward its back. The Spitter leapt, directly severing the head of the ordinary zombie, and before it could swallow, it launched the head towards Lin Xiu. Simultaneously, after discarding the zombie, the Earthbreaker aimed its tail towards Shu Chongbin. In that moment, fueled by ample food and restored to his peak condition, Shu Chongbin would not allow it to succeed. His arms coalesced into massive hands, gripping the tail's spike as it approached and yanking it downward with immense force. The Earthbreaker, with only B-grade strength, nearly toppled before Shu Chongbin and Oppo's SB prowess, though it managed to stabilize itself just in time, while the Spitter recognized the imminent threat. After witnessing the last projectile miss Lin Xiu, it swiftly leapt from the Earthbreaker's back, biting into another ordinary zombie to create another projectile, which it then aimed at Shu Chongbin. Seeking death, Shu Chongbin exclaimed as he released his grip and punched the incoming projectile. Bang! The black smoke ball erupted, scattering debris and causing the nearby vehicles and ground to emit crackling sounds. Yet, both he and the Earthbreaker emerged unscathed. The scene fell into a tense standoff once more, with only the Spitter ravenously consuming surrounding ordinary zombies to replenish its ammunition. Shu Chongbin and Oppo's gaze shifted towards the security room, astonished. The distance from the highway to the security room was at least 200 to 300 meters, yet Lin Xiu had managed to reach it, clearing the zombies in a matter of seconds. As he watched Lin Xiu effortlessly leap above the security room while holding Xie Qinglin, Shu Chongbin's brow furrowed once more. Although abilities granted individuals extraordinary capabilities, this was merely a facet he had gleaned from encounters with several others. However, looking at Lin Xiu, he was astounded. In terms of speed, strength, combat skill, and stamina, Lin Xiu surpassed anyone he had ever known. "What are you dawdling for?" Suddenly, Shu Chongbin heard Lin Xiu and Amp, Oppos, as thunderous shout, and a gust of wind rushed past him. When he regained his senses, he was horrified to find the Earthbreaker's spike aimed directly at his head. Thud! Just as Shu Changbin believed his demise was certain, he realized the spike had crashed heavily into the ground just behind him. This scene felt eerily familiar. In an instant, his gaze darted towards the security room. Yet, as soon as he turned his attention, he was stunned to see that Lin Xiu, who had been in the security room merely moments ago, was now right beside the Earthbreaker. The black and blue glimmer of his blade elongated in an instant, resembling a shooting star, leaving countless trails beside the spitter. In less than 2 seconds, the spitter, which had been relentlessly firing, let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing heavily to the ground. Chapter 62, Subterranean Assault. Discretion is the better part of valor, Ding. You have vanquished a spitter, hero, acquiring 5,000 synthesis coins. Ding. First-time elimination of a unique zombie. The spitter grants you a choice of rewards: agility level augmentation, attribute enhancement, ocular acuity. The spoils of victory and the inaugural vanquishing bonus presented a selection of rewards, though this time, no title was activated. Dismissing the spitter's cadaver into his system inventory, Lin Xiu, unperturbed by Xie Qinglin's astonished gaze, retreated several meters to scrutinize the available enhancements. Agility level augmentation was a foregone conclusion, adhering to past precedent. Attribute enhancement was the inevitable choice. Cognizant that the elevation of his tridimensional attributes could be synthesized, he promptly accessed the description of ocular acuity, and without hesitation, elected this skill. Ocular acuity bestowed upon Lin Xiu the capacity to discern the vulnerabilities of his adversaries. More critically, it amplified the precision of his ranged armaments. A deficiency he acutely recognized. Armed with a sidearm, yet afflicted with abysmal marksmanship, he had been mired in frustration. While ocular acuity and Oppos' augmentation of precision might not rival the mastery of marksmanship, it remained the optimal selection. Seemingly sensing Lin Xiu and Oppos' prowess, the Earth Splitter, locked in combat with Shu Chongbin, abruptly pivoted, emitting a guttural roar directed at Lin Xiu. This unexpected maneuver momentarily confounded Lin Xiu, and even Shu Chongbin, engaged in the fray with the Earth Splitter, was taken aback. As Lin Xiu prepared to retaliate, the Earth Splitter and Oppos' caudal appendage lashed out, striking wildly before it. Uncertain if this was a concealed offensive, Lin Xiu drew his Glock 19, retreating while dispatching the encroaching zombies. However, as Lin Xiu withdrew to the roadside, poised to await the Earth Splitter and Oppos' riposte, the Earth Splitter brandished its mandibles and, with a resounding rumble, burrowed into the earth. The trio stood in stunned silence. Xie Qinglin exclaimed to the pair on the road. It and Oppos' vanished. Ikanos, desensate. Lin Xiu cast a cursory glance at Xie Qinglin, offering no retort. He harbored scant expectations for Xie and Oppos' lackluster psychic abilities. Instead, he retrieved his walkie-talkie and hailed Zhang Jiai. Jiai, has the zombie outside the school gates departed? Zhang Jiai, maintaining vigilance on the walkie-talkie and the psychic outside the school, responded immediately upon hearing Lin Xiu's voice. No, it remains in place. Can't you see it? Still there? Lin Xiu furrowed his brow. It burrowed underground, weakened Oppos, TC. Mid-sentence, Lin Xiu and Oppos' intuition blared a warning. In that instant, he foresaw the unfolding scenario, terminated the transmission, and leaped towards the adjacent edifice. Rumble. Simultaneously with Lin Xiu and Oppos' ascent, the ground beneath him shattered violently. The Earth Splitter erupted from the earth almost as he left the ground. Its colossal pincers burst forth first, indicating that the Earth Splitter possessed subterranean sensory capabilities. Its visage had yet to emerge, yet its pincers lunged directly for Lin Xiu. However, Lin Xiu was unlikely to fall prey to such a crude ambush. As the pincers hurtled towards him, he swung, listening intently downwards. Clang! A crisp resonance echoed. Despite the level and sharpness of listening, it merely etched a faint mark, barely a scratch, upon the pincer. Furthermore, the mark vanished in less than a second, healed by the Earth Splitter's inherent abilities. Acknowledging the B level of resilience, Lin Xiu decisively drew his Glock 19. If his blade could not inflict damage, could the kinetic energy of his firearm breach its defenses? Bang! 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 Clang! 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 A magazine was emptied, yet to Lin Xiu and Oppo's astonishment, the firearm proved less effective than listening, failing to leave even a trace. As Lin Xiu alternated his attacks, the Earth Splitter, having surfaced, hoisted him 10 meters into the air, standing upon its giant pincer. Its other pincer snapped towards him once more. Perched atop the pincer, Lin Xiu exerted his leg muscles, stomping downwards, propelling himself skyward while causing the Earth Splitter to plummet. Hiss! Rumble! The Earth Splitter emitted a frustrated shriek, its body crashing into the earth with a deafening roar. Suspended high above, Lin Xiu activated ocular acuity, locking onto the Earth Splitter. However, to his dismay, the newly acquired ability failed to reveal any vulnerabilities in the excessively durable Earth Splitter. Compounding matters, the special zombie, already renowned for its stamina, possessed an extraordinary regenerative capacity, leaving him feeling impotent. The stamina attribute enhanced endurance and vitality. Endurance manifested as the capacity to fight tirelessly. Vitality dictated the resilience to grievous wounds and the rate of recovery from minor injuries. Lin Xiu preferred facing strength or agility-based zombies to this type. Outside the library, a sea-level devourer had required considerable effort to subdue, let alone this B-level Earth Splitter. Moreover, the Earth Splitter and Oppo's inherent structure provided defensive reinforcement, rendering it impenetrable. Even with the Berserker's regenerative effect, the eventual outcome would merely be the Earth Splitter collapsing from exhaustion, while he remained unable to slay it. TCH. Lin Xiu clicked his tongue, landing simultaneously. Thud! Lin Xiu, with all tridimensional attributes at hero level, descended from a height of over 10 meters, cracking the ground upon impact, yet only experiencing a slight ache in his feet. This reinforced his belief that hero-level ability users were akin to superheroes from the movies. Mythic and legendary levels, he suspected, would become the stuff of legends. However, as Lin Xiu confronted the Earth Splitter, contemplating its defeat, the roar of a motorcycle engine echoed from the roadside. Lin Xiu whirled around to witness Xu Chongbin and Xie Lin astride a motorcycle, speeding away. Damn it! Lin Xiu abandoned the Earth Splitter and pursued them, drawing his Glock 19 and firing. With ocular acuity, even at a distance of 300 to 400 meters, Lin Xiu had a chance of neutralizing them. Running? Then die. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiu aimed at Xu Chongbin and squeezed the trigger. Chapter 63. The Watchful Eye? The Butcher and Oppo's rifle bang. The bullet, infused with Lin Xiu and Oppo's fury, hurtled towards the two fleeing figures. Yet, at the instant the bullet was fired, the distant Xu Chongbin suddenly accelerated, causing the bullet, intended for his forehead, to strike his shoulder instead. A piercing scream erupted as Xu Chongbin's left arm erupted in a spray of crimson, but despite his agony, he let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha, kid, the mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternal. I will remember you. You better remember me. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xiu and Oppo's bullets rained down in a frenzy, but in his rage, his aim faltered and the motorcycle grew ever more distant. However, amidst Xu Chongbin and Oppo's laughter, Lin Xiu suddenly joined in the mirth, his gaze fixed on Xu Chongbin as he activated his energy perception. In that moment, as Lin Xiu marked Xu Chongbin, Xie Lin and Oppo's expression shifted dramatically. As a psychic ability user, he sensed an extraordinary mental force enveloping Xu Chongbin. Though it lasted but a fleeting instant, he understood that someone had taken action against them, and this individual was certainly not the one who had been lurking previously. At this moment, he found it incomprehensible that within such a small school, not only was there a formidable figure like Lin Xiu, but at least two other psychic ability users whose powers exceeded his own, an utterly bewildering notion. Realizing the presence of this psychic energy, Xie Qinglin urgently urged Xu Chongbin, "Hurry, we must flee. There are other psychic ability users. They are about to strike." Upon hearing this, Xu Chongbin's grin vanished, and disregarding even the gunshot wound on his shoulder, he accelerated the motorcycle with reckless abandon. From a distance, Lin Xiu noted that his energy perception had successfully marked his target and promptly holstered his Glock 19. If he were to create such a commotion only to ensnare himself while allowing those wretched individuals to escape, it would be a foolish end for him. Fortunately, after activating his energy perception, he realized he could still keep an eye on Xu Chongbin, which brought him some relief. At that moment, the Earthbreaker, having just caught up, launched an attack at Lin Xiu. Easily sidestepping, Lin Xiu raised his weapon and fired at the Earthbreaker, extending the effect of his Berserker ability, then retreated once more. The departure of Xu Chongbin and Xie Qinglin represented a miscalculation on Lin Xiu and Oppo's part in controlling the battlefield. Yet, he could not fathom why the Earthbreaker would inexplicably target him, an outsider in this conflict. The battle had devolved into a stalemate, with neither side able to vanquish the other, resulting in an endless cycle of aggression. With his Glock 19, he continued to eliminate ordinary zombies. Observing the accumulation of synthesis coins, suddenly a thought struck him. He glanced at the M4A1 rifle stored in his system backpack, which he had secured since the onset of the apocalypse. Though his Glock 19 was indeed a formidable weapon against these common zombies, it proved inadequate against the Earthbreaker. However, synthesizing this elite rifle might very well turn the tide of battle. As he contemplated the lengthy synthesis formula for the M4A1, his gaze abruptly fixed on another glowing purple synthesis formula below. He recalled that the materials for this formula were nearly identical to the previous one, except it required 12,000 synthesis coins and included a material represented by 3 question marks. At that moment, the question marks had transformed into the head of the spitter. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiu swiftly accessed his system backpack to examine the head of the spitter. Head of the spitter, level, heroic description, the head of a high-level zombie. Usable for exchanging special strategic resources or synthesizing high-level items. Special 1. Increases the accuracy of thrown weapons by 60 when synthesized. Special 2. Increases the damage radius of explosive weapons by 50 when synthesized. Realizing the implications, Lin Xiu and Oppo's eyes narrowed as inspiration struck him. With only 13,000 synthesis coins at his disposal, he took a deep breath and made his decision to synthesize. In an instant, several items vanished from his system backpack, and his synthesis coins were promptly deducted. Suddenly, in his hands appeared a black M4A1 rifle, marred with splatters of blood. Ding! You have synthesized a heroic-level weapon, Butcher and Oppo's rifle, M4A1. Without a moment in Oppo's hesitation, Lin Xiu stowed his Glock 19 and began to inspect the details of the Butcher and Oppo's rifle. Butcher's rifle, M4A1 level, heroic synthesis price, 12,000 synthesis formula. M4A1 model, abundant metal head of the devourer flesh of the assailant arm of the assailant head of the spitter energy crystal ability 1. The Butcher's rifle's power is doubled against zombies, reduced by 20 against fortifications and structures, and overall damage is decreased by 50 when using silence mode. Ability 2. Damage and range correlate. Shorter distances yield greater damage, peaking at 500 with a maximum range of 800 meters. Ability 3. The Butcher and Oppo's rifle possesses infinite ammunition and will not jam or overheat during rapid fire, though its daily usage is limited to 3 hours, non-cumulative. Ability 4. A 10 chance exists during firing to trigger a piercing round that bypasses all obstacles and strikes the target directly. Ability 5. The rifle can store 2 grenades daily, with a maximum limit of 10. Special 1. Each special zombie slain with a butcher and Oppos S rifle grants a medical round, capable of treating the severely injured or enhancing zombies, though the effect on zombies lasts only 1 hour. Special 2. The butcher and Oppos S rifle can be connected to armor, converting one of the damage dealt to heal the user of said armor. Special 3. Grenade power is increased by 10, with an explosion radius augmented by 100. Description: this is a one-of-a-kind heroic weapon. If wielded effectively, it can withstand the onslaught of countless foes. Note: this weapon can be enhanced, but cannot have its level increased. And usage time will decrease with enhancements. It is a unique equipment. Upon witnessing these astonishing attributes, Lin Xiu's jaw dropped, nearly forgetting to wield his weapon, almost losing the berserker effect. However, the next moment, he eagerly turned his gaze towards the Earthbreaker, laughing maniacally. Ha ha! You and Oppos, as good as dead. Chapter 64. The Weapon Specialist. A blessing in disguise, what was initially perceived as a mere opportunity to shift the tide of battle unexpectedly culminated in a decisive victory. With the emergence of the butcher rifle, could the diminutive Earthbreaker still be regarded as a threat? With a thunderous roar directed at the Earthbreaker, Lin Xiu pulled the trigger before it even comprehended the peril it faced. Bang! 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 To preserve the rifle and Oppos' potency, Lin Xiu removed the silencer from the muzzle. This seemingly ordinary M4A1 carbine had transformed into a Butcher M4, emitting a sound akin to a heavy machine gun. The Earthbreaker, initially dismissive, gazed at Lin Xiu's weapon with indifference. Yet, just as it believed its armored shell would grant it protection once more, green blood erupted violently upon its black exoskeleton. Screech! Bang! 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 The Earthbreaker emitted a terrified shriek, utterly bewildered by how this weapon could so effortlessly rend its armor. Lin Xiu, undeterred, unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the creature. The butcher rifle and Oppos' most exhilarating feature was its lack of ammunition constraints, limited only by time. Remarkably, this time constraint pertained solely to the duration of firing. In other words, the continuous output of this weapon lasted an astonishing 3 hours. No wonder the weapon and Oppos' description proclaimed it capable of withstanding 1,000 troops when wielded adeptly. The Earthbreaker at that moment served as testament to that claim. Bullets, reminiscent of a heavy machine gun, carved a yellow trail through the air. They traversed the Earthbreaker and Oppos' back, trailing to its tail, and then from its tail to its head. Within a mere 10 seconds, nearly 100 rounds have been unleashed upon the Earthbreaker. For a creature of its size and limited agility, the devastating power of the butcher rifle posed an existential threat. However, despite its foolishness, the Earthbreaker was not entirely oblivious. In the face of Lin Xiu's lethal assault, it swiftly reacted, racing back toward the hole it had previously excavated without a moment to spare. Yet Lin Xiu would not allow its escape. He instantly switched to the grenade launcher beneath the rifle, activating his insight, aim. Almost as soon as the Earthbreaker turned, he calculated the perfect moment. Boom! A muffled explosion resonated as a single grenade arced gracefully through the sky, landing squarely upon the Earthbreaker's back just as it neared the entrance of the tunnel. A violent detonation followed, exceeding Lin Xiu's wildest expectations. Kaboom! The shockwave rattled the ground, causing even the tunnels previously excavated by the Earthbreaker to collapse. The ensuing blast of air rendered Lin Xiu momentarily unable to open his eyes. Though aware that the weapon and Oppos' power would amplify, the sheer magnitude of this event left him astounded. Was this a grenade? It felt more akin to a missile. Once the gust subsided and before Lin Xiu could act, the familiar system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! You have slain an Earthbreaker, hero, earning 5,000 synthesis coins. Ding! You have executed a hero-level special zombie with a firearm, earning the title, Weapon Specialist. Ding! First-time kill of the special zombie Earthbreaker. Granting a choice reward, stamina attribute enhancement, attribute upgrade, hard skin. Listening to the 3 system notifications, Lin Xiu and Amp. Appo's face broke into a radiant smile. However, upon surveying the carnage wrought by the grenade, he promptly made his way to the crater where the Earthbreaker lay. Click, observing the head obliterated, leaving only pincers and a tail. Lin Xiu collected the remaining limbs with a heavy heart before hastily retreating to the school. After securing the main entrance, he cleared the zombies at the gate before returning to the security room to assess his spoils. First and foremost was the singular title he had acquired. As he confirmed the acceptance of this title, a sudden, sharp pain engulfed his mind. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge pertaining to modern weaponry surged into his consciousness. It took a full 10 minutes for Lin Xiu to regain his composure, astonished by the influx of information, and he proceeded to examine the detailed description of the title. Weapon Specialist, Effect 1. As a weapon specialist, your proficiency in the use of all modern weapons is enhanced, allowing you to comprehend their corresponding structures and principles upon contact. Effect 2. When utilizing firearms, the weapon's power is increased by 10. Effect 3. Your proficiency in weapon maintenance improves, and the likelihood of reoccurring issues with repaired equipment diminishes. Upon reviewing the effects of the Weapons Specialist title, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. This title was unique among his accolades, serving as an auxiliary enhancement. While the slight boost in firearm power was notable, it paled in comparison to the benefits of Effects 1 and 3. Even amidst an apocalyptic landscape rife with superhumans, Lin Xiu, raised on a foundation of materialism, firmly believed that the might of firearms would always surpass that of flesh and blood. Just as the fleeing Shu Chongbin, who possessed the ability to evolve into a malleable metal, ultimately fell prey to the Earthbreaker. And despite the Earthbreaker's formidable nature, it was ultimately vanquished by Lin Xiu's grenade. Thus, he found great satisfaction in this title and the sudden influx of modern weapon knowledge. Next, he turned his attention to the attribute enhancement, equally pleased. Hard skin, as its name implied, would harden Lin Xiu and Appo's skin. However, this enhancement functioned as a passive skill with only a D rank. It merely provided protection against ordinary sharp objects, such as a fruit knife. Should he encounter a sound listener or his own Tang Dao, he would still be in peril. Nevertheless, this skill effectively bolstered his defense, and its level could be improved. Perhaps with further enhancement, he might achieve resilience akin to that of the Earthbreaker. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu opted for the hard skin attribute enhancement. Although his current attributes were relatively low, the myriad of titles he possessed granted him substantial advantages. In protracted conflicts, his strength would only continue to grow. As such, he was not overly concerned with basic attributes. Rather, it was the various titles and enhancements that captivated him. Yet, having seemingly eradicated the zombies, Lin Xiu's fortune continued to rise. Upon confirming his selection of the hardskin enhancement, the system chimed once more. Ding! You have chosen the attribute enhancement, hardskin. Your current attribute enhancement count is 5. You have received a reward package. Chapter 65, Sharpshooting Mastery. Enhanced Vision Notification. You have opted for the attribute enhancement, hardened skin. Your current attribute enhancement count is 5. A reward package has been granted. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu was initially taken aback, but then erupted in laughter, promptly accessing his system inventory to open the reward package. Intriguing. However, just as Lin Xiu prepared to unveil the contents of the package, he noticed something extraordinary in its description. Skill package, rarity, epic description. This package is exclusively obtained through attribute enhancement rewards. Upon opening, it immediately grants an epic level mastery skill. Epic level mastery skill. Lin Xiu and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. To date, he had only acquired one epic level mastery skill, the close quarters combat mastery bestowed upon him in the initial novice package. Yet this package guaranteed the acquisition of another epic level mastery skill. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu promptly chose to open the package. Notification: you have opened the skill package and obtained Sharpshooting Mastery 1. Upon seeing the system notification, Lin Xiu's jaw dropped in disbelief. This was truly a stroke of good fortune, a windfall of immense proportions. Not only had he acquired the title of Weapon Expert, but he had also been granted the sharpshooting mastery skill. This was a skill he had long desired. Unfortunately, due to limitations in the synthesis formulas, he had been unable to synthesize the skill, leaving it perpetually on hold. However, he had now stumbled upon a method for acquiring skills: attribute enhancement packages. While the system did not provide further clarification, judging by the precedent of receiving a package reward for every 5 titles, this attribute package likely followed the same pattern. To acquire attribute enhancements, the prerequisite was to eliminate special zombies he had never encountered before. Moreover, Lin Xiu now realized that the titles he had previously obtained were likely linked to these special zombies. Even crucial synthesis materials were associated with them. Importantly, in this apocalyptic world, the primary threat to most individuals, including those with abilities, came solely from special zombies. Therefore, Lin Xiu made a crucial decision. After swiftly clearing the school of zombies, he would immediately expand his operations beyond the campus. Only by eliminating the greatest number of special zombies could he hope to grow stronger. He also needed to deal with the fleeing Xu Chongbin and Xie Lin before they could recover their strength. Otherwise, 2 ability users lurking in the shadows would pose a threat to the defenseless students in the school, comparable to that of special zombies. Indeed, their experience and cunning might make them even more dangerous. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Xiu activated his mass energy perception to locate Xu Chongbin. Suddenly, Lin Xiu and Amp, Oppos, right, I perceived a different scene, a view from directly above Xu Chongbin. The only flaw of this mass energy perception was its fixed overhead perspective, which, while allowing for rotation, did not permit detailed observation. After scanning the surroundings and confirming that the two were in a warehouse with no zombies nearby, Lin Xiu ended the observation. Being able to sense their approximate location and gain their perspective meant that they had nowhere to hide. Moreover, this time, even mental ability user like Xie Lin would be unable to detect his probing. Truly a clandestine technique. Having determined his next course of action, Lin Xiu suddenly heard the sound of gunfire approaching from afar. Reacting instinctively, Lin Xiu drew his Glock 19. As he grasped the weapon, a sense of profound familiarity washed over him, akin to the feeling he had experienced when first wielding his Tang sword after acquiring close-quarters combat mastery. Looking at the Glock 19, Lin Xiu was suddenly flooded with data and insights: muzzle diameter, bullet velocity, trajectory, wind resistance, humidity, target speed, and more, all flashing through his mind. Listening to the gunfire, Lin Xiu stepped out of the security room, glanced at the zombies massing outside the school gate, and casually raised his Glock 19, pulling the trigger. Puffed. The suppressed Glock 19 emitted a soft sound, and 2 zombies outside the gate had their heads explode from the shot. Seeing his marksmanship transform from mediocre to expert, Lin Xiu smiled confidently. However, the intense gunfire in the distance prompted a sudden realization. His gaze fell upon the dozens of zombies at the edge of his vision, and he switched to his butcher rifle. He raised the rifle naturally, adopting his standard firing stance, but instead of immediately firing, he activated his eye of insight to observe. In an instant, Lin Xiu was stunned. He was witnessing a scene straight out of a science fiction video game. Each zombie and Oppo's head was marked with a highlighted red inverted triangle, indicating its weak point. At the end of his rifle and Oppo's barrel, a blue trajectory line appeared, showing the path of the next bullet. The trajectory line shifted as he moved the rifle, with the endpoint marking the point of impact at maximum range, along with indicators for low, medium, and high damage. Even more remarkably, the trajectory line not only marked the point of impact, but also displayed the flight time of the bullet. When the trajectory line aligned with the zombie and Oppo's weak point, both the line and the inverted triangle would light up. Lin Xiu stared in astonishment at the scene before him, utterly shocked. But after a moment of stunned silence, he was overcome with joy. As the zombie at the edge of his vision was about to disappear, he aligned the trajectory line with its weak point and squeezed the trigger. Bang! As the bullet flew, the trajectory line representing its path contracted rapidly, and the countdown above it plummeted. 1:23's Lin Xiu could barely discern the countdown, only seeing the trajectory line shrink and the zombie's weak point explode. No. The zombie and amp, Oppo's head simply exploded. Lin Xiu and amp, Oppo's joy was indescribable. This was truly a stroke of good fortune, a windfall of immense proportions. The exhilaration was addictive. And with plenty of time left on his butcher rifle, Lin Xiu raised the weapon and began to mow down the surrounding zombies. At that moment, the sound of Guzzi and Oppo's voice came over the walkie-talkie. Chapter 66, Skill Combination. A perfect shot. Lin, what an Oppo's? That's the situation on your end? I and amp, Oppo's led a team through and clear the way. What was that explosion just now? Hearing the voice of Guzzi over the intercom, Lin Xiu couldn't and amp, Oppo's help but chuckle. I and amp, Oppo's resolve the issue here. No need for you to rush over. Just focus on your own safety. Huh. Impressive, Lin. You handled it already? I thought you'd be left half dead waiting for my rescue. Lin Xiu was no longer surprised by Guzzi's cheeky nature. This fool never offered genuine praise, so he chose to ignore him. However, upon hearing Lin Xiu and Oppo's assurance, Mengxian picked up the intercom and asked, I'm relieved to hear you're safe. What about those two? Understanding her concern, Lin Xiu realized she was referring to the earlier incident in the teaching building, which he had only discussed with Zhang Jia. Thus, Mengxian was unaware of the situation and likely harbored some resistance to the notion of taking a life in this apocalyptic world. Yet, Lin Xiu had not killed anyone this time, so he explained, they escaped while I was dealing with the zombies. Upon hearing this, Mengxian let out a small sigh of relief, responding softly with an while Guzzi exclaimed, What? They got away? Will they come back to kill us? Come back to kill us? They won't need to. I would hunt them down myself. Lin Xiu's tone was chilling, causing everyone to shudder slightly. But he quickly added with a smile, Now that external threats have been eliminated, it's time to clear the zombies inside the school. I heard your gunfire, and I'll join you shortly. Good. After ending the communication, Lin Xiu glanced at the butcher rifle in his hands, but decided to save its usage for another time. After all, its primary purpose was to combat special zombies or face large hordes. The area near the school gate had already undergone 2 purges by Xu Chongbin, leaving it remarkably clean, save for the zombies that couldn't enter. More importantly, having just discovered the utility of the inside eye, Lin Xiu realized that if it could complement his shooting proficiency, perhaps it could also enhance his mastery of melee weapons. He retrieved the listening blade from his backpack, slowly drawing it from its sheath. Once positioned, he activated the inside eye again. In an instant, the previous scene reappeared before him, albeit with slight alterations. The weak points marked on the zombies and Oppo's heads outside the school gate remained visible, but the trajectory lines had vanished, replaced instead by fine red lines marking the zombies' vulnerable areas. Each red line indicated a path through which the listening blade could slice. Although Lin Xiu knew that these ordinary zombies could be easily dismantled by the listening blade, the inside eye revealed the most energy-efficient cutting methods. These lines only appeared when he focused on a target, ensuring they did not obscure his vision. This revelation filled Lin Xiu with confidence. The synergy between the inside eye and his 2 mastered skills felt almost like a cheat, significantly amplifying his capabilities. Currently, the only issue was the low level of the inside eye, which lasted only a few minutes and revealed only superficial flaws. Thus, enhancing this attribute became Lin Xiu and Oppo's primary goal aside from his recovery abilities. Having gained much today, Lin Xiu listened to the distant gunfire, wielding the listening blade as he advanced, cutting down zombies in his path. With the special zombies in the school cleared, the next task was to stabilize the internal environment to ensure the safety of his friends. If conditions permitted, the next step would likely involve recruiting survivors to bolster their strength. While Lin Xiu was uncertain how the future would unfold in this world, he was confident of one thing. As long as he possessed the exchange mall, a game-changing asset, everyone would seek his assistance. Of course, if an ability user capable of producing food appeared, he would simply disregard that notion. Furthermore, in a world where both zombies and humans evolved together, it was evident that ability users would be the primary force against zombies in the future. Before that, He needed to recruit survivors to serve as a reserve of ability users and continually hunt special zombies to gather materials for his and his comrades' evolution. Additionally, with the synthesis list at his disposal, he could arm his initial team with various weapons, enhancing the school and damp Oppos as defenses. After dispatching over 100 zombies, Lin Xiu was already formulating a preliminary plan for the future base. The gunfire was now within earshot, and observing a small group of people besieged by zombies ahead, Lin Xiu shook the blood from his tang knife and stored it in the system backpack. Kicking aside an approaching zombie, he pulled out the butcher rifle and sighed. It seems the road ahead is still long. Click. Boom. The last grenade he had stored for the day was fired by Lin Xiu. Utilizing the inside eye, he calculated the explosion and Oppos' radius perfectly, ensuring it would not affect Air Guzzi and the others. Boom! While Air Guzzi and the others were fiercely battling zombies with their handguns, they suddenly froze at the sight of an explosion 30 meters ahead. This explosion instantly generated a small mushroom cloud, its power rivaling that of a missile strike. The searing flames vaporized distant zombies, and the ensuing shockwave hurled them away like a tsunami. Air Guzzi and Amp, Oppos' eyes widened, while the rat, after a moment of shock, shouted, "Quick! Get in the car! Hurry!" The others, startled by the rat's urgency, rushed into the van, while he rapidly rolled up the windows, warning, "Get down." Windows. Everyone complied, having realized the implications of the explosion. Bang! 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 Countless zombie corpses rained down on the van, creating a cacophony of impacts, and panic flickered across the faces of the four inside as they covered their heads. Egutzi cursed, dumb. Is the government thinking we're beyond saving and just dropped a nuclear bomb on us? No one answered him. Once the outside noise subsided, Lin Xiu's laughter suddenly echoed through the intercom. How was that grenade? Did you feel the fear of being governed by its explosion? Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling were momentarily stunned, but Air Guzzi and the rat quickly grasped the situation and looked up. In the midst of the flames, Lin Xiu approached them with a black and red M4A1 carbine, a smile plastered across his face. Chapter 67. Sudden Transformation. Everyone is stunned, observing the scattered remains of zombies around him. Lin Xiu waved his hand, and in an instant, all the zombies hit by the explosion were absorbed into the system and Oppos' space. At this moment, the four individuals who heard Lin Xiu and Oppos' voice naturally understood who was responsible for the previous explosion and approached him after getting out of the vehicle. "Wow, Lin bro, this is a bit excessive, tossing bombs without a word," one of them exclaimed. Lin Xiu kicked Air Guzzi playfully, retorting, "Curse your luck. If you could get hurt in this range, then you might as well drop dead early." "Wow, Lin bro, you and Oppos' VE changed." Air Guzzi feigned shock. At that moment, the resourceful Hao Zi could no longer tolerate Air Guzzi and Oppos' antics and push him aside to approach Lin Xiu. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the butcher rifle in Lin Xiu and Oppos' hands, asking, "Is this gun?" "Just as you imagined," Lin Xiu replied with a smile. However, noticing Hao Zi and Oppos' eager demeanor, he shook his head, adding, "But you might not be able to wield this weapon." Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in Hao Zi and Oppos' eyes. Lin Xiu felt helpless, as the item description clearly indicated it was unique. Yet, to alleviate Hao Zi and Oppos' sorrow, he lifted the rifle to his level, saying, "Why not give it a try? If you can lift it, I'll lend it to you for a few days." Without hesitation, Hao Zi reached out, his face alight with anticipation. Unfortunately, as Lin Xiu suspected, items marked as unique could only be handled by him. Observing this, Air Guzzi lost interest in trying, while Shi Mengxian looked on curiously and inquired, "Can I get a shot?" Lin Xiu nodded, watching as Shi Mengxian extended her hand toward the butcher rifle. He was intrigued to see her, the campus belle, blushing in this moment. Under the gaze of her companions, her cheeks warmed slightly. Although she was aware of Lin Xiu's extraordinary abilities and had often fantasized about them, she suddenly felt a strong desire to grasp this gun, to prove herself as equal to Lin Xiu. She had never felt jealousy towards Lin Xiu and Zhang Jiai for their powers, but at that moment, An undeniable sense of resentment surged within her. Lin Xiu and Amp, Oppos. Might contrasted sharply with Zhang Jia and Amp, Oppos, delicate demeanor, and they often displayed their affection openly. As someone who excelled in all aspects, as the former campus belle, she had never felt such insecurity until the apocalypse began, finding solace in Lin Xiu and Oppos as presence. Thus, she yearned for intimacy with him rather than lying awake at night. Troubled by the sounds emanating from Zhang Jia and Oppos' dormitory. Gripping the butcher rifle tightly, she even employed both hands, summoning all her strength. As she exerted herself, Lin Xiu, ergo Z, and how Z couldn't help but smile at her earnestness. However, with her sudden exclamation, the expressions of the three men froze in astonishment. This ISN and Amp, Oppos, scientific, ergo Z exclaimed, while Hao Z stood dumbfounded. But Lin Xiu was the most taken aback. Yet, in the midst of their shock, a voice crackled through the intercom, startling them. Lin Xiu, I just discovered a new ability user at the school. But they're in the commercial area near the east gate. Can you get there? Immediately, everyone pulled out their intercoms. Lin Xiu, without a thought for Shimeng Xian, who was still holding the butcher rifle, inquired, I and Amp, Oppos, in the commercial area. Where exactly are they? Can you sense their precise location? I and Amp, Oppos, I'm not sure, but they should be just outside the commercial area. They Haven and Amp, Oppos, moved and are likely on the main road, she replied. Lin Xiu furrowed his brow and scanned the surroundings. Asking on main road? We're on a main road, but there's no one around. As he spoke, not only was Lin Xiu stunned, but everyone else present turned their gaze toward Shimeng Xian and the butcher rifle she held. No way. Gutzi yet. Watching as Shimeng Xian suddenly knelt down and began to cry. Hao Zi, equally bewildered, took a step back, clutching his chest with a look of sorrow. Fong Ling stood frozen, staring at Shimeng Xian, her mouth opening in disbelief, but no words came forth. Lin Xiu, too, was momentarily speechless. However, he quickly opened the system panel to check Shimeng Xian and Oppos' profile. Shimeng Xian, rating, C-class ability user strength, E agility, D stamina, D ability, theft, description, temporarily copy and utilize another and Amp, Oppos' abilities. Derivation, none. Lin Xiu widened his eyes, a feeling of disbelief washing over him. Indeed, it was confirmed. This sudden ability user was Shimeng Xian. Moreover, her attributes mirrored his own, which was utterly absurd. Lin Xiu, what's wrong with you all? Why is there silence? Shimeng Xian asked, still somewhat dazed. Lin Xiu chuckled helplessly at her confusion and replied to Zhang Jia. It's nothing. We've located this ability user. Already? Can they come with us? Zhang Jia responded, surprised. Lin Xiu patted the heartbroken Hao Zi on the back, smiling as he said, of course she will. After all, she is our campus belle, Shimeng Xian. What? Zhang Jia and Oppos' voice echoed in shock. All right. We'll talk more when we return. We're all a bit bewildered right now, Lin Xiu assured. After hanging up the call, he helped up the still-stunned Ergo Z and took the butcher rifle from Shimeng Xian's hands, placing it into the system's backpack. He lingered for a moment, looking at the slightly agitated Shimeng Xian, and gently patted her shoulder, asking, Shimeng Xian, would you mind sharing how it is you suddenly became an ability user? With a mixture of joy and slight panic, her face flushed as she lowered her head, replying softly, I don't really know. Lin Xiu guessed as much. Just like Zhang Jia, Shimeng Xian had unexpectedly gained her powers, and it seemed neither of them understood how. Frustration welled within him. He had struggled to attain his abilities through the system, while the two women beside him had stumbled into their powers without a clue. Who could he turn to for answers? Yet Lin Xiu refused to give up and pressed on. Can you tell me how you managed to pick up that gun, just now? Shimeng Xian looked at him and gently shook her head, saying, I don't know. I just wanted to lift it. Well then, it seemed he wouldn't be extracting any useful information today. Lin Xiu shrugged at the disappointed expressions of Ergo Z and Hao Z as he walked towards the vehicle, stating, let us head back and discuss this later. Chapter 68. Extraordinary Powers Speculation. Successful test, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Lin Xiu, overwhelmed, exclaimed, "Just kill me, I wish to die." Old Lin, perplexed, questioned, "How do we explain this?" "Explain?" Lin Xiu retorted, his frustration palpable. "If I could explain it, I would already be an extraordinary being." He covered his face, casting a despondent glance at the others, finally resting his gaze on Shi Mengxian. At this moment, Shi Mengxian had clearly moved beyond her initial excitement, now seated calmly in the room, exuding her usual composure. Meanwhile, Fong Ling clung to her arm, persistently calling her senior sister, evidently eager to comprehend the sudden turn of events. However, Shi Mengxian herself was unaware of the intricacies, let alone how to convey them to others. Her thoughts at the time were solely focused on picking up that gun and fighting alongside Lin Xiu. "Lin Xiu, please tell me this isn't real. Becoming an extraordinary being shouldn't be so easy. It requires surviving near-death experiences like yours," Guzi lamented, gazing sorrowfully at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu rolled his eyes and snapped, "Get lost. Shi Mengxian, becoming an extraordinary being is a good thing. There and amp. Oppose. There's no reason to cry about it." At this juncture, Hosey chimed in, "Lin Xiu, we know this is a positive development, but such an unexpected change has left our tender hearts traumatized." Lin Xiu rolled his eyes again, exasperated. "Enough of your nonsense. Both Jia Yi and I have confirmed that Shi Mengxian is indeed an extraordinary being, likely connected to this gun." As he spoke, Lin Xiu placed the Butcher-S rifle on the table, followed by his Tang Dao. Upon seeing the weapons, Guzi and Hosey's previously uplifted spirits plummeted once more. Lin Xiu, undeterred, quietly mused, "I may have misjudged. This gun and sword are not solely for me. They can also be wielded by other extraordinary beings." Turning to Zhang Jia, he instructed, "Jia, see if you can lift them." Jia nodded and cautiously reached for the Tang Dao on the table. Although Shi Mengxian maintained an outward calm, her heart was a tempest of emotions, tinged with a hint of glee. After all, Lin Xiu's weapon had never been touched by Jia. She was the first, and she secretly hoped that Jia would be unable to lift the sword and gun, whether by the fulfillment of Shi Mengxian and Oppo's as silent prayers or Lin Xiu and Oppo's as miscalculations. Jia, despite exerting all her strength, could not lift either item. In fact, she did not even manage to budge them. A flicker of joy crossed Shi Mengxuan's face before she quickly masked it, while Lin Xiu furrowed his brows, suddenly contemplating Shi Mengxuan's extraordinary ability, stealing. He recalled the definition of an oppose, stealing and oppose, on her panel as the ability to replicate and utilize another and oppose as powers. Initially, Lin Xiu believed that since he was not an extraordinary being, he possessed no abilities to be stolen. Thus, Shi Mengxian and Oppo's uniqueness lay solely in her being an extraordinary being. However, now that Zhang Jia, also an extraordinary being, could not lift his belongings, the logic behind this situation warranted deeper reflection. If the peculiarity stemmed from Shi Mengxuan's extraordinary ability, Lin Xiu deemed it predictable. Yet, if Shi Mengxian had stolen the capability to lift these unique items, her power would be exceedingly formidable. If she could steal abilities from non-extraordinary beings, it could be asserted that she could accomplish anything a human is capable of. At that moment, after several unsuccessful attempts, a dejected Zhang Jia returned to her seat. Pouting at Lin Xiu, "I can't lift it." Seeing Jia Yi's adorable expression, Lin Xiu chuckled and pinched her cheek. "If you can't lift it, then so be it. I can protect you just fine." "Ugh, I suddenly smell something sour. That's lemon, not some pickled vegetable. Ugh, it all stinks anyway." Observing the foolish reactions of his three roommates, Lin Xiu raised his middle finger at them before turning back to Shi Mengxian, saying, "If only you can lift them. It's likely due to your extraordinary ability." Shi Mengxian composed herself and nodded, "But I don't know what my extraordinary ability is." Lin Xiu replied with a smile, "No worries, we can conduct an experiment." Although he was aware of her extraordinary ability, directly stating would require him to explain further how he knew, which he wished to avoid. Thus, he suggested, "I believe your ability to lift my items may stem from a similarity to my own powers. Try to see if you can absorb or convert objects." Shi Mengxian nodded, finding Lin Xiu's reasoning sound. However, she stared at the two cans of beverage he produced. scrutinizing and touching them for 5 minutes, yet no change occurred. Lin Xiu had anticipated this outcome. After all, this was a function of his system. If anyone in this world had an extraordinary ability capable of generating a system, he likely wouldn't have been reborn here. Chuckling, Lin Xiu remarked, "It appears that notion was erroneous. Let us try a different approach. Suppose you can mimic a specific property of mine, such as the ability to lift my gun. That should make sense, right?" The others nodded, considering this idea plausible. Lin Xiu proceeded now. Imagine Zhang Jia and Amp, Oppo's ability to perceive others and Amp, Oppo's powers. See if you can mimic her. At this point, Lin Xiu turned to Zhang Jia, saying, "Why not sit next to her? You might need physical contact to simulate." Zhang Jia complied, taking a seat beside Shi Mengxian. As Shi Mengxian felt Jia grasp her hand, she momentarily froze, then closed her eyes. Yet, within her heart, a battle raged. She was uncertain of her extraordinary ability, yet yearned to become what Lin Xiu described, manifesting Jia and Amp, Oppo's powers. For if this was achievable, her formidable prowess would afford her greater opportunities to connect with Lin Xiu. Despite her awareness of Lin Xiu's relationship with Jia in this crumbling world, she believed that as long as feelings were mutual, it would not pose a challenge. With this thought, she tightened her grip on Jia and Oppo's hand, unable to resist the urge to apply pressure. At that moment, she felt her mind clear and everything around her sharpened. Where Jia should have been seated, a red dot now marked her position. Shi Mengxian's eyes shot open, gazing at Jia's face before suddenly turning to Lin Xiu, exclaiming, "I did it." Chapter 69. Focused discussion, setting off again upon hearing Shi Mengxian and Oppo's words. Everyone present was taken aback, including Lin Xiu. Although he was aware of Shi Mengxian and Oppo's capabilities, he relied on the existence of the system, which was akin to a cheat. How could someone as inexperienced as Shi Mengxian, who was oblivious to her own powers, suddenly become so adept merely by his suggestion? Lin Xiu found himself momentarily bewildered, pondering if all the women he encountered were indeed geniuses. Zhang Jia had inexplicably awakened her abilities, possessing a radar-like skill that was outright absurd. And now, Shi Mengxian had seemingly learned to control her powers just from his words. Lin Xiu met Shi Mengxian's gaze, twitching slightly at the corner of his eye. After clearing his throat, he said, "Well, it appears my assumptions were correct. Now, why not try to lift one of my belongings?" Shi Mengxian nodded towards the knives and guns on the table. Taking a deep breath, she reached out. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone held their breath, Lin Xiu included. He certainly hoped that Shi Mengxian wouldn't be able to lift his weapons. After all, if she could, it would imply that the uniqueness of those items was not truly singular. If any individual with a similar ability to Shi Mengxian could seize his weapons, it would pose a significant threat to him, given the power of those weapons. "I can't lift it." Shi Mengxian and Oppo's voice brought a wave of relief to Lin Xiu. As long as not everyone could claim his possessions, he could venture forth with confidence. Confirming this, Lin Xiu smiled and remarked, "It seems my hypothesis was indeed correct. Your ability is to replicate others and Amp, Oppo's powers, and perhaps it can extend beyond just abilities." Shi Mengxian watched as Lin Xiu put away the knife and gun, gently nodding in agreement. However, the others turned to her with curiosity, inquiring, "Mengxian, can you share what it feels like to have awakened your abilities?" "Go away. Who are you to call her Mengxian? I've fought zombies alongside her." One of them retorted. "Hey, you two, quiet down." Lin Xiu interjected, sensing another argument brewing. He then turned to Shi Mengxian and asked, "Do you have any insights? How did your power manifest, and how do you feel about it now?" Shi Mengxian looked at Lin Xiu, carefully assessing the changes within herself before gently shaking her head. However, her thoughts were a whirlwind as she vividly recalled her emotions during that moment. She suspected that her newfound abilities were a result of the intense feelings she experienced. But how could she express that to Lin Xiu? To admit that her desire to fight alongside him had awakened her powers? She feared that not only Lin Xiu, but also Zhang Jia would react negatively. Thus, despite her suspicions, she simply replied, I don't feel anything in particular. It just happened suddenly, and I don an Apo's, to know why. Upon receiving Min Xian and Apo's definite answer, Guzi and Hausi wore expressions that hinted they were on the verge of tears. Is this for real? It's like a lottery? This is absurd. Are we just supposed to rely on luck to gain abilities? Hearing their complaints, Lin Xiu could only shake his head in resignation, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. Although he possessed the system, the rewards he could attain were still external. His physical abilities had not improved, especially after experiencing the heightened senses that came with his berserker effect. His yearning for abilities was likely greater than theirs. However, now that it was clear there was no immediate resolution to this matter, he forced himself to relax and focus on the tasks at hand. All right, let it amp, Apo's. Let's put this aside. Perhaps there are details even Min Xian has overlooked, but that is not the priority. The main focus is to secure the school. Upon hearing Lin Xiu and Apo's statement, the atmosphere grew serious. Despite their banter, no one could truly afford to be carefree in this apocalyptic world. At the very least, given their current living conditions, they remained in peril. Daqing, seizing the moment when Lin Xiu brought up serious business, retrieved a stack of white papers from his desk and placed them on the table. This is the plan I compiled while you were out. Please take a look and see if they're in Apo's. Is anything you and Apo's do you like to add? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and remarked, Good job, Daqing. I believe appointing you as the manager was a wise decision. Daqing chuckled. As long as you handle the zombies. I'm not much help in that regard, so I can only assist with planning. Everyone took turns reviewing the documents, and Lin Xiu examined them with diligence. He couldn't help but admire Daqing and Apo's meticulousness. The stack of plans encompassed nearly everything conceivable for post-cleanup at the school, from constructing defensive fortifications to patrolling personnel, and even addressing the school and Apo's power supply and future food cultivation. As they scanned through the extensive list, all eyes widened in astonishment. Daqing seemed to revel in their reactions. Esporting a satisfied Ismail. Very well, Lin Xiu said, setting the completed list down and nodding appreciatively. The others finished reviewing their copies and turned to Daqing expectantly. What do you think? Daqing asked with a grin, and everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Xiu then stood up abruptly, declaring, No doubt about it. As a management student, your organization is impeccable. We can follow this plan directly. However, there is one crucial issue remaining. What issue? The group asked, curiosity piqued, while Lin Xiu exclaimed, This is a plan for after the zombies are cleared. Right now, the school is crawling with them. What are you talking about? The group suddenly understood, their expressions shifting to eager anticipation. In Daqing and Apo's outline strategy, they envisioned a campus reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. Lin Xiu pulled out his Glock 19 and handed it to Fong Ling, who still lacked a weapon, smiling as he said, Excellent. Let's set a small goal for today. Each of us will take down 500 zombies. Everyone move out. Move out. Chapter 70. Target practice and teaching turmoil. The group of 5 set off once more, and apart from Lin Xiu, the others appeared quite exhilarated. Ming Xuan's excitement stemmed from the seemingly intentional glances Lin Xiu cast her way. Meanwhile, Fong Ling was thrilled as it was her first time handling a handgun. As for Guzi and Hausi, they were entirely motivated by Ming Xian and Apo's enthusiasm, fantasizing about vanquishing zombies in hopes of acquiring supernatural abilities themselves. Lin Xiu observed all of this, but chose to remain silent. Their excitement was commendable, as long as nothing went awry during the impending battle. He was glad to witness such high spirits among them. However, amidst the joviality, as the 5 exited the dormitory area, Hausi suddenly turned and inquired, Lin Ge, why didn't you agree when Qian Sheng and the others wanted to join us earlier? Isn't it better to have more people? Upon hearing Hausi's question, the others also turned their attention to Lin Xiu, curiosity evident in their expressions. Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head, fully aware of their thoughts, and explained, I am here to serve as your bodyguard. They are not worthy. Bodyguard? Hausi and Guzi exchanged glances, suddenly grasping the implication, their faces reflecting gratitude. As Lin Xiu led them forward, he continued, currently, Our school is devoid of any special zombies. The environment is relatively safe. I will oversee you, turning this operation into a training exercise to prevent you from becoming flustered in future encounters. Moreover, we have firearms and my unlimited supply of ammunition, making this an excellent opportunity for you to practice shooting. Additionally, I wish to observe the extent of Shi Mengxuan's abilities and the possibilities they entail. For all these reasons, it was imperative not to include others in this outing. The knowledge of our weapons and powers remains a closely guarded secret, and it would be unwise to divulge it to outsiders. Listening to Lin Xiu, the group came to a sudden realization. They had not anticipated that such a seemingly trivial matter held so much significance. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Xiu had already positioned himself as the leader of the entire campus after reviewing Daqing and Oppos, as planned. Thus, his considerations naturally stemmed from a broader perspective. His leadership role both justified and expected. However, he harbored a desire to avoid any unforeseen complications before everything fell into place. Notably, there was a crucial aspect Lin Xiu had yet to disclose. The Glock 19s they possessed were synthetic weapons belonging to him. Each time they struck a zombie, he would earn a synthesis coin, and a magazine required 10 coins, yielding 13 bullets in reality. Therefore, bringing them along was a surefire investment, while those who wished to accompany him with their own weapons were clearly at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Lin Xiu had long suppressed his concerns regarding the group rescued from the second floor of the gym, as he had not confiscated their weapons. This group would undoubtedly prove to be a malignancy within the team, and once the campus returned to normalcy, they would be the first to face his wrath. Thus, maintaining a few cards close to his chest would ensure that, regardless of their prowess, they would not possess the strength to oppose him. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Xiu and Oppos' spirits lifted considerably. In the face of the apocalypse, he was accompanied by a system, his comrades were unharmed, and he had escaped the clutches of Singledom. Everything was progressing favorably, and he was determined to steer all matters toward an even brighter future. All right, everyone, take out your firearms. Today's focus is on teaching you how to use them. Eager and impatient, the group promptly brandished their Glock 19s. Lin Xiu waved his hand, distributing 10 magazines to each, before producing a butcher rifle of his own. Lingo, what about the handguns? Haozi remarked, enviously eyeing the rifle, prompting Lin Xiu to roll his eyes in response. Just say whether you want to learn or not. Absolutely, Haozi replied without hesitation, recognizing that the skills they were acquiring could very well be life-saving. Until they gained supernatural abilities, the firearms in their hands were their sole guarantee of safety. First, let me clarify something. The firearms you hold are synthesized by me. You may have noticed from your previous experiences that their power is comparable to standard firearms, but the recoil is significantly less. The group nodded in understanding. They had indeed observed this during their earlier rush toward the East School Gate, which explained their remarkable efficiency. Typically, those unaccustomed to firearms would experience varying degrees of injury to their arms and palms during their first shooting experience. However, these few, who merely pulled the trigger, had fired all day without discomfort, thanks to the negligible recoil of the Glock 19. The subsequent actions were straightforward, from aiming to shooting, and even to the proper stance for holding a gun. Lin Xiu instructed them all along the way. As a certified weapon expert, he was exceptionally adept at these tasks. With his proficiency in shooting, he became a marksman whose bullets never missed their target. This scene did not go unnoticed by Shi Mengxian, whose feelings swelled as she observed Lin Xiu's expertise. Shi Mengxian, your stance is incorrect. Lin Xiu and Oppos' sudden voice jolted her from her thoughts. Oh. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Shi Mengxian and Oppos' eyes. Guzi and Haozi exchanged knowing glances, their faces breaking into mischievous smiles. Under the silent communication between them, they took a few steps back while continuing to shoot. Watching the two retreat and Feng Ling, who was excitedly firing nearby, Shi Mengxian felt a spark of inspiration. I still have some uncertainties. Could you teach me? Lin Xiu nodded, unconcerned, and grasped the hand with which Shi Mengxian held the gun, positioning himself behind her. Don't apply too much pressure to your wrist. Lower your elbow a bit. Though the recoil of this gun is negligible, Your form must remain correct. At that moment, Lin Xiu found himself unconsciously pressing against Shi Mengxian's back, causing her movements to stiffen slightly. Yet, his role as the weapon expert transformed him into a diligent shooting instructor, oblivious to the awkward proximity. Keep your body relaxed. We are not shooting at a stationary target. The target is moving, and you must be agile. As Lin Xiu's voice reached her ears, the warmth of his breath sent Shi Mengxian into a momentary daze. Just as Lin Xiu began to notice her unease and was about to inquire, Shi Mengxian turned to face him, and in that instant, they found themselves drawn together in an unexpected kiss. This unexpected encounter caught both Shi Mengxian and Lin Xiu off guard. Lin Xiu swiftly distanced himself, offering an awkward apology. "My bad. That was unintentional." Shi Mengxian, her face flushed, responded, "It's all right, it was just an accident." Just then, Guzi and Hauzi sprinted back, yelling, "Old Lin! Bro Lin! Incoming!" A whole horde. Seeing them, Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. "Stick close and provide covering fire," he commanded, brandishing his butcher rifle. Pang! 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 The suppressed rifle emitted muted reports, a concession to avoid alarming the dormitory residents. Amidst the gunfire, Lin Xiu and Appo's thoughts drifted back to Shi Mengxian and Appo's expression, stirring a mix of emotions. Zhang Jia had hinted at Shi Mengxian and Appo's affections, a notion that perplexed him. "This is becoming a headache," Lin Xiu mused. Despite the complexities, his rifle fire intensified. His companions exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why he was hogging all the kills. Hauzi nudged Guzi, gesturing towards Shi Mengxian and Lin Xiu. Understanding dawned on Guzi, and they both grinned knowingly, slowing their own rate of fire. Meanwhile, Fong Ling protested, "Hey, what's going on? You and Appo's. We're not leaving any for us to practice on." Ignoring her, Lin Xiu continued his relentless barrage. Sensing something amiss, Guzi and Hauzi prepared to inquire when Lin Xiu abruptly ordered, "All of you, return immediately and gather the others to head towards the north gate." He tossed them crossbows and quivers. "Hurry! Avoid using guns unless absolutely necessary. There are at least 20 survivors in the school. Find them before nightfall." Fong Ling exclaimed, "Are you insane? The school is vast, and it and Appo's. It's already 3 p.m. Find 20 survivors before dark?" Shi Mengxian interjected, "How do you know there are survivors?" Lin Xiu nodded, his rifle unwavering. "Consider it a derivative of my ability. I'm certain there are 20 survivors, but I don't know their exact locations." He procured another backpack of magazines, stating gravely, "Time is of the essence, but prioritize your safety. Save those you can, and leave those you can't. A unique zombie is about to emerge here. I can and Appo's accompany you. Take the vehicle and rescue as many as you can." The urgency in Lin Xiu and Appo's voice underscored the gravity of the situation, especially his prediction of a special zombie. Guzi and Hauzi grabbed backpacks, distributed the crossbows, and led the others towards the dormitories. As they departed, Lin Xiu sighed in relief and accessed the system panel. A title quest had suddenly appeared, and its requirements filled him with trepidation. Title quest: Purge the campus. Description: You have successfully eradicated the special zombies within the campus. Now, it is time to begin to take control of the entire campus. Requirement 1: Rescue campus survivors, 020. Requirement 2: Eliminate the final hero class special zombie on campus that will soon appear before you, 01. Requirement 3: Clear all zombies from the campus. Success reward: Based on the completion of both requirements. Calculation time: 8 hours 35 minutes and 22 seconds. Failure penalty: Rapid evolution of ordinary zombies on campus. Each ordinary zombie has an 80 chance of becoming a special zombie. The unpredictable rewards and dire consequences left Lin Xiu with no choice but to succeed. As his butcher rifle and Appo's rampage stacks reached 500, the zombies before him began to transform. Chapter 72: Changes on Campus. A preemptive strike in the morning. Lin Xiu had set his sights on hunting special zombies. However, upon seeing the punishment for failing this task, the thought of intentionally failing vanished entirely. The campus spanned a vast 100 hectares, and during the apocalypse, the number of individuals, including students, faculty, and visitors, exceeded 10,000. To this point, Lin Xiu had only eliminated a few thousand zombies. Should he truly fail the task, the minimum standard of 10,000 ordinary zombies would translate to an 80 probability of them evolving into special zombies, amounting to nearly 8,000. With such a multitude of ordinary zombies, not even a butcher rifle in the hands of all 7 of them could manage the onslaught. Observing the horde of zombies that had halted their advance and begun to cluster together, Lin Xiu's mind recalled the scenario described to him by an individual on the 2nd floor of the gymnasium. Countless ordinary zombies had amassed, and from their ranks, one soaked in blood had transformed into a special zombie. However, Lin Xiu noticed something peculiar about this current gathering. He continued firing his butcher rifle, both to maintain the effect of berserker and to diminish the number of zombies. Given that the situation mirrored the emergence of that listener, reducing the number of zombies involved in the synthesis ought to have some effect. The zombies were now forming a human pyramid, steadily rising in height. Each bullet Lin Xiu fired claimed a zombie's life, scattering its flesh and blood. Yet, he soon realized that even when he obliterated them, they seamlessly integrated back into the massive collective. This unsettling behavior raised Lin Xiu's brow in concern. Although he was unaware of the capabilities and attributes of the forthcoming hero-class special zombie, the abnormality of the situation instilled a sense of foreboding. Moreover, his instinct for attribute enhancement was increasingly alerting him to potential danger. This feeling prompted Lin Xiu to regret using the last grenade of his butcher rifle prematurely. Lin Xiu, how and amp? Oppos, is it going over there? I sense another special zombie is about to manifest within the school. Are you near? Zhang Jiai and amp. Oppos, anxious voice crackled through the intercom. Lin Xiu glanced at the towering horde before him, which had ascended 2 stories, and replied, "Yes, right in front of me, but it hasn't fully formed yet. Can you sense its signal strength?" "Yes. In Oppos, strong. Be cautious." "Strong?" Lin Xiu and Oppos, brow knitted tighter. "How does it compare to the ones from this morning?" "Even stronger. The current energy intensity surpasses those from earlier, and I feel it is still increasing." Upon hearing Zhang Jiai and Oppos' words, Lin Xiu and Oppos' heart sank. Yet he refrained from adding to her worries and abruptly changed the subject. "Have Guzi and the others set off?" "They have, with over 10 people. Besides those you brought back from the gymnasium, the boys from the cafeteria have also been recruited." "Over 10, huh?" Lin Xiu inhaled deeply. More people meant greater strength. But he doubted the effectiveness of those without sufficient courage. He merely hoped Guzi and his companions would act decisively when the time came to save others. Seemingly eavesdropping on Lin Xiu's conversation with Zhang Jiai, Mingxuan's voice suddenly came through the intercom. "Don't worry about us. We know what to do. With the guns, swords, and crossbows you provided, we can handle ordinary zombies. Just take care of yourself." Lin Xiu paused, momentarily reminded of previous events by Mingxuan's gentle words. "Ah, all right. Lin Xiu, return early tonight. I need to help Da Qing with his plans." Just as Lin Xiu agreed, Zhang Jiai's voice interrupted again. Though her tone remained calm, Lin Xiu felt a more ominous premonition than when facing zombies. "Sigh, women." After ending the communication, Lin Xiu sighed helplessly, loosening his grip on the trigger, his brows knitting together in concentration. The amassed zombies had piled up to a staggering height of 8 meters, nearing the 3rd floor, yet they showed no signs of dispersing. They merely continued to congregate. More importantly, he noticed that this horde seemed to be acting on some directive, all directing their focus toward a specific point, even as some passed by him without a glance. Once again, he squeezed the trigger, glancing at the remaining time on his butcher rifle, 2 hours and 20 minutes. With a daily usage limit of 3 hours, it felt insufficient at this moment. Ding! All attributes have advanced to hero level, gaining temporary ability, expanded senses. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Lin Xiu hadn't anticipated that the effect of his berserker had accumulated to over 1,000 layers in just 5 minutes. However, witnessing his berserker stack exceeding 1,000 while the hero-class special zombie remained absent sparked a surge of agitation within him. Damn it! With an exasperated curse, Lin Xiu decisively stowed away the butcher rifle and picked up the tang knife to listen. As he swung at the nearby zombies, he once again reached for the intercom, inquiring, "Have you encountered anything unusual about the ordinary zombies? Have their behaviors changed?" Hearing Lin Xiu's voice, Erguzi and the others, en route to a potential save point marked by Daching, turned their attention toward the zombies outside the vehicle. "Hey, Lingu, these zombies are acting strangely. We hadn't noticed until now, but they aren't coming toward us." "Wait, Lin Xiu, they seem to be heading towards the east gate of the school. Your direction?" One must acknowledge that women possess a keen observational prowess. Upon receiving the answer he sought, a smile graced Lin Xiu and Appo's face. Gazing at the towering zombie pile that had surpassed 3 stories and was nearing 10 meters, he listened intently as his tang knife emitted a soft sound. Holding the blade horizontally, he executed a swift downward stroke, severing the heads of zombies in a straight line. Only then did he position himself at the base of the zombie tower. "Interesting. It seems this task isn't overly difficult. Take this, you wretched creatures. Sound blast." With that declaration, Lin Xiu aimed his tang knife at the 10-meter-high zombie tower and unleashed an invisible sonic wave. Ding! Chapter 73, The Unsolvable Enemy. A grueling battle, the invisible sound wave spread out, severing the towering zombie spire, standing 10 meters tall, in half. However, just when Lin Xiu believed he could slightly avert this catastrophe, he abruptly discovered that the upper half, instead of dissipating, transformed into a new zombie spire upon its descent. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiu was left utterly dumbfounded. If a single entity from the system task had somehow doubled due to his actions, he would surely be the subject of lifelong ridicule. More critically, his sixth sense had already warned him about facing one. The prospect of confronting two was daunting. At that moment, it seemed Lin Xiu's attack had expedited the formation of the zombie spires, causing them to attract the undead at an increasingly rapid pace. Those zombies, which had been ambling sluggishly, suddenly broke into a jog. "Hey, Lin Xiu, how are things on your end?" came the voice of Shi Mengxian through the intercom. Lin Xiu grasped the device and replied, "Now is a prime opportunity. These zombies should all be converging towards me. Hurry and save the others. I'm hanging up." With that, he stowed the intercom in his system backpack and let his hearing sweep across the scattered zombies. Since resolving the issue at its source was not an option, Lin Xiu opted for an indirect approach. With the presence of the system backpack, each time he decapitated a zombie, he swiftly collected its corpse into the backpack. Regardless of how many zombies were attracted, as long as he could collect them quickly enough, they would never amass in sufficient numbers. Though Lin Xiu's plan was commendable, he evidently underestimated the capabilities of these zombies. Just as he severed the origins of the two spires, a shockwave erupted from them unexpectedly. The unanticipated assault caught even Lin Xiu, whose attributes had reached the hero level, off guard, sending him tumbling forward for several meters. Before he could regain his footing, he felt an overwhelming force drawing him towards the two spires. With a swift motion, Lin Xiu plunged his Tang Dao into the ground, stabilizing himself. However, the frail zombies around him were lifted off their feet as if caught in a tornado, hurtling straight towards the spires. With his left hand gripping the blade to steady himself, he quickly drew his Butcher-S rifle with his right and began to fire into the air. Each zombie struck by the rifle exploded into a mist of blood, yet even those being drawn into the spires. Observing the spires regrowing from a mere 2 meters back to their imposing 10 meters within a minute, Lin Xiu's sixth sense intensified with foreboding. "Damn it! If you have the guts, show yourself already. Stop dawdling like a coward." Unable to bear this feeling akin to striking cotton, Lin Xiu couldn't help but unleash his frustration. It seemed the zombies understood his words. The towering spires abruptly ceased their winds. The zombies, still airborne, plummeted to the ground, reduced to a pulp, yet the 10-meter-high, 3-meter-wide spires mutated at that moment. From the pinnacle, all the zombies erupted, spilling their dark blood down the spire. Subsequently, the entire structure appeared to corrode under the deluge of blood, the zombies within becoming viscous and indistinct. The amassed horde of zombies began to melt, transforming into a black, sludge-like mass. Bones cascaded from the spire, accumulating on the ground to a height of half a meter. The amalgamated blood and flesh writhed as if endowed with life, beginning to take shape. First appeared the face, complete with a nose and mouth, yet devoid of eyes. Then came his shoulders and arms. The viscous mass rolled towards the ground, adhering to the bones, seemingly constructing a framework for arms and hands. Another roll revealed ribs formed from the bones at its chest, followed by the spine, pelvis, and legs, ultimately completing a 10-meter-tall, extraordinary zombie before Lin Xiu. At that very moment, Lin Xiu's sense of impending danger peaked. Decomposer level: hero strength, B hero agility, B hero stamina, B hero ability. A decomposer with superior attributes across the board, although it possesses no special abilities. Its towering stature and agile speed make it a formidable adversary. Weakness: the decomposer has no apparent weaknesses, but areas lacking skeletal support are exceedingly vulnerable, providing an excellent point of attack. Lin Xiu vowed he had never encountered a zombie with such an impressive attribute panel, nor had he ever seen abilities and weaknesses so absurdly described. The ability section was virtually empty, akin to being utterly useless, and the weakness section was equally nonsensical. At that moment, Lin Xiu felt as though the system was aiding the zombie in overcoming him. However, the current scenario left no room for complacency. In the mere 2 seconds he spent examining the system panel, the fully formed decomposer had already launched its assault. Its towering height elongated its upper body. Yet this did not hinder its speed of attack. The arms, composed of blood and flesh, elongated like rubber as they reached towards Lin Xiu before he could react. Crashing down on his position, with a resounding impact, the ground beneath Lin Xiu shattered into fragments. Fortunately, thanks to his sixth sense's timely warning, he evaded the blow in the nick of time. Damn it, Lin Xiu cursed, astonished to see a zombie that initiated combat without hesitation. Eyeing the cracked ground, he felt a twinge of anxiety and pulled the trigger, unleashing bullets toward the creature. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten that his previous actions had transformed what should have been a single decomposer into 2. As he squeezed the trigger for 2 shots, the second decomposer also launched an attack. With a thunderous boom, dust erupted, and the ground beneath Lin Xiu once again fractured. However, leveraging the advantage of their identical attributes, he narrowly avoided this strike. The 2 bullets he had fired struck true, penetrating the decomposer's skull, thereby extending his berserker status. Yet, the decomposer showed no reaction. The bullets seamlessly melded into its form. Chapter 74: A Perilous Encounter. Unveiling weaknesses before him stood a peculiar zombie, one that Lin Xiu found utterly confounding. His expression darkened considerably. At this moment, both parties had ceased their movements. In his left hand, he wielded the listening sound, while his right grasped the butcher and Appos rifle. Yet he was suddenly beset by an overwhelming sense of impotence. With a swift motion, he swung his Tang Dao, dispatching a nearby zombie to enhance the effects of his berserker ability. Just as he intended to retract the butcher and Appos rifle, hoping to leverage his physical advantages for close combat, a frown creased his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. The zombie tower had transformed into 2 disassemblers. Yet Lin Xiu observed that the ordinary zombies had not reverted to their previous forms. They continued their relentless advance towards the disassemblers. His gaze fell upon the ground beneath the disassemblers, and his pupils dilated in horror. As the zombies approached the feet of the disassemblers, they melted almost instantaneously into a puddle of flesh and blood, then writhed towards the disassemblers like slugs, merging into their very beings. This grotesque behavior reminded Lin Xiu of the devourers he had encountered previously. However, while devourers consumed ordinary zombies to replenish themselves, these disassemblers compelled the ordinary zombies to dissolve into them. Lin Xiu's brow furrowed deeply as he sensed that he might have stumbled upon a crucial insight. His sixth sense, usually attuned to danger, seemed to diminish slightly after this realization. This alone was enough to indicate that the problem he had identified might grant him the opportunity to confront the disassemblers effectively. However, his time for contemplation was limited. as the disassemblers had already swung their fists towards him once more. Fortunately, Lin Xiu maintained his focus on the two disassemblers, evading their assault as soon as he detected their movements. Boom! The force of this punch was greater than the last, shattering the ground beneath him and sending debris flying in every direction. Although he deftly avoided the first punch, the second disassembler followed up with another strike before he could regain his footing. Suspended in midair, Lin Xiu found himself with no means of escape against the descending fist, and he could only brace himself with the listening sound. Clang! The collision of the listening sound with the disassembler and Oppo's fist rang out like metal on metal. And in that instant, Lin Xiu glimpsed sparks flying. A tremendous force surged through the blade, propelling him downward into the ground. Thud! Thankfully, Lin Xiu had prepared for such an impact. As the fist collided with the listening sound, he utilized the momentum to adjust his position in midair, landing safely on the ground. Had his attributes not been at the hero level, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp before he even hit the ground. With the colossal fist looming above him, Lin Xiu knelt on one knee, fully aware of the precariousness of his situation. Should either disassembler land another blow, even his hero-level attributes would leave him severely injured. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiu summoned all his strength for a sudden outburst. The floor beneath him crackled as his feet pressed down with force, his arms bulging with muscle. "Get off me!" he roared. With a powerful shove, he pushed against the disassembler that had been restraining him, causing it to stagger back, nearly toppling over. Yet, as Lin Xiu extricated himself from danger, he noticed that the two disassemblers had not resumed their attack, but instead stood in a standoff with him. Suddenly enlightened, Lin Xiu grasped the situation. While the disassemblers exhibited no evident strengths or weaknesses, they were not devoid of flaws. The most apparent of these was the interval between their attacks. In an instant, Lin Xiu activated his insight eye, wielding the Tang Dao in his left hand and the listening sound in his right. Under the scrutiny of his two modes of vulnerability detection, he was astonished to find that every inch of the disassemblers was marked with red lines. Although there were no red, triangular indicators of weakness, every part of their bodies, save for their bones, was susceptible to being sliced. This revelation left Lin Xiu somewhat dissatisfied. However, the sight of the ordinary zombies transforming into pools of flesh and converging upon the disassemblers spurred him to make a decisive choice. If your attack intervals are lengthy, I shall seize this opportunity to strike. Having pent-up frustration boiling within him, Lin Xiu finally erupted into action, stowing the butcher's rifle into his system's backpack. And brandishing the listening sound, he charged toward the first disassembler. Even if you can strike, can you harm yourself if I leap atop you? With a height advantage of 10 meters, Lin Xiu leapt effortlessly onto the shoulder of the disassembler, his Tang Dao descending without hesitation towards its shoulder. The thick, viscous surface of its flesh was akin to a mire, reeking of decay. Fortunately, the disassembler's skeletal structure bore similarities to that of a human, allowing Lin Xiu to firmly plant himself atop its bony shoulder, hacking away at the putrid flesh beside him. The decaying matter was forcefully expelled from the disassembler's body by Lin Xiu's strikes, akin to manipulating jelly in a bowl. Despite the lack of tangible impact with each stroke, the dark blood and flesh dislodged by his blade confirmed that his efforts were far from futile. The disassembler, as the owner of this grotesque form, was naturally incensed by Lin Xiu's audacity. Upon realizing that this diminutive human had dared to perch upon its left shoulder, its right hand swung violently towards him. Anticipating this, Lin Xiu swiftly ceased his onslaught, gripping the listening sound firmly and deftly inserting it into the gap along the shoulder bone. As the disassembler and Oppo's right fist approached, Lin Xiu executed a nimble sidestep, positioning himself securely on the side of its shoulder. Following this maneuver, Lin Xiu had no time to observe the trajectory of the first disassembler's punch, as he swiftly propelled himself off the arm bone and descended. At that moment, the second disassembler had already unleashed its fist in response to Lin Xiu and Oppo's lateral shift. Clang! The two bones collided with a resounding crash. Precisely as Lin Xiu had calculated, the second disassembler and Oppo's fist struck the shoulder of the first disassembler with tremendous force. The sheer mass of their bodies rendered their hero-level agility ineffective. Realizing this after sustaining 2 blows, Lin Xiu surmised that their agility likely pertained to their attack speed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Xiu devised a plan. However, before he could admire his own ingenuity, he suddenly shouted and hastily retreated, because at that moment, the first disassembler had stumbled back from the force of the punch. Teetering precariously. Chapter 75. System Issues? A Path to Resolution. Alack! Lin Xiu cursed vehemently while swiftly shifting to the side. Although he witnessed the first dissolver collapsing directly ahead, the impact from a 10-meter-tall behemoth falling was not to be underestimated, even from the periphery. Fortunately, the battlefield was situated in the commercial square of the school. Though modest in size, it was ample enough to accommodate the fall of 2 dissolvers. Boom! The first dissolver seemed oblivious to its impending descent, maintaining its previous stance as its entire form plummeted face-first to the ground. The earth trembled momentarily, but Lin Xiu widened his eyes in horror as he observed the gruesome splatter of flesh and blood erupting from the creature and Oppo's his body upon impact. What the hell? He exclaimed in dismay. The fallen dissolver resembled a gelatinous mass tumbling from a great height, violently ejecting its sanguine viscera. The resulting carnage would surely coat the entire square, and even the surrounding areas, in its grotesque remains. The mere thought of being drenched in such repulsive matter sent shivers coursing through Lin Xiu's spine. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he recalled the invaluable item he had long neglected to utilize. With a swift motion, he summoned the Iron Man suit from his system space and donned it, finally easing his tension. Nevertheless, as he watched the rain of blood and flesh cascading around him, a cold sweat broke out on his back. He suddenly remembered that he had not refreshed the Rampager effect during this period. If he were to lose the Rampager effect in such a dire situation, it would spell certain doom. However, when Lin Xiu opened his panel to assess his status, he was taken aback. Not only had the Rampager effect not dissipated, but it had also refreshed just a moment ago. Had there been an error? This was Lin Xiu and Oppo's initial thought, but he quickly dismissed it. The system could not be faulty, yet the Rampager effect was indeed continually refreshing. At that moment, he had no time to ponder further, for the second dissolver was already launching another punch in his direction. Boom! Despite wearing the Iron Man suit, Lin Xiu effortlessly evaded the singular attack. However, accustomed to a more agile approach, he stowed the suit back into his system backpack. As the remnants of flesh scattered across the square, Lin Xiu's brief pause allowed the fragments to begin shifting, converging towards the dissolver's skeletal frame. Meanwhile, more zombies drew nearer, blending into this morbid assembly. He swung his weapon at a nearby mass of flesh, cleaving it in 2, yet continued its relentless crawl towards the dissolver and Oppo's bones. Just as Lin Xiu felt overwhelmed, he noticed a glowing inscription above the writhing mass. Synthesize. This was a clear indication that the entity before him was devoid of life and could be stored within the system space. The realization that the wriggling flesh on the ground was indeed lifeless filled him with exhilaration. With renewed determination, Lin Xiu directed his system backpack towards the pulsating mass, watching with satisfaction as it was instantly absorbed. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he beheld the multitude of flesh around him. What a stroke of fortune! I shall gladly accept your fine offerings. He laughed, stowing away his weapon and summoning the butcher rifle to unleash a barrage upon the second dissolver. Though uncertain why his Rampager effect continued to refresh, he knew better than to rely solely on fate. To ensure his safety, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Rat-a-tat-tat. The butcher rifle roared to life, and Lin Xiu, utilizing his agility, began to dart around the square. Each mass of flesh he encountered was promptly absorbed into his system space. In the brief span of 5 seconds, as the second dissolver swung its fist once more, Lin Xiu had already collected over 300 pieces of flesh. While this number seemed insignificant against the towering form of the 10-meter dissolver, his actions had certainly drawn its attention. Crack! Crack! The sounds of clashing bones echoed as the downed dissolver, realizing Lin Xiu's intentions, struggled to rise. Its skeletal structure lacked the intricate design of human anatomy. Its bones were connected solely by clumps of viscous flesh, rendering its movements clumsy and comical. Lin Xiu wondered if it could even manage to stand without any flesh. It appeared he had accurately anticipated the creature's limitations. As the fleshless dissolver struggled to prop itself up, recognizing this pivotal moment, Lin Xiu quickened his pace, collecting even more flesh into his system. The square was rather small, measuring only around 100 meters in both dimensions. For Lin Xiu, clearing the area of all flesh was as effortless as taking a sip of water. However, the dissolver was not inclined to allow him such ease. Just as Lin Xiu believed he could outlast the creature, an unexpected transformation occurred. The fallen dissolver suddenly unhinged its jaw, unleashing an astonishing whirlwind from its maw. In an instant, every plant within the square was uprooted. This gale did not blow outward. Rather, it acted like a vacuum, drawing everything toward its monstrous head. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Xiu swiftly summoned his weapon and plunged it into the ground once more, pulling the trigger as he aimed for its head. The metallic clang of gunfire echoed, yet he remained vigilant, ensuring that every piece of blood he encountered was absorbed into his system space. The dissolver's head abruptly turned toward Lin Xiu. Although it had no eyes and could not vocalize, he could sense its fury. Yet, in a battle where only one could survive, Lin Xiu had no time for idle threats. As the whirlwind from its mouth momentarily ceased, he charged forward with unwavering resolve. Chapter 76. The Butcher and Amp. Amp, Oppos, SR dissection. Though the dissector employed a technique that reclaimed all of Lin Xiu and Amp, Oppos, as flesh and blood that had not been absorbed into the system, and Amp, Oppos, as space. Lin Xiu had already consumed half of it prior. Thus, the first dissector, despite regaining its former appearance, was now merely a hollow shell. Its remaining flesh clung to its skeletal frame like a fragile membrane, with its skin rendered semi-transparent due to the absence of internal substance. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiu could not let this opportunity slip away. As the creature braced itself on the ground, preparing to rise, Lin Xiu swung his weapon, listening sound, toward its right wrist. The blade sliced through its palm with such ferocity that it carved a deep mark into the ground beneath. After this decisive strike, Lin Xiu swiftly accessed the system panel, aiming for the severed wrist. Upon seeing the highlighted words, "Can synthesize," he acted with lightning speed, swiftly storing it in his system backpack. With a resounding thump, the dissector, now bereft of its hand, gazed in horror at its right arm, its body collapsing once more due to the sudden loss of balance. Lin Xiu erupted into laughter, leaping onto its shoulder. Remarking on the irony of fate, one might plant flowers with intent, yet find only weeds sprouting in their stead. With that, he swung listening sound once more, targeting its intact left shoulder. Having validated his strategy, Lin Xiu was prepared to proceed with his plan. Although he could not overpower the dissector, he was capable of dismantling them piece by piece. The notion of a dissector seemed fitting, given the circumstances. With a clearer mindset and a lighter heart, he even jested as he prepared for the next move. However, just as his blade struck the first dissector's shoulder, he discovered, to his dismay, that he could not absorb it this time. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this dissector had realized its vulnerability was exposed. As Lin Xiu's blade cut into its shoulder, the flesh began to reconstitute as if it were a living puzzle. Frustrated, Lin Xiu was about to unleash a torrent of curses when his sixth sense alerted him to imminent danger. Sensing movement behind him, he swiftly retreated. With a whoosh, the fist of the second dissector swept past him, propelled by a fierce gust of wind. Lin Xiu scoffed. It appeared these two were quite coordinated. Yet now that he understood their weaknesses, numerous strategies presented themselves. As the second dissector's attack descended, Lin Xiu boldly leaped onto the back of its hand. This maneuver was fraught with peril, but with a deft slice of listening sound, he severed 4 fingers from the hand in an instant. Before the creature could register the loss, Lin Xiu swiftly stored the severed digits within the system space. The sudden assault left the second dissector enraged, and it seemed to disregard its attack interval. launching a counterstrike as Lin Xiu leaped off its hand. The force of its punch exceeded Lin Xiu's expectations, but he remained unperturbed. With a powerful push from his legs, he evaded the strike. The ground shattered beneath the force of the punch, sending debris flying. Although Lin Xiu narrowly avoided the blow, he spun around and charged into the swirling dust. Gripping listening sound tightly, he activated his inside eye. Within the obscured visibility, he discerned a massive fist formed of countless red threads. A smirk crept across his lips as he realized the situation was unfolding as anticipated. Instead of striking down directly, he aimed the tip of his blade at the fist and unleashed a long-awaited sonic explosion. The system panel remained open, and, as the sonic blast resonated, Lin Xiu witnessed a multitude of synthesized notifications emerge. Without a moment's hesitation, he absorbed all the items within his line of sight into the system space, then retreated from the haze. As the dust began to settle, the second dissector, in retrieving its arm, was horrified to discover that its entire hand, along with the flesh of its forearm, had vanished. Lin Xiu grinned at the disoriented creature, dismissing it entirely. With both hands incapacitated, it could no longer impede his dissection of the first dissector. Once revered as a master butcher, Lin Xiu now took on the role of a modern-day dissector. With a sudden surge of B-level agility, he darted towards the fallen creature and Oppo's feet. Undeterred by the approaching zombies that morphed into a puddle of flesh to replenish it, Lin Xiu unceremoniously absorbed them into his system backpack. With a fierce strike, he aimed for the creature and Oppo's ankle. Listening sound efficiently severed its left foot, and as the phrase "can synthesize" appeared, he swiftly stored it away. Astonishingly, the first dissector, devoid of pain receptors, remained oblivious to the loss of its foot. Unfazed, Lin Xiu proceeded to target the other foot. Observing the incapacitated dissector, he did not relent. The standing dissector stared in horror at its mutilated hands, while the fallen one continued to search for its lost form. Though these two dissectors appeared formidable, boasting an all-around B rating, their lack of intelligence was glaringly evident. Lin Xiu found their ignorance rather delightful. Seizing the opportunity while both creatures were distracted, he approached the knee of the fallen dissector, raising listening sound high with the intent of targeting its entire lower leg. Chapter 77. The Tide Turns. Decomposition and devouring upon witnessing both of its legs vanish into Lin Xiu's system. The unfortunate decomposer finally apprehended the gravity of its predicament. With its remaining hand, it lashed out at Lin Xiu, its movements rapid. However, it overlooked the fact that its body was now severely depleted of flesh. The blow not only failed to strike Lin Xiu, but under the force of its own exertion, resulted in its entire forearm snapping off at the elbow. Hurtling towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, poised to evade, was momentarily stunned by this turn of events. However, upon seeing the prominent, synthesizable prompt, he reluctantly accepted the offering. Observing the bewildered expression of the decomposer, Lin Xiu found a strange, endearing quality in the creature's helplessness. Devoid of legs, its right hand claimed by the system, and its sole means of attack self-sacrificed, it posed no immediate threat. Only through the reabsorption of countless zombies could it hope to regenerate, a task made arduous by its inability to even stand. Though the plaza teemed with an endless tide of zombies, sufficient for its restoration, Lin Xiu, now privy to their vulnerabilities, vigilantly intercepted any approaching zombies, ensuring their swift assimilation into his system. Even as he severed the decomposer's legs, he had discreetly harvested the essence of over 100 zombies, transforming them into crimson orbs. Yet, Lin Xiu seemed to have overlooked the significance of these decomposers as the ultimate adversaries he faced before claiming dominion over the school. Just as Lin Xiu felt victory was assured, the standing decomposer abruptly lunged towards him. This sudden surge triggered Lin Xiu's sixth sense, prompting an immediate retreat. He switched to the butcher, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. However, such attacks merely served to augment the decomposer's berserker stacks, failing to inflict any tangible harm. Then, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded before Lin Xiu and Oppo's eyes. The standing decomposer, ignoring his barrage, fixed its gaze upon its prone counterpart. The sight of two eyeless zombies locked in a silent confrontation was unprecedented for Lin Xiu. In the next instant, the prone decomposer convulsed, attempting to flee the reach of decomposer number 2. Yet, its diminished state rendered it powerless. Decomposer number 2, without warning, plunged its sole remaining finger into the other's chest. Lin Xiu, initially bewildered, soon grasped the intent, devouring. Decomposer number 2, realizing its inability to overcome its adversary, had resorted to this drastic measure. As Lin Xiu prepared to intervene, the school and Oppo's loudspeaker system crackled to life. Attention, all survivors. Our rescue team is conducting operations in the school, proceeding in the order of north, west, and south. Upon hearing our vehicle, signal your presence. We have ample provisions and are distributing them freely. Due to limited generator capacity, this announcement will be broadcast only once. Seize this opportunity. The voice, once a source of torment for Lin Xiu, now resonated with an unexpected warmth as he recognized Guzi's voice. Just as Lin Xiu anticipated the end of the broadcast, Guzi added, "Lin Gu, your walkie-talkie is silent. If you hear this, respond. We'll come for you after we've rescued the other survivors." With that, the loudspeaker fell silent. Only then did Lin Xiu realize that he had inadvertently stored the walkie-talkie within his system space. Observing the two decomposers locked in their macabre struggle, he hesitated to interfere. Retrieving the device. "I'm here. I've been engaged in combat and haven't had the opportunity." Guzi's voice crackled with relief. "Ha! Lin Gu, I knew you'd hear my broadcast." Lin Xiu chuckled, his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. "Impressive. Using the broadcast system was a stroke of genius. You deserve commendation. How about a Michelin 5-star feast tonight?" "Whoa, really? Just kidding. Damn it." Lin Xiu roared with laughter, glancing at the decisive battle before him. "All right, enough banter. I'm not finished here. The battle of the ages is over, and I have to fight. I'll call you back when I'm done." With that, Lin Xiu returned the walkie-talkie to his system space. Before him, the standing decomposer had triumphed over its fallen counterpart. Though its hands were gone, its body remained replete with flesh. Securing its grip on the prone decomposer, it opened its jaws wide, tearing off ribs and devouring them. To Lin Xiu and Oppo's astonishment, bones that even the echo could not cleave were reduced to fragments in the decomposer's maw as easily as biscuits. Emboldened by its success, the decomposer grew bolder, consuming the entirety of its adversary and Oppo's torso in a series of ravenous gulps. Yet, to Lin Xiu and Oppo's surprise, the prone decomposer still lived, its mouth opening and closing in silent anguish. But the victor would not relent. Gazing at the remaining head, the standing decomposer clenched its fist, bringing it down with brutal force. The ground trembled as the head shattered in a resounding explosion, and Lin Xiu witnessed a scene that left him utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 78. Zombie Evolution. The ultimate crisis. Although Lin Xiu had witnessed the emergence of the decomposer, he initially regarded it as merely another peculiar entity in this apocalyptic world. However, upon seeing the standing decomposer pulverize the head on the ground, splattering its contents, Lin Xiu was stunned. Subsequently, even Lin Xiu, who had seen countless entrails and decaying flesh, was nauseated by the sight of the brain matter, causing his stomach to churn and expel its contents. Supporting himself on the ground with a knife in one hand, while firing his gun with the other to maintain his berserker effect, Lin Xiu took a full minute to recover. Looking up again, he saw that the victorious decomposer had devoured the skull clean, absorbing even the brain matter into its flesh. The ground was immaculate, as if nothing had transpired, except for the ever-increasing clusters of flesh and blood. The two decomposers had once again merged into one. However, just as Lin Xiu anticipated the commencement of battle, the victorious decomposer underwent a sudden metamorphosis. Roar! The decomposer, previously incapable of uttering a sound, now emitted a roar that dwarfed the earlier broadcast in volume. Simultaneously, a potent gust of wind arose from within its body, uprooting the last vestiges of greenery in the plaza and funneling them into its maw. Lin Xiu's eardrums were nearly ruptured, but he reacted swiftly, plunging the listening blade into the ground at an angle. This time, the suction was several orders of magnitude greater than before. Even with Lin Xiu's current attributes, he was buffeted by the gale, relying solely on the listening blade for support. Lin Xiu and Oppo's mood plummeted, but he continued to fire his butcher rifle. If the previous decomposer had generated a hurricane, this one was conjuring a veritable tornado. In that instant, not only the surrounding zombies, but even the trash cans and statues on the ground were uprooted. Unfortunately, a fragment of the shattered statue was on a direct trajectory toward him, threatening to send him flying if he remained stationary. In desperation, Lin Xiu's mind raced, recalling the skill gained by the listening blade after its evolution. As the statue hurtled closer, Lin Xiu focused his thoughts, and the listening blade emitted a soft chime. An invisible barrier materialized around Lin Xiu, deflecting the oncoming statue. However, at that moment, Lin Xiu realized that his body, which had been pulled upward, had settled steadily on the ground. This revelation filled him with elation. The listening blade derived its energy from the sound waves it absorbed, but the sonic barrier had no usage restrictions. In other words, as long as the listening blade had stored energy, the barrier could be deployed. The current tornado, with its accompanying roar and the deafening wind, provided ample power for the listening blade to maintain equilibrium. Therefore, Lin Xiu planted the listening blade in front of him, firing the butcher rifle at the decomposer while awaiting its next move. Although the bullets from the butcher rifle were severely disrupted, any contact with the decomposer was registered as effective damage, stacking Berserker. However, when Lin Xiu observed the decomposer continuing its assault for a full minute without relenting, he realized something was amiss. Everything it absorbed was disintegrated upon reaching its mouth. Only now did Lin Xiu comprehend the origin of the decomposer. More critically, when Lin Xiu accessed the system panel and re-examined the decomposer, his countenance darkened. Decomposer complete. Level: heroic strength. A epic agility. B. Heroic endurance. A epic ability. The decomposer's mouth can generate a powerful wind, akin to a tornado, to absorb objects from the surrounding area, primarily targeting all zombies in the region. Note that the force field generated by its jaws can disintegrate any object. Avoid proximity. Weakness: the complete decomposer possesses greater attributes than the standard decomposer, but its weaknesses are more pronounced. Its brain is the core that controls its entire body. Destroying it will topple this behemoth. Note, the complete decomposer is generally the strongest entity in a low-level area, but its appearance usually signifies that it is the only zombie remaining in that area. Upon seeing the words complete, Lin Xiu and Oppo's heart sank. After reading the entire description, his face was ashen. As the previous system task had indicated, his objective was to eliminate all zombies, but they had inadvertently assisted him by creating this decomposer. While this could be viewed as a stroke of luck, as defeating it would mean the eradication of all zombies in the school, he knew that overcoming this complete decomposer would be far from easy. Based on the system panel's tendencies, its information was invariably accurate, but never comprehensive. In other words, the complete decomposer likely possessed numerous additional skills beyond generating a vacuum cleaner tornado and disintegrating objects near its mouth. Notably, this panel also included a note about the complete decomposer, a first in his experience with the system. Each word was alarming, especially the phrase strongest entity. Even though the decomposer had not yet ceased its consumption, Lin Xiu and Oppo's sixth sense was screaming. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiu, the entire campus was being disrupted by the horrifying suction of the tornado. Countless building windows were shattering, and shards of glass and dust swirled in the air. Like a sandstorm in a desert city, the school was shrouded in the dust and debris generated by the tornado. Nearly all the zombies on campus were being swept up into the vortex, converging on the commercial district near the school gates. Yet, despite the chaos within the school, the area outside the east gate, closest to the complete decomposer, remained eerily calm. The rescue team, sheltering in the teaching building, wore grim expressions. although they were unaware of the specific challenges Lin Xiu faced in his battle with the zombie. The piercing howl that reverberated throughout the campus was enough to chill them to the bone. They were oblivious to the fact that the school's greatest crisis had arrived. Chapter 79, The Ultimate Form. A grueling battle after a full 5 minutes had elapsed. Lin Xiu watched as the last zombie was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, devoured by the devourer. At that moment, the storm finally subsided. However, Lin Xiu was horrified to discover that the once towering devourer, standing at a staggering 10 meters, had suddenly surged in size once more. With another deafening roar, its bones elongated and expanded, stretching its entire form. Yet, more than a sheer increase in size, the greatest sense of peril for Lin Xiu stemmed from the sudden appearance of its dual eyes. What had merely been a skull now transformed as countless flesh and blood coalesced into two pitch-black orbs. Within those orbs, an unsettling mass of brain matter churned. Even more bizarrely, the very center of these newly formed eyes emitted a red glow. As the fully evolved devourer grew to a height of 15 meters, it seemed to have completed its ultimate transformation. Its massive head abruptly lifted, unleashing a thunderous roar from its maw. What followed was a battle to the death. Even though Lin Xiu was aware that all the zombies within the school had been eradicated, he could not afford to gamble on whether he would encounter a swarm of special zombies upon his defeat. Perhaps, in the very next moment after his failure, the school gates would be breached by countless zombies, each one transforming into a special breed upon entering. Thus, he had to exert every ounce of his strength. Retrieving his walkie-talkie, Lin Xiu inhaled deeply and activated the communication device. With all the zombies in the school now eliminated, he sought an opportunity to broadcast a message urging all survivors to converge at the dormitory area. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, the voices of Zhang Jiai and Shi Mengxian echoed almost simultaneously. Lin Xiu, how are you? The channel fell into an immediate silence, leaving even Lin Xiu momentarily stunned. However, with the devourer now fully engaged, he could only respond at lightning speed. I and Oppose. Am fine, but you must move quickly. 2 hours have already passed, and nightfall is approaching. I and Amp. Oppose. LL return soon. With that, he stowed the walkie-talkie into the system in Amp. Oppo's storage. Halting the action of pulling the trigger, Lin Xiu noted that the time remaining for his butcher rifle had dwindled to merely 65 minutes. What had once felt like an immensely powerful weapon now appeared to be reduced to a mere tool for passive enhancements in the face of this fully formed zombie. At that moment of pause, Lin Xiu's sixth sense surged, alerting him of an imminent threat. Instinctively, he glanced up at the devourer's eyes, just in time to witness a flash of red light before a beam shot towards him. Despite possessing B-hero-level attributes and enhanced senses, Lin Xiu could not track the trajectory of that light. In a panic, he had no choice but to activate his sound barrier once more. Crash! The two beams pierced through Lin Xiu and Amp. Oppo's sound barrier, striking behind him with a sound akin to shattering glass, resonating throughout his vicinity. The sound barrier, which had previously withstood even a tornado, crumbled under the force of the beams. Lin Xiu, caught in the wake of the shattered barrier, was propelled backward by a tremendous force. Rolling across the ground, Lin Xiu was fortunate to possess the three-dimensional attributes of a hero. Otherwise, the mere act of rolling could have led to severe abrasions that would incapacitate him. After several rolls, he managed to plant his sound device into the ground, stabilizing himself, and landed on his feet, sliding along the surface. Yet, even so, his right hand continued to fire at the devourer with a butcher rifle. However, the bullets that struck the devourer and Oppo's flesh vanished without a trace, while those that hit its bones merely sparked before falling helplessly to the ground. When Lin Xiu advanced quickly to inspect the two craters left by the beams that had breached his sound barrier, he abruptly ceased fire. For at the center of one of those craters lay a yellow dot, a bullet. To his astonishment, the beams that had shattered his sound barrier were actually bullets fired by the devourer itself. Only then did Lin Xiu comprehend why the numerous bullets he had previously fired had not been expelled by the devourer, but instead recovered. With the advent of its eyes, it had gained the ability to shoot bullets. This revelation was not welcome news for Lin Xiu. Notably, from the two craters and the force of his rolling, he could deduce a crucial fact. Had the Devourer possessed the same keen insight as him, it could have easily ended him with those two shots. Now, the bullets he had fired had become ammunition against him. This predicament was dire. Lin Xiu let out a silent sigh, for although the system panel had revealed the weaknesses of this fully formed Devourer, he found himself unable to mount any effective offense against such a versatile target capable of both melee and ranged attacks. Yet, his inability to attack did not mean the Devourer would hold back. Having endured the onslaught of Lin Xiu and Oppo's butcher rifle during its evolution, the Devourer was now fueled by a surge of rage. As its eyes glowed ever brighter, Lin Xiu's sixth sense intensified, warning him of an impending assault. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. As a self-proclaimed weapons specialist, Lin Xiu understood the critical importance of cover in the face of heavy enemy fire. The plaza in the commercial district had long been stripped bare of vegetation and statues by the previous tornado. Nevertheless, this was a commercial area, and the perimeter of the 100-meter plaza was lined with innumerable commercial buildings. Lin Xiu dared not underestimate the Devourer's firepower and ammunition reserves. After all, in the half hour since he had unleashed the tornado, his butcher rifle had not ceased firing, and no one knew how many bullets he had supplied it. Just as Lin Xiu pondered this, the two red beams from the Devourer's eyes locked onto him. Fortunately, these beams posed no immediate harm. However, Lin Xiu suddenly recalled the term, infrared targeting system. Not good, he exclaimed, raising his butcher rifle once more towards the distant Devourer, simultaneously sprinting toward the buildings of the commercial district. Just as he narrowly escaped the infrared targeting, the Devourer unleashed its attack.